You are listening to The Innkeeper by Life Sketcher, Chapter 1101, A Blessing and a Curse. The inn was once again sealed, and Lex breathed a sigh of relief. He had an innate ability to attract trouble, and he'd always come out on top, but it wasn't always good to tempt fate. Without any emergency quests or urgent tasks waiting for him, Lex could finally take his time to develop himself and the inn. Yes, in the long term it would be better if he trained in the Temple of Fasting rather than by himself. But since he couldn't just drop everything, sealing the inn once more was the best option. Lex pulled up his interface and looked at the quests given to him by the system. Lex extended his finger and underneath them began writing something. He was not adding a quest to the system interface, but rather just using an illusion to make it look like he was adding quests. On top was mastering Inferno Blade completely, following by improving his sword intent. Then came finding ways to hide his physique. For whatever reason, William and Jotun thought he had a bloodline rather than a physique, but even that knowledge was too dangerous. He did not ask them why they knew, nor did they mention it. It didn't matter. Then he added the 5-year deadline Vera had given him. It was technically a little less than 5 years now. One by one, he kept adding his objectives to his quest log. On Nether, the largest continent in the Midnight Realm, Jack made a similar list of objectives for himself. He decided ultimately to not leave the realm right now. He would improve his survivability before doing any of that, not to mention make the Jolly Rancher tougher. It would be sad if it broke while adventuring. Last but not least, he wanted even his clone to absorb at least one piece of resin as well. If he was going to have a clone, he wanted it to be the best. By the time Lex and Jack both finished their lists, a considerable time had gone by, not that it mattered. The more extensive their list was, the better. With nothing but a lot of free time on the horizon, it was finally time to catch up on all their plans. Jack Daniels unfurled the sails to his ship, taking off from the ground as he began his journey towards Resin. At the same time, Lex turned his attention to the tavern. It was time to begin the epic of the traveling tavern. A period of rare peace and tranquility arrived for the inn, with much fewer guests than they'd had in a long time. But that peace was not wasted, for the inn grew and changed during this time, as did its workers. The Midnight Realm, on the other hand, underwent a tumultuous change, as the absence of the Tree of Heaven brought about greater changes than anyone could have imagined. At the same time, rumors began to spread that a monstrous behemoth exited the Chaos Sea and entered the inn. Empires rose and fell. Various beings were born, and even more fell. Stories of the great adventurer Jack Daniels spread across the lands and the seas, and there seemed to be no place that remained untouched by his legends. Chapter 1102, Enigmatic Tavern Keeper. There were even clashes between the Henali and Fugen themselves, though most of those took place outside the Origin Realm, so no one actually knew the details. The few battles that were fought in the Origin Realm were fought in the void behind space, to prevent the realm itself from being destroyed. The many Dao Lords who had entered the realm all became neutral parties, unwilling to take part in such a conflict. It was fine while it was just their subordinate forces fighting, but they themselves were not going to expose themselves to war. But under the guise of neutrality, they too began to plunder the Origin Realm. The Jotun Empire, which was the largest human force in the Origin Realm, lost 14 galaxies overnight. They were traitors among the humans, unsurprisingly. But ironically, it was not the humans who led the rebellion. Instead, it was the many Henali aides who were supposed to be helping Jotun run the empire who had secretly aligned their loyalties with the Fugen. Similar scenes happened across the realm, and only extremely powerful races, such as the Devils, were spared from rebellion. After all, the Devils never needed help to rule their lands. All of this was the consequence of forcing the Fugen hand before they were ready, so it could only be imagined what would have happened if their preparations were complete. At the same time, rumors began to spread that the Fugen were the original rulers of the Origin Realm, and that the Henali were foreign invaders who had driven them out. As if to prove the rumors true, many of the strongest and oldest deities aligned with the Fugen. For a while it seemed like the Henali were on the losing end of this war. But no matter how great the momentum that the Fugen gathered, the Henali were not without their strengths as well. They held on, and ultimately unleashed a legion of celestial immortal-level Henali warriors who temporarily stabilized the situation. But what worried many was that the dreaded Jorlam never made an appearance during this entire time. It was a time of great uncertainty, where even the largest and strongest forces of the realm were vulnerable. But ironically, during this time when the strongest of forces were at risk, It actually became the weak and insignificant who became largely ignored. That did not mean they were spared from their share of strife, but at least no one was paying attention to them. Alongside the fall of the Henali portal, some weaker races and forces became completely isolated. But life carried on, and the little people still had to eat and drink to survive. On the planet Azula, one of the 2 habitable planets of the Soko star system, a young girl was dragging her body through the edge of the wilderness, forcing herself to take each step as she struggled with her exhaustion and the weight of the pack she was carrying on her back. Her entire face was covered in bandages, though that was mostly to hide her identity. It was the bandages on her body that covered her countless wounds. Her once fair and flawless body was now covered in scars. Finally, she reached a dirt road and followed it towards Baran City. The inner city behind the giant walls made of obsidian steel was older and usually housed the rich and the powerful. Although that is where the young girl actually lived, it was not her destination. She forced her weary body to continue into the outer city, filled with foreigners, traders, the poor, and the humble. But even so, those here were only poor or humble by Baran City standards. In actuality, all of them at least had the basic standards of living. Chapter 1103, Miss Huntress. She observed him for a moment. He looked even younger than her, and if it weren't for the fact that she had seen every single worker at the tavern come to him for instructions, she would still find it hard to believe that he was the owner of this place. Not that the Midnight Tavern was anything special. There were hundreds of taverns and inns in the outer city, and while many of them were just ordinary, some of them were quite renowned as well. There was the Cat's Lap, which was run by Madame Lisa. Not only was she recognized as the best cook in the actual city, rumor had it that in her younger days there was a noble from the inner city who wanted to marry her. Just that story alone, alongside her famous beauty, brought in customers from all over. There was the Don's Den, which was famous because everyone knew that the owner was an underworld leader, but no one had ever proved it. Still, the kind of deal one could get there attracted many customers, though regular travelers also visited often. There were many more that stood out, while in comparison, the only unique thing about the Midnight Tavern was the strange material its building was made from. In fact, if anything, the tavern seemed almost too ordinary, which was also enigmatic. Even though the charm of the triplets, Naki, Nami, and Nani, had taken hold of the city, no one ever made trouble for them, which was strange. The drinks in the tavern were also unusual and weren't available anywhere else. There were rumors that even the mayor of Baran City secretly bought some bottles from them from time to time. Not that the young huntress cared for any of that. The only thing she cared about was if her suspicions about this tavern keeper were true or not. He never revealed his powers, but from the things he said, she was sure he was some kind of secretly powerful old man. "I've finally done it," she said, seeing that the tavern keeper was content to continue pretending to sleep. "I've killed 100 Eurasian lizards all by myself. Do you think I'm ready to break through to the next realm now?" The tavern keeper opened his eyes and pretended to be surprised to see her, but he was a terrible actor. Or maybe he did it on purpose. "Ah, the ever-mysterious young Miss Huntress. Oh dear, I see you're covered in wounds again. Why don't you take a seat while I have Naki come take a look at you?" She wanted to protest, more focused on the answer she was looking for. But then she remembered that she was exhausted, and so collapsed into an empty lawn chair. "So do you think I'm ready?" she asked once more. "Ah, Miss Huntress, as you know, I am but a humble tavern keeper. I would not much about cultivation," the tavern keeper said as he got up and pulled up an easel and set an empty canvas on it. He grabbed a paintbrush and a wooden board with some paint on it, and looked at his canvas, as if he was trying to decide what to paint. The young girl only rolled her eyes. It was always like this. The door opened and Naki came out, holding a first aid kit. Was she supposed to ignore the fact that he had clearly not sent any word to her, yet she came? She even brought the first aid kit. If that was not an indication that he was secretly an expert, she didn't know what was. The problem was, if she asked Naki, then the ever-faithful barmaid would only say that she noticed the huntress's condition when she was going through the tavern, and decided to help out on her own. There was always a convenient excuse for them to use. "Of course, I have read a few books that might lend some insight," the tavern keeper said, as he finally started to paint. "But Miss Huntress, you have to decide for yourself if you trust the words of a random book." Yes, you know I trust your books," she said as she tried to ignore the stinging pain from her various cuts and bruises. For some reason, the treatment always hurt more than the actual wounds. But then again, no one else could treat her wounds as quickly as Naki could, so it was worth it. "Miss Huntress, according to the books I've read, Tempering your body through actual combat will go a long way in helping you set your foundation. But it also comes back with some flaws, which is that your body is riddled with injuries that haven't had time to heal. Now that you've tempered your body, why not take some rest? Our new and improved hot tub room should prove especially useful in helping you heal and relax. Of course, if you can afford to use the best offer on the hot tub room, then just a day's worth of rest would be fine. Otherwise, I'd say you give it a few weeks of regular use before trying to break through. A few weeks of rest, she repeated, clenching her fists. She didn't have a few weeks to spend. What if I'm in a rush? What if I'm about to hunt a huge monster that will only come once, and I only have a few days left to prepare? I can't avoid it even if I want to. The tavern keeper paused his painting and turned to look at the huntress for a moment. Miss Huntress, I think you have a few things mixed up, he said after a moment. What does cultivation level have to do with hunting a big monster? If the monster you're hunting is a little more powerful than the ones you're used to, then you just need to use better tools. For now, why don't you try your hand at painting, Miss Huntress? You're clearly stressed. It won't help you come up with any answers. Here, come and see if you can paint the same symbols that I painted. Chapter 1104, The Alchemist. The huntress dragged her defeated body from the roof down towards one of the hot tub rooms. She had spent the last hour painting, and she had no idea how that would help her situation at all. But that's the way it was with the tavern keeper. He never gave answers directly, and he never helped directly either. But if his guidance was useless, then she would not have come to depend on it. The answer would reveal itself with time. She paid for the hot tub level she could afford and went inside. After making sure the room was empty and there were no secret peepholes, she was not doubting the Midnight Tavern, but she had heard rumors about such places. She stripped and then lowered her sore body into the water. Ooh, she could not help but moan as the warm waters massaged her body. This was the first time she had ever spent money on such a place, but she suddenly understood the appeal. Before she could resume her thoughts about what the tavern keeper could have meant, she dozed off, which was for the best since it spared her from seeing black gunk coming out of her skin, then getting washed away with the bubbling water. At some point during the night, the huntress began to dream, as she usually did when she spent the night in the tavern. Within the dream, she was painting with her finger as the brush, her chi as the paint, and the universe as her canvas. She painted the same characters that the tavern keeper, and when the characters were drawn, the whole world shook around her. The huntress woke up with a start, looking around the unfamiliar room in panic. But then she remembered where she was and took a sigh of relief. She couldn't believe she had spent the whole night in the hot tub, but surprisingly her skin did not get wrinkled from spending too much time in the water. In fact, if anything, it seemed smoother. That's when the huntress realized that all her scars were gone. In a daze, the huntress walked to the mirror and actually yelped. Not only were her scars gone, but the rash she had on her face since birth had vanished. How was this possible? No one had ever been able to affect them at all. Any attempt to remove the rash only made it worse, and yet now, overnight, it had vanished. The huntress touched her face, feeling dazed. Is that what she looked like without the rash? It was actually kind of cute. The huntress blushed and was then filled with reluctance. Why couldn't this have happened just a few years ago? But it didn't matter now. She put on her clothes and once again wrapped her face in bandages before exiting the tavern. She walked up to Roan at the bar. No matter what time, day or night, the man never seemed to leave his station. Here's your payment for the meat, Miss Huntress, Roan said, handing her a sealed package. Thanks, tell the tavern keeper that I'll be busy for the next week. If my hunt works out, I'll pay another visit. Good luck, Roan said and gave her a nod. The huntress only nodded and turned to leave, but bumped into another guest who was rushing into the inn. Oh, sorry, she said. My bad, the young man said at the same time. They both paused, but seeing how the other didn't want to cause trouble, just moved on. They both seemed like they were in a rush. Uncle Roan, this is bad, the boy said, rushing up to the bar. I need to see the tavern keeper right now. It's an emergency. Roan, who was wiping a mug clean with a pristine piece of cloth that seemed to never get dirty, calmly replied, He's on the roof. The boy nodded and rushed through the tavern and reached the roof. Upon finding the tavern keeper, the boy could no longer hold himself back. Tavern keeper, you have to help me. My stupid family is forcing me to get married to some ugly girl to cement some business deal. I just found out about this. The wedding is in 5 days. The tavern keeper did not at all seem alarmed by the news, and instead wore an amused look. It's quite rude to call a girl ugly, young alchemist. How do you know she isn't actually beautiful? How can she be beautiful when her own family admits that she's ugly? But that's besides the point. Even if she is beautiful, I'm not ready to get married. It will interfere with my alchemy and cultivation. I have no desire to place such a leash around my neck, holding me back. I do not want to be restrained. A wife will only be a distraction. Young alchemist, I understand your plight, but how can I be of help? I'm just a simple tavern keeper. The alchemist rolled his eyes. That's exactly what the tavern keeper said every time, right before giving him the answer that he desired. It seems to me that your problem is not marriage, but the control your family has over you. All you need to do is become independent and gain a backing of your own, and your family will no longer be able to influence you. Easier said than done, but I'm not at the level to pass the test of the alchemist's tower yet. How else can I gain independence and backing in just 5 days? This is a tough question. Why don't we spend a little time thinking about it? In the meantime, you should have Roan whip you up a special drink. It'll help you calm your nerves, but his special drinks are expensive, so bear that in mind. Who cares about that? If there's anything I have, it's money, said the alchemist, heading back down. Although it seemed like the tavern keeper had not given him an answer, in fact he had already done so very clearly. He knew by now that nothing the tavern keeper said was ever simple, and nothing about this tavern was mundane. He couldn't wait to see how that drink would help him out. Chapter 11:05, A Tavern Keeper's Work. The alchemist rushed to the bar and ordered a drink called Roan's Special. Roan's Special was genuinely a special drink, because Roan would make a different drink depending on who the person ordering the drink was. Nobody knew exactly how Roan decided which drink which customer needed when the special was ordered, but to date, there had never been a customer who had been disappointed by the drink. In fact, many people wished to have it again, but there was a 1-per-month rule which meant they could only order it once a month. This was perhaps the most contested rule of the tavern. But since the rules could not be changed, on the 1st of every month, a special group of customers gathered who might not be seen at the tavern at any other time, but they were always there on the 1st. So far, the alchemist had avoided these drinks because he could not bear to get intoxicated. An alchemist's mind was their most valuable asset, so to dull it on purpose was almost like a sin. But the alchemist had too much trust in the tavern keeper, so today he indulged. The drink was minty fresh, and instead of intoxicating, gave the alchemist a sudden jolt of mental energy and clarity that he had lacked before. Suddenly, the alchemist fell into a daze, which made some of the regular customers chuckle. They could identify a newbie a mile away. The first time was always a memorable experience. But the alchemist sensed none of that, for his thoughts were mired in all the alchemy recipes and knowledge he had ever gathered. So many things suddenly started to make sense in such a simple way that the alchemist almost couldn't believe he never caught on before. At the same time, many of the notions he previously held to be true did not seem plausible anymore and actually seemed to reduce the efficiency of his refining. How could he have never seen that before? By the time the alchemist woke up from his daze, it was evening, but he didn't even notice. He left Roan a hefty tip as he ran out the door, going as fast as he could. He had no time to waste. Lex, who had been observing everything from the roof, chuckled and closed his eyes. He had long ago completed his quest to change the destiny of 100 guests, and through that experience learned the subtle art of guiding others. Lex neither told them what to do, nor did he manipulate people or events. But if he found a guest worthy, Lex would give them the help necessary so that they could themselves decide the direction of their life. Then, depending on how much he liked those guests, Lex might lend them a little more help than others. For example, the huntress. She was a young girl who relied on no one other than herself, for everyone in this cruel world had used her for their own purposes. But even so, her heart never became cruel despite her many hardships. So, Lex gave her one of the arrays he had recently created by himself. A few days passed normally, and all was completely normal in the tavern. No matter what happened in the world outside, in the tavern the drinks would still flow, and the food would always be fresh. On the 3rd day, however, a major scandal shook the inner city. A wedding that had been organized between 2 of the largest families in the inner city had been ruined. Moreover, the people who ruined the wedding turned out to be the bride and groom themselves. The wedding was organized in such a way that the venue was divided into 2, with one side belonging to the girl's family and the other to the boys. When the union would be complete, the division between the 2 sides was supposed to be removed, as a symbolic gesture showing that the 2 families had now become one. But unexpectedly, in the final moments before the union, the groom suddenly announced that he had become a member of the Alchemy Tower and did not want to get married as it would distract him from his alchemy. Since he had been accepted as a disciple by a Tier 3 alchemist, No one dared bar his path as he had a falling out with his family and left the venue. The girl was even more domineering. Up on stage, she gave a speech about how her family had shunned and used her since her mother died, and had sold her off to someone else just to cement a business alliance. She cut off her ties with her family forever, taking up her mother's name, and left. When her family, angered by her disclosing their behavior and secrets, tried to attack her to force her back on stage, the girl used some special technique that brought everyone to their knees. Even the veritable Foundation Realm family head of her family was brought to his knees, unable to move, as she marched out. Her final words before leaving were a declaration that she would also look into the death of her mother, and if she discovered that someone from the family had been behind it, she would be back for revenge. The story had rocked the entire city, and was the hot gossip that everyone was talking about. But a lesser-known piece of gossip, that only very few people heard about, was that the young alchemist had been brought by his master to the nearby wildlands to harvest a very special herb, but was attacked by a wild beast. Before his master, who was not adept in combat, could do anything, a young maiden of unmatched grave and beauty saved him. No one knew who she was or where she came from, but her valor had won the day, and some said, the young alchemist's heart. Lex, who was sitting in the rumor room, chuckled as he read the slips that updated him on all the latest gossip. Nami knocked in the door and popped her head in. Tavern Keeper, that old stinky man, is back again. He's thanking you for helping him find the perfect disciple who can represent him in the upcoming alchemy tournament. But he's saying he's never taught a disciple before, and he's already almost got his disciple killed, so he's lost all nerve. He's asking to see you to seek advice on how he should teach him. Send him to the roof, Lex said as he got up from his chair. A tavern keeper's work was never done. Chapter 11:06 School of. After sending away the alchemist master with some indirect advice, Lex walked down to the bar. He was anticipating a certain customer today who was the talk of the town, though no one knew his real identity. The only reason Lex knew his identity was because he could secretly encompass the whole city with his spirit sense. Most days, when he was free, he would sit on the roof and observe the city with his spirit sense. One would think it would get boring after a while, but it was actually quite interesting. There was more suspense and drama happening in real life than countless TV shows. It was just that no one else was watching, and the people involved hardly ever enjoyed the suspense. There was also a lot of comedy. Late in the evening, a customer walked in, long hair covering most of his features. His clothes looked ordinary, and there seemed to be nothing about him that particularly drew any attention. He seemed perfect to blend into the background of the city. He sat down in a corner and ordered a drink, and seemed more than happy to be forgotten. If this had been any other tavern, his technique, which allowed him to be easily overlooked, would have worked wonders. As it was, the Triplet sisters never overlooked a single customer, always making sure they were well tended to. The extra attention made him uncomfortable, but he did not display it in any way. He was content to just silently sit and listen to the conversations in the room as he enjoyed his one drink. Besides the wedding scandal, the guests talked about a number of random things, with one of the hottest topics being the surging criminal element in the city. But, as ordinary folk, all they usually talked about was their neighbor who got robbed, or something they saw on the street. After a few hours, after being unable to pick up on the news he was hoping to hear about, the man finally walked to the bar. Usually Roan was there, but for tonight, Lex had taken over himself. "Need another drink?" Lex asked casually, not paying any special attention to the man. "Something that'll keep me up for a while," he said hoarsely, and Lex nodded and poured him an iced coffee, a drink that did not exist on this planet. "Appreciate it," the man said and slid Lex a coin. It was a gold coin, worth all too much for the drink he was having. Lex looked at the man curiously. "You heard any news about any children going missing lately? Anything unusual besides the usual kid lost in the market incidents?" Lex finally picked up the coin and pretended to think. He knew for the fact that this man had already asked around in various places and had no luck. But today, he had come to the only tavern in the city who could give him the answer he was looking for. "Now that you mention it, I have heard about something strange," he said, lowering his voice. "It's not about missing children, but there's a new school that opened up in the inner city, but it's meant for outer city kids. Every time I hear about them, they're looking for more kids, as if they never run out of classrooms to fill. I thought that was a little odd." The man tried not to give away anything, but Lex could sense his body tense up. This was exactly what he was looking for. "Do you know what it's called?" "Yeah, it's called School of the Heroes of Trent, or School of Thought for short." "What an enticing name," the man said, before finishing up his drink in one go and exiting the tavern. Lex only smiled. The next few days would be very interesting, which was good. If things got too boring, he would have to consider moving his tavern to another planet. Space. Inside the Midnight Inn, there was a hurricane of molten lava that had been going for weeks. Some guests thought that it was a new phenomenon, and so had come over to take a look. Many began to picnic in front of it, and began to place bets about how long it would keep going. Ordinarily, such a thing would be too dangerous to get close to, but since the hurricane had technically not moved from its spot from the very start, everyone was very comfortable with it. Not only was it an interesting sight, who knew if it might spout out some treasure? In the past 15 years, countless guests at the inn had discovered extremely valuable treasures inside the Midnight Inn, and were informed that they were free to take them. But the condition was that they don't harm the surroundings, and in the case that it was a treasure that could continuously reappear, cut off its roots or point of origin. It was like a game of treasure hunting, except the treasures were real and they could keep them. But today, after weeks, the hurricane finally did something different. It began to shrink, oddly enough. Some thought that upon shrinking enough, the hurricane might explode, but that did not happen. Instead, the molten lava eventually cooled down, and the hurricane slowed down until it eventually faded. From within the fire, a meditating figure was revealed. Lex, after finally completing his latest cultivation system, opened his eyes. As of late, he had begun meditating inside his technique Heaven's Furnace and used the dragon's breath glyph to fill it with fire. He was raising his tolerance to his own dragon fire before trying it out with actual dragon fire, since Pel Jr. was on the verge of being able to control its giant dragon body. Admittedly, it had taken much longer than anticipated because there was a lot more to dragon fire than Lex originally guessed. But today, finally, he had reached the level of complete immunity. Tomorrow, he would try with the real deal. Chapter 1107 Stressful. Unlike many of the many whims he enacted in his early cultivation days, Lex was well aware of the dangers he would face by cultivating with dragon fire. He also took into account the fact that the dragon who would be breathing that fire was 2 major realms greater than himself, and those were 2 immortal levels. But he was still confident, and the reason for that was the thorough preparation he had taken for this. Over the past 15 years, Lex had been focused solely on filling in the massive knowledge gaps he had when it came to cultivation, as well identifying the direction for his future growth. Naturally, the many quests he completed for his system, and their rewards had helped him in this as well. Getting accustomed to the 2 differing flows of time, one in the Origin realm and one in the Midnight realm, was actually much easier than he guessed. As a result, he had his tavern travel the Origin realm while he used his projection to complete his quests over there, while here he focused on self-improvement. So while the tavern was out in the Origin realm for about 5 years, Lex had been tempering himself for 15 years. He had forced himself to slow down his cultivation, for it was absolutely ready to improve, to not only temper himself, but also so that he could get a better understanding of how he wanted to proceed. Becoming an immortal required Lex to define his tenets of immortality. If he had continued to use Regal Embrace, he would have had only one tenet, and that would have been absolute defense. But since he did not, Lex had to decide on those for himself. The tenets were exceptionally important, as they would define the foundation of his power and growth in the immortal realms. So he took his time over the past few years and thought about this in great detail. During this time, he also took his time and properly settled into the Midnight realm and became fully accustomed to it. He adventured to his heart's content, and for once enjoyed not being pathetically weak compared to everyone else for once. This was very important, as his Midnight Tavern had to remain exceptionally low-key for the last few years. With the whole realm at war, high-powered cultivators were even more active, which is one of the things that prompted him to learn how to remain hidden behind the scenes. Unless absolutely necessary, he used the tavern to fulfill all his quests and change the destinies of many, all without attracting attention to himself and the tavern. The conclusion he eventually came to was simple. He enjoyed being anonymous, but being anonymous because he wanted to observe everyone without being detected, and being anonymous because he was trying to avoid attracting trouble were 2 different experiences altogether. Basically, it was only enjoyable if it was on his own terms. That led him to figuring out a vague idea of what he wanted his tenets to be. In the meantime, he decided to grow as strong as possible while in the nascent realm. As it turned out, his ability Heaven's Furnace was great for that. Lex had named it Heaven's Furnace because at the time he created it, that's essentially what he was using it for. But with more practice, he learned other great things about it. It was great to trap people in, since his furnace could tolerate extreme shock, heat, and pressure. In fact, so far, he had not encountered a single situation where the furnace was even near collapsing, so it was great as a prison. At the same time, it could be used defensively, since if he placed something inside, someone would need to break the furnace to get to the item. But most importantly, Lex learned that the furnace could condense and purify anything put into it. It was even able to mix 2 or more items together to make a single item that was greater than the sum of all parts. As such, the furnace drastically improved his ability to manufacture treasures. More importantly, it allowed Lex to face much greater force and pressure than anything else in the Midnight Realm could provide, giving him the perfect area to hone his defense. Lex regularly trained in the furnace using his own dragon fire, and today finally he reached the point where it could not harm him at all. Now he would go test out his body in the cosmic sea once more, and then tomorrow he would face real dragon fire. After that, he would have to unseal the Midnight Realm. While this 15-year gap was great for him and his workers, allowing almost all of them to reach the nascent realm, to grow any further, they would need the Origin Realm, and more importantly, the Temple of Fasting. Most importantly, he was mere days away from the very specific date Vera had given him to go to Yildirim Utopia. She still did not mention what it was about, but only a few days ago she came back and reminded him that the deadline was approaching. She was mainly worried that the inn wouldn't open in time and he wouldn't be able to go. At the same time, she was also worried about herself. Since they had spent 15 years here, all of them were 15 years older. Vera was finally old enough to date, but had been stuck here unable to search for her destined beloved. Yes, that meant that Vera had reached the age of 30 without getting a single boyfriend. If they were going by soul age, Lex had also crossed the age of 30, though his physical age was only 15. Like him, all the workers at the inn were technically physically teenagers as well, though good old Jimmy and his gang of peacock warriors had officially entered their 20s. Lex couldn't help but sigh. "They grow up so fast," he said. Fortunately, Gerard and Lilith were still only just dating and hadn't moved on from that yet. Dating for multiple centuries was a very common thing among devils, so she didn't see that as odd. Lex wouldn't know what he'd do if Gerard, like Harry, had a kid. Being an uncle was surprisingly stressful. Lex teleported away to the cosmic sea, pushing his thoughts away. It was time for a quick dip, and hopefully he would keep himself from being assimilated by the sea this time. Chapter 11:08 Nima. After a long time, Lex eventually found out why the cosmic sea was so dangerous to everything it touched. It was not that the sea would kill everyone or destroy whatever it touched. Rather, it assimilated everything into it. The cosmic sea appeared to be liquid, but in reality it was its own type of entity altogether. It could not be qualified in solid, liquid, gas, plasma, or anything else Lex was familiar with, because it was a diluted essence of what made up reality. Basically, besides chaos energy, the cosmic sea is what the Midnight Realm was using to build itself up. Only and only once all of the cosmic sea was used up would the Midnight Realm finally exit the very initial stage of being formed. How Lex found out about the various traits of the cosmic sea was by testing out a technique that let him create many temporary clones that could be controlled within a certain range until they were killed or ran out of energy. The clones did not really contain any part of Lex's soul, so he was not afraid of it dying, which is why one of the first things he did with his clone was send it swimming in the sea. The clone was much weaker than Lex and could at most amount to 1% of his strength, which is why Lex almost expected his clone to immediately die. But that's not what happened. Instead, he could feel as his clone was assimilated by the sea, turning into more of whatever the cosmic sea was. It reminded Lex somewhat of cosmic erosion elixir, which would absorb other things to create more of itself. But in this case, the sea was a lot more selective and a lot more potent. Having said that, Lex could resist the assimilation, which was good practice, not to mention it easily boosted his defense. Lex had not yet figured out how to absorb some of the sea during his cultivation yet. He was hoping it would give him some kind of massive power-up, but it did not seem possible yet. Considering the fact that Lex had by now absorbed 2 pieces of resin, the fact that he couldn't absorb the sea made him think it might be on an entirely other level. Or that it just couldn't be absorbed. Speculation was pointless. "Morning, Lex," said a massive koi fish as it stuck its head out of the sea. "Morning, Nemo," Lex responded, disregarding the slightly uncomfortable feeling the fish gave him. After Lex learned what the sea was, he became genuinely curious as to what the monsters that could swim in the sea were. As it turned out, Each one of them were extremely unique beings that could grow to become terribly powerful under the right circumstances. The only reason Lex knew that was because Mary, who could now share more of her knowledge, knew about them. That was a big deal since even Pell had no idea what they were. But Mary assured him that they would not be an issue since most of them would naturally die out once the cosmic sea was used up. Lex didn't mind so much, except for the fact that he and Nemo had become good friends. The poor fish was incredibly lonely, since it had never met another living being. This was not because it lived in the cosmic sea, but because it naturally gave off an aura that was many times more potent than dragons might. Even with the inn suppressing its aura, it still managed to make Lex feel uncomfortable. Lex had tried experiencing its aura outside the inn, and had to rely on domination to keep himself from crumbling. In its presence, Lex felt a suppression similar to the from beings higher than him on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, but much more extreme. Naturally, given the extreme circumstances of the fish, Lex had scanned it, and suddenly everything made much more sense. Named Nemo. Age 18,001. Sex. Cultivation details, nascent soul peak. Species, heavenly koi sovereign. Midnight in prestige level, 1. Remarks, sovereigns can stay at the inn rent-free, don't even think about charging. Nemo was yet another sovereign, though it was much more naive and simple than even the turtle, which was technically a baby, since it had never met another living being. Since all it had ever done was swim in the cosmic sea, Nemo had no whims or desires. It wanted for nothing, nor did it even understand what desires were. In fact, it had no complicated thoughts at all. It was just happy that it had met Lex, and that there was another living being it could talk to. Considering how innocent and wholesome Nemo was, Lex wanted him to become an employee of the inn, and that's when he learnt something new about systems. They absolutely refused to constrict sovereigns in any way. The turtle had become an employee because it wished for it to begin with, and if one day it wished to leave, the system would subserviently free it of its bindings and wish it well on its future endeavors. Lex finally began to understand how dangerous sovereigns actually were, but what he didn't understand was why the fish had such a strong aura when the turtle didn't. But that was a question no one could answer, not even Mary. "Did you go swimming with Little Blue again?" Lex asked as he carefully dipped his toes in the cosmic sea. Little Blue was not so little anymore and had grown quite powerful as well. But regardless of its size and power, it still acted like a baby, which is why it and Nemo immediately became good friends. Considering Little Blue could tolerate the cosmic sea, and could be around Nemo as long as they were in the territory of the inn, the two often went swimming together. Fenrir, who often felt left out, could only sulk on the beach since it could not enter the waters. "Not today. Apparently Z is having a concert today, so it's busy with that." "Ah, the concert, right? Well, be sure to watch the concert through a projection screen as well. There's no reason for you to feel left out." "I will, but first I wanted to see if today is the day you can enter the sea." "Seems fine so far. Now I just need swimming trunks that won't evaporate," Lex said as he watched his pants slowly assimilate with the sea. No matter what, he was not in the mood to swim naked in a sea made of universe fuel alongside a sovereign. That was practically setting himself up for some kind of misadventure. Chapter 1109 Insanity. Even if he might not be planning on swimming, he walked into the sea right up until his knees were submerged, and began resisting the assimilation. It was not an easy task, and was the only experience he ever encountered that he couldn't build a resistance to by cultivating in this condition. Maybe he needed to meet some criteria to start building up a resistance to it, but until he figured that out, he would just train manually. Lex managed to resist the sea for several hours before his energy began to run low, so he took a break. After saying farewell to Nemo, he teleported back to his meditation room and began to recover while sitting atop the dragon's head. After years of using the dragon's body to strengthen himself, Lex assumed that the body might actually weaken. That was actually the plan for how to get Pell Jr. to take over the body. But the reality of the situation was quite different. The incredibly pure spiritual energy of the realm constantly replenished the body's energy, as well as bathed and purified it. Over time, it was beginning to become even stronger. The only good thing was that after 15 years of constant cultivation, Pell Jr. was becoming strong enough to barely control the body for a fraction of a second. For today's purpose, that would be enough. Once Lex was back in peak condition, he invited Luther into his meditation room, wearing firefighting gloves, the quest reward he got for creating tribulation rooms. Ordinarily, considering his unique physique, he would not need gloves to handle fire, but this was dragon fire from an immortal soul. Lex took out the Dragonburn locket, something he had received a long time ago. It contained the secrets of fire breathing and was an excellent tool for newborn dragons to learn about it. In this case, the locket would help Pel-Jr. use fire breath to begin with, as it was too much of a strain on it. Once he put the locket on the dragon's body, he stood in front of the dragon and made some preparations. He used the system to put up some barriers around Luthor, for protection, but for himself, he only used his own techniques. Over the past few years, Lex had been experimenting with creating his own techniques, and had made decent progress in the field, and so tried to rely on his own techniques and abilities most of the time. With sufficient preparations in place, Lex finally signaled Pel-Jr. to begin. The dragon did not move. After all their preparation, all they managed to achieve was that the dragon was able to open its mouth a couple of inches and shot out a thin, weak string of dragon fire. Objectively speaking, it was quite a disappointing display considering what the dragon should have been capable of. Practically speaking, Lex was immediately faced with a life-or-death crisis. It had been years since Lex felt so overwhelmed. All the shields he had put up, all the protective arrays he had used, and all the formations he put in place using the system were instantly incinerated. Luthor was instantly forced to use his anachronistic ignition bloodline to keep himself from being burnt to ash. Yet for the first time ever, he felt his bloodline failing. Although technically the bloodline was perfect, and the rulers it operated under could theoretically face any kind of danger, the bloodline was ultimately not suited to deal with situations that incinerated laws themselves. In fact, were it not for his gloves which he was using to defend himself, Luthor might have already died. Such was an appropriate reaction from a nascent soul facing dragon fire from a heavenly immortal. What Lex was doing was, instead, ridiculous. Faced with death, Lex felt not fear but glee. When all his techniques failed and everything external proved itself ineffective in the face of overwhelming power, the only thing Lex could rely on was his body, or more specifically, himself. Lex raised his hand and welcomed the tiny stream of fire into his palm. Coiled together, it was barely larger than an acorn, yet it was burning away everything in its vicinity, and Lex was no exception. But compared to the laws that governed this realm, and that controlled Luthor's bloodline, compared to the techniques that were as brittle as a sheet of glass facing a meteor, compared to everything else that turned to ash before even touching the flames, Lex's body was taking a lot longer to burn. As he held the tiny flame in his hand, ignoring the pain of the very meat his body was made of cooking, a gleam of excitement flashed through Lex's eyes. He had not decided yet, but Lex was experimenting with the idea of having his tenet be about being the best at whatever he did. If he wanted the best defense in the universe, surpassing even Regal Embrace, and the best offense which surpassed even Mo's Blessing, then he might as well continue the trend. There was a small part of his brain which was logical that told him that he was essentially setting himself up for failure by having such goals. But then there was another part of his brain that was more adventurous that told him not to take everything so seriously. If he was going to live life, he might as well live it trying to do something extraordinary. Lex hadn't finalized what he was going to do yet, but he was giving himself a taste of what life might be like if he decided to be so extreme. It would be a series of unreasonable, unbelievable, completely insane events and obstacles that he would need to regularly overcome just to have the faintest hope of living up to such a tenet. As Lex felt the dragonfire burn him and use his very soul as kindling to keep itself burning, he oddly found that the only thing he could focus on was the question of whether he could cultivate using this fire. It would surely burn his meridians if he tried. But then again, he had already reconstructed his meridians after being turned into a meat patty, so what was a little fire damage? He began to cultivate and absorbed some of that dragon fire. New novel. Chapter 1110, A Cool Sword. Pain was something Lex no longer acknowledged. It was not that he had gone crazy, though there was a particular patch of grass that regularly accused him of such, but that over the past few years he had come to realize that most pain was just an evolutionary tool that was relevant back when he was mortal, but was no longer so. Pain back when he was mortal told his body that there was an issue. The more severe the pain, the more severe the issue. But now he had complete and total awareness of his body, as well as an in-depth understanding of what his body could tolerate. The same was true of his soul. But his body still felt pain, even for wounds and injuries that would heal in a matter of minutes. So once he reached a point of sufficient willpower and self-awareness, pain was something he could just tune out. Even without pain, he would know if there was something wrong with him. For example, right now, Lex did not need to feel the mind-numbing pain of his meridians being seared as energy that was akin to liquid fire coursed through his body to know that he was being cooked inside and out. If anything, the pain was just his brain being discourteous about Lex's efforts. But the answer was extremely clear. Lex could not cultivate with this fire yet, and if he stayed in its proximity for more than a couple of minutes, he would be in serious trouble. His hand had already turned black, with much of his flesh already gone. But it wasn't as if there were no gains. He definitely benefited from this, but it would just take him a very long time to recover from this injury, which meant this was not something he could try again. Lex remained satisfied with the result, since his main goal was to just get his hands on the fire, not actually successfully temper himself with it. He walked to Luther, who sealed the small fire within the gloves, containing it perfectly. "You good?" he asked, looking at his black, bony hand. "I'll survive," Lex answered after coughing out some soot. "Let's go. I don't want to test how long those gloves can keep the flames contained." Luther merely nodded. Lex teleported the both of them away, though it was not within the inn that they reappeared. Far away in Menara, within a certain mountain range, there was a place that looked like a massive bowl carved right out of the mountains. Within the bowl was an empire of a race that had, until recently, never encountered another living race, or at least that was the official story. The real story was that this race, which had proven itself to be useful to the heavenly tree, had been imprisoned within this mountain range until they accepted subservience to the tree. But the tree's plan backfired, since Oren-I of Vitavel Mines, the first ever dwarf of this realm, never told the rest of his race that they were imprisoned. Without ever knowing they were being punished to begin with, they faced no pressure to submit. They lived happily in the mountains, mining and forging to their heart's content. That is, until the innkeeper's voice boomed through the realm one day, letting them know that there were others out there. Before they managed to escape, Lex found them. With Dragonfire at his command, through his glyph, Lex quickly became good friends with the dwarves, since his flames were better for forging than any others. With that friendship came eventually a promise. Since Lex had been so focused on learning sword intent lately, he decided he should have a proper, epic sword. Who better to make him a sword than a mythic dwarf? Since Oren-I was still alive, though in slumber, Lex helped provide the materials he needed to awake from his ancient slumber. And in exchange, the entire dwarven race gathered together to make him the most phenomenal weapon their crafting skills would allow. The dragonfire of a real dragon was the last ingredient that was needed, though these flames were not meant to light their forges or melt the metals in their ores. Instead, these flames were an ingredient in the sword itself. The other ingredients were no less rare or powerful than dragonfire, so there was no risk of the flames overpowering the rest of the sword. The metal used in the sword was Vitavel, which was the first metal formed in the Midnight Realm. There was only a finite amount in the entire realm, and it would never be formed again since only the birth of a realm could cause it to form. Besides that, the sword contained a fragment of the first ever unicorn's horn, the first scale ever shed by the world serpent, the blood of Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse deity, the sound of the waves of the cosmic sea, and the strongest memory of the heavenly tree. When Lex first heard the requirements for the sword, he thought there might have been some mistake, but the dwarves really managed to capture the abstract, and used sound and memory in the forging process. Now only 3 ingredients remained. The handle would be made from a piece of Lex's bone, which he had to provide fresh from his body, the dragonfire, and to bring it all together, his sword intent. Oren himself would complete the forging process, which had been ongoing for almost 8 years now. Today would be the last day, and Lex admitted to himself that he felt great anticipation. Beside the 2 butter knives, he had never had a consistent weapon of his own. Although he was not a sword fanatic, and nothing could replace the sheer satisfaction of punching his enemies right in the face, a cool sword was also a must. Not to mention, if he was to embark on the journey to be the best, which he had not decided yet, then even his sword had to be the best. Luther and Lex walked deep into the dwarven forges until finally they arrived at a pool of lava. Beside it, a shirtless dwarf was hammering away at something unseen. It was time. Chapter 11 Hammered Deity. Lex and Luther walked up to the dwarf and laid eyes on the sword. Its blade was a little more slender than normal swords, being only 1.5 inches wide even at the base where it was widest, with a length of 42 inches, 106 cm. But even this was just a vague shape of the sword, as it had not taken its final form yet. The handle still needed to be added, which would be Lex's bone. Since his right arm was already half burnt, he decided to just use his hand and half his forearm for the handle. "Have you brought the final ingredients?" Orin asked, without stopping his hammering. He was not giving the sword shape, but beating its spirit into shape, because of course a sword of this caliber would give birth to a spirit of its own. "Yes," Lex said. "You'll need to take a step back and hide behind my body when I reveal the flame, or you might not make it." Orin snorted, but he was too fatigued to argue. He did not believe a flame existed that dwarves could not harness. "Prepare yourself, then. After my third hammer, I'll move aside, and you connect the final two pieces." Lex nodded and looked towards Luther, who was also prepared. As soon as Orin pulled back, giving Lex space, Luther opened up his hands, revealing the flame. Before the dragon fire could burn down the forge where his sword was being made, Lex grabbed the flames, then using the same hand, clamped the base of the sword's blade. The metal immediately began to melt, and Lex's hand became welded to the sword, though fortunately that was always the plan. Using his sword intent, Lex cut his right arm, leaving half his forearm attached to the sword. For a very brief time, the heat of the dragon fire was trapped within Lex's hand, as well as the melting blade of the sword. But unless it was properly tempered, the sword would be destroyed and the flames lost. Fortunately, despite being shocked by the heat, Orin did not pause. Immediately he brought forth his ancient hammer and called on the ancient powers to finish the forging process. Deep in his mind lay the knowledge of how the foundation of this realm was forged, and now he brought out that knowledge to bear. Lex, with his stump, and Luther, who had all the hair on his body burned off, making him bald, took a step back and let the dwarf finish his task. Lex was not worried about healing. The reason why his blood had healing abilities to begin with was because of how densely his body was packed with vital energy. In a few hours to a couple of days at most, he would be back to normal. That's if he relied only on himself. If Lex walked into the ORR, then his hand would regrow in a few minutes. The two were not needed for the remainder of the process, but they stayed anyway. The birth of such a sword deserved witnesses. What they didn't realize, since they were deep underground, was that above the forge, in the sky, thick black clouds began to gather and flashes of multicolored lightning streaked through the clouds. The rumbling of thunder began to coincide with each strike of Orin's hammer, and wild winds began to blow across the lands, as if feeding the fires of his forge. An earthquake shook the ground, but when Lex checked, he realized that it was not the ground beneath him that was shaking, but the ceiling above him. The roof began to pull apart, rocking loose many massive rocks and boulders that Lex promptly flung aside. But once the initial devastation ended, he noticed that the sky was suddenly visible. "By the power of the hammer deity," Orin's voice suddenly boomed across the hall. "By the will of the earth, the breath of the realm, and the tears of the sky." The dwarfs' voices echoed throughout not only the chamber, but the bowl within the mountain range, and then even farther. Between hammer strikes, his tiny body suddenly disappeared, and a massive figure made of pure light appeared in the sky, bigger than even the mountains. "I strike," he roared, and instead of a hammer, a bolt of blue lightning zapped through the sky and struck the blade. "I strike." Another bolt of lightning struck the blade, as is tempering it. "I strike." One more, and this time the bolt contained so much power that even Lex and Luther were pushed back by the aura alone. But by the third strike, the sword had changed and began to float in the air, under the holy light that Orin exuded. Its appearance was rapidly changing, and Lex could feel that an aura of its own began to develop in the sword. But the process wasn't over yet. The blade was still red-hot, not only from the lightning but from the dragon fire as well. It needed to be quenched. As if on cue, the clouds above them broke into rain, but it wasn't water that the clouds were giving out. Instead, it was pure, liquid spiritual essence. Orin's figure disappeared from the sky, and the dwarf reappeared in front of Lex, kneeling in exhaustion and weakness. Even though he was the first dwarf, and even though he was a deity, he had been weakened extensively over the years. Lex reached to help him up, but he quickly waved him away. "Forget me, you fool. Clasp your sword and give it a name quick before it takes a name of its own." Urged on by Orin, Lex nodded and then walked towards the floating sword, its aura rapidly evolving. The sword tried to resist Lex as he reached for it, but how could anything stop him? Lex grabbed the handle of the sword, which fortunately no longer looked like his hand with his left hand, and felt something connect the sword to his soul. But the bond was still weak. To strengthen the bond, he would need to name the sword. Crap, Lex thought to himself as he tried to think of cool names. Why did this seem so much more intimidating than facing death? Chapter 11, 12 Naraka. If Lex had known he'd be put on the spot like this, he would have never made the sword to begin with. Or maybe he would have just spent some time thinking of a name. Should he use a pun involving his name? The lexicon. No, that was dumb. Should he fuse his and Orin's name to pay tribute to the sword maker? Lauren, Oryx, whom still pretty meh. Butter knife too. It was tempting, but the sword deserved a serious name that sounded cool and intimidating at the same time. Time seemed to slow down as thousands of names went through Lex's mind, but the more he thought about it, the worse his ideas became. Although, admittedly, that was because Lex kept thinking of different renditions of the lexicon. Once he was truly convinced that he could not give his sword a name based on a pun, he thought of a name seriously for a moment. Since he had somewhat reluctantly admitted that he had anger issues sometimes, and whenever he faced a foe, he didn't just want to defeat them, he wanted to punish them, Lex decided to name his sword after Hell. But calling his sword Hell did not sound right. In that case, he decided to name his sword Naraka, which was hell in Buddhism from back on Earth. As soon as he decided on the name, he felt the connection between him and the sword strengthen. The aura of the sword finally stopped changing, and the persona of the sword was finally formed. It gave off the incredible heat of dragon fire and radiated the wrath of hell. It was a weapon to punish and torture his enemies and lay waste to any who stood in his way. It was a little extreme, to be honest. Lex was a peaceful guy. He never picked fights. In fact, when others picked fights with him, he did his best to end those fights as quickly as possible. But since he had a sword now, he might as well keep it. Lex channeled his sword intent into the sword, and the silver sword began to give off a white light, which made sense since his sword intent had become visible as of late. "It's incredible," whispered Lex, looking towards the exhausted Orin. "The first kill of this sword needs to be worthy of the blade," Orin said, as he slowly picked himself up. "If you get an unworthy kill as its first, then it's bad luck." Lex frowned. Where was he going to find a worthy kill? It wasn't like he kept a bunch of enemies in the basement so that he could kill them whenever he wanted. "Searching for such an enemy will be a hassle," Lex said. "But you must do it. Do not let the first blood your sword feels belong to a weakling. What did you decide to name it, by the way?" "It is called Naraka and represents 16 layers of hell." "A worthy name," he said. "Now leave me be, I need rest. My powers have not returned yet." "If you need rest, then in that case." Lex pulled on his connection with his sword, and it disappeared inside his body. Grinning in satisfaction, Lex grabbed the dwarf's shoulder as well as Luther, and teleported back to the inn. "Take some time to rest up here. You'll recover much quicker here than anywhere else." Without giving Orin a chance to protest, Lex teleported away. This did not count as kidnapping. Orin was just a grumpy old dwarf who would never admit he liked or wanted to do something unless someone forced him, like a young child. Lex was about to hop into the ORR to reconstruct his hand, so he could leave when he received an unexpected notification. "Quest complete, host a deity. Quest reward, holy shoot. Remark, you forgot to do this quest, didn't you? Lex paused and refused to acknowledge that he had forgotten about this quest. Orin was a deity, or rather, he became a deity after receiving the worship of other dwarves for so long. More importantly, becoming a deity allowed him to live beyond his natural lifespan and ensure the continued success of his race. But even as a deity, it was weaker than the heavenly tree. After all, strictly speaking, he was not a mythical being. Lex shrugged and checked out his reward. Holy shoot, a shoot of a vine that grows grapes filled with divine energy. He sent the vine to the turtle. He could see that it had a lot of potential, and not just to make amazing wine. Divine energy was actually not easy to accumulate, so having a fruit full of it was amazing. But for now, he had to heal his arm and then return to the origin realm after 15 whole years. He actually felt a little excited about it. "Hey Lex, before you leave the inn, don't forget to look at the refugees from Earth." They're fine. I'm not going back there." "Hey, just because they made a few bad movies about the innkeeper does not mean." "A few bad movies, Mary? They wrote fanfiction novels about the inn workers falling in love with each other. They wrote the masked tyrant's backstory being that he was actually shy, which is why he wears masks. They made a movie about how Harry is actually Cupid just because he's a glamour sorcerer. They. All right. You're just upset because last year you won the title of Forever Alone in their annual genocide survival party. God damn it, I've had a girlfriend before. Besides, this body is 15 years old. It's not exactly appropriate for me to date right now." Hey, you don't have to explain anything to me. I believe you, but you still have to check up on them. They've been requesting help again. It might be another monster in their realm. Tell Z to go check it out. Since they love him so much, he can do it. Are you jealous that he got a monument? Lex snorted. He was not jealous. Chapter 11:13, only one choice. Lex grumbled as he walked towards the ORR. He had a stump instead of a hand. The Origin realm was waiting for him to return to. There was some critical mission waiting for him on some utopia planet. He didn't have time to be babysitting a few Earthlings. Just because they had rapidly grown in technology, civilization, and cultivation without massive corporations bottleneck progress for personal gain, they all thought they were so amazing. Who even cared that in a mere 15 years they had surpassed human civilization back on Earth? Or used science to explain cultivation? Or created a machine that used dumb AI, meaning AI that won't gain a soul, as well as the Midnight Inn's massive catalog of techniques, to create a machine that analyzes humans and designs a cultivation technique and method suited specifically for them? Lex certainly didn't. Lex snorted once more. How dare they make a video game about the Midnight Inn and keep him as an unlockable side character? Mary, spread the word, Lex said as he went to get his arm fixed. In exactly 12 hours, the Midnight Inn will be opening back up. To commemorate our reopening, there is going to be an event, and after that we will be kicking off the Midnight Games once more. But the games are going to be a little different this time. Instead of worlds, participants will be individuals and represent only themselves or a small group. Any details on what the event will be? Mary asked. Oddly enough, this was the first time Lex had mentioned something like this. No, the workers all just need to know that we will be expecting a sudden influx of new guests. I will try to keep the numbers low for now, though. It would be great if Lex could just open up the system, do the task in Utopia, and then lock it back down. The Midnight Realm had more than everything he needed to grow, and now with the Inn being able to support tribulations once more, he could easily stay here until he became an immortal. Unfortunately, however, he was leaning more and more towards the idea of being the best. Even though he knew that saying it was much easier than doing it, and this was most certainly a path for him to just die, just imagining a normal life seemed boring to him. But more important than just boredom, unless he wanted to give up the Midnight Inn, he would constantly be exposing himself to all the powerful beings in the universe. This would be even more so as the system recovered greater functionality. For example, right now, he had an ongoing quest to connect 30 more planets to the system within the next 3 years, with the passage of time being based on the Midnight Realm. This was not actually difficult for Lex anymore, even if it required him to have the Inn open for a while. But it was only a matter of time before this quest evolved into connecting other realms to the Inn, this time on purpose. If he continued to just rely on bluffing, then there would eventually come a day he would be discovered. So, very literally, unless he gave up the Inn, he would at the very least need to reach the Tao Lord realm. But even that might not be enough. Ignoring the mysterious guy who showed up to the Inn one day and guided him towards nabbing a dragon, back in the Crystal Realm, he had apparently been visited by someone above the Tao Lord realm. Since the system was apparently open for the whole universe, it would not be a stretch to say that one day, maybe 1,000,000 years later, or maybe even 100 million years later, or perhaps much longer than that or even sooner than that, he might be visited by such a being at the Inn. If that happened, would he be able to maintain the facade? Over the past few years, without one crisis after another distracting him, Lex had much more time to think. That resulted in him realizing that his very survival depended on two things. Either he give up the system, or become drastically more powerful. Honestly, he had grown too fond of the Inn and everyone in it, so he wasn't willing to give up. That left only one viable option, become stronger than any other foe out there who might seek to challenge him. And wasn't that essentially the same thing as becoming the best? To that end, he had been doing a lot of research these past few years. He talked to his idiotic system and forced it to give him quest rewards in the form of knowledge that he had hidden deep within the Midnight Library. That knowledge basically only pertained to one thing, how to become the best. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate on such a path, Lex needed to be proactive. He could no longer wait for prizes to fall into his lap or wait to encounter good luck. He already had possibly the best cultivation technique in existence, so now he just needed to make use of it in the best way. So, after much research, he had discovered the best conditions and circumstances under which he should become an immortal, and for that, he had to return to the Origin realm. Not only did he need to return, he was on a time limit. His growth in the nascent realm was much quicker than anticipated, and Lex actually had to put seals on his own body to prevent himself from automatically growing into the next level. But those seals had now begun to fail. Lex had a matter of months to arrange everything. So it was not just the Midnight in that would be returning to the Origin realm. It would also be Lex the Dragon Slayer, and if the amount of attention his previous stunt with the dragon attracted was anything to go by, then what he had planned for his grand return would turn him into an overnight sensation. Hence the need to forge himself a proper weapon, as well as the few other preparations he had made. Chapter 11:14 Open once more. Lex played with the event panel, setting the parameters for the upcoming event. Although the event panel was already one of the most powerful and versatile panels Lex had for the entire system, it had undergone drastic improvements over the last few years. A rise in Lex's authority had directly contributed to that, as well as the higher functionality of the system. But if he had to be honest, the thing that most improved how much he could control the system was absorbing the Amber Chaos resin. There was a phenomenon that affected the whole realm when Lex absorbed it, and it improved Lex so drastically that it was fairly unbelievable. That was why he had hurried over and absorbed a second piece as well. But absorbing a second piece of resin did not produce nearly as much of a difference as the first. So instead Lex decided to collect the resin and store them for when he might need them in the future. Of course, he also had Jack absorb one as well. That left a total of 7 pieces of resin that were currently stored in Lex's museum, surrounded by countless formations designed to hide their auras. It was not just a drastic improvement in his body's strength, resilience, defense, char, potential, and many more things. It directly catapulted Lex's rank on the cosmic ascendance spectrum by a large degree. He was now fairly certain that, as an individual, his rank on that list was above most races like devils, angels, and the like. He was not sure how he compared to celestials, but Lex did notice that he could directly ignore a majority of the effect that dragons might had on him previously. With the upgrade in his rank on that list, the system was a lot more cordial to him, even though Lex could clearly tell that it did not want to be. It was a strange thing that his system was developing a personality. Perhaps this was a result of him not absorbing it into his soul. Regardless, since then, the system was a lot more flexible in the things it allowed Lex to do. For example, for his upcoming event, Lex was directly taking control over a feature of the inn that had always been random. He was taking blend reality, which basically mixed portions of actual worlds or realms linked to the system, and turned them into entrances to the inn, and mixing it with an element of the pro bono room. Basically, the pro bono room had a way to detect any living thing that was in need of rescuing, and would bring them to the inn. He was taking the element of searching for those in need, pairing it with blend reality, and setting a target number. To start with, to ensure that nothing untoward happened, he selected the option of looking for 1,000 individuals in dire need, and bringing them to the inn through blend reality. The inn had no shortage of guests who liked it, and would visit it, but he wanted to find people who would be desperately grateful to the inn. For one, he wanted to sow positive karma as well as attract guests who had positive feelings for the inn, and on another note, he just wanted to raise his satisfaction rating. The event would kick off, thousands of extremely grateful guests would come to the inn, and after he was sure that there were no issues, he would raise the number significantly. At the same time, he had already prepared a way for him to go to Yildirim Utopia by shifting his tavern around until he found a trade planet from where he could purchase something that belonged to the Utopia. Now he just needed to tear a ticket and go there. Not only would he end up linking the planet, but he would also fulfill whatever task he desperately needed to do there. Time passed quickly, and Lex finally ended the inn's lockdown. At the same time, the reopening event kicked off, and Lex tore his ticket to Yildirim Utopia, teleporting over. Across the Origin Realm, Crystal Realm, and the Midnight Realm, countless living beings on the verge of death suddenly discovered an opportunity to survive. It was a split-second opportunity, and most of them immediately took advantage of it. Only one was too slow, unable to enter the inn before being cut down. 999 confused, worn, beaten living creatures suddenly appeared in the inn. Most of them were beasts, and they sustained considerable injuries which needed immediate treatment. Some were plants, others were monsters, and a few were ordinary sentient beings, while one was a 2D character who disappeared off the page of a comic book. The page in the comic where he died was empty, confusing the little human who was reading the comic. How could the last page be empty? But no one could give him an answer. Lex, who had full faith in his workers, especially now that most of them were either in the Golden Core or nascent realm, ventured off on his own journey. Surprisingly little was known about Yildirim Utopia, and even the item he had collected belonging to this planet had been smuggled off. If he could have personally entered the Emporium, he could have gathered information, but his projection could not leave the tavern, so he was forced to arrive here with no real knowledge of this place. His first and immediate impression of the place was that it was actually pretty nice. The weather was nice and warm, without being hot even by mortal standards, and the flora, as far as he could see, resembled Earth. Lex was standing on a beach, and the gentle waves ebbed and flowed, tickling Lex's toes as the water ran over them. A few seagulls flew in the sky, hunting for prey, while a number of animals randomly occupied the ground. A bale of turtles had half buried themselves in the sand, enjoying their warmth. Countless fish filled the water, even this close to the shore, revealing how rich and full the water was. Lex was expecting to feel nausea upon once more returning to the Origin realm, but something about this place actually felt quite soothing. It was relaxing in a way that even the inn wasn't. How curious. Chapter 11, 15 Saintess Yildirim. Around the time that Lex reopened the inn to the universe, there was a small wooden pirate ship floating in the air. There was a fairy sleeping at the helm, its feet up on the steering wheel. On the deck there was a small owl, which would from time to time rotate its head around and glare at a tiny, crystal alligator sleeping on the deck. The alligator had come out of the crystal egg Jack had rescued, and for the most part all it did was sleep. As if that was not enough, everything it touched began to turn to crystal. Jack actually had to spend several months strengthening the ship to resist the crystallization process. Sure, that ultimately made the ship stronger, but Ollie still didn't like it. But even more than the alligator, it hated the first mate. It was a unicorn that had suffered from extreme dwarfism, making it only a few inches large. Yet even if it wanted to complain, it could not. The unicorn was too strong, weaker only than the captain. Moreover, its magic was absolutely terrifying. But no matter what the case was, it had skipped the order of seniority by directly becoming the first mate. Suddenly, Jack opened his eyes. "Guys, it's time. Tiny Sparkles, open the sails. Everyone else man your stations. We're heading out." Tiny Sparkles, the unicorn, responded in a deep, reverberating voice. "For the last time, Captain, we don't need sails to travel through realms." But even as it complained, the unicorn did as it was told. Captain Jack cared a lot about looking cool, which would have made him a terrible captain if he wasn't otherwise competent in every other way as well. Jack did not respond. He was focused on the ancient, strange temple they were in. By all accounts, this thing should not have existed in the Midnight Realm. But it did, and as far as Jack could tell after years of research, it was also connected to some unknown realm that the inn had never touched upon before. This was a perfect time to begin his own journey, untouched by the system and Lex. At the same time, he could feel the call to adventure in his blood. It was risky, sure, but by now Jack was completely used to his fairy powers. He was more than confident in surviving. Energy filled the ancient pillars of the temple, activating a teleportation formation that seemed to have been formed naturally. Then 1 second later they were gone. Moments later the temple began to crumble, but as it did, it revealed an engraving that had long been hidden, even from Jack's inspection as well as Lex's. It disappeared before anyone could see, though if Lex had seen it, he would have recognized it as the Tower of Providence. It was the same tower that teleported him away back in the Crystal Realm, and it was the tower which worked across the entire universe, combating the powers of chaos. It was also the same tower that gave Lex the Tarot Fertilizer, the very thing that allowed the realm seed to mature so quickly. Elsewhere in the Origin Realm, a meeting was being convened between various members of the Henali race. Each attending member was a Dao Lord. "According to our agents, the Midnight Inn has reopened," the Henali convening the meeting said. "Has it been confirmed that it has really opened in a brand new realm?" "Yes, as far as we can tell, it is an entirely new realm. It hasn't even finished using up its cosmic sea." "What is the innkeeper thinking, opening up such a place to the universe?" "The innkeeper is too mysterious. No matter how I divine things related to him, I can learn nothing of him. Moreover, we strongly suspect that the innkeeper came to the Origin Realm because he found some mysterious treasure. It might be related to the birth of this new realm." "Do you think he's discovered the truth?" one of the Henali said, a tinge of anger in his voice. "No, I doubt it. As far as we can tell, he even initiated a fight with one of the local deities, so it is unlikely he knows of what the Origin Realm is truly hiding. But it's hard to say for certain. His motives are I don't even have the right word for it. Why would he open up a new realm to the universe? I simply cannot understand it. If it were me, I would spend the next billion years refining the realm and consolidating my Tao if I encountered a new realm. What if he is close to the next realm? No one spoke after that. The realm after the Tao Lord realm. Even the Hinali Tao Lords lacked the courage to think about that realm. Send a report back home, as well as a golden key. Tell them we have decided to pursue friendly relations with the Midnight Inn. As for the seniors, well, if they decide to look into the inn, they'll surely find out if the innkeeper is truly close to that realm. Do you want to take a look at the new realm yourself? Since it's an inn, we can surely visit, right? Send someone to investigate first. Ask for permission. The innkeeper left the origin realm because he was dissatisfied with us. It's best not to provoke him further. Send that human, he seems to be on good terms with him. Also, keep a few agents there just to watch and report, but don't do anything else. Good, we will decide on this matter after the tourney finishes. Excellent. Across the origin and crystal realms, the return of the Midnight Inn suddenly sparked a great interest. Besides the vested interests of countless powerful beings, just the fact that the two realms were embroiled in war made the inn invaluable. It was the perfect retreat in a dire situation, not to mention a secure location for meetings. Even though Lex intended for his return to be gradual, within the first few minutes there were already hundreds of thousands of guests coming to the inn. Lex himself, meanwhile, was kept abreast of all information by Mary, but he was not concerned. The inn could handle such an influx. Instead, he was more concerned about the strange environment on this planet. The more time he spent here, the more oddities he noticed. Lex's body had been improved to the utmost by 2 resins, to the extent that he had put various seals on his body, restricting his power lest he burst into the immortal realm. Yet even so, Lex could detect that if he stayed in such an environment, over the course of many years, his soul would become stronger. This was something that not even the Midnight Realm could do. It could aid in improving cultivation, but improving the soul just through the environment alone was absurd. Even being in the literal soul plane could not do that. Lex began to explore the planet, walking unseen among the residents. Most of them were not too strong to begin with. The majority of the people were in the Chi training realm or foundation realm, with a few golden core cultivators seen here and there. If he entered a large city, he could even spot a nascent soul cultivator, though he immediately noticed that all nascent soul cultivators, each and every one of them, was a soldier or a guard. Another peculiar thing he noticed was that this place really seemed to be a utopia. The leader of this planet, known only as Saintess Yildirim, had worked extensively to transform the planet over the last decade or so. She had done extensive civil and humanitarian work, to the point where no person needed to ever work to live a comfortable life. All the basic needs were provided. But oddly enough, providing such a situation created an environment where many people actually wanted to work and took up many odd jobs. Farming was by far the most popular, followed by working with animals, then being a school teacher. These were the 3 most desirable jobs on the entire planet, as they provided the most fulfillment and satisfaction. But at the same time, the laws were also incredibly strict. There was no room for things like abuse, theft, and the likes. As Lex walked from town to town, from city to city, he saw a scene right out of a fairy tale. It was not that negative emotions did not exist on this planet anymore, but that everyone had been trained how to deal with and vent those emotions in a productive and healthy way. It almost seemed ridiculous. Lex began to genuinely admire this saintess and decided that maybe he should meet her. After all, he could not find any other reason why he needed to be on this planet, so he began to search for her. That's when, for the first time since coming here, Lex sensed a hint of maliciousness. Chapter 11:16 Lex. The sensation was not originating from some specific person or place. There was just a hint of it mixed in with the general environment. It was like an unexpected, unpleasant smell in an otherwise nice place. Lex had become more sensitive to such things in the last few years while he tried to hone his powers and abilities. Since he could read people's emotions really well, it was just one step forward to sense the influence their thoughts and emotions had on their surroundings. In summary, it was a cultivator version of a vibe check. Some people, while putting up a front of being kind and amicable, were harboring dark thoughts relating to the Saintess Yildirim. It wasn't too surprising since she kept a firm check on anyone who wanted to do anything illegal. Most people took advantage of the great facilities provided and the actual utopian civilization, but some wanted other things. Some people just enjoyed hurting others. Not to mention, the utopia probably had enemies of its own. It took Lex many years to get his hands on an item from there, and in that time he had learned a few things about it. The Utopia existed within the Jotun Empire, but there was almost no information on it. No one knew which power controlled the planet, not that there were many people looking for it. There was no significant import or export from the planet, and its people could not even access the Henali portal. But to be a part of the Empire and remain so well hidden, some big power was definitely controlling it, and they no doubt had enemies too. So it was not surprising that there were people targeting the Saintess despite all the good she had done. But more than her hand in creating a utopia, Lex strongly suspected that she was being targeted because she knew the reason why souls were being nourished on this planet. Such a thing would spark greed in anyone's heart. Lex began to blink around the planet, searching from city to city for signs of the Saintess. She had countless palaces where she could reside in, but all of them were empty. Moreover, no one knew where she might be either. She managed to keep her whereabouts extremely private. But if Lex could find even the resin in the hidden corners of the Midnight Realm, then finding a Saintess was not a real challenge. It took him only a few hours to find a trace of the Saintess, at which point it was only a matter of a few more teleportations to find her. There was a massive white palace with countless spires rising into the sky. It was built on the side of a mountain with a deep lake filling the valley beside it. Doves, ducks, and geese could be seen everywhere, while wild lilies covered the entire mountains. It was as if this place specifically was the center of purity. All dirt from the world seemed to be washed away close to the palace. The air here seemed more, Lex had no words for it, but it was somehow more clear and fresh than even the air in the inn. His body right now had no impurities in it whatsoever, but he suspected if he had any, coming to this place would have removed them. The scene was too beautiful to be reality, too perfect. It was as if something like this should only exist in paintings. The only flaw, if it could be called that, was the absolute stillness of the palace. Compared to its surroundings, which were filled with an abundance of life, the palace seemed lifeless. There were no guards, no workers, no residents. He spread out his spirit sense to check the castle and finally found a few living people. Lex frowned. The people he found were clearly assassins, searching the palace for the Saintess, yet she was nowhere to be found. It was as if the palace truly was empty, but he had followed signs of her to this place, so she should have been in the castle. Even if she wasn't, the origin of whatever made this planet so pure was definitely here, but he could not find it either. Perhaps it was hidden in some chamber that his spirit sense could not see through. But to achieve such protection and secrecy that even he could not see through it was not an easy feat. Just to be sure, Lex activated the power of his left eye and was stunned by what he saw. There was something absolutely powerful in the palace, subtly affecting the laws of the entire realm, slowly changing them. Now that Lex had his own realm, he knew exactly how difficult it was to affect laws, let alone the fundamental laws that made up a realm. The Midnight Realm was brand new, so it was still easier to do so there, but it would be exponentially more difficult to achieve the same result here. But it was clearly happening in front of him. He suddenly began to understand why Vera had sent him here. Whatever could affect the laws of the Origin Realm absolutely could not fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. But he didn't act immediately. He teleported to the palace, but just kept a close eye on the assassins while he himself also explored. The vast, spotless halls of the palace were truly devoid of any living presence. In fact, Lex was certain that he was the first person ever to enter many of the rooms he strolled through. Since he could find any people, Lex decided to go towards the origin of the purity of this place. That was much easier to track, as he could noticeably feel the environment improving as he went in the right direction. As a result, he could also tell that the assassins were also aiming for the same target, and they were much closer. Unwilling to prolong the matter, he directly teleported to the assassins. There were 3 human assassins, and one of them was a white snake. His abrupt arrival startled them, but they did not hesitate in attacking him. "It's a bodyguard, quickly get past him," one of the assassins yelled, but it was futile. They were too weak and he was too strong. These enemies were unworthy of Naraka, so he just pulled out the butter knife and sliced through them all. 3 bodies fell on the floor and the snake stopped moving. They were not dead yet, but they were unconscious. Lex turned around and was startled by the sight of a person who he suspected was the Saintess. She lay in a hammock hung between 2 pillars, looking out towards the scenery from a balcony. Lex could not actually see her, since he was standing behind her and the hammock blocked the view, but that was besides the point. She was right there in the room with him, but he could not sense her with his spirit sense at all. Even his instincts were unusually silent in this situation. It was as if she wasn't there at all, though he could see the hammock, but she was obviously there. She must have been wearing some extremely extraordinary equipment to be so well hidden. Another thing was strange was that the fight, however brief, happened right behind her. The assassin had even yelled out, calling him a bodyguard, but she did not move at all. It was as if she was dead, or maybe she was just a very deep sleeper, but concluding that was too unbelievable, Lex tried to probe the situation. "Excuse me for my uninvited arrival, Saintess. I could not hold myself back when I sensed the assassins about to make a move. I'm also a big fan of your work on this planet, and was looking forward to meeting you," he said as formally and politely as he could manage. There was some movement in the hammock finally, and the Saintess replied, "Thank you for your help, although I was not in as much danger as you might have imagined. I'm always protected." The Saintess had a delicate voice, but it sounded forlorn more than anything. It was as if her protection was a topic of great remorse for her rather than providing her with a feeling of safety. Lex froze, his eyes opened wide and his jaw nearly dropped, but then suddenly a trace of doubt filled his mind. It couldn't be. "I'm glad you were safe then, but I truly still admire what you've done on this planet. I have never seen anyone else create such a peaceful and fulfilling environment." There was a long silence, but eventually the Saintess simply replied, "Thank you." Shock filled Lex's eyes, and he suddenly teleported right in front of the Saintess, finally gazing upon her fair visage. She was a young lady of immaculate beauty, and everything about her radiated an aura of purity and simplicity. "Moon!" Lex exclaimed, recognizing his youngest sister. The Saintess flashed open her closed eyes and locked onto Lex's face. Lex. Chapter 11, 17 Seals. Generally, Lex was able to maintain his composure regardless of the situation. In fact, more often than not, the more serious a situation was, the better he would be at controlling himself. He had to be like this, considering the fact that he regularly faced extremely powerful beings that could easily eradicate him. In fact, Lex could say for certain that if the Saintess had any other identity at all, whether it be some ancient deity or a secret Tao Lord or some unimaginable entity with a power scale he could not comprehend, he would still not have been shocked. But brought face to face with little Moon, his youngest sister, thoroughly stumped him. How many years had it been since he had last seen her? Considering that he had spent 15 years in the Midnight Realm and hadn't seen her for years even before that, it was close to 2 decades. Had it really been so long? He could not help but take in her entire appearance and compare it to his memories. His youngest sister had, naturally, been the naughtiest and most spoiled of the siblings. She got everything she wanted, and their parents were always more lenient with her. Even among the siblings, they tended to spoil her more. If Lex had to describe her in a few simple words, he would go with youthful, vibrant, energetic, and mischievous. But the grown woman before Lex's eyes seemed too different, despite having the same face and voice. Even for her, it had been many years already since she last saw him. "Moon, what are you doing over here?" Lex asked, shocked. Even as he asked the question, he realized it was a stupid one, but his ordinarily very quickly brain was currently experiencing lag. "What am I doing here? What are you doing here? Last I heard, you had disappeared from Earth. No one could find you." Belle was worried sick, even if she didn't show it. Lex's emotions fluctuated as he recalled the various things his family had kept from him. Had Moon been in on it as well? He scanned her with his spirit sense and realized she was in the Golden Core, confirming that she must have been cultivating from a young age. But instead of being upset, Lex instead felt alarmed. He stepped closer and grabbed her thin, frail arms. He used his various senses to probe her body and discovered something that alarmed him. "Why are you so weak? You're even weaker than a mortal," he said, feeling genuine concern take hold. But in response, Moon only smiled weakly, her expression filled with endless hidden regrets. Before she could explain, a strange pulse of energy distracted Lex. The assassins he defeated lay unconscious still, but clearly some failsafe had been triggered. A strange crystal emerged from within their bodies and began to pulse together. Lex detected a spatial disturbance. Without hesitating, he attacked the crystals, but his attack was easily rebuffed. Whatever was happening had been arranged by at least an earthen immortal. Lex took out a golden key and threw it towards Moon. "Someone is opening a portal to you, and it's probably more assassins, at the Earth Immortal level at the very least. Use the key, it'll take you to a place called the Midnight Inn, you'll be safe there. I'll try to see if I can find out who is behind all this." Moon gave Lex an amused look. "Even if an Earth Immortal attacks, I'm completely safe on this planet," Moon assured him. There is a very large protective formation around this planet that is being powered by the star in the center of this star system. The sole purpose of that formation is to protect me. I can't be hurt even if I want to. See. As if to demonstrate what she meant, Moon bit the skin on her hand. Lex was waiting to see the supposed formation work, but instead Moon's frail hand began to bleed. Lex only raised an eyebrow, but Moon's pupils contracted in shock. The formation was actually not working. "Something is wrong with the formation," she said, a panic finally bleeding into her voice. "All right, it's not a big deal even if the formation fails. Just go to the Midnight Inn and I'll take care of things over here. Don't take your big brother lightly." Lex paused upon saying that. Between the two of them, he was the one who looked like he was younger, but that was just in appearance. He was still older where it counted. "No, you don't understand. I can't leave this planet. We need to immediately contact someone," she said as she pulled out a device from a spatial equipment, but it also seemed to not be working. She was panicking more and more, and Lex could see that just the strain of panicking was affecting her physically. For that matter, he realized that she hadn't moved much this entire time. Deep anger flashed in Lex's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He didn't know much about his family or what secrets they had been keeping from him, but since they were linked to the powerful Williams family, how could Moon have been ignored to such an extent? How could his parents leave her in such a condition? But he would get to that later. For now, he had to deal with the current situation. "Moon, this is not a joke. Dealing with the immortal is not an issue, but I can't do that without hurting you. You need to go to the inn. Trust me, it's absolutely safe. You can come back once this is over." She had to hurry because the spatial anomaly was increasing, and Lex could tell someone was about to teleport over. Even with his amazing spatial affinity, he could not prevent this teleportation from occurring. Whoever had set this up was using much more brute force than Lex could easily counter. "Lex, it's not that I don't want to go," Moon desperately explained, "but that I really can't leave this planet. My soul has been chained to this planet. If I move away from this planet, if I so much as even fly too high in the sky, my soul will be extinguished. The formation around this planet was not put in place just to protect me from attacks. It was put there to make sure I don't try anything that'll hurt myself." It was a painful admission, but there had been days where she really had been very desperate. She had never reached the point of wanting to commit suicide, but her grandfather wanted to take no risks, and so her safe haven also became her prison. Lex's head snapped from the spatial anomaly to Moon, and suddenly he saw things in a new light. He used his soul sense and discovered that the size of Moon's soul in her body was actually no larger than a coin. But from within that coin emerged a long, thin rope that exited from within her body and went down towards the center of the planet. "Lex, you should run. They won't kill me, but they will kill you," Moon began to say desperately, tears beginning to fill the corner of her eyes. Her weak body began to tremble under the emotional strain, but the more it was like this, the more effort Lex had to put in to keep his anger from bubbling up. In the end, instead of saying anything, Lex smiled at her. "Hey, little sis, have I ever met your real body before? Or was everything back on Earth just made up?" Moon was stunned by the question. This was not the time to dwell on such things. Even she could feel the enormous aura rising behind her. She wanted more than anything to spend time with Lex. It had been so long since she met someone in person, but the situation. Before Moon could answer, Lex reached forward and wiped the tears that were about to fall from her eyes. "Relax, little Moon. I'm here. It's going to be okay." Oh, Lex was really looking forward to beating the living hell out of someone right now. Fortunately, there was a volunteer coming towards him just in time. Lex tore his shirt and revealed 3 seals on his chest that kept his cultivation under control. The middle one looked like a piece of jewelry that was embedded right into his chest. It was something he made on his own, and it was responsible for containing most of his power sealed. The other 2, however, consisted of a glyph that was embedded into his skin, and a tattoo that looked like a tiny lotus. Lex did not want to undo too many of his seals because it would cause hiccups in his plans, but when circumstances did not allow it, there was no point in dwelling on these things. The glyph disappeared from his skin, and the lotus began to fade. Lex's aura did not explode, because as long as the 3rd seal wasn't undone, he could still decently control his power. But to face an immortal, 2 seals should be more than enough. Probably. He'd never tried before, so he could only find out now. Chapter 11:18 Give me names. Why were immortals so much more powerful than mortals? It was not just because it was, obviously, a higher realm in cultivation. Immortals were a higher form of existence. For someone following the normal route of progressing, reaching the nascent realm made them barely strong enough to just detect the laws of the universe vaguely. It was mere detection, not interaction or manipulation. It was, instead, when they became immortals that their bodies and souls would be strengthened enough to tolerate the burden of touching upon laws, and their tenets could act as anchors to keep them from being swept away when they touched the laws in any way. So, in essence, their base strength came from the fact that they had to be strong enough for their body to not fall apart under the burden of laws, while the limits of their individual power came from how much or how deeply they could influence those laws. That was also why tenets were so important. They directly impacted how an immortal not only perceived laws, but how they interacted with them. For an ordinary person, that was not a simple divide to cross. For Lex, it was something he had been doing for years already. A part of him wondered if he should take this opportunity to whet his sword as well, but then decided against it. Lex watched as a portal opened, and an Earth immortal walked out of it. Unlike the realms before it, which were divided into early, middle, late, and peak, the immortal realms were divided into 9 sub-levels, though he did not yet understand the significance of those levels. Either way, this immortal who suddenly arrived seemed like he was close to the beginning of the immortal realm. Heck, even Cowan and Lilith seemed stronger. The immortal ignored Lex and looked towards Moon, who still lay in her hammock. Even now, she did not really have the energy to move too much. The immortal smiled and took in a deep whiff. The air, it smelled so. Before the immortal could enjoy the prelude to his victory, Lex appeared in front of him and pushed his hand right into the immortal's chest. You have 13 tenets. No, wait, 14 tenets. Don't you think that's too many? Lex asked. Although his hand had pierced into his body, no blood was dripping. That was because Lex had not pierced his physical body, but rather his soul, and taken a hold of his tenets within. Implementing his own, upgraded version of impervious hands, Lex could easily touch laws. In the case of immortals, he could directly influence whatever laws they were trying to manipulate, or even take control of their tenets deep within their soul. The immortal looked at Lex in shock. Seeing as how Lex was not doing anything, and just standing there, the immortal grabbed Lex's hand and tried to pull it out of his body to no avail. He could not even cause Lex flinch, let alone move his entire hand. Seeing as how he could not pull out Lex's hand, he instead tried to punch him. But once again, Lex did not move at all. Instead, the immortal's hand fractured. "Him not so strong," Lex murmured. Moon, who was trying to use all sorts of devices to call for help, was stunned. Although she could not turn to view what was happening, she could still use her spirit sense. The sight of the immortal struggling to resist Lex was enough to leave her flabbergasted. "Just for my own reference," Lex asked, "what is your cultivation realm? Are you like a level 1 Earth immortal? Surely you can't be higher than a level 2. "Do you know who you're up against?" the immortal asked instead, as he grit his teeth and began secretly preparing for an attack. He could not manipulate any laws because Lex had literally gripped his tenets, making it so that he dared not touch upon the laws. "It would be in your own best interest to step away. As long as we get the girl, no one will bother you." "No, actually, I don't know who I'm up against. Why don't you enlighten me as to who exactly is interrupting my little reunion? Don't be afraid to get specific. Go ahead and take some names." Moon smiled and finally relaxed. It seemed like she had underestimated Lex. "This is no joking matter. The Fugen have taken notice of the Saintess. One way or another, they will get their hands on her. This is not something someone at your level can resist." Before Moon could process what she heard, and once again start to get worried, Lex asked, remaining nonchalant, "So like the entire Fugen race? Or like some specific Fugen members? Like I said, names would really help." The immortal was frustrated to see that his attempt to intimidate Lex failed, but either way he never intended to let Lex leave alive. Even if he could not use laws, he could still use other attacks. A black, 3-pronged dagger appeared in his hand, suddenly, which he stabbed into Lex's neck. Lex was too close. He didn't get an opportunity to dodge at all. With all his strength, as well as a special technique to increase the sharpness of the knife, the immortal cut Lex's neck. But nothing happened. The tip of the knife got stuck against the earliest signs of stubble Lex had just begun to show. Let alone skin, the knife could not even cut his not even fully grown facial hair. "You know what, I'll just find out later." In truth, Lex had not really dropped his guard this entire time. He was fully ready to unleash his power and crush the immortal's tenets at a moment's notice, but it turned out he was just too strong even before his final seal was opened. Maybe he was a little too successful in his efforts to reach towards the strength of a heavenly immortal dragon during his cultivation, The past few years. Chapter 1119, basically just a butler. It actually made sense that Lex could so easily handle an immortal. His own strength was as such that he would immediately initiate the tribulation for the next realm if he hadn't kept his powers sealed. Thinking of it that way, what that meant was that he had already reached the power level of the next realm without actually entering the next realm. But even if he was at that level, destroying someone's tenets using brute force wasn't something Lex could achieve. Unwilling to keep this farce going on for much longer, Lex immediately used space warp. This was an ability he learned long ago which allowed him to bend space in a region as he wished, causing a massive spike in gravity. Considering the fact that he warped the space inside the immortal's soul, he finally managed to break his tenets. Since the immortal realm was entirely based on tenets, the immortal suddenly became mortal. He coughed out blood, and the skin on various parts of his body erupted as immortal energy escaped his body. Technically speaking, the man would still have a physical body and soul of a similar strength to that of an immortal's, but he just would not have his tenets. The chances of him returning to the immortal realm were close to nil, not that Lex was going to leave him with the opportunity. Lex pulled out the man's soul and used a sealing technique to imprison the soul inside a small gem. He'd question the man later. For now, it was best to focus on his sister's situation. Also, Lex reformed the glyph on his chest, once again sealing a part of his power. It was too risky to keep his powers unsealed. He did not want to enter the immortal realm until the perfect opportunity came by, and that would take some more time. If he wanted to bring back his third seal, he would need Lotus' help, and for that he would have to return to the inn first. "I'll admit that was easier than I thought," Lex said as he walked back to Moon. "I haven't really faced off against an immortal recently, so I wasn't sure how tough it would be, or maybe that was just a weak immortal." Moon did not respond, and instead only looked at her brother. During their childhood, he had been quite different. If Bell were the one casually crushing a man, Moon would not have even blinked. But since when did Lex treat such things so casually? Then again, he must have been through his fair share of problems. "What are you looking at? Tell me about your situation with this planet. How can we fix this? If the Fugan are really the ones targeting like that assassin said, then we haven't seen the last of them." "We can't fix this," Moon said, shaking her head. "It's a long story. You don't need to worry about me. As soon as someone realizes that there's something amiss, they'll quickly come and fix the formation. It won't take long." "Moon, I'm not leaving you here. They've basically trapped you in a prison. Your body is literally just a strong sneeze away from breaking in two. Not to mention, there's not a single person around you to even notice you getting assassinated. What the hell kind of family does this? I thought our parents were messed up for what they did to me, but this." "No, it's not like that," Moon said, trying to explain. She had initially been happy to see Lex once more, but as soon as that initial euphoria wore off, she realized he couldn't stay here, or else he'd become just another victim like her. She needed to find a way to send him away. "The palace is empty because I sent everyone away. I didn't want to be surrounded by servants and guards all day. Besides, my body's not as weak as you may think. I mean, technically speaking, this planet is also my body. Instead of imprisoning my soul inside the planet, they fused most of it with the planet. That way, my purification ability, which constantly purifies my body, will also automatically purify the planet. Theoretically speaking, I can create a literal holy zone for cultivation this way. So technically, my body is very strong. It's just my original body that's become a little weak. But because the planet is so large and my soul is so weak, the fusion is not complete yet. That's why." Lex put his hand on her mouth, preventing her from speaking. "Stop talking. You think too much. Just a few years apart is all it took for you to think you can have opinions now. You're forgetting that as the youngest, you're basically just the family butler. I'm taking you away from here, and then we can sit and catch up," Lex said sternly. Even his expression looked admonishing, though considering his youthful face it was hard to take it seriously. "Are you sure I'm the younger one of us right now?" she asked using her spirit sense, a hint of amusement in her voice. Lex's lip twitched, but he ignored her. There were two reasons he interrupted her. First was the revelation that her soul was actually fusing with the planet. Initially, all he thought was that he would have to find a way to remove her soul from some kind of prison, but if there was a fusion process going on, it might be much more complicated. Fortunately, the inn did not discriminate in what kind of body its guests had when they teleported over. He just had to find out if he could actually accept a planet as a guest. Secondly, he began to detect more spatial anomalies, and this time, they were much stronger. He could detect dozens of portals opening up just outside the planet's orbit. and his instincts were telling him he would not be able to deal with this situation as easily as he had with the single immortal. "Mary, I have a new kind of guest I want to bring to the inn. Do you think a golden key would work on an entire planet, or would I have to use a few more?" Chapter 11:20 No Need to Suppose. Mary scoffed. "Of course it will only take one key. What do you take the Midnight Inn for? But that will only work if the planet is sentient and uses the key. You cannot have a planet that's not sentient as a guest." "Okay, new question. What if the planet is in the process of being made a clone, but it's not quite there yet? Can I still bring it?" Even as Lex asked that question, he removed the seal on his chest once more and began moving his hands in an unusual pattern, as if he was preparing something. The situation was bad, but hopefully it wasn't to the point where he would need to open his third seal. It was not just that opening the seal would cause him to face a tribulation to enter the next level, but that the tribulation would most likely come immediately. So either he would have to fight while undergoing the tribulation or wait for it to end first. Either way, it was less than ideal. "That complicates the situation a little bit. Why don't you tell me the exact situation and I'll look for a solution?" Mary said, looking troubled. Lex explained the situation to her while continuing his odd movements. These strange, rhythmic movements of his limbs was something Lex came up with on his own while experimenting with his affinity. It was a tremendous help in doing something he wasn't technically supposed to be able to do. "You look like someone doing a Russian dance badly," Moon said, giggling. Although the situation was serious, though technically she couldn't sense the spatial anomalies so she didn't know the extent of it, she wasn't too worried. Part of it was because she had basically spent her whole life a prisoner. Although she lived vicariously through her clone on Earth, in reality she spent most of her life here, separated from everyone she cared for. As a result, she did not really care if she became someone else's prisoner. Effectively, nothing would change. But mostly because she realized that if her brother had a way to get her out of here, if her situation was normal, then he had a way to get himself out as well. Since there was no real danger, well, she took this opportunity to enjoy herself. Lex's lip twitched. He knew exactly which dance she was talking about because he had shown her a YouTube video of someone doing a Russian dance badly. It was not at all distracting to be made fun of while trying to save a planet from the clutches of evil immortals. He gave his younger sister a look which meant she had not changed at all. That made Moon giggle even more. Outside Yildirim Utopia, 13 different portals were opening up, each at a different location around the planet. But before they could fully form, a space bubble formed around the entire planet. Lex grunted as he felt a majority of his spiritual energy suddenly drain, but the bubble held and did not disappear. The bubble was just a simple way of describing a spatial phenomenon where the space between 2 points was essentially cut out. Lex read about it and found it so interesting that he learned how to do it. The problem was that he had never created such a big bubble before. Not only was this a massive drain on his spiritual energy, the bubble would not last long either. That was because Lex had done something far beyond simple teleportation, or affecting space in a region where space itself was weak. This was a much more advanced form of simply putting a barrier around the entire planet, which in itself should have been too much for Lex considering that he was only in the nascent realm. But using his affinity for laws, and his hand gestures which basically involved physically touching the laws around the region and tampering with them, he succeeded in doing something absolutely absurd. When the 13 portals opened and various figures stepped through, they discovered that the planet was actually outside their reach. 12 of them were Earth immortals, though they were drastically stronger than the one Lex had fought. The 13th, while still being just an Earth immortal, felt much stronger. Even all the way down on the planet, Lex could feel that the 13th one probably wasn't human. Unfortunately, Lex, since the cloning process isn't complete, the planet is just another object. Although guests can usually bring external objects with them, they cannot bring a planet with them, even if they own it. "Damn it, fine. I'll figure out my own way," Lex cursed. He began to check if he could host a Bring Your Planet to the Inn event or something for planet owners, but the system seemed to be much more strict about bringing an entire planet, or basically any object that hosted a lot of life. Finding a loophole wasn't going to be so simple. "How deeply are you connected to the planet?" Lex asked. "Are you connected to just a part of it like the core or a continent or the whole thing? Do you know if there's any way to reverse the process?" Moon laughed. "I'm not connected to the planet, Lex. That's just a simple way of explaining the situation. A majority of my soul has been dissolved into the planet. If that happened to a normal person, they would just die. But since I'm special, my soul will slowly assimilate the planet. It cannot be reversed, though if you made my soul about as strong as an immortal's, I suppose that would speed up the process. But I suppose. No need to suppose, Lex interrupted her once more. Strengthening your soul to the level of an immortal sounds good enough. I have a friend who is good with souls. By the way, would you happen to know the grade of the highest quality spirit stone mine on this planet? Chapter 11:21, Everything is going to be fine. Highest quality spirit stone mine? Yeah, I suppose, replied Moon and tried to bring up a map, but none of her technology was working. She blushed but pretended like she wasn't bothered by it. I can't pull up a map, but I can tell you where it is, she said. Excellent. Actually, just to be safe, how about you tell me the location of the top 4 spirit stone mines? You can just tell me their approximate distance and direction from where we are. I'll find them on my own, Lex said. He did not seem like he was in a rush, even though 13 immortals were attacking the space bubble outside the planet. It would take them at least a few minutes to crack it or find ways around it. That's if they were exceptionally strong. Otherwise, he had at least half an hour. That was more than enough time. Moon, suppressing her confusion, gave Lex the directions he required before he just disappeared. One moment he was right in front of her, and the next he was gone. Moon once again felt the connection between her and the formation that was supposed to protect her, but couldn't detect anything. So much for keeping her safe by hiding her on one planet and making sure she never goes anywhere else. All it had done was make her a sitting target. She tried to muster up some anger, but all such emotions had left her long ago. She sighed, and her thoughts drifted towards her other siblings. All of them were in messed-up situations one way or another. But before she could dwell on it too much, Lex reappeared. This time he was wearing a smile and looked satisfied. Hey Moon, want to go on a trip? He asked. But instead of waiting for a reply, he held her hand and covered her body with his energy, making sure that it had support and wouldn't be hurt. What am I saying? Of course you want to go on a trip, but before that, let's see off your guests. No need to be rude. He would have teleported both of them to the edge of the space bubble, but he didn't want to risk bringing her too far from the surface of the planet. So instead he opened a small portal that opened right at the edge of the bubble. Through it they could see out into space. More importantly, they were brought face to face with one of the guys trying to break through the space bubble. To Lex, the man was just another guy he would probably thoroughly thrash sometime in the future, but the guy clearly recognized Lex and placed great importance on him. You know me? Lex asked, surprised. Yes, you're Lex Dragonslayer, with a bounty of 32 two-star planets on your head offered by the Dragon King. Who doesn't know you? Moon's eyes dilated in shock, and Lex raised an eyebrow. 32 entire planets, for me? Wow, that's pretty cool. That's if you're brought in dead. If you're brought in alive, the bounty is even larger, the man continued to explain. But you don't need to worry. I am not here for the bounty. In fact, I can offer you refuge from the dragons so long as you agree to join us. Your future can be very bright. Care to tell me who exactly is us? Lex asked. Chapter 11:22, Realistic Dream. Since the Henali portal had stopped operating, in part due to many AI that had joined the Fugan, and in part due to the destruction of countless connector planets, which basically acted as servers for the portal, the vast universe had once again become disconnected. Besides a few major forces, which had their own independent means to communicate information across their territories, most places became isolated. As a result, the hold of larger forces over their territories diminished. Star systems became more independent, which was both a good thing and a bad thing, depending on where one was. But even so, there were still a few ways to transmit critically important information across the realm. The news may not reach every corner of the realm, but at least all significant planets and forces would get it. For a while now, such means had only been used by the Henali to promote their numerous victories across the realm, as well as emphasize the upcoming tourney. But, for the first time, a different piece of news spread across the realm. To be specific, it was just 3 sentences, since the means to spread news across the realm was not easy nor cheap. Lex the Dragonslayer had returned. He challenged the whole realm to face him in the champions' tourney, especially dragons. He then proceeded to kidnap a planet. The credibility of this news was questionable, especially since no one knew where it came from and who spread it. But the vast majority of people did not care about credibility. They only cared about gossip, and there was plenty of that. Per second, trillions of fanfiction novels were being printed, all focused on Lex the Dragonslayer, taking on the universe. He was the underdog challenger, facing both the Henali and Fugan, as well as dragons. He was the underappreciated heartthrob, and he was the evil villain bent on destroying all life. He was fighting to save his sweetheart, and he was fighting for vengeance against those who had wronged him. The stories about him were endless, but even the countless stories being printed about him each and every passing second failed to accurately judge his current predicament. It was safe to say that Lex had not thoroughly planned out his move, though he did have a plan. He would kidnap the planet for a while, teleport Harry over to strengthen Moon's soul, while he himself went to the Emporium to find a way to carry a planet with a person. Or, more realistically, ways to speed up the fusion. With all the resources available to him, he did not doubt that he could accomplish this simple task. Sure, it would inconvenience the citizens of Yildirim Utopia for a few days, but ultimately it would turn out for the best. There was only one problem with this plan. Technically, it was not even a problem, but rather a chance for a problem to occur, maybe. That was the fact that Lex did not have any nearby coordinates to teleport the planet to. But that was fine. Since he meant to hide the planet, teleporting somewhere random was good enough. With how ridiculously vast and empty space was, chances were high that they would end up somewhere empty and far away from everything. That suited his needs perfectly. There was always the slim chance that he would appear near another star system or some other celestial body of some sort. But even if that happened, Lex did not think it would be a big deal. Chapter 11:23 Best Bet. Mary, I have a general information question for you, Lex asked as his gaze was stuck up into the dark sky. What is the cultivation level of a Jorlam, just like generally speaking? Across the whole universe, as a species, I'd say they're in the top 10, which is saying something considering they have no real allies, and literally everyone just does their best to kill them as soon as they are discovered. The problem is they have no cultivation levels, just maturity levels. That means all they need to do to become Dao Lords is eat and grow up. I don't think there is any other race in the entire universe that has destroyed more realms than the Jorlam, all because they literally just ate the whole realm. It was difficult to be sure, considering the scale of their bodies was something he was still trying to comprehend, but Lex felt like he counted at least 3 Jorlam besides the World Eater. Good to know, good to know. Anything else interesting about them? They're probably not into friendship bracelets, right? Lex asked as he began to pull out various items from his spatial bangle. This was exactly why he liked being locked up in the Midnight Realm. Lex began to suspect that his real affinity was not for laws, but for attracting ridiculously powerful beings. Friendship bracelets? No, why would you, Lex? Lex, have you run into a Jorlam? Mary asked, even as her holographic avatar appeared on his shoulder. But since this was outside the inn, she could not gain a lot of information. At most, her sight was similar to that of a mortal. No, not a Jorlam. More like 3 or 4 of them and a World Eater. Lex summoned an entire tank containing spirit elixir, which contained a lot more energy than spirit stones, followed by numerous void stones and space crystals. Lex, if you're trying to teleport away, don't, Mary suddenly said. You cannot compete with them when it comes to laws. If you try to teleport away, you will only attract their attention and chances are they'll stop you. Your best bet is to camouflage the energy readings of the planet and hope they ignore you. Best bet? I wouldn't say so. A hint of madness flashed in Lex's eyes. Although this is not what he wanted to use it for, Lex had the Chamber of Rebirth prepared back in the inn just in case he needed to use it for Moon. If the situation deteriorated rapidly, he'd just protect her soul, teleport it back to the inn, and fling it in the Chamber of Rebirth. As long as even a sliver of her soul remained, the chamber would be able to bring her back to life. But that was only Lex's contingency plan. Now that he had himself in this dire, dare he say almost fatal, situation, he was actually quite calm. It was much easier to deal with this situation than suddenly being faced with his youngest sister, who was now biologically older than him. One last question. You said that Jorlam are in the top 10 species in the universe. Does that mean they're still below the Sovereigns? Naturally, Sovereigns are above the cosmic ascendant spectrum. The universe itself bends to their whims. The only reason they don't rule all of existence is because, well, they rarely care about such things. Yes, that's what I thought. Hey system, would it be more impressive to receive a World Eater as a guest or as a worker? Lex heard a familiar sound, signifying a notification, but before he could look, Moon poked him again. Lex, you have that look on your face again, the one that makes me think I should stay far away from whatever you're about to do. Don't be ridiculous, Moon. I never do dangerous things. See, I'm preparing a formation that will hide the planet from view. Lex teleported around the planet, bringing Moon with him as he set up the aforementioned formation. But realistically, he doubted any formation he could conjure up could hide the planet from those monstrosities. The World Eater, as massive as it was, moved at incomprehensible speeds. It had only barely finished swallowing a star, and it was already moving towards one of the planets that orbited it, ready to devour it once more. In a matter of minutes, it had already reached its nearest target. Lex didn't even need his screaming instincts to know that it would be the turn of the planet he was on. He planned on availing the turtle's help, hoping that it could somehow command the World Eater away. It was a foolish plan, but it was the best bet he currently had. Unfortunately, Yildirim Utopia had not yet been linked to the system, so he could not teleport others to it yet. Fortunately, he had already thought of a way around this conundrum. "So Moon, while we wait, why don't you catch me up on everything? How did you end up on this planet? When did your soul get fused with it? That sort of thing." Moon looked at her brother and couldn't decide whether the situation was hilarious or horrific. "Is this really the time for that, Lex? I don't think your formation will hide us from the World Eater. Why don't you try teleporting the planet again? There are more spirit stone mines." "Oh, I'll try teleportation if it comes to that," Lex said. "But I think that might not work out so well for us. But don't you worry, I have other plans. We're perfectly safe. Everything's fine." Moon could not help but look at Lex oddly. A part of her still thought she was dreaming, and another part of her still thought that if the worst happened, Lex could still escape to the inn. "Then how about we calm the people of the planet down?" she said, unwilling to broach the topic of her imprisonment. "They're probably extremely worried and confused." "Yeah, I suppose that's something we should do," Lex said. "Make sure no one does anything drastic." On the other side of the planet, a wooden tavern appeared. Chapter 11:24 Not Good. Moving the tavern from one world to another was always a bit of a hassle, since all his existing guests had to check out, lest they wake up in a new world. Fortunately, it was very easy for Lex to just plant an idea into their heads, prompting them to leave the tavern for whatever reason. The only good thing was that moving the tavern from planet to planet was very easy, so he could return to Azula any time he wanted, which he planned on doing soon. He was not yet done with the saga of the Huntress, the alchemist, and the few others he had been guiding. The tavern was also mostly hassle-free. It was like a hitchhiker, jumping from planet to planet as it desired, and all he really needed to go to a specific planet rather than a random one was an item belonging to that planet. Since he himself was literally standing on Yildirim Utopia, that was particularly easy. So even though the planet was not connected to the inn yet, the tavern showed up. Now, since the tavern was already on the planet, he could easily send any worker he desired from the inn to work at the tavern. That, naturally, included the Galactic Sovereign Turtle. Using remote presence, he appeared in front of the turtle as the innkeeper. Over the past 15 years, the turtle had naturally grown larger and stronger, even if it had not really grown up mentally much. The number of random pets it had adopted had reached dozens, though Little Blue, who was now a little older and even more mischievous, clearly and openly declared itself the first, and therefore favorite child. But besides that, there was not much change. He supposed it made sense. To a being that had lived for over 2,000 years, a mere 15 years was not a long time, and thus did not elicit much change. For Lex, that was a good thing. "Do you remember Lex?" he asked, appearing nonchalant. Oh dear, how could I forget him? He is the little human who keeps eating everything I grow. Just because it has berry in its name does not mean it's meant to be eaten. But he is in his growing age. I suppose it is to be expected." "As if you don't enjoy feeding others with the things you grow," the innkeeper said. "Anyway, he has found an abandoned child that is being mistreated by some people. He thought you might want to save it, so he is waiting for you in the Origin Realm." Even in his mind, Lex did not blush as he blatantly ignored the turtle's complaints and dumped the whole Jorlam situation as a favor he was doing the turtle. In Lex's mind, the image of a completely jacked, extremely buff worker appeared. After suffering constant defeats in his pursuit to create the perfect art, the gardener had given up gardening and taken a sabbatical to bodybuild instead. His art would now be displayed through his own muscles. Although Lex shared some of the blame for the gardener's consistent heartbreak, the turtle deserved some of the blame as well. As such, he didn't mind making the turtle suffer a little as well. Not that he would actually suffer. "Oh well, might as well take a look at the situation," the turtle said as it stepped out of the massive lake covered in lotus flowers. Many had noticed that lotus flowers had suddenly started to bloom everywhere on Menara, but they didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a flower. "Good, let me send you to him. If you can, listen to some of Lex's advice. It's very important that we save the planet he is on. It has extremely fertile lands." Without wasting any more time, The innkeeper waved his hand and sent the turtle to Yildirim Utopia. When the turtle appeared in the tavern, it was on the roof. The turtle's body was much too large to fit inside the building, so when it suddenly appeared atop the building, its round shape above the building made it look like a giant mushroom. But since the star of this region had recently been eaten, the world was plagued with darkness, so no one could see the comical sight. "Oh dear," the turtle said as it hopped off, and then took a deep whiff of the fresh air. He was right, this really is a good planet. Maybe I can finally plant some berries. When the turtle looked up, it did not see the World Eater approaching, for he was on the other side of the planet, looking away from it. But even so, it could sense something amiss. Lex and Moon teleported over, and though it was dark, they had no problem in finding the turtle. "This is my friend I was telling you about. Turtle, this is my sister, Moon. I'd love for you two to get to know one another, but first how about we deal with the small issue we're facing?" It had been, perhaps a couple of minutes for the tavern to appear over, and for Lex to send the turtle here, yet the World Eater had already gobbled up another planet. Why was that thing so damn fast? Lex had imagined that something so large would be incredibly slow. Lex brought the turtle back to Moon's palace, just in time for it to see the World Eater turning towards their planet. It seemed that the formations he had used really didn't work. "You think you could talk to that big guy up there?" Lex asked, pointing towards the sky. He did not need to be accurate, for as the World Eater came closer, it took up more and more of the entire sky. "Oh dear, the child is hurt. No wonder he is so anxious, but injury is no excuse for a poor diet. Let me talk to it." The turtle began extending some green vines that emerged from its shell towards the sky. But as they rose up into the air, they began to dissipate, turning instead into sparking fragments that flew towards the World Eater. "Oh dear, that's not good." Chapter 11, 25 Horse and Carrot. Moon could not help but look towards the massive turtle that had just teleported onto the planet. Despite its size, it somehow looked cute, and the way it talked was just adorable. Despite the gravity of the situation, she could not help but admit that she was having fun. She turned towards Lex and poked him in the cheek once more. He had been ignoring all her pokes, not that she could blame him for it. But the fact that he was here in front of her in person was the greatest. It was also why she kept thinking this was a dream. Although she had met her siblings and even her parents through her clones, it was not the same as meeting them in person. Not to mention that since the Henali portal was disrupted, she could no longer maintain a connection to her clones, which were countless light years away. So it was nice to have pleasant company once more. Funnily enough, Lex's young appearance actually reminded her of older times when everything was better. It was why she never even questioned why he looked this way. "What's wrong?" Lex asked the turtle. "There seems to be a fight going on in the distance," the turtle said. "This little egg was injured during the fight, which is why he is in such a rush to feed." Lex looked back up at the night sky, but could not make out anything, not in the least because the World Eater now took up a large portion of the sky. In the distance he could see the Jorlam, but he could not even tell if what he was looking at was their body, face, limb, or anything else. There was no way for him to detect what was happening. If there was a fight, it was too far for him to sense in any way. "Can you calm the egg down and stop it from eating this planet?" Lex asked, perfectly hiding his anxiety. It was as if the result made no difference to him at all. "It is just an egg. It has not been born yet. Everything it is doing is based on its instincts. I just need to calm it down and it will react accordingly. Honestly, who treats a baby like this?" Lex did not respond, lest he mention that this baby just ate a star for a snack, or that it was twice the size of a star, or that it was currently on its way to eat them. The turtle continued to grumble as it launched evaporating, glittery vines into the sky towards the World Eater. The space bubble around the planet, which trapped all the atmosphere and temperature of the planet, was no obstacle to the turtle's glitter, and it approached the massive egg at remarkable speeds. Even though the egg was gargantuan, he had no idea how it could give birth to something that would eventually grow to the size of the Jorlam. He could not even imagine what they were fighting. Were they, perhaps, fighting amongst one another? "Can you put the egg into hibernation?" Lex asked. "That is what I am trying to do. It is too wounded and needs proper treatment. Just eating won't let it heal." Lex nodded, and finally got around to look at the notification he got earlier. "New quest, some dutiful workers need to be nurtured. Accept a World Eater as a bouncer for the Midnight Inn. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Quest reward, model star system. Quest failure punishment, 100 million MP. Remarks, are you remarkably intelligent or just plain dumb? We might soon find out. The failure for punishment wasn't too bad. His most recent quests had very dastardly punishments for failure, not that he ever failed. More often than not, his quests had punishments lately. This trend would continue until he completely paid off the system for the questions he asked, or until he reached some critical threshold. "What's the situation?" he asked the turtle, considering that the World Eater was still coming closer and had not slowed down at all. "The fight in the distance is dangerous. I instructed the egg to protect this world and to bring it away from this place." As if to confirm exactly what the turtle said, white clouds emerged from around the World Eater and approached the planet. The clouds wrapped themselves around the planet like a leash, and then the World Eater began to drag the planet behind it. It was surreal. Even Lex was stunned. But of everyone who saw the situation, he recovered the quickest. "So now that the situation is under control, why don't we find someplace nice to talk? I know you are worried about the people on your planet, but a single message sent to them through spirit sense will be enough to calm them down. How exactly did you end up like this? And who did this to you?" While Lex questioned the deflective little moon, in the distance the Jorlam continued their fight. Lex could not imagine what the monstrously large beings could even be fighting if not each other. But that was because he did not yet understand the limits of power immortals wielded. After attaining a certain level of power, the size of the enemy no longer mattered. Of course, the Jorlam were strong besides just their massive size. "The World Eater is being kidnapped," a Henali warrior yelled, one of his many eyes locked onto the planet that had tied up the World Eater like a horse to pull a carriage. "Who is it?" another yelled angrily. "I can see him, it's Lex the Dragon Slayer. The rumors are true. He has returned, and this time he is kidnapping a World Eater. Damn it, we can't let him get away." But try as they might, even the celestial Henali soldiers were unable to break free of the Jorlam. This was not a fight that would end easily, nor would it end any time soon. Chapter 11:26 Stop, changing the topic. Lex and Moon sat together on the roof of her white palace, looking up at the World Eater, pulling their planet forward like a horse pulling forward a chariot. Even pulling the planet behind it, the World Eater moved at unbelievable speeds. They were already far away from the Jorlam, so that they were no longer visible. It had also replaced the space bubble Lex put around the planet with a force field of its own. This way, the planet and its residents were not affected by the speed at which they were moving, and the planet continued to remain safe. A majority of the residents of the planet were not in good shape, though that was predictable. It's not every day that their planet is kidnapped and then dragged through space. But the emergency response forces on this planet were truly well trained and were preventing the situation from deteriorating too quickly. Lex would get around to helping them, but first he was focused on his sister. She was very hesitant about recalling the past, but ultimately realized that it could not be avoided. But even then, she had not spoken yet. So the two of them just sat together in silence and allowed their thoughts to wander. "You look sad," Moon said, as she poked Lex once more in the cheek. "A little, but you wouldn't understand why," Lex said. "Try me, you know I'm not exactly a little girl anymore." Lex smiled weakly. "How do I explain this? Well, I've been gone from the Origin Realm for a while. For my return, I'd planned this huge event that would make me famous overnight. Not that I was planning on becoming famous. I just had to plan this major event that would have shocked a lot of people. But now, after all that planning, I think the impact of kidnapping a planet and acquiring a World Eater will end up beating anything I had planned. Just feels like I wasted a lot of time." Moon giggled. He was upset because he accidentally became more famous than he could have on purpose. These are the kinds of problems she also wished she had. But maybe these were not the only problems he had, just the ones he was sharing. It was a little strange. Meeting after all these years, they should have felt awkward or distant, but instead, they immediately returned to how they were with one another when they were kids. Considering the age gap between Moon and Lex, they shouldn't really have been friends growing up. Yet they were. "Now it's your turn," he said, looking at little Moon. Technically speaking, Moon had not been her original name, but as a little girl she had been particularly enamored by the Moon, buying every toy, poster, and piece of merchandise she could find. One time she got the Moon painted on her face during some kid's birthday party, and since then everyone had started calling her Little Moon. The name had stuck. Thinking back to those times, Lex felt a little sad. Life was so different back then. How had they gone from that to this? Moon looked at him with hesitation, but Lex met her gaze. Eventually, she sighed. I shouldn't be the one telling you this, but I suppose at the same time, it fits that I am the one to tell you." Moon sighed and lifted her frail arm to grab the cup Lex had. Given her, it contained some liquid Lex gave her, which was supposed to strengthen her. She had been drinking such stuff all her life, so she wasn't expecting much, but she was taken by surprise when it immediately filled her with warmth. "What is this stuff? It's amazing," she said incredulously. "It's juice." Moon stopped changing the topic. "It's not going to work." Moon, who looked like a full-fledged adult, if a slightly frail one, at that looked at Lex, the one with the body of a teenager. With the expression of being wronged, she was actually interested in the liquid, but she relented. "Mom and Dad didn't really want to tell you because they didn't want you to feel like any of this was your fault." Lex did not say anything, and just waited for her to explain. "I'll tell you what I know, but I don't know everything. It started with Dad, who had a unique physique that made him especially good at using swords. He then met Mom, who was just a normal mortal back then, but she had a keen interest in learning medicine because a lot of people in her village died when she was young, but she was from Earth, and in the old days it really wasn't permitted for women to learn or stray out of the house even, yet she did so anyway. It caused her to be shunned and exiled from her village right up until a plague came and they needed her help. That's when Dad and Mom met, and apparently Dad really liked her fighting spirit, so he taught her a form of body cultivation, but Mom had an inquisitive mind, so while she cultivated, she also studied cultivation, and how and why it affected the body. At least that's what Belle told me. I'm pretty sure there's more to it, because apparently over the years Mom became so knowledgeable about cultivation that she convinced Dad that he had cultivated incorrectly. He restarted his cultivation from scratch under her supervision. That's when the problems began. Moon scratched her face and looked at Lex. Even now she was postponing, but with how unreactive Lex was being, she had no option but to continue explaining. Apparently, Mom learned a lot about unique physiques as well and thought of a way she could nurture them. When Belle was born, Mom was able to prove her theory correct. Belle was born with a strange physique that was especially compatible with divine energy, which is what angels use. So Dad got her some angel blood, hoping she could absorb some energy from it. Instead, she gained a bloodline that mimicked an angel's powers that attracted grandfather's attention. Chapter 11:27 Filial Grandson. Lex pursed his lips but said nothing. Belle, an angel. He'd have been less surprised if he learned that she was a literal demon than hearing that. Dad had a fight with grandfather, who was already angry at him for restarting his cultivation, and even more angry at him for marrying Mom. Grandpa said he'd come back and take Belle with him, to replace the loss Dad inflicted on the family for giving up his cultivation. Around that time, Mom was already expecting you. Afraid that grandfather might also want to take you away, they started to think of ways to hide you from him. But when you were born, your physique was a lot more special than Mom and Dad expected. Belle didn't tell me what it was, but apparently Mom and Dad were so scared of finding out that Dad overexerted himself, nearly crippling his sword intent while trying to put inscriptions on you that would hide your physique. It worked, but as a result Dad became extremely weak once more. Around that time, apparently grandfather sent a message to Dad that if he could regain even half of what his strength used to be, he'd let him come back to the family. According to Belle, though, it was mostly because grandfather felt like she might be able to replace Dad and follow in grandfather's footsteps of being able to take on the family head position. Even though at that point she was too young to cultivate, the potential of her physique could not be hidden. So as a result, our parents calmed down a bit. After you, Liz, was born, she also had a physique, and apparently it was great, though not as good as yours. She even got an invitation from a school called Prima Ventura. Apparently it's the best cultivation academy in the universe or something. Even Belle didn't get into Prima Ventura and had to go to a lower level one. Grandfather was very happy about all of that, though he still didn't know about you. Mom and Dad still kept everything about you hidden. They were too afraid to let people find out about you. But things were fine. Mom and Dad decided to keep you away from the cultivation world until they were strong enough to protect you themselves. Everything was getting better. Even Dad was recovering well. Then I was born. Moon sighed and for a long time didn't speak. She just looked down at her hands that held the cup containing the wonderful juice, and Lex didn't pressure her. It felt a little bitter learning about everything that had actually happened. It felt extremely bitter knowing that his parents had been trying to protect him all this while he thought they abandoned him. But regardless of their intentions, he still felt abandoned. He still felt lied to. He still felt betrayed. He was not ready to forgive them or even care about them. But this was not about him. Instead, it was about his little sister. By now, Lex could already predict who had done this to Moon. It was their grandfather. Lex was already thinking of the special dungeon he'd designed for the man back in the Midnight Inn. A sick, twisted, greedy man who used his children and grandchildren for his own gains deserved no sympathy from Lex. But before all of that, he wanted to hear all of Moon's story. Then I was born, and my physique was apparently much stronger than yours, and everything fell apart. Space. Across the galaxy on the planet used by the William family as their main headquarters, Damian Arbin William was sitting with a frown in his conference room. He'd been like this since he heard of Lex's return. Everything was almost perfect. His plan was a single step away from completion. Well, if he was being technically just 2 steps away from completion. Kidnapping Moon and then using her body as the new vessel for the Regent. But then that stupid grandson of his returned and ruined everything. He was on the verge of greatness, and now it was all for naught. But it was fine. It was okay, he told himself, even if he didn't feel like it. Damian was not a man who bet everything on a single chip, no matter how important it was. Although Moon had slipped from his hands at the last moment, he had thousands of liters of her blood and muscle tissue preserved. He'd have to settle for cloning her. A hologram appeared in front. Damian did not look at the hologram's face. No matter what he looked like, that did not change that he was a monster hidden underneath. A monster Damian had been working with. I heard you need an evacuation, the projection said. Yes, my filial grandson returned and kidnapped the vessel I had prepared for Her Majesty. I think my ancestor might kill me to appease him. I can no longer hold this position. It's too risky. This would be the 3rd time your grandson has interfered with our plans. I feel like his future might not be so great once the Regent hears about this. Jeffrey, I don't have time for this. Arrange the evacuation. I've already initiated all the plans leading up to my departure. The Jotun Empire will have their hands full, even more than they already were. Well, you did get me off Earth in a timely manner. I suppose I should return the favor. I'll send someone over momentarily. Also, you didn't comment on your stance about your grandson. Someone has to be punished for this. Kill him, kill all of them for all I care. That stupid son of mine and his family have been a pain in my neck for far too long anyway, and to think I had such high hopes for them. A few moments later, a portal opened up right next to Damian, and he stepped through it. A few minutes after he exited, an explosion rocked the entire building he used to live in. As if setting off a chain, various other places around the planet began to explode. While everyone tried to understand what was happening, a number of minor realms burst open, and a horde of insects invaded, most of them at the peak of the nascent realm. The ones that weren't at the peak were already immortals. Chapter 11:28 Sandwich so good, it can make you fly. Lex kept his gaze steady, not letting his emotions show on his face. It was a surreal experience, listening to someone tell him about the events in his own life. Even though he was there for each event, he had no idea that any of it was happening. Everything had happened right in front of him, yet he never knew. Not that he took any blame for it or allowed himself to feel guilty. He was a kid and a mortal besides. There was no way he could have seen through all the deception, but still it made him question if all his good memories were even real. When had his sisters been replaced with clones? He didn't even know. Going off to college and being away from his family must have made it easy for them to be replaced. Spending years away in New York while they were supposed to be in London also probably made it easy for them to do whatever they wished. But Lex had always thought that he had decided to go off to college far away because he was going through his own phase of wanting personal space and creating his own life. But now, for all he knew, that was something his parents could have engineered without him ever knowing. It was the kind of shadow puppeting he was always afraid the system would do to him. Maybe on a subconscious level he always knew it was happening, which is why he was also afraid of the system doing it to him. He didn't want to live through another lie. But right now, this moment was not about him. It was about Moon. He observed his little sister as she displayed guilt on her face, as if her birth itself ruined the lives of her family. Yet as much as he wanted to console her, he also did not want to interrupt her, as he knew how hard it was for her to speak about this. I'm not sure what exactly happened, she continued. Belle told me that Dad tried to hide me the same way he hid you, that he tried to use the same inscriptions, but my body is different. No matter what they did, my body would just return to its normal. The inscriptions would fade. I could not be hidden and no one knew how to stop it. Mom and Dad assumed that if Dad was stronger, he might have been able to use inscriptions that could work. but with him restarting his cultivation, and then being weakened again after hiding you, the little progress he made was already remarkable. Then grandfather came, and he instantly saw that there was something special about me. But the thing was, no one knew what my physique actually did. They just knew it was very special. Even before cultivating, I could absorb spiritual energy and change it into something that could heal souls, so everyone thought that my physique had to do with souls. While we were trying to figure it out, someone in our family apparently underwent the tribulations to become immortal but barely survived. His soul was damaged beyond repair and was on the verge of dying despite surviving the tribulations. Apparently I was able to save him. I don't really remember, I was too young. After that, grandfather became obsessed. He said that with my physique our family could produce hundreds of earth immortals and maybe even heaven immortals. My powers were too valuable. That's when he took me away and started doing tests on me to figure out what my physique was. He drew blood and took countless tissue samples but couldn't figure it out. But what we did learn as a result was that no matter how badly I'm hurt, as long as I'm alive, I'll recover in a few hours at most. Not to mention, even my blood could heal soul injuries. Something like that had never been seen. Moon was smiling as she described her abilities, but tears were streaming down her eyes. Lex was also silently astounded. The ability she was describing is one that he also had, but it was something he gained after a lot of cultivation and using numerous valuable treasures and going through endless unique experiences. The fact that Moon was born with it was absurd. He could not even imagine how his mother was able to produce such a physique for her children. Did she have some kind of system too? A system that strengthened her kids somehow. We never did figure out the true extent of my physique, because one day grandfather forcibly raised my cultivation to the golden core level using various treasures and spiritual fruits. Once I reached this level, he fused my soul with this planet. He told me it was for my protection, that this planet was very special and that it would keep my soul alive, and this way there was no chance of someone ever kidnapping me, not that I had any say in this matter. Then he personally built all the protective formations around the planet so that nothing could ever hurt me. But what nobody would have guessed was that after my soul fused with my planet, my physique became even more active. The way my physique always healed my body, no matter what injury I suffered, it began to change the planet. But because my physique has always been active for the past few years, never resting, my body became weaker and weaker. Grandfather told me that he found a solution to this problem and that he was going to give me a surprise on my birthday. But well, I don't know if he's going to be able to find me anymore. Not that I mind. This juice you gave me is probably better than anything he can find. Trust me, I've had almost everything you can imagine to strengthen the body. Moon finally ended her speech and smiled at Lex, as if to show him that she didn't mind her ordeals. But Lex just kept looking at her. There were still many questions. For example, how come their parents just let her be fused to a planet? Though based on the trend of her story, they probably weren't strong enough to stop their grandfather from acting. There was also the obvious question of why the formations stopped working if their grandfather made them personally. The question that Lex feared to ask the most, was why Moon could say with certainty that no matter how badly she was hurt, she would heal. How badly had she been hurt? But looking at his sister's smile so convincingly, Lex, who had no trouble forcing himself to walk through hell and high water as long as it served his needs, found himself unable to ask those questions. Instead, he produced a small fruit he found in the Midnight Realm. It looked like a lychee, which was a fruit he recalled Moon used to love. "Here, try this," he said, peeling the prickly skin of the fruit. "What about my story made you think I was hungry?" she asked, laughing. But she took the fruit from him and plopped it in her mouth. Then her expression morphed into shock as she was overwhelmed by its amazing flavor. There was also the fact that it instantly spread warmth through her body and filled her with strength that even the juice had failed to deliver, but she was mostly focused on the flavor. "What is that? How can it be so good?" "It's just a random fruit. Here, try this," Lex said, pulling out a sandwich. This sandwich was the culmination of 15 years of Kenta's training. It was actually good enough for Lex to have ordered a few to take along with him. Moon, no longer hesitating, grabbed the sandwich from his hand and bit into it. Despite how it looked, the sandwich was incredibly soft and she easily broke off. A surge of energy filled her body, and before Moon knew it, she was floating. What's happening?" she screamed, alarmed. "The sandwich is so good it can make you fly," Lex said with a smirk. "Or at least that's what the cook said. In actuality, one of the ingredients is a plant that has odd effects on gravity. Come on, finish up the sandwich and then give me a tour of your planet. I bet you haven't given anyone a flying tour before. Well, at least one where you're flying yourself. Lex stepped into the air as well and accompanied his sister, who was suddenly excited at the sudden ability to fly. He did not let her sense his seething anger at all, and instead kept the mood light and talked of other things. Since Moon herself was keen on avoiding this topic, it was easy enough. But soon, very soon, Lex would let a lot of people feel his anger in great detail. Chapter 11:29 Stupid, Unknown Warbringer. The acolyte woke up covered in cold sweats, his mind aflutter with the memories of what he just dreamed, trying to hold on to them as they slipped from memory. He saw a sword deadly beyond measure. He saw a dragon king that was not a dragon. He saw a war between worlds, not between races that lived on those worlds, but two actual worlds themselves. He saw a rain of lightning. He saw chaos and confusion. He saw things he could not understand, and he saw things he could not have imagined, and amidst it all, he saw a wooden tavern that provided excellent room service. For a few moments the acolyte tried to recall what connected all these flashes in his dreams, but the thoughts slipped from his mind. He could not remember. The acolyte sighed, and then removed himself from the warm embrace of his blanket. He wanted to go wash up since his whole body was sticky with sweat, but he only took a few steps before he paused, and something attracted his attention. In a notebook beside his bed, he had entered a few scribbles. He didn't recall doing that, so it must have been during his sleep. He picked up the red leather notebook and read the lines that were barely legible. "The time is nigh. The Warbringer is going to war." The acolyte groaned and put the book down. Ever since this accursed Warbringer came into his life, he had not been able to divine for another person at all. It was as if all his divination skills were thoroughly pointed only towards this Warbringer. That could have been a great opportunity if he knew who the Warbringer was and actually became his dedicated diviner. But since he didn't, there wasn't much he could do. The acolyte left the room, unaware that in his drowsy state he ignored the smudges in front of the two sentences that had been written. It was as if something had been erased. Space. Lex completely locked away his anger. He was more than capable of that. Instead, he spent his time with Moon. Due to her weakness, she spent most of her time the last couple of years sleeping. Even when she was awake, there was very little she could actually do before she became exhausted. Now that she suddenly felt energized, there were many things she wanted to do. She flew with Lex, showing him her lake and her countless pets. She took him to a nearby village, which existed solely to maintain the surrounding areas and constantly check up on the palace. Even if Moon preferred solitude, she could not be completely alone due to her weak state. As a result, a caretaker would visit the palace every day at a fixed time to check up on her. Of course, at the moment the village was in chaos. Not because the planet had been kidnapped. The sun was eaten by a massive roaming planet thing that then later lassoed their planet and began dragging them along. Instead, it was because the Saintess was up and about, finally recovering from whatever illness kept her so weak for so long. The planet had not always been a utopia. It was the Saintess who had made that happen, which is why she was deeply loved by the people. Of course, there were 14 people in the village who harbored ill intentions towards Moon. Lex sensed them right away, and guessed that they might have something to do with the assassination attempt on Moon, as well as the formation failing. No one in the village noticed how or when those people disappeared. No one even remembered them. It was as if the very memory of them had been erased from their minds. Of course, evidence of their existence could not be erased, but everyone in the village was too preoccupied anyway to focus on such things. They were also amazed to meet the Saintess, brother, who was both friendly and young, yet had such a powerful aura. After they were done with the village, Moon took him to the district capital, from where she ruled over the planet. Even though the sun was gone, everything was still functioning, so from the capital she reassured her people that they were still safe, and that things would soon return to normal. But at that point, she started to get drowsy once more, so Lex teleported her back to her palace so she could get back in her hammock. Even then, Moon talked with Lex until she eventually dozed off. Lex did not leave once she was sleeping. Instead, he laid back and thought about various things. Moon had hinted at the fact that both Belle and Liz weren't exactly having the time of their lives either. He hadn't asked yet, but he'd need to ask sooner or later. Once this planet was linked to the inn, Lex would be able to teleport freely so he could go find a way for Moon to bring the planet with her where she went. It sounded like an absurd thing to say, but Lex had seen enough absurdity to know that anything was possible. He also needed to find ways to increase her cultivation level. The reason why she was so frail was because of the level difference between her and the planet. but if she was able to reach the immortal realm, fusing with a planet would not be tough at all. Not to mention, Moon told him that due to her unique physique, she did not need to worry about having a poor foundation. No matter how she cultivated, her physique would optimize her condition on its own. Basically, she was on the best cultivation path she could ever actually walk, so even if he took some drastic measures, the results would ultimately be optimal. He had to do all of this soon, as the preliminaries for the champion's tourney were about to begin. Originally, there were supposed to be 4 more years, Origin Realm time, till that happened. But the timeline had been brought forward after the discovery of the Jorlam for some reason. Lex could participate through the token given to himself, as well as through the one the innkeeper had gotten. But since he did not want to bring the innkeeper to light these days, he'd use his own token. After all, in his years of operating the tavern, he'd learned a lot about the tourney, and it was there that he would find the perfect opportunity to become an immortal. Chapter 11:30 Noir Aesthetic. God damn it, this is not what adventures are supposed to be like, Jack grumbled as he pushed away the countless paparazzi. Tiny Sparkles, the unicorn suffering from dwarfism and the Jolly Rancher's first mate, snorted in agreement, though its snort sounded like crystal bells ringing and glitter flew out of its nose. Its clear dissatisfaction was lost on the paparazzi, though, who could not get enough of the sparkling tiny horse and kept taking photographs with their old-school cameras. "No good deed goes unpunished, Captain," said Ollie, who was seething with jealousy over the attention the unicorn was getting. The crystal alligator, though, was just looking around curiously. It did not understand what was happening. "There was a giant gorilla monster hanging from the building swatting down planes," Jack said. "What was I supposed to do? Ignore it. You know I love aerial dogfights with the Jolly Rancher. It was just one stupid monster fight. How we went from there to having Tiny Sparkles become the brand ambassador for world peace is completely beyond me." All around them were orcs, massive and dark and stated politely, not the best-looking creatures Jack had ever seen. Like them, everything in this world was dark and colorless and beautiful on the inside, but definitely not on the outside. Whatever world they ended up in for some reason was monochrome. Even Jack, his ship and the rest had also been affected by the strange noir aesthetic, and only Tiny Sparkles remained unaffected. "Captain, permission to hasten our journey," Ollie requested as it spread its wings. "No, Ollie, you cannot blow away everyone on the street. We're the good guys. Well, at least for now, plus we still haven't figured out what that stupid tower wanted us to do." Once all of them had been teleported, Jack saw a tower he knew too well. It was the Tower of Providence. But unlike his previous experience, he got no guidance this time in his objective. He was just told that a realm needed his help and was sent over. Fighting off the giant gorilla Kong Kong would have been too easy a task, but one could hope. Unfortunately, it had not panned out. Since then, Jack and the rest had been trying to explore the realm and see how they could help it. Somehow, in the process, they became known as heroes, and Tiny Sparkles particularly became beloved across the land. Eventually, though, the gang of heroes broke free from the crowd and got into their roofless limousine and were driven away. Each of them sighed once they left, though all of them had different reasons. In the case of the crystal alligator, it was just because it was copying everyone else. "So what's on the agenda for today?" Tiny Sparkles asked, his voice deep and buttery as always, relaxing and soothing any who heard it. "Well, unless you want to accept one of your numerous marriage proposals, we're going to camouflage ourselves today and explore this realm a bit. We need a better understanding of the situation. We can't be randomly killing monsters every day. For all we know, the monsters are the good guys." "Captain, your fixation on the concept of good guys is unusual and contradictory," said Ollie. "Do you not recall the time you put an entire nation of jelly bugs to sleep to steal their supply of gummy trees? You collapsed the economy of the place overnight." "I don't know what you're talking about," Jack said, outright denying any such accusations. "If you want to say that I stole the trees, then show me where they are." "Captain, you ate them." "Exactly, you have no evidence. Stop slandering me. Tiny Sparkles, work your magic." The unicorn's horn began to glow. Before it shot out a yellow-colored light that enveloped the whole group, changing their appearances. Jack took on the appearance of an orc child, though his body appeared to be much larger than he actually was, while the rest took on the appearance of various common pets. Once their appearance changed, Jack teleported all of them away from that place, appearing in the heart of the closest city. "Follow me, guys, I've already planned things out," said Jack as he began to navigate the nearby streets, avoiding the crowds of tourist orcs, haggling over the price of locally produced cudgels. In only a few minutes they arrived at an alley that was almost empty, save for a single orc standing in a shadow smoking, wearing a trench coat. "Are you Mr. Holmes?" Jack asked, walking up to him with confidence. "Maybe, depends on who's asking." "Someone with money?" Jack responded, and flung a small coin purse towards the orc, who caught it mid-air. The soft jingle of coins clinking against each other sounded as he shook the purse before slipping it in his pocket. "In that case, I am Mr. Holmes. How can I help you?" "I have it on good authority that a major catastrophe is about to strike, but I don't know what it is. Can you find out what it is?" "Do you have any clues about it? Can you tell me who gave you this information?" "I have no clues, and it doesn't matter who gave me this information. You just have to treat it as if it's real and tell me if you can find out anything." "Without any clues, it'll be tough to find the right direction for investigation," he admitted directly. Instead of responding, Jack threw him another coin purse. This time, Holmes smiled and threw his cigarette on the floor and crushed it beneath his feet. "Come back here tomorrow at the same time. You'll have what you want." The orc tipped his bowler hat and then disappeared into the darkness. Or well, he tried. Since Ollie had a high affinity for shadow, it saw clearly the orc tiptoeing in the shadows, careful not to be seen by anyone as he left. The rest did not need to see him, for the smell of his cigarette still hung on his clothes, which meant it was easy to detect him. "Are we really going to rely on him?" Tiny Sparkles asked. "Of course not. We have about 99 more detectives to hire. Let's go." Chapter 11:31 Looking for Answers. Moon continued to sleep even after an entire day had gone by and showed no signs of waking up. If Lex hadn't been monitoring her with his spirit sense the entire time, making sure she was fine, he would have been extremely concerned. As it was, he was only concerned a regular amount. Upon reaching 30 hours without her waking up, Lex, however, could no longer control himself. He fed her some extremely mild yet effective natural treasures meant for rehabilitation, and while that worked, it did not rouse her. Lex even fed her a drop of his blood, but it did nothing. There was no injury to heal. By now, however, Lex had learned a lot about medicine. He began using various glyphs, abilities, and formations to heal and supplement Moon's body, and while that did not wake her up, she looked happier in her sleep. Fortunately, at that point, the system linked the planet to the inn. Lex immediately teleported away. He first went to the Emporium and placed an order that both horrified and excited Powell. Lex wanted a spatial treasure that could be used to carry a planet, or basically any other way that could allow a person to carry a planet with them. He admitted frankly that he had no idea how to fulfill such an order, but considering that Lex had the highest rank that the Emporium awarded to its patrons, he would look into various ways of making that happen. So while dreaming of his commission, Powell busied himself as he searched for solutions. Then Lex teleported to the Temple of Fasting. He was not looking for ways to train. Instead, he wanted to know how Moon's situation could be remedied. Cassandra was busy with her cultivation, so Lex could only approach Mateo, the projection that had originally tried to teach Lex before giving up. "What kind of a ridiculous question is that?" Mateo said, looking at Lex like a freak. "How can I guide you on how to train someone who is fusing with a planet without looking at her or analyzing her? I told you she cannot leave her planet or her soul will get messed up, so there's no way to bring her to the temple unless I bring the planet here too. That's not the easiest thing in the world." Mateo took his hat and slammed it on the floor in frustration. "I am a teacher, not a miracle worker. How can I even begin to understand her situation just from word of mouth? It's impossible. I need to, at the very least, see her first." Mateo was not upset because Lex was making unreasonable demands. He was upset because he was frustrated he could not teach Moon. A human in the Golden Core capable of fusing with a planet was incredible. If he could teach her, his name would go down in the annals of history. But this opportunity was out of reach. This was the kind of situation they did not even have records for. Yes, there were humans who cultivated by absorbing planets, but that only came after they became immortals. For the Golden Core level, he dared not prescribe anything unless he understood the situation completely. Unable to find a proper answer, Lex teleported back to Moon and waited for her to wake up while he thought of other solutions. The tavern had already returned to the planet it had come from, and the World Eater and parked Yildrim Utopia near another star and used its power to forcibly insert it into the star's orbit. So the planet regained some semblance of normality, besides the fact that the star was much bigger, and they had no moon yet could see 3 planets in the sky above them at all times. Lex asked Mary for help, but she had no solution, so he even ended up bringing Dr. Best to see Moon. The usually very confident man was thoroughly stumped when he heard her condition. But he was not as helpless as everyone else. Although he could not expedite her fusion with the planet, nor did he have any means to allow her to carry it with her. But he was able to identify what her body was experiencing. Basically, her body could not bear the burden that her physique was exerting on her, which should have actually killed her. But, ironically, it was also her physique that was keeping her alive. There were a lot more complexities involved, but that was the basic gist of it. The only aid he could offer was to strengthen her soul as well as her body. Raising her cultivation would also, obviously, be of great help. But that was the second issue he identified. She could no longer cultivate in a normal way. For her to cultivate, both her bodies would have to cultivate simultaneously. Basically, the planet would also need to cultivate as well. Or, at the very least, raise its star level in a natural and organic way. Lex's eyes flashed. If he were anyone else, this would have been an impossible demand. But as it happened, Lex had actually allowed a planet to rise in star levels before. But that was a reward he gave using the event panel for the Midnight Games. It seemed like he needed to speed up the return of the games. At the same time, he summoned Harry to the planet. Harry was not a nascent realm cultivator. Instead, he was a level 6 glamour sorcerer now, and his powers were both bizarre and amazing. But most importantly, he could affect the soul on a level not even Lex himself could, despite being able to enter the soul state. "Sorry to pull you away from Pete," Lex said as he recalled Harry's 4-year-old son. The kid had a mohawk half as big as his body and the energy of a level 5 hurricane. He was a walking natural disaster, but he was a cute kid. Chapter 1132 kind of cool. Chapter 1132 kind of cool. No problem, you know he loves playing with the daycare bunnies. I swear, I don't know about anything else, but the Midnight Inn has the best daycare in the universe. It comes with a package, Lex said, then turned towards Moon, who was now lightly snoring in her hammock. She had been sleeping for days, and although he knew she was fine, it was bothering him. "I'll start working on her immediately," Harry said, looking at Moon. "But from what I can sense, it'll take months if not years for her condition to improve in the slightest. The process can be sped up, but for that I'll need to get my hands on something called Velvet Goose King feathers. Every feather you can provide will speed up the process by a lot, but it's supposed to be rare." "I'll find it. If you need anything else, just let me know." "Everything else I already have. This is the only thing that I wasn't able to get my hands on in the Midnight Inn." Lex nodded, and without hesitation made his way to Powell. "You're back fast. I haven't made any progress on your request yet, though I have already gotten a few leads." "It's good to know that you have some leads, but I'm here for something else. I need Velvet Goose King feathers and a lot of them." Powell nodded, and pulled out a massive book from under the table, and started to peruse the pages until he found a particular one that had what looked like the contact information of a farm. Without looking at Lex, he took out a device and made a call. "Yeah, it's me," he said, and then began listening. Lex only heard muffled sounds from the other side, so he couldn't tell what the guy was saying. Yeah, I get it right, makes sense, I totally agree. Perfect, yes, thanks." Powell then shut the call and grimaced. "There's a problem. There's only one place with a stable supply of these feathers in the entire realm, and the guy that runs that place is a little eccentric, if you catch my drift." "What does he want?" "He is a supplier for the Emporium, but since he's already met the quota for this century, we cannot demand any more from him for now. But he still has more. The only catch is, if you want it, you have to go buy it in person." "Where is it?" Lex did not mind the extra hurdle. It was a rare resource, and if the guy was the only stable source in the entire realm, then he deserved the benefits his monopoly afforded him. As long as he was reasonable, Lex would deal with him. If he was unreasonable, well, Lex would still deal with him, but in a different way. His farm is on a planet called Dunya. It's a 5-star planet run by druids. They're a humanoid race, and they're very powerful, but they can be a bit temperamental sometimes. Dunya, Lex was aware of its existence. He once got a quest to visit the 5-star planet, but back then he was too weak to even consider going there. Now, though, Lex was fairly confident that he could handle it even if he ran into some trouble. "Great, sounds like a lovely place. Do you have any way of teleporting me there?" Lex could go to that planet using the inn, but he didn't want to get stuck connecting the planet to the system right now. He would much rather go there freely and get his work done for now. He could connect it to the inn later. "Yes, that can be arranged. Just remember to be careful. They're a peaceful folk as long as you remain calm. Sometimes they can get a bit aggressive, but just treat that as their eccentricity and don't react." Worried I'm going to get myself killed? Lex chuckled. How often do you see me getting into fights? I'll be friendly. Powell smiled at him awkwardly and then slid him a piece of paper. It had his picture on it, and in bold letters it read, Wanted. Lex the Dragon Slayer and World Stealer was last seen taming a World Eater. If spotted, do not challenge and immediately contact your closest dragon. Lex was stunned. What the hell? It had barely been a few days. This is just the one sent out by the dragons. The Henali have a nicer poster that requests a meeting with you if possible, or else they'll settle for a virtual video conference. There's also some story going around about how you stole the heart of an 11 princess. Oh, the famous assassin organization Nyx is also openly looking for you, and the terrorist organization responsible for trying to fracture space within this realm has also put out a bounty on your head. Did I mention that the Fugan have put a kill-on-sight order against you? I think the dwarves aren't too fond of you either. As if to prove what he said, Powell kept putting various wanted posters on the table in front of him, all with various pictures of drawings of Lex. Powell? Yes. Can you get me a copy of every kind of wanted poster there is of me out there? Lex asked as he tried not to feel ecstatic. He was supposed to be filled with grim determination to help his sister, but being wanted all over the realm was actually kind of cool. A part of him wondered when his other identity, Jack, would begin to accrue such a reputation as well. No problem. Do you want a nice frame with that? Yes, I mean no, just the posters will be fine. Most of them are digital, but I'll have them printed out. In the meanwhile, I'll set up the teleportation. Yeah, you do that, Lex said as he admired his pose in the wanted poster. These were actually kind of cool. Chapter 1133 TSA. Chapter 1133 TSA. Lex looked at his 13 wanted posters with shining eyes, as well as the list that had the names of the most wanted criminals in the entire Origin realm. The moment he appeared on this list, Lex's name was already in the top 10. It couldn't be helped. Few could match the wealth of dragons, so the bounty they put out was exceedingly high. Lex was also the only non-immortal on the entire list. Everyone who was above him on the list was an immortal who had been on the list for hundreds of years and had done horrendous things, making them the worst criminals the realm had ever known. They had sacrificed entire planets for blood rituals and captured tens of thousands of souls to nurture their treasures or for other purposes. People would scare their children with horror stories, and the creatures in those horror stories would scare each other by mentioning those on this bounty list. Among them now was Lex's name. Lex really wanted to go back and show this list to Moon, but chances were high that she was still asleep. To wake her up and show her his awesome side poses on these posters, he needed to get his hands on those feathers. When will the teleport be ready? Lex asked Powell. It takes time. There's a queue. Dunya is not some random planet that you can just teleport onto whenever you wish. Anyone teleporting to the planet will automatically be directed to a few specific terminals, and then go through immigration. It takes a while because the TSA is really annoying, as you can imagine. TSA? Lex asked, refusing to believe that the folks from JFK Airport had found their way out into the universe. Teleportation Safety Authority. You know, the guys who oversee that everyone who teleports over is not carrying anything dangerous. Stuff like that. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Your teleportation is scheduled for 2 hours from now. You can wait in the waiting room if you want. 2 hours, right? I'll head out and be back in time. Well, don't be late, or else your teleportation will be rescheduled. Lex returned to the Midnight Inn, where time moved slower, and took the opportunity to run some errands. There were already millions of guests in the inn already, with more coming every day. It seemed he would need some help, so he configured the Midnight Games too, which would start in a couple of months. For now, he just started advertising for it, and used the event panel to hire some extra help around the inn to handle the massive influx. With everything set up, he returned to Powell with 10 minutes to spare before his teleportation. Excellent, so you're going to have a small layover on a planet called Fukoff, but that's only because Dunya automatically rejects teleportations from non-registered portals. So basically, you'll just move from one teleportation formation to another. It shouldn't be a problem. By the way, the Infinity Emporium has a special privilege of keeping its clients' identities private when they send them over, so if you wish, you can take this mask and put it on. As long as you don't break any rules, you'll be fine, and no one will inquire about your identity. Also, take this identifier token so you know which terminal to go to. Lex raised an eyebrow but accepted the mask and went over to the teleportation formation, ready to move on. He could not help but notice the oddly nervous expression on Powell's face. He was sure it would be fine. Contrary to his expectation, the teleportation was actually quite smooth and only lasted a dozen seconds or so, bringing Lex to a large, well-designed building. The walls could somehow resist his spirit sense, but he supposed that made sense. Lex didn't spend too much time looking around, since he was holding up the teleportation formation and stepped forward to an oversized red panda holding a clipboard. "You from the Infinity Emporium?" he asked without looking up. "Yeah, that's me. Welcome to Fukoff. Your teleportation to Dunya is scheduled in 12 hours at Terminal 31. Please don't be late or your teleportation will be rescheduled. Do not try to leave the teleportation facility, you will be detained. There's a 20% sale on insect repellent pheromones producer in the duty-free. Have a pleasant day." Next. Throughout the process, the red panda did not look up from his clipboard, though Lex could sense countless spirit sense tracking his every move, so he supposed the panda didn't need to. Lex stepped out, curious as to what this teleportation facility was like. In all his years, this was his first experience with public teleportation. He had used the army teleportation before used by the Jotun Empire, but this was different. Perhaps getting a better understanding of the average experience would allow him to understand how he might improve his own guests' experience. He began exploring the place while looking for directions to Terminal 31. "What do you mean my luggage was teleported to hell by accident?" he heard someone yell and flinched. Fortunately, he had no luggage. He glanced at his spatial bangle and it was still with him. Maybe spatial treasures weren't so common, or maybe people moved around with a lot more stuff than him. Either way, lost luggage seemed to be a common theme here. Not wanting his innate ability to attract trouble to be triggered, he scurried away before the fight escalated. That's when he entered the duty-free and stopped when he noticed a restaurant with a giant yellow W in front of a red background selling burgers. The popular fast food chain commonly featured in anime, WhackDonald's actually had an intergalactic presence. Unable to help himself, Lex got in line and eventually ordered a Big Whack to try to see if it tasted the same. It did. Goddamn, the capitalists were rich even out in the universe. He was also impressed by the mask that Powell gave him, which parted at the lips whenever he tried to eat, so that he didn't need to remove it. He continued to explore the duty-free, and ended up buying himself a lot of chocolate as well as colognes. How he was getting sucked into these tourist traps he did not know, but at least he smelled good doing it. A 12-hour layover was both very long and very quick, depending on the situation. Since Lex kept himself entertained exploring the place, time went by fast, and he had no trouble finding the terminal. But 10 minutes before it was his turn to teleport, the banner above the room changed, indicating that the formation was out of order, and that all teleportations had been shifted to other terminals. Unsure if his 10-minute deadline had been shifted or not, Lex hurried to a help desk and quickly found out that his terminal had been changed to 7,777,779B, and that the schedule was still set for 10 minutes. Unwilling to be bested by the teleportation facility, Lex began blinking from one place to another, searching for his terminal right up until he was caught by the TSA agents. Apparently blinking interfered with the teleportation formations, and he was suspected of being a saboteur. He tried explaining his situation, but they insisted that he needed to go through certain checks. Lex looked at the agents and then his watch. For a split second, he wondered if he should risk making the situation worse by trying to interfere with their thoughts. If he got caught, then there was no way he'd make it in time. He'd have to resort to using the inn to go there, not to mention he'd have to explain to Powell how he literally made more enemies when Powell literally asked him to play nice. Then he looked back at the three agents, and interfered with their thoughts anyway. The next thing he knew, Lex was riding a hovercraft as the TSA agents rushed him through the facility towards his terminal, hopping lines and flying over security gates. Eventually, Lex reached his terminal with only a few seconds to spare. Without a second thought, he leaped forward even as the countdown continued towards 0. The hovercrafts behind him could not stop in time and crashed into a separate room. Sirens went off and a fire alarm began to ring. But a fraction of a second before any of that happened, Lex had managed to teleport away from this place. Every other teleportation formation in the whole facility underwent a schedule change, and every alien in the galaxy started to curse the unknown man who had caused the facility to stop working. The Infinity Emporium received an official notice of discontent, though a large donation was made that made it go away. Lex, however, was unaware of any of it. A few seconds later, he appeared on Dunya, finally reaching his destination. Chapter 1134, No Trouble. Chapter 1134, No Trouble. Lex almost forgot he could fly, but as he had teleported in the diving position, the moment he appeared in Dunya, he almost fell to the ground. Instincts kicked in, and he managed to prevent himself from landing flat on his face, though he did notice that flying was slightly more strenuous here than anywhere else. Gravity was much stronger here than he was used to. If Lex had to guess, he would say it was about 15 times stronger than Earth. The spiritual energy was also extremely dense on Dunya, but most importantly, he could feel the weight of the laws around him. They were much heavier and much more complete than any laws he had ever felt before. They saturated every inch of the world around him, and he could feel them covering his body as well, bringing him under the influence of the laws of Dunya. Surprisingly, Lex felt a seal placed around his ability to teleport. Even though he had not lost his control over space, he could no longer use it to teleport. It seemed that only sanctioned formations could handle teleportation across the entire planet. He even felt a number of other restrictions seep deep into his body, restricting his strength greatly, not that Lex minded. He discovered that the suppression of Dunya acted like the third seal on his body, which was still removed, so it stabilized his power a lot more. Lex got up and looked around. He was in a landing formation, which was a formation that accepted teleportations, within what looked like a large tree. Beside the formation was a tall man, nearly 8 feet tall, with big bulky arms showing through his sleeveless shirt. A beard that grew down all the way till his waist obscured much of his figure. The only other significant feature about him were his horns that looked like they were made of wood. "Welcome to Dunya," the man said in a gruff voice. "I see here that you are registered as a VIP guest. If you'll follow me, I'll help you go through immigration as quickly as possible. By the way, I don't know if you've been informed of this, so I'll just give you a small heads up. Cross-species fraternization is strongly frowned upon in Dunya, so do not try to flirt with the nymphs." The last VIP I brought through was quite surprised when he was forcibly married to a nymph and made to follow local laws regarding responsibility. It didn't go over so well with his first wife. "I'm too young to date anyway, don't worry," said Lex as he followed the druid past many lines where other travelers were waiting. "I'm looking for Kido's Ranch. Ever heard of it?" Lex asked. "No, but once you've registered yourself, you'll get free access to the local map for 24 hours. You can find it there easily, I'm sure, and then avail one of our many public transports to reach it. Dunya boasts a rich export, so we get a lot of visitors looking for some of our local produce all year around." Lex nodded as the man brought Lex to a massive hummingbird that was at least 6 feet tall who began questioning Lex. "Do you have anything to declare before entering Dunya?" the hummingbird asked, looking Lex up and down. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to declare. I'm looking for a ranch to purchase something." "Are you carrying on your person or in a spatial tool anything that can be considered dangerous, corrosive, or extremely volatile?" Lex could feel that he was standing in a formation that would detect lies, which was awkward because the contents of his spatial bangle were varied. Just a few," he admitted honestly. "In that case, if you are planning on selling such items in Dunya, you will need a tax exemption certificate. Please visit the Ministry of Imports and Exports to get the proper documentation. Please note that if any venomous or corrosive materials you sell need to match your claims, or you are liable to face legal action." Now, moving on, are you involved with any terrorist or revolutionary organizations? The hummingbird and the druid looked at Lex, as if waiting for him to elaborate. No, of course not," Lex began to say, but the ground underneath him turned red. I mean, there is a terrorist organization that is after me, but I myself have not participated in any terrorist activities." The ground underneath him became even more red, if that was possible. Lex was stumped. He was not sure what exactly the formation was referring to. Did killing off 2 deities count as terrorism? Technically speaking, he had only killed one and severely damaged one. Or was it because he triggered a massive war between the monsters and Craven back in the Crystal Realm? "Let me change the question," the hummingbird said as she watched Lex struggle to answer. "Do you plan to engage in terrorist activities while on Dunya, or facilitate any acts of terrorism while you're here?" No, of course not," Lex answered, and almost wiped the sweat off his brow when the red light disappeared. "Do you intend to engage in any religious rites or rituals while on Dunya? That includes but is not limited to conversions, curses, or irritating unaffiliated people with pamphlets." "No, not much of a religious guy," Lex answered truthfully. "Are you coming to Dunya with the intention of giving birth here in the hopes that your child becomes a natural citizen of the planet?" "What? No, I'm a guy. I can't give birth," Lex exclaimed, but the hummingbird did not respond. It entered a few things in its computer and then waved a wing at the druid who brought Lex away. "You had me worried there for a bit," the druid said jokingly and brought Lex outside. "Have a pleasant stay, and don't forget to register at the ministry if you want to avoid taxes." Lex swiped his sweat and stepped out of the tree. That was nerve-wracking for some reason. He looked around and found that the place looked like a man-made forest, or druid-made probably. Each tree was an incredibly large trunk, making them seem like actual buildings, and was situated at a specific distance from one another. The equal spacing and relative absence of shrubbery made it look artificial, but at the same time very pleasant. He saw countless large animals walking by, as well as druids, each minding their own business. But when he saw a large duck transform into a druid, he finally realized that maybe everyone he had seen so far was a druid. Since each tree acted as a building, the forest was probably a city, but Lex did not dwell on that. He found a way to get his hands on the free map he was supposed to get, only to face something he was all too familiar with, the tourist tax. The locals always tried to rip off tourists with higher-than-normal prices and exaggerated deals, but apparently Dunya, this 5-star world, also engaged in such practice. But recalling his immediate needs as well as promise to Powell not to cause a scene, he paid for the free map and went on his way. Then he began looking for the public transport the druid had told him about, only to discover a long snake that was nearly half a mile long and dozens of feet wide. There were countless wooden booths hung over the snake's body where everyone could ride. The snake was not really moving fast, or on a fixed path, but apparently moving any faster would break traffic laws, and this was the best public transport available. Becoming less and less impressed by Dunya, Lex climbed up into a booth, paid the price for a private booth, and closed his eyes. As long as the snake was heading in the correct general direction, he would keep going. When it deviated, he would stop. Another reason why Lex was being so amenable was because the snake was an immortal, and so were about 10% of the druids he crossed. 10% did not seem like a lot, but that already meant that in the few minutes he had been here, Lex had already walked by hundreds of immortals. Moreover, many of them radiated very powerful, very threatening auras. This place was obviously not simple, and Lex did not want to trigger his superpower of being sucked into some kind of unexpected trouble. So he sat silently with his eyes closed. He did nothing extra, and did not even spread out his spirit sense lest he offend anyone. Even so, he was waiting for things to go wrong. He knew something would eventually go wrong. It was impossible for there to be no issues, and yet that is exactly what happened. An hour later, Lex got off the snake scratching his head. Maybe Dunya suppressed whatever law was getting him in trouble. He better not take it for granted, though. It was best to get his hands on the feathers as soon as possible. Chapter 1135 Friendly Questions. Chapter 1135 Friendly Questions. As Lex walked towards the ranch, he compared Dunya to every other planet he had visited. The most common trend in most places were a few high-density metropolitan cities containing the bulk of the population and important buildings and sites in these cities. Then there were suburban areas outside such cities, with a few small towns and villages spread out across the countryside, alongside a large amount of farm or wild lands. For most places, it just made sense. Dunya, however, from what Lex had seen so far, took a different approach. As far as he had come, the forest of large trees continued, and with each tree serving as a building, it was basically just a sprawling, massive city that never ended. There were no roads either, since everyone just walked in the grass which seemed unaffected by the people passing by. It was such a free-flowing environment compared to what Lex had been used to that he didn't know what to make of it. The one definite good thing, compared to other cities, was that there was no heavy traffic anywhere. Even though there were a lot of druids, beasts, and other races passing by, due to how open everything was, it never felt crowded. The vast open spaces also accommodate for some of the larger races to move through the forest. But it was probably impossible to cover the entire planet in such a forest. After all, different biomes and climates had to exist to form a healthy balance. He wondered what they were like. Of course, there was also the possibility that Lex was currently walking through the suburb equivalent of the planet. If he had time later, he might explore the place. For now, Lex continued to follow the man right up until he experienced a strange phenomenon. His instincts informed him that he no longer needed to hide his identity using the mask the Emporium gave him, for it was no longer effective. There was no danger associated with the feeling, nor was there any indication that it was a good thing, just that his identity was no longer hidden. Lex paused and looked around, but found nothing amiss. After a moment's consideration, he took off his mask anyway and revealed his face. "Indeed, your senses are quite sharp," said a warm, calm voice before two figures appeared in front of him. They looked like humans, one male and one female, and were smiling at him softly. But while they looked like that, Lex had a strong feeling that they were not humans. "I hope you do not mind us approaching you like this. We were not specifically looking for you, but upon noticing you, we could not give up this opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself with my human name. I am Fahad, and this is Noor. We are of the Henali race." Lex was surprised by the fact that two members of the Henali just appeared in front of him, especially since he knew for a fact that they did not look like humans. "I suppose I don't need to introduce myself," said Lex. From these two he could feel no pressure at all, which basically meant that they were so much stronger than him that he could not probe them at all. That made sense. The Henali were at the peak of this realm, so Lex naturally assumed that they were either celestial immortals or Tao lords, although the former was more likely. "We are naturally familiar with your reputation. Lex William, kidnapper of dragons, worlds, and even world eaters now. We also have heard of your other affiliations, the ones with the Midnight Inn." Lex nodded. He expected as much. Once the inn workers found out that Leo and Lex were the same person, he more or less expected the word to get out. After all, Leo had made quite a scene while rescuing the Midnight Battalion from the Fugan battlefield, so there were quite a few people paying attention to him in the Origin realm. But he was fine with that, since Leo was always the cover he had for himself to explain his presence with the inn. Not to mention, the number of personas he had only kept increasing. There was also the tyrant wearing a mask and killing the enemies of the inn. "Ah, good, you are already familiar with my background. In that case, how can I help you? I suppose that this is not just a social visit." "It's really not," said Noor, speaking for the first time, "although there is no harm in developing a social relationship. In actuality, we just want to ask you a couple of simple questions. You can answer freely since we have no other agenda. We are only asking simply to increase our own awareness. I hope you do not mind. It's just some stuff that comes along with running an entire realm." "Why don't we walk as we talk? We can introduce Dunya to you as we go. It looks like this is your first time here." "That would be great," Lex said, not averse to establishing a positive relationship with the owners of an entire realm. Not to mention, the chances of him getting his hands on goose feathers might increase exponentially if he were accompanied by two heavy hitters such as themselves. That way he would not need to worry about the eccentricity of the owner's personality. "I'm sure you're already familiar with this information, but planets that have low star ratings cannot easily support the strength of immortals. A minimum of a 2-star rating is needed to safely support an Earth immortal's power, and that rating requirement increases as the power goes up. It's not just that the laws on those planets are weak, but that the planet itself cannot support that kind of power. Of course, if an immortal keeps their power to themselves, it will be fine, but it's not exactly a very comfortable situation." Lex thought back to Golden Hair, the sloth he had met in the Midnight Games. It had spent thousands of years sleeping while it was on Nibiru because the slightest shake of its hand would cause earthquakes on the planet. As such, the higher one's cultivation level gets, there are fewer places where they can truly relax. That is why planets such as Dunya, which are few and far between, become centers that attract countless high-level immortals. There's an unproportionate number of immortals here compared to the rest of this entire galaxy, or even the few galaxies nearby. "Doesn't that cause friction amongst the immortals?" Lex asked. "I imagine once reaching such a high level, immortals are used to having things their own way, so obeying the rules of Dunya could get constricting." Noor smiled, as if Lex had asked an obvious question. "Well, the rules for immortals are different than rules for everyone else," she said, as if there was nothing wrong with that. "Besides, Dunya is very similar to the Midnight Inn, in the sense that immortals come here for vacations or to meet others on their level. This does not mean they don't all have their own territories. In that way, coming to a neutral ground strong enough to maintain balance between everyone is quite beneficial for them." Lex raised his eyebrows as he realized the other reason why the system might have wanted him to connect to Dunya. He could rip them off and learn what they do to cater to high-leveled cultivators. "Speaking of the Midnight," said Fahad, "there's something the Henali have been wondering about. It's also the reason we wanted to talk to you. When you captured the World Eater, was that under the inn's command?" "Oh, no, that was me acting on my own. The World Eater tried to eat the planet I was on, and that did not sound like a pleasant experience, so I persuaded it not to do that." "Haha, yes, of course. That does not sound pleasant at all," said Fahad while laughing, though it was fairly obvious that he was struggling with keeping a straight face. Do you need it back? Lex asked hesitantly. He saw no problem in giving the World Eater back. Technically, he already failed the quest the system gave him since he did not bring the World Eater to the inn within 24 hours, so giving it away wouldn't hurt him anymore. He just needed to convince the turtle, and more importantly, needed to figure out a way to keep the planet with Moon at all times in some kind of spatial treasure, as currently the world was operating normally due to the World Eater's powers. Lex was certain that if its stabilizing power suddenly disappeared, the world would undergo more than just a few drastic changes. "Oh no, you can keep it, that's fine," Fahad said quickly, shaking his hands. "We have no problem with that. I just have to recommend that if you need to feed it in the future, only use planets without living beings and do not allow the Fuegan to get their hands back on it. Besides that, you can do with it as you wish." Chapter 1136 Pappy. Chapter 1136 Pappy. It seemed that the main concern of the Henali was ensuring that the World Eater did not return to the Fuegan's hands. That meant that, most likely, the ones fighting the Jorlam were also Henali. That thought made him want to tremble, though he resisted. The Jorlam were ridiculously massive in size. A single pupil on those things was the size of a star, not even the whole eyeball, just the pupil. Although Lex had somewhat entered the domain of an Earth immortal's power level, he still could not fathom what kind of power the higher levels held. Fortunately, they did not have any ill intentions towards him. "You don't need to be worried about that. I have no intentions of returning the World Eater. In fact, I am planning on taking him back to the Midnight Inn with me. But to do that, there is a small problem I must resolve first. Since you're here, maybe you can guide me." Actually, Lex wanted to say that maybe they could help him out, but he did not want to be too direct, especially since their relationship was not too deep. In fact, if it weren't for the Midnight Inn behind him, this entire conversation might have gone entirely differently, so it was best not to push his luck. Without going into the details, he just explained that he needed a way to carry a planet around with him without severing his connection to the world. He was hoping for some kind of spatial treasure that could help him out. "Oh, this is a simple matter. Can't you ask someone from the inn to help?" asked Fahad, looking genuinely confused. Lex had fortunately already prepared to face such a question, which is why he was not tripped up by it. "I can, but the innkeeper has told me to rely on my own efforts to achieve what I want to achieve, which is why, for my personal errands, I try my best to avoid using the inn's influence." A gleam flashed through Fahad's eyes. "It seems that the innkeeper has great expectations from you. In that case, I can offer you some guidance, but for how to achieve it is something you have to figure out on your own. Finding a spatial treasure that can contain a planet without severing your connection to it is not something that can be randomly found. If that is the direction you wish to search, you will need to have it specially made. But there is an easier way you can achieve the same thing. It seems your real purpose is not to carry the planet around, but ensure the connection is maintained constantly. That is much easier to achieve. You can look into the Celestial Planets Club if you want more hints." Lex's eyes gleamed. Yes, they were right. Carrying the planet around was not exactly necessary. As long as he could ensure that their connection would not be severed, and so the planet would count as Moon's body and teleport to the inn with her, he could make do. "Thank you for your advice. I will look into it." "Well, we'll leave you here. We need to finish our tasks and so can't stick around. Good luck with your quest." Lex fully expected the two Henali to teleport away once they were done. But instead, they opted for the much more mundane departure of climbing into a snake booth and leaving via public transport. Lex could not help but feel that the encounter had gone much better than he had hoped when he first noticed someone saw through his identity. After all, the bounty on him was not small. He would look into this Celestial Planets Club, but first he had to focus on the feathers. Finding the ranch was not complicated. It just took a while since Lex could not move fast. As it turned out, the forest did eventually change as he approached large pastures with much fewer trees filling up the ground. Moreover, large wooden fences grew out from the earth, blocking off large segments of land. It seemed like multiple ranches must be built here together. But whether it was through the use of formations or something else, within the ranch Lex could see nothing save the trees and grass. He supposed he'd find out for himself when he entered. He walked up to the closed wooden gate and knocked politely. A small peephole opened up, and though Lex could not see inside through it, he could hear the sound of many people whispering. It sounded like a bunch of kids. "Ask him what he wants." "Is it the delivery man? I ordered cake." "SHHH, don't let him hear us. Pappy always says don't talk to strangers." What if it's a bad guy? Don't say anything. I heard serial killers like to take away children while their pappy is gone. Don't be an idiot. There aren't any killers on Dunya. Guys, shut up. Let me talk to the stranger. Hey, don't be rude. I'm older than you. You can't tell me to shut up. The whispers did not end, as the people on the other side of the door were too busy arguing with one another, leaving Lex stumped. In the end, he could only interrupt them when there was no sign of them ending their arguments. Excuse me, I'm here to meet the owner of this ranch. I was sent by the Infinity Emporium. I believe he is expecting me. The whispers hushed for a moment, before they began arguing once again. The stranger is here for Pappy. The serial killers have come. I'd love to kill some serial right now. Don't tell the stranger that Pappy is gone right now. Worry not. Who do you think I am? I will never mention that Pappy has gone to a dating convention. What's a dating convention? It's obviously a place where they make calendars silly. Pappy said this is a huge secret, so don't mention it. Yes, I know. He even said that if it goes well, he might be gone for a few months. He said he might come back with a mommy. What's a mommy? It's a kind of chocolate, I think. I think it's a kind of toy. Lex coughed, sensing that the conversation was going in an inappropriate direction. As it happened, the owner of the ranch told me to meet him at a dating convention so we can make calendars together. Would any of you know what it's called or where I can find it? Oh, the stranger wants a mommy too. Is the stranger also called Pappy? I want to go to the dating convention too. It sounds like fun. Shush, don't say anything. The stranger is a secret agent. Don't worry, I'll never mention that the convention is called Lover's Island. Yes, and I won't mention that it's in a place called Universally Admired Studio. I want chocolate. Lex sighed and then stepped away from the date. He had no idea who was at the gate, but if it were a bunch of kids, then the rancher was truly irresponsible leaving them alone. But he wasn't from Child Protective Services, so Lex instead opened up his map and began searching for his new destination. It was considerably far from him, but fortunately there was public transport that relied on giant pigeons which Lex was able to get on. A few swaps between pigeons, and several hours later, Lex finally arrived at the studio, where he saw a massive line of druids and other races waiting to enter. Lex did not need to search blindly since Powell had naturally told him the rancher's name and showed Lex his appearance, which is why he was thoroughly disappointed to learn that he was not in the line. Could he have already gone in? He asked the guard at the entrance of the studio if he could contact his friend inside, but the guards were only there to manage security and could not contact anyone inside. Lex began to develop a very bad feeling as he continued to think of ways to find the rancher. He used spiritual techniques that would track him based on the aura of the ranch, but it pointed towards the studio. He tried to extend his spirit sense, but it was naturally blocked. In the end, Lex was left with no choice. He silently got in line as well, waiting to enter the studio. Now that he thought about it, why was a dating convention taking place at a studio? Wasn't a dating convention one of those places where people who wanted to date met a large group of others like them and saw if they were compatible with anyone? Something like that should be happening in an auditorium or hall or something. With these doubts in his mind, Lex eventually entered the studio, unaware of what lay ahead waiting for him. Chapter 11, 37 Questions. Chapter 11, 37 Questions. As Lex stood in line for the dating convention, slowly stepping forward, he could not help but analyze his situation. He was in a rush to find the rancher because he wanted to get his hands on those goose feathers as quickly as possible. Not only was this because he had other things he wanted to do later, such as find a worthy opponent for his sword and enter the preliminary round for the tourney. It was also because the fact that Moon had been sleeping for days was concerning. Lex did not think about the fact that, until he came face to face with her, he had decided to completely cut off his family. Emotions were things that did not make sense. The bitterness of being left out by them still filled him. But his own feelings towards his family was one matter. When he saw her weakened and frail state, despite being a golden core cultivator, he was completely overwhelmed with rage and a hint of guilt. Although he knew it wasn't his fault that she ended up like that, the truth was that if he hadn't accidentally run into her, he would have not made any effort to look for her. For that, he was very grateful to Vera. Although their relationship was mostly transactional, she had been a huge help to Lex in many different things. He would remember this and make it up to her someday. But the gist of the matter was, he was in a hurry to get this over with, so he was hoping this convention wouldn't take up too much of his time. He was hoping the rancher would have the feathers already prepared, since Powell had called him ahead of time. Or if he didn't, that he would authorize someone else to do the sale on his behalf. It was with these thoughts in mind that Lex finally entered the studio, and was brought to an inspection room even more thorough than the teleportation facility he had come through. Or perhaps he had skipped most of the inspection back then due to being a VIP. Name? A rather slender druid asked him, her long, deep brown hair flowing freely behind her. Lex, I'm looking for another applicant for the convention, a friend of mine. Is there any chance I'll be able to meet with them for a moment? There's an urgent matter I need to discuss. If the applicant is selected for the convention, then you will only be able to meet with them once the convention starts. If they're sent to the waiting room to see if there's space for them, then you might be able to meet them there if you also end up there. Otherwise, if they don't get selected, then you can just talk to them outside. What is your dating history like? Are you currently single? Do you have any prior engagements, forced or otherwise? Even if the engagement is already broken, be sure to mention it. Such things get you bonus points. But don't bother making up fake stories. You're standing on a truth detector formation. Lex nearly grimaced at the mention of the truth detection formation, not to mention the questions. Why was the universe picking on him lately? I am currently single, no prior engagements of any kind, Lex said succinctly. The simple response seemed to disappoint the druid lady, but she didn't dwell on it. Are you affiliated with any significant forces? Those include, but are not limited to, prominent families, ruling factions of various empires, a significant position within a race such as nobility, galactic or intergalactic federations, companies, businesses, criminal syndicates, pirate groups, etc. Please note that no legal action will be taken against you in case you have any criminal affiliations. This is just to build your profile. The more interesting your background, the better your chances of being selected. Lex hesitated. His background was more than just interesting, but he didn't know how much of that he wanted to reveal. He just wanted to meet the rancher, but if the rancher got selected for the convention, meeting him might be hard. Should he try to get in just in case the rancher gets in? If it turns out that the rancher isn't in, he could always just quit. Somewhere deep inside of him, Lex felt like things were slowly getting out of hand. But then again, it was just a dating convention. What's the worst that could happen? I do have a few affiliations, but is it all right if I don't mention them? Lex asked. Having a mysterious background should also help, right? The druid thought about it for a moment before answering. Well, the formation recognizes that you're truthful about having some affiliations, but not mentioning them might not necessarily work in your favor. Just so you know, the convention will run an independent background check on you for safety and security purposes. A criminal element can spice up a profile, but only if it's not a threat to the convention or the other applicants. Lex raised an eyebrow. Sure, go ahead. The druid nodded and continued with the questions. Are you of legal dating age according to your race? It was fortunate that Lex had excellent control over his body, or else he might have blushed. Yes, I have been alive for a sufficient period of time, he said, maintaining perfect eye contact. The life detector did not go off, so the druid just shrugged and continued with the questions. Fortunately, Lex had been careful with how he answered. There was no way a 15-year-old body would have been considered of legal dating age for something like this, at least according to the laws on Earth. Do you have any dating preferences in terms of race, gender, age, cultivation level, and so on? Oh, wait, I also forgot to ask, what's your cultivation level? Lex began to question how bad it could really be for Moon to sleep a little longer. For all he knew, it could be good for her. She was a growing child, after all. Well, not anymore, he supposed, but still, it could be good for her. Chapter 1130, 8 Good Chance of Being Selected. Chapter 1130, 8 Good Chance of Being Selected. After a few more seconds, Lex could not come up with a good enough excuse to avoid the question. Objectively speaking, it was a very straightforward question, and he had no reason to avoid it. The fact that he was embarrassed by it was an entirely different matter. Female, human, or humanoid, I suppose, with no cultivation level preference. No weight, at least a golden core cultivation, he answered, and could feel himself regret it immediately. He meant to just give a simple answer to get the questions over with. But midway it occurred to him that if he were to end up with someone, they would need to have sufficient strength and potential. It was not that he wanted to have them fight or he was being picky, but just that with his life expectancy, if he ended up with someone with a low cultivation level, he'd easily outlive them, which wasn't nice, which is why he changed his answer. The reason he didn't directly say Earth immortal as the minimum was because he assumed then the person would be much, much older than him. But the moment he gave the answer, he regretted it as well. He was just supposed to be giving a cursory answer. Why was he thinking about it? I am a peak nascent realm, and plan on breaking through to the immortal realm in a few months. Lex heard the druid mutter, promising under her breath as she filled out his information. All right, you can go on ahead. Next up is a physical exam to ensure the state of your health. Lex, too embarrassed by their interaction already, quickly walked through the door and entered the next room. The exam was quite simple, as they had him stand on a platform while they scanned him. Afterwards, they tried to take a few blood samples, but Lex didn't even need to tell them that he was not open to that. None of their needles could pierce his skin. You look like you're in perfect health, Mr. Lex, the doctor said. But there is one small matter that I want to ask you about. Considering your healthy state, you can choose not to answer and it won't affect your chances of entering the convention. I see that there are 2 convergence points on your chest that are influencing your body, which is not ordinary for humans. Can you elaborate on their function? That's simple. They're suppressing my cultivation. I've placed them there myself. The doctor nodded and recorded the information, seeming very impressed. Lex was not concerned that sharing the information would get him any kind of trouble. If his seals were so easy to interfere with, they would not have been able to hold back his cultivation to begin with. All right, Mr. Lex, it seems like everything is in order. I have been authorized to tell you that you can proceed to the waiting room. If there are no unexpected issues, then I think that you have a strong chance to be selected for the convention. Due to the standards of Lover's Island, we have to be very thorough in our selection, but I have a good feeling about you. Thank you, Lex said politely and walked towards the waiting room. He was hoping that he'd run into the rancher there. After all, what were the chances he was already selected? As it turned out, the chances were pretty good. Space. Fahad was panting heavily as he pushed his body off the ground, an immense sense of urgency filling him. Yet when he looked up, his target was gone. But he did not lower his guard. Being gone did not mean that the target could not come back. For all he knew, the target was hiding and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Nor are you alive? He asked, unable to sense his partner. I'm alive, she responded promptly, though she remained invisible. Fahad didn't question why she was not appearing. He couldn't blame her. Who knew that the target they were hunting was actually so powerful? None of the reports they had ever revealed this level of strength. We need to put Dunya on full alert, he said, gritting his teeth. This is not the kind of thing we can hide. We have a serial killer on the loose, and his strength is nearing the peak of this realm. The Druids aren't going to be happy if we make that announcement, Noor said. They'd be even unhappier if random guests on their planet started dying. We need to enact a lockdown, and we need backup. Noor did not argue with Fahad. For the most part, her greatest source of hesitation was her own pride. She did not want to admit that she failed, but she supposed failure was still preferable to death. You do it, she whispered, and then even her voice disappeared. No one would find her unless she revealed herself. Fahad sighed, then contacted the Druid leader on this planet. Ursun, we have a situation, Fahad said, as he looked at the Druid who had assumed his deadly bear form. What is it? There's a serial killer on the loose on your planet, and he's much stronger than me. Those words immediately attracted the bear's undivided attention. Tell me about him. We've been tracking him across the whole realm. His targets are unpredictable, and his motives are unknown. The only thing we can say for certain is that, until he finds his target and tries to kill them, he won't leave this planet. Since we already intercepted him once, we can conclude that he hasn't found his target yet, so he will be on this planet for a while longer. What race is he? What can you tell me about him? I'll bring out my best warriors. We'll hunt him down together. Just have all your warriors be prepared. He is no weakling. As for his race or origin, we don't know. All I can say is that anyone who has seen him has only seen 2 shining headlights. His designation is Truck Khan. Chapter 1139 Martial Law. Chapter 1139 Martial Law. The waiting room was not nearly as large as Lex expected, and had space for no more than 100 people. Besides Lex, only a few dozen others were waiting in the room, showing how genuinely difficult it was to even get this far. Unfortunately for Lex, the rancher was not in the waiting room. Since his tracking techniques still told him that the rancher was still in this building, that meant that the rancher had been directly selected for the convention. Good for him. Lex sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The thing about having just 2 seals instead of 3 was that the pressure on the remaining seals would increase. They might not be able to hold on and could end up bursting, which is why he would need to regularly refresh them. It was not that he could put up a 3rd seal of a different kind himself, but the 3 seals he selected formed a careful equilibrium that supported each other, and putting up a seal of a different kind would mess with that. His one treasure and the glyph he could manage to recreate and refresh himself, but the final one required Lotus help. Lex was using his time efficiently, since he was not really interested in the convention, but everyone else in the waiting room was using this opportunity to mingle. After all, since their purpose was to find a partner in the convention, they did not really need to wait till the convention to get to know one another. If by happenstance they found the perfect partner before even entering the convention, then it would be for the best. Everyone here had the same objective. That was precisely why Lex stood out so much and attracted everyone's attention. "What do you think he's doing?" a nymph asked, looking at him with wonder. The way angels were the antonyms of devils, nymphs were considered the antonyms of succubi. But despite being considered their opposite, they contained the same irresistible charm that would attract anyone. The only difference was that, unlike succubi, nymphs would usually only ever be with one partner. "Maybe he's confident in being selected," whispered another person. "Does anyone recognize him?" "Never seen him before." All these conversations were, of course, happening via spirit sense. Everyone here had sharp hearing, so they knew better. Even so, Lex could feel their gazes on him from time to time. He just ignored it. Over the next few hours, very few people entered the waiting room, until, eventually, the screening was over. A druid came in and read a list of names of everyone from the waiting room who had been selected, and as it happened, Lex's name was right at the top. But instead of calling him by his name, they called him Lex Dragonsbane, which raised a few eyebrows. Lex himself was taken aback by it. It seemed like their background check had got them some results. Lex followed them to a large room with a big teleportation formation, with the rest of the contestants already standing within the formation. Lex looked through them, and immediately found who he was looking for: a tall, bulky druid wearing wolfskin robes and extremely unkempt hair. His tanned skin and rough around the edges look made it obvious why he needed to go to a dating convention to find someone, not that Lex was judging. Even as he was being escorted towards the formation, Lex directly reached out to the druid with his spirit sense. "Rancher Sim, my name is Lex. I believe Powell told you about me. I'm here to buy the Velvet Goose King feathers. He told me you asked me to come in person to buy them." The druid, who otherwise looked menacing, was startled so bad that quite a few people looked over at him. "What are you doing here?" the druid hissed back using his spirit sense. "Do I look like I'm working right now? You are the one who insisted on me coming in person, and when I came you were gone. Obviously I was going to look for you. How was I supposed to know you'd come over immediately? Just go away. I'll deal with you once I'm done." "Rancher Sim, I am in a rush. I need those feathers. If you don't have them on you, you can tell me who I can talk to back at your ranch. I can pay you, and we can both get on with our lives." By now, Lex too had been brought to the formation and stood in with everyone, though he was not concerned. He could teleport to the inn whenever he wanted, and as long as was resigned to spending a few days on Dunya, he could link it to the inn as well. It was still much quicker than waiting months. The druid was clearly flustered, but with everyone looking at him, he was forced to compose himself. "Look, yes, Powell told me that someone was interested in buying feathers, but you know what? I'm no longer interested in selling them. Get lost." Lex frowned. This was less than ideal. The man was being very uncooperative. He understood that no one wanted to be disturbed during their private time, but he was the one who raised the condition to meet him in the first place. "Look, Sim, I'm trying to be cooperative here. Just help me with the feathers. I'll pay you very handsomely, and we can both move on with our lives." "Don't you know what get lost means? I ain't selling." Lex frowned, and then subtly spread his domination aura across the room, without concern of being noticed. In fact, he planned on being noticed. That was because his control over domination had reached extreme levels now. Whereas earlier, it could only completely suppress his targets, now he could use it for other things, such as using the power of his aura to suppress his competitors and attracting the attention of suitable mates. Using their dragon's might was one of the ways dragons courted each other and found mates. Lex learned about it, but never expected to use it. Suddenly, every man in the room felt stifled, and every woman in the room looked towards Lex, a gleam of interest in their eyes. "Suit yourself then. If we're dropping all decorum, then how about I make sure you can't find a single date? The druid felt incredibly stifled. Since he was socially awkward and had little to no experience with women, he had gone his entire life without finding a suitable partner. Now that he had enough success to his name that he might be able to use it to attract someone, his big mouth and his even bigger ego ended up bringing a client to the convention. As if he wasn't nervous enough, now with a client here looking for him, how was he supposed to focus on finding a partner? But his ego wouldn't allow him to admit fault, so he told him to get lost. How was he supposed to know that the man he was pissing off was a natural Casanova? Just standing there without doing anything, he attracted the attention of every woman in the room. With such a powerful contender, he had no hope, especially if that contender was out to get him. Now he had to choose between his ego and his desire to find a mate. Lex had no problem waiting for the rancher to decide, since his skin was thick and he was more than capable of pretending that he was not feeling embarrassed. Like that, the two had an embarrassment standoff, unaware that of the events their confrontation was setting off. "Quickly start the formation," yelled the director as his eyes turned into literal stars. "This is going to be the best season of Lover's Island yet. Have we brought in the other contestants from the other planets?" "Everything is ready, sir." "Excellent, then activate the formation and let's get the show on the road. I can practically hear the spirit stones raining from the skies." In his excitement, the director had the formation activated before all the normal formalities were complete, teleporting all the contestants away. Just as he got up, ready to follow all the contestants, a much larger formation that covered Dunya was activated, blocking anyone else from coming or going. What the hell is going on?" The director yelled at his assistants, fearing the worst. Every minute they wasted, they were losing money. As if to answer him, a loud broadcast was announced across the planet. "Dear residents, a powerful and notorious criminal has been detected on the planet, and martial law has been declared. Everyone return to your homes immediately. This is for your own safety." While the director started to have a mental breakdown, since the broadcasting for Lover's Island would begin regardless of whether he was there to direct or not. He was unaware that in the corner of the studio a truck had appeared, its headlights slowly dimming, pointing towards the formation that had teleported the contestants away. Chapter 1140, Notoriously Handsome. Chapter 1140, Notoriously Handsome. Moon woke up feeling surprisingly fresh and with much more energy than she was used to. For a moment, the lack of severe weakness surprised her, but then she remembered everything that had happened and smiled. Right, Lex had found her, and what followed was an adventure out of a storybook. "Good morning," a soft, feminine voice greeted her, taking her by surprise. She looked around and found that at a short distance, a beautiful lady was sitting at a table drinking tea, accompanied by a young man. She did not recognize either of them. "My name is Jubilation, though my friends call me Jubai. I'm a nurse. This is Harry, he's a sorcerer. Your brother invited both of us to look after you and help treat you while he searches for some ingredients for your treatment." "Oh, thank you for your care," Moon said softly, and with a subtle hint of formality. In front of Lex, she returned to her childish self, but with him gone, she once again began to step back into her role as Saintess. If it weren't for the fact that these two were acquaintances of her brother, and that she could sense the purity of their souls, she would have been a lot more guarded and formal. "Are you hungry?" Lex left behind some ingredients and invited a private chef as well to help prepare your meals. "It should be very good for you." "I suppose I can have something light," she said, recalling the great flavor of the food Lex had given her. She slowly lifted herself from her hammock and stepped down. Nurse Jubilation was about to elaborate on how they planned on treating her when a notification sound went off her watch. She looked down and suddenly felt excited. "Harry, the show's about to start. Velma's been raving about this for a long time. I can't believe we're finally going to watch a live season of Lover's Island." She tapped on her wristwatch, and a screen appeared in the air beside them. "Miss Moon, are you interested in such shows? I've never seen them before, but I have a dear friend who is a big fan." "I've never had the time to watch them, but I have heard about them. I suppose I could watch a little while I eat." Moon joined the two at the table where they sat and looked towards the screen, which was playing an introduction of the show, showing scenes from past seasons. Images of shirtless men fighting off monsters to protect admiring ladies, and couples bonding together as they overcame adversity kept flashing on the screen. The production quality was not bad, but Moon did not feel too intrigued. Her life had been so stressful that she could never find the appeal in watching others endure such needless drama. But her expression froze when the introduction ended, and the first thing that popped up on screen was an image of a person she knew all too well. Lex stood at the mouth of a steaming volcano, his sharp jaw and intense eyes drawing in everyone who looked at him. More importantly, a hint of the domination that he was still displaying was being transmitted through the projection. After all, the production quality did not just refer to the cinematic and audio of a show, but how well they were able to replicate the actual auras and conditions in which the show was taking place. Lex was radiating a charm he had never displayed anymore, and everyone who saw him became fixated. "What did you say he was doing again?" Moon asked. "Was he supposed to be looking for ingredients?" No one responded. Just then the narrator started to speak and began introducing Lex. "Ladies and gentlemen, monsters and beasts, deities and devils, welcome back to Lover's Island, the show where romance knows no bounds and love knows no limits, even as contestants struggle to survive the lethal trials of the island. Tonight, we have an unprecedented surprise for you. Brace yourselves for the arrival of a contestant like no other. He's a legend, a mystery, and quite possibly the universe's most notoriously handsome outlaw to grace your eyes. For years, the galaxies have been buzzing with tales of his audacious escapades. He's kidnapped a living dragon for no reason other than he could, and snatched an entire planet from its star system to get a date with its saintess. He's even captured the colossal monster known as the World Eater, capable of devouring planets and stars, all to serve as steed to pull along his planet chariot as he roams the stars. An audio track of audience members going "oh" and "ah" played in the background. Lex, unaware of what was happening, turned to look down in the bubbling volcano. Amidst a lake of boiling lava was a cage on a floating piece of rock, and within it an unconscious lady. The narrator continued, "With a bounty on his head worth dozens of planets, he's the man everyone's been searching for but no one could ever find. Dragons have searched the boundless stars and bounty hunters across countless planets with no news of him. Until now. Tonight he's not just a fugitive, he's a contestant here on Lover's Island looking for a different kind of adventure. Please welcome the elusive, the legendary, the one and only Lex Dragonsbane." Waves began to form in the lava, and Lex's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he dove into the mouth of the volcano, the unconscious lady unaware of what was happening around her. The camera zoomed on Lex's face. There was no hint of fear, no nervousness, only focus. Will this infamous renegade find love amidst the stars, or will his past catch up with him? Stay tuned to find out, because this season of Lover's Island just got a whole lot more exciting. Lex almost reached the floating island, but a massive flaming hand emerged from the flames and reached towards Lex as a molten giant began to rise out of the lava. Moon did not know when a box of popcorn appeared in his hand, nor did she remember what she wanted to talk about. All her focus was fixed on the screen as she watched her brother fight the flaming monster. Elsewhere in the Origin realm, in a broken and downtrodden temple, a weak and pale deity looked at the screen with anger bubbling in his eyes. Ra was using special treasure to hide from the laws of the Origin realm, but even so it almost wished to give up surviving to instead use the rest of his power to kill this accursed Lex. But just before it did something drastic, he held himself back. In another part of the realm, a golden dragon stood over the corpse of a hated enemy. Victory did not give it any pleasure, for in front of it was a screen showing a stupid human calling himself Dragonsbane. How dare he? Asami Jin, the elven princess, was sitting amidst her garden filled with blood roses and watched a screen with wistful eyes. She had only turned on the show on a whim. Who knew she would end up seeing the very person she had been thinking of? Somewhere else, Belle spit out a mouthful of blood as she finally reached a safe house. The war against the fiery mammoths had been going rough, and with the latest round of betrayals amongst the Empire, the war efforts had suffered even more. She almost began to believe that this was a hopeless campaign, almost. Before she could think further on this, her eye was caught on a screen some of the resting soldiers were watching. The person on the screen looked awfully familiar, but it was too young to be her brother. It couldn't be him. She continued watching anyway. Alexander Morrison was getting ready to enter the champion's tourney. What would come next would be the most difficult trial of his life. He needed to be in his peak state. "Hey, brat, don't you know that kid?" yelled his grandfather as he pointed towards his screen. Alexander tried to ignore his grandfather, who was hiding out with him since his grandmother became pregnant. Once he had looked up to his powerful and wise grandfather. It was only now that he began to realize how much of a menace he really was. "Hey, that's my student," said Marlowe, who was also crashing with Alexander. As it turned out, his wife was also pregnant. The two apex warriors of Earth were hiding from their wives, and so Alexander had no respect left for them. He closed his eyes and tried to focus. He needed to be in his best state. In another part of the Origin realm, Larry was busy absorbing the metal in another spaceship when his girlfriend suddenly came up to him. "Hey, look who I found. Is that your friend?" She showed him a screen with Lex fighting a monster. In the background, he could see the words Lover's Island written in pink. Chapter 1141, Do It for the Views. Chapter 1141, Do It for the Views. When Lex felt the teleportation formation activate, he was not too concerned. Once he got what he wanted, he'd ask the hosts of the convention to send him back since he was no longer interested. He was prepared to continue confronting Sim until he yielded, but when he reappeared, he found himself alone on an entirely different planet. From the air, the spirit energy, the gravity, and countless other minor details, he could feel that he was somewhere else. More importantly, he could also feel countless formations observing him at every moment through various ways. The convention was a strange one. Lex was not sure how they went about getting the participants to become familiar with one another if they were all so far apart. He spread out his spirit sense in search of anyone else, and immediately found someone. They were down in the volcano behind him. Furthermore, they were unconscious and even locked in a cage. The situation was far from normal. But if there was one thing Lex was intimately familiar with, it was volcanoes. In fact, on the chance that he did not decide his tenet to be of becoming the best, he had considered having them be something related to volcanoes. They were just too closely linked. When Lex sensed that the lava was becoming turbulent, he dove in without hesitation to save the person in the cage. Maybe they would be able to tell him what was going on. Come to think about it, he never asked anyone how the convention was to take place. Maybe dating in the cultivation world had some odd ceremonies or traditions he was not familiar with. When a flaming hand rose out of the lava and grabbed Lex, he was not surprised. Of course he knew that a molten giant was inside the lava. Why else would the lava suddenly become turbulent? The giant rose out of the lava, its heat and power bearing down on Lex, not that Lex himself was bothered. Instead, he looked at the molten giant and tried to determine if it was a worthy opponent for his sword. It was not. Lex extended his domination, freezing the giant as it stood, before breaking free of its grip. Lex looked down at himself and found that not even his clothes were singed. Though considering even his casual clothes were made from the Midnight Tailor, it was no surprise. He flew down to the woman in the cage and discovered that it was an angel. Her white feathers were tucked neatly behind her back, covered by her blonde hair, but some of it was still visible. A glance and a scan were enough for Lex to learn that she was being kept unconscious through abnormal means. He ripped the cage apart with his hands. The resistance it offered not even worth his attention, lifted her up in his hands, and began to fly back out of the volcano. Across the Origin realm, countless viewers hooted and whistled as they saw Lex rip the bars that blocked him from reaching the helpless damsel, lift her up in his arms and fly through the sky. The evil molten giant still frozen under Lex's aura. "Ladies, it seems we have a real man here," yelled the narrator with endless enthusiasm as he watched Lex fly. "Vote now if you want your latest heartthrob, Lex Dragonsbane, to survive the preliminary rounds. With his silent, brooding nature and his bursting passion, it seems he's a bane for more than just dragons." Back on Yildirim Utopia, Moon was recording every moment that Lex was on screen as blackmail material. She didn't know how he ended up there, but she was not going to let him forget it. Lex, completely unaware that countless women across the universe were voting to keep him on Lover's Island longer, carefully laid the angel down and then began to treat her. He used a soothing technique that eliminates toxins from her body while reinvigorating her. At the same time, he used a glyph that would push away the strange technique that was targeting her and keeping her asleep. Lex was just being helpful and acting in the most efficient way to heal her, completely unaware that his casual display of glyphs enraged dragons everywhere. The angel groaned and slowly began to move as she recovered, pressing her forehead, trying to abate her headache. "Take it slow, I'm healing you," said Lex in a warm, comforting voice. Even so, the angel was startled and quickly pulled away. Lex stayed put and raised his hands as if to show that he meant to harm. The angel, with her radiant, golden eyes, scrutinized Lex as if to determine who he was and what he was doing and who he was. Then she felt her own body and sensed that Lex was indeed helping her out. She relaxed, though she did not completely let down her guard. "Forgive my hasty retreat, I was startled," she said, her voice as sweet as honey and as smooth as silk. You have my gratitude for your aid. It's no trouble. In fact, I was hoping to ask you some questions. Do you know what's going on here? When I was teleported over, I was all alone. I'm looking for a person. I need to complete a business deal with him. Upon hearing the question, the angel grimaced. What is going on? How can you not know if you are here? We are in the heart of the territory of devils in their most accursed domain of twisted desire and showmanship. We are on Lover's Island. Lex waited for her to explain more, but she looked back at him as if that alone should explain everything. It seems like there is some communication gap. I'm aware that there is some kind of dating convention called Lover's Island. I'm not sure what you mean by land of twisted desire and such, but I just need to find someone. Do you have any idea where people might be? The angel turned her head and looked at him as if he were stupid. Are you not aware of what Lover's Island represents? She asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. The way you are asking makes me think I might not. Is it more than a dating convention? The angel kept looking at him for a bit, opened her mouth to answer, but then closed it. She opened it again, and then once more closed it. Finally, the third time, she answered. Lover's Island is a reality TV show, and at the same time, it is an untamed 4-star planet. This planet is full of exceptional dangers, and the only way to survive is to find a partner and overcome the challenges of this world together. If the viewers think that the partnership is good, or that they have good chemistry, they can vote for the teams or contestants. The more votes you get, the safer you are. If the viewers don't like the partner you have, they can instead vote for one person instead of the dupe, making it likely that one of them will die, forcing the remaining person to survive on their own until they can find another suitable partner. Only if the viewers think that the contestants are truly a good couple do they usually make it to the end. Of course, sometimes viewers fall in love with some contestants and keep killing their partners because they want the contestant to remain single. But if they do that, they risk letting the contestant they love die due to facing dangers alone. In short, it's a planet where your very survival is dependent on viewers all over the realm and how good of a show you put on. The better the show you put on, the better your chances of survival. Most couples who survive Lover's Island end up becoming a couple for real. Lex continued to stare at her, waiting for the part where she would say she was joking, but it never came. People volunteer for this? He asked, remembering the massive line outside of the studio. Of course, nothing builds camaraderie like surviving life and death together, and that often leads to true love. For the chance at a suitable partner you can face the dangers of the universe with, people line up for miles sometimes. Of course, there are some people who get selected without their choice, such as me. So what you're telling me is that I'm on a realm-wide show based on finding love. Before the angel could answer, Lex suddenly looked up and spotted a meteor, leaving behind a rainbow-colored trail, crashing towards them specifically. Lex was beyond the level where meteors could threaten him, but the rainbow made him feel a significant threat. He grabbed the angel's hand and suddenly teleported the two of them away, yet the rainbow meteor turned, continuing to aim towards them. He narrowed his eyes. He didn't have time for this, so he better hurry up and find Sim. But first he had to deal with this meteor. Chapter 1142, Swooning Across the Realm. Chapter 1142, Swooning Across the Realm. Lex did not even need his spirit sense. His left eye had mutated a long time ago, allowing him to peek at things related to laws, but that left his right eye as normal. Recalling how cool it felt using evisceration with his eyes, Lex underwent the journey to find cool and powerful techniques based on his eyes. He was not in any way inspired from any anime he had seen, as that would be unoriginal and plagiaristic, which he was not. After consulting Pell, Mary, and Dr. Best, as well as a few other knowledgeable people as well as the many records in the Midnight Library, Lex discovered something genuinely surprising. Among the many races in the universe, and many powerful abilities, one of the most powerful eye-based abilities had actually been developed by a human countless eons ago. It had a long and epic lore behind how it was created, not to mention an amazing yet tragic history of how it disappeared over countless years. The person who created it was a prime, which is also something Lex studied a bit about. But the more important matter was it gave Lex the inspiration to create his own technique, which would also have an awesome and epic lore that he would hire someone to create for him at some point eventually. He channeled his energy into his right eye, and illusory characters began to appear on his sclera around his iris, while a tiny glyph appeared within his pupil. The characters that filled the white part of his eye formed an array, while there was an accompanying glyph in the middle of his eye which worked independently of the array while complementing it, forming a synergistic effect. That accompanied by his spirit energy which had countless affinities, and could easily act as a bridge between his eye and the effects of the array and glyph. It sounded complicated, and it really was, but it resulted in a unique eye technique that was completely unique to Lex. It was nowhere near being the best in the universe at the moment, but it had the potential for it. Time seemed to slow in his eyes, and his vision zoomed in on the meteor, allowing him to not only see it, but analyze what was so special about it. Compared to the molten giant, the meteor was actually much more dangerous as it carried a hint of a law Lex did not recognize, and it was clearly and directly aiming for the angel. But while it was powerful, the only thing that made it actually dangerous was that hint of laws. Considering Lex could deal with them even in his current state, it was not an issue. His eye focused on the meteor, and it seemed to dissolve into thin air, disappearing from sight. In truth, all Lex had done was push it behind space and into the void, but without creating any spatial fluctuations, no one could tell what happened. "Amazing, ladies and gentlemen, just amazing," the narrator roared on everyone's screens. Just a gaze was enough to erase any threat before him. Looks like it's going to take more than a small meteor if someone wants to take the angel away from his strong, steady arms. Get voting, ladies and gents, if you want to see them end up together or be ripped apart. In the meanwhile, let's check up on our other contestants. Lex shook his head once the meteor disappeared. Why would people volunteer to come to this death show? It made no sense to him. "I have to go look for someone. If you want to leave this place, I can give you a key to the Midnight Inn. No matter where you are, teleporting to the inn shouldn't be an issue." Lex held out a golden key and could not help but notice how the golden color of the angel's hair and eyes matched the key. Maybe angels suited the inn a lot more than humans. The angel, however, looked at the key and then back at Lex. "Even though I was forced to come here, that does not mean I want to leave so easily. Like I said, Lover's Island is a 4-star planet that is largely uninhabited. The resources one can find here are way beyond the reach of normal people. This is an amazing opportunity, especially for me." The angel tried to spread her wings, but they would not extend properly. Black lines spread across the pure white feathers, making them look diseased and weak. Lex scanned the wings and immediately realized that this was no ordinary disease. Getting rid of it would not be easy. Of course, Lex would still have to try his hand at it. He could think of a couple of things that might work. "Since I was born, I have been a victim of a dreadful curse. I have heard rumors that on this planet there is a spring that can wash clean this curse that has worked its way right into my. What are you doing?" The angel was in the middle of explaining her tragic backstory, well aware that gaining the sympathy of the countless viewers watching the show live would be the ticket to surviving. What she had not expected was for Lex to shoot her wings with a strange, white light. Black, acrid smoke began to rise from the feathers, and a warm sensation began to spread through her wings, which had never felt anything other than the frigid cold before. "Just like I thought, it's troublesome," Lex said as he withdrew the white light. "If you can't find the spring to heal yourself, you can come find me in the Midnight Inn. I can heal your wings for you, but it'll take a few days. It's really quite troublesome." The angel was dumbfounded. How did you do that? Even our best healers could not heal my curse," she exclaimed. What neither Lex nor the angel knew was that countless angels who were watching the show were even more stunned than her. They knew full well the extent and difficulty of healing congenital wing diseases. It wasn't that it was impossible, but rather that it required the effort of incredibly high-leveled angels, and that was not something all angels could afford or arrange. But if they could get their hands on Lex, better yet, if that angel could get Lex to fall in love with her and then get married. It was as if proverbial dollar signs appeared in the eyes of countless angels across the realm. "I'm a doctor, healing people is my business," Lex shamelessly boasted. The truth was, he had devised multiple techniques that used the healing factor of his blood without having to actually use his blood. Originally, he thought that this would reduce the effectiveness of his healing, but under the right conditions, it could actually be better. My name is Thalil Silverlight. How may I address you?" she asked, a soft blush appearing on her face. It wasn't that she was suddenly enamored by Lex, though the more she thought about how powerful he was and his good looks and his medicinal prowess and his calm attitude. No, she was blushing because she was looking forward to having her wings healed. That was it. She was not in denial at all. "My name is Lex. I'm going to go search for my target now. You can accompany me if you wish. If we come across the spring, then we can part ways." "Ah, yes, of course, but leaving is not so easy. We need to complete objectives to be able to move on. Each territory has its own objective. I suppose rescuing me might have." "Don't worry about it," Lex said as he placed his hand on her shoulder. "It's not so easy to stop me. With that, Lex teleported himself and Thaliel away. An invisible barrier appeared, blocking their teleportation, but Lex needed to only touch it for the barriers to unravel. Putting up defenses in front of him, the uncrowned king of defense was a joke. But even though Lex was now aware that countless people were probably watching them, since he was on a show, he did not know that his casual action of dismissing the barrier and becoming the Angel's rescuer had caused countless women across the realm to swoon. At the same time, Thaliel suddenly felt like she was in danger. It was as if countless people across the realm were suddenly targeting her and wanted her gone. Lex was not paying attention to the blushing angel beside him. He had already used the tracking technique to locate which way Sim was, and was heading that way. He just needed to stop after every short while, as there were countless barriers blocking teleportation across the planet. At the same time, he also spread his spirit sense around him. Since this was a 4-star planet, he wouldn't mind grabbing a few treasures if he came across them. It would be practically criminal to just let them be. Chapter 1143, Harem Protocol. Chapter 1143, Harem Protocol. Lex was moving across the planet in a straight line towards Sim, breaking every barrier he came across. As a result, not only was he skipping the numerous trials set up across the planet, he was allowing other contestants to move forward as well. The director of Lover's Island was sitting on Dunya, ripping out his hair as he watched all the potential of the show being wasted. Since he could access the viewership numbers, he knew how much of a hit Lex was. Yet all of it was being wasted since the filming crew on site did not know how to leverage it or build suspense. They were just doing the bare minimum, keeping the show running without bothering to add any dazzle. Indeed, on one of Dunya's moons, the filming crew members that were essentially running the show now were having a meeting to discuss what to do. For reasons they did not know, neither the director, nor the special effects team, or even the usual team of really powerful guards had shown up. The guards served as protection for the filming crew, since Lover's Island really was not a safe place. The contestants knew what they signed up for since they had many benefits to gain, not to mention the hope of finding true love. But that didn't mean that the filming crew were content to risk their lives to keep the show running. Fortunately, the various formations around the planet were running, which would automatically film everything. But without the director subtly guiding everything and everyone towards one big finale, there was a big chance that the show this time around would be a big failure. On top of everything, there was Lex. He was a big hit, but his interference was directly speeding up the resolution of the show as various teams were meeting one another without appropriate trials to put them against one another. Not only that, without their guards around who usually help put a stop to such things, there wasn't much they could do. After all, most of them were in the nascent realm, with a few of them being Earth immortals. That did not give them the confidence to get close to Lover's Island. All their interference was via the many formations around this planet. I say we just let him meet the person he's looking for. That'll put an end to his interference, and we can run things normally with the rest of the contestants, said a particularly stubby druid. Don't be ridiculous. That would fix the issue, yes, but it would not be sensational, responded the self-designated assistant director and external consultant, a thin, pale devil with green burning hair. The zeal and passion in his eyes was overwhelming, causing everyone to look away. No one could maintain eye contact with him. What do you suggest, then? Asked someone else. If we try to stop him ourselves, then at every step, we'll be the ones who have to fix things in case something goes wrong. You should not underestimate someone crazy enough to kidnap a dragon. Instead, we should let the other contestants deal with the matter. That gave everyone a pause. They had actually forgotten to account for that. They were just looking at his viewership numbers and thinking about how to keep him around longer. So what do you want to do? Asked the stubby druid, a hint of fear in his voice as he asked the question. Was this devil any less crazy than the dragon kidnapper? There were rumors around that the reason his hair was green and made of fire was that he made a deal with an evil, sentient planet once. No one knew the outcome, but the devil had been changed ever since. It's simple. Initiate the Harem Protocol. It's called the Harem Protocol. Same. Initiate the protocol, but make one small adjustment. Instead of a fixed reward for being admitted into his harem, give them vote protection for every minute they spend around him. Let's say every minute equals 100,000 votes. Also, place a beacon on him so that he's easy to find. That way, the other contestants themselves will find ways to keep him around longer. Trust me, random chaos is always more fun than orchestrated chaos. Not to mention, controversy is great for views. This is sure to drive all the viewers who are beginning to like Lex mad. The crew members looked at one another, unsure about this idea. But since none of them had a better idea, they quickly began to implement the suggested changes. After all, they didn't have time to spend only on Lex. There were thousands of contestants, and there were quite a few of them who could cause major problems if left unsupervised. Back on the planet, Lex had just teleported over a chain of countless small islands, ready to break the next barrier when he paused. His instincts were suddenly warning him that there was grave danger all around him, and there wasn't anything he could do to avoid it. But if that were it, Lex would not have paused. Danger was not something he was unfamiliar with, and he was more than confident in his ability to handle things. The issue was, this was a kind of danger he had never sensed before. Lex spread out his spirit sense and looked around himself, trying to identify where the danger was coming from, when he noticed a blue light shining around his body. The light continued to grow until it eventually became a beacon, rising high into the sky. The light was clearly visible for miles around him, and as he tried to move, it followed him around. It seemed he was being marked for breaking the rules of the convention. But instead of being worried about it, Lex looked forward to the challenge ahead. Maybe he'd finally find a worthy opponent for his sword. He sensed movement on the right, so he turned, ready to face the worst that this planet could throw at him. Instead, he saw a girl in a bright yellow bikini running towards him, and was she moving in slow motion. Chapter 1144 Lex's Island. Chapter 1144 Lex's Island. Lex looked towards Thaliel, checking to see if she could see the same thing, and based on her dumbfounded expression, it seemed like she could. On the beach on one of the islands below him, the brunette maiden was running freely, the wind in her hair, splashes of water from nearby waves falling on her bare skin, the soft, warm sand hugging her legs every step she took. The sunlight reflected on each drop of water on her skin, making her look dazzling. Her bright smile somehow seemed to shine even brighter than the sparkling beads of water. At least that is how it was supposed to seem. Lex was much too strong to be influenced by low-level charm techniques that were supposed to ensnare and entice anyone looking on. But he remained still, not because of the girl in yellow, but because he spotted a volleyball flying through the air. Where there was a beach and a volleyball, there would surely be. A moment later, he spotted two teams of girls playing in the sand, who were of course also radiating charm techniques. God help me, it's a beach episode, Lex groaned as he rubbed his forehead. What? Asked Thaliel, confused. Lover's Island. They're clearly doing a beach episode full of filler content and fan service. It's low-quality writing. A true author or director would never stoop so low as to rely on such tactics to attract viewership. I mean, look at that. That girl is still running in slow motion. It's been 2 whole minutes and she's barely run 10 feet. Before Thaliel could respond, another voice spoke up. I knew you were a man of culture, not easily influenced by such vulgarities. A nymph with soft green skin and dark brown hair arrived, garbed in clothes that looked like they had been made from leaves. Please excuse my interruption. I'm just such a huge fan. When I heard that you were also on Lover's Island, I dropped everything to come find you. My name is Jessie, and I'm your biggest fan. Lex could see the sparkle in her eyes, and it was kind of creepy. Well, actually it wasn't creepy, but Lex wasn't used to having fans come up to him. Jessie clearly wasn't using any charm techniques, but from her body language alone, Lex could tell that her intentions were not so straightforward. Before Lex could respond, another voice interrupted. Biggest fan? Who gave you the authority to claim that? A druid flew over, her figure tall and slender. She was actually taller than Lex by a margin, but that gave her a unique charm of its own. Lex may not have known about what the film crew had done, but he could by now surmise that something was up. He watched as the two ladies argued, and even more began to approach from a distance, ready to get in on the fight. Lex looked up at the beacon over his head and got the feeling that this would not be so easy to escape. If that was the case, there was no reason to avoid it. Rather, he could use this to his advantage. Subtly using domination around him, he began to act out on his plan. Ladies, please, we're all adults here. You all clearly want something, and so do I. Maybe we can work out a deal. The countless girls gathering around Lex dropped their pretense and gave up on their many plans. Something about his voice caused them to lower their guard and listen to him. Moreover, they were benefiting from each moment they spent around him, so there was no harm in listening to what he had to say. But what neither Lex nor the ladies knew, though all the viewers could tell, was that on the other side of the islands, a group of men were gathering. Originally, they had nothing against Lex or any other competitor. It was fair game. If they could attract someone, then it was a result of their own charisma. But now, with all girls getting points for being around Lex, their chances had been forcibly ruined. As such, they began to gather here and called other men nearby. Most contestants here had high requirements from their partners, for one reason or another. Whether it was because they did not want a partner with a low lifespan, or because they were worried about the genes of their future generations, it all required a partner with sufficient skill and power. That was why they never took the route of marrying low-leveled cultivators, who would jump at the chance of being with them. But that did not mean that they would just stand around and watch, as all their options were stolen from them. We are gathered here today as brothers against the menace that is Lex Dragonsbane. Not only is he a bane for dragons, but he is a bane of our love lives. A rowdy group hooted and yelled in agreement, all seething. But if we act out against him, we'll directly turn ourselves into enemies with all the girls around him. So we need to come up with a good plan. If anyone has any suggestions, speak now. I, for one, think that we should plead to our viewers. Vote. Vote to eliminate Lex and return the playing ground to a leveled state. How about we just convince someone to try and collect his bounty? No, that won't work. The women will fight to protect him. The men began to plan amongst themselves. Back on Dunya, the director suppressed his tears and wished the lockdown on the planet would end already. All outward communication was also blocked, even though they could receive signals from outside. If even the calls were enabled, he'd be able to salvage the situation. The whole show was getting sidetracked and moving away from its original premise. This was no longer Lover's Island. This was Lex's Island. Chapter 1145, find out next time. Chapter 1145, find out next time. Lex waited and watched as the group of ladies around him struggled to come to a decision on his offer. It was pretty straightforward, actually. He didn't expect them to have any reason to say no. But the way some of them looked a little disappointed upon hearing how he turned their entire interaction into a business deal. Whether they were hoping to actually get close to him, or were disappointed that Lex showed no interest in them, it did not matter. What was important, though, was that they finally confessed why they were all coming close to him. Gaining votes just by being close to him not only ensured that they would continue to move on to the next rounds, thus meeting higher-quality guys who survived the first round of elimination. The votes somehow affected their luck as well. When someone voted for their survival, their luck on Lover's Island increased. When someone voted to have them kicked out, their luck decreased. It was an abstract thing normally, but during this show, its effects were extremely apparent. Lex recalled the meteor he saw earlier, and understood that someone had probably voted to kick out Thaliel. More importantly, since he understood how their luck was being affected, Lex used his left to study all the laws around them all, and was able to actually see the manifestation of luck around them all. That was also why he noticed that while all the ladies were gaining a tremendous amount of luck, he was gaining an even larger amount of bad luck. It felt like a lot of people were voting to kick him out. When he considered that he was surrounded by countless beautiful women, he could venture a guess as to who wanted him gone. It was all the single men out in the Origin realm hating his luck at the moment. Probably. Not that he asked to be in this position. "It's a deal," said the woman in the yellow bikini, and as the first domino fell, so did the others. "All right then, let's get out of here before the sky falls down or something," Lex murmured as he watched his bad luck continuously get worse. "What?" one of the women asked, but Lex did not respond. He spread out his spirit sense, encompassing all the ladies around him, and continued to teleport. Honestly speaking, he could probably be a lot more forceful in finding Sim, but he was supposing that this planet was filled with dangers beyond just the initial levels of the Earth immortal realm. But how could things ever be so straightforward during a game show that had specifically been targeting cultivators for countless years? Lex's teleportation was hijacked, and when he reappeared he found himself standing on a stage under a spotlight. All the women who had been accompanying him, including Thaliel, were standing in a booth on his right, effectively trapped within. On his left, there was another booth of women, and in front of him there was a crowd of confused men. "Hello, hello, hello, everyone," boomed a voice across the room, attracting everyone's attention as a projection of a tiny man with angel wings appeared midair. "I'm your host, Cupid, and this is the first elimination round of this season." An applause audio track played all around them, with random hooting and whistling in between. Not that Lex or anyone else there was in the mood for such celebrations. "Yes, I know what you must be thinking," Cupid said, looking out at nothing as if talking into a camera. "An elimination round, this early in the game, but oh my, things really heated up quickly this year, and so we had to move up the schedule. Up on stage with us is the legend himself, whose brooding eyes and chiseled muscles can steal more than just a few hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the man of the hour, Lex Dragonsbane. This time around, we'll be doing things differently, as all the eliminations this time around will be decided by Lex and only by Lex. On one side, we have all the lovely ladies he's managed to swindle into his arms, or, well, into a deal with himself. But on the other side, we have all the ladies who have made the most genuine connection with their partners. Based on votes, they are the ladies who have most likely already run into the man of their dreams, their knight in shining armor, their Prince Charming. But a new flame can be quickly put out by a strong wind. Will their love connection survive adversity? Let's find out. The rules are simple. On his right, there are 49 women who agreed to partner with Lex. On his left are 51 yearning maidens hoping to give love a chance. But out of them all, only 50 can survive, and Lex has to choose which ones. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, you might have noticed a small crowd in front of the stage. You might have guessed it, or you may have missed it, but these are the partners for the 51 trapped ladies, who must watch helplessly as the fate of their love life hangs in the balance. If Lex chooses to save the ladies on the left, they can return to their partners if they wish, or accompany Lex if they want. If he chooses the ladies on the right, he can continue on his merry way on his quest. But whichever group he chooses, the gents in the crowd will be able to continue on. What does that mean? It means that even if the ladies in love get eliminated, their partners can move on and find new partners. Is that what their partners will do? Abandon the chance at true love to move further on in the show? Who will Lex choose? Or will he just use his formidable powers to escape this decision, teleporting away and leaving everything up to fate? To find out, join us next time on Lover's Island. Chapter 1146, His Own Twist. Chapter 1146, His Own Twist. Lex could physically feel his bad luck at work. What the hell kind of situation was he in? This was the trolley problem, but with broken hearts instead of death. One would argue that the lack of death made the situation easier. To those people, Lex would say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. On one hand, he just made an agreement with the group of ladies, so he would feel scummy if he just abandoned them. On the other hand, they just had a business deal. But the ladies on the other side genuinely felt a connection between them and their partners, and wasn't that the whole reason they were risking their lives on this stupid planet? When he heard the situation, Lex genuinely felt like breaking free of the restraints keeping him in place and just teleporting away. He wasn't here to play games anyway, he was here to find Sim. But the moment Cupid mentioned it, Lex felt like if he did that, then the outcome might be even worse. No matter what he did, he was in a crummy situation. This was exactly why he hated reality TV. They were playing with real emotions. But the feeling of helplessness lasted about 2 seconds. Then he got over it. It would take more than little tricks to trap him. He saw that Cupid was about to continue his speech, so he clapped his hands, and suddenly the two of them swapped positions. Cupid suddenly appeared under the spotlight. A light, his hands were tied up, and it looked like there was a pair of old socks in his mouth, while Lex appeared in mid-air, looking into the nothing that he assumed acted as a camera. "What a twist, ladies and gentlemen," Lex said, his voice warm and welcoming. Compared to the overly enthusiastic Cupid, who was speaking at breakneck speeds, Lex took his time as if everything were under control. "I can see why Lover's Island would be so popular. The love, the lust, the suspense, the excitement, all mixed together, packed into one show filled with good-looking men and women. Who wouldn't want to watch that?" Actually, Lex would hate watching something like that, but that wasn't the point. If the show was going to mess with him, he was going to mess with the show. But as exciting as it is, wouldn't it be more exciting if I added a little twist of my own? He smiled, looking right into nothing, but at that moment, his natural charm was working better than actual charm techniques. Countless women watching the show became flustered, and Moon's jaw dropped. Since when had Lex become so suave? In this chaotic world, love is such a fleeting emotion. So rare, so precious. How tragic would it be if we sold love or even forsake it just because circumstances bind us? I'm sure you all watching out there can recall a time you two felt love. Maybe it was a fleeting moment, a chance exchange of glances walking down the street. Maybe it was a face you saw every day. Maybe it was the blind passion of youth, confident and yet unaware of the realities of life. Maybe the time wasn't right for your love, or maybe it just wasn't meant to be. Maybe the distance between you made it impossible, or maybe you just wanted different things. Whatever it is, there's just something special about that one first love that everyone has. It's something pure, something innocent. No matter how many years go by, you always remember it, even if the memory brings with it pain. For something as wonderful and special as that, how can we let circumstances get in the way? So, ladies and gentlemen, while Lover's Island rejoices in the agony of splitting lovers, I, Lex Dragonspa, no, I mean I, Lex Amora, have my own twist I'd like to introduce. In the spur of the moment, Lex found it difficult to quickly come up with a good name that also represented someone who fostered love. His first thought was to use the name Love Song. It went well with his first name, but it sounded too cliché. So he instead opted for Amora, which was love in Spanish, because that was not cliché at all. Clearly, one of the things he forgot to train during the last 15 years was his naming sense. Lex spun his hand, and a bunch of golden keys appeared within them. I know some of you have come to this place in search of treasure, while some of you have come in search of love. But I say, why do you need to choose? With these keys, I grant you access to the Midnight Inn, a place you can reach from anywhere in the universe. With these in hand, go ahead fearlessly, and know that if you are ever separated from your lover, you may be able to reunite within the inn. The keys flew out of his hand and into the hands of all the women, as well as the men standing in the crowd. Now, even if you get separated, you can meet once more in the sanctuary of the inn. Many things can become an obstacle to love, but with the inn, distance will never again be one of them. With one smooth move, he had reduced the mental burden off himself of depriving the ladies on one side of true love if that is what they were truly after. It still wasn't ideal, since he would effectively be eliminating them, but Lex was allowed to be a little selfish. After all, he still needed a lot of women on his side if he was going to pressure he meant persuade Sim to give him the feathers. Lex selected the women who had a deal with him and pulled them out of their restrictions and teleported away. This show was too insidious. He didn't want to give them a chance to respond. There was one girl left unselected, and so he just picked at random. As he teleported away, he did not notice the odd sense of recognition in the eyes of the girl he picked. Chapter 1147, Losing Patience. Chapter 1147, Losing Patience. Lex's journey was not smooth. Between meteors, tsunamis, spirit storms, and being struck by random flashes of lightning, he faced many obstacles, but other than slightly getting on his nerves, they had no effect. Fortunately, though the planet was massive, Sim was not actually too far away. After teleporting through a few more regions, he appeared over what looked like an ancient, abandoned city, though now it was being occupied by contestants. When Lex appeared in the sky, he saw the contestants running around the city, as if navigating some maze in a rush to accomplish something. He wasn't sure what was going on, but that was not his concern. Immediately spotted Sim, the lumbering druid running after a large red bull. Compared to the other contestants he had seen so far, who were all either good-looking or had some charm, Sim seemed to have rather simple taste. While the others paid great attention to their appearance, Sim looked like he had been out working in the fields. His hair was going wild, practically appearing like a crow's nest, and the wolf pelt robes he wore made him appear like he was from an ancient, barbaric tribe. He looked at all the girls surrounding him, some human, some druid, and some nymph or other races, and felt like they might not exactly find someone like him appealing. But then again, he shouldn't be one to judge. Who knew? Maybe this was just druid tradition or culture. Without wasting any more time, Lex teleported right in front of Sim, the nearly 50 girls around him filling up the street he was in, directly blocking Sim, who had been chasing a bull. The sight was quite eye-catching, and not just because Lex still had a blue beacon above his head. "Rancher Sim, we meet again," he said, wearing a faint smile. But Sim did not smile. He grimaced and suddenly wanted to lash out at Lex. Compared to Lex, he was stronger. After all, he was an Earth immortal. But for some reason, he didn't feel stronger, nor did it seem like Lex was bothered by the difference in cultivation. "Can you please just leave me alone? We can deal with this once the show is over." "I'm sorry, it's not my fault you refused to sell the feathers through the Emporium. Trust me, I am being very civil by asking you to sell them to me politely. As soon as we get this over with, we can both go back to doing our respective things and not bother each other. So what do you say? Shall we get this over with?" "How can we just get it over with? I don't have the feathers on me. They're back at my ranch. We're on Lover's Island. We can't just return whenever we wish." "You just need to agree. I can take care of the rest myself. Look, to extend a helping hand, I've even brought along a large group of ladies with me. They've all agreed to give you a chance to see if you guys can build a connection. Of course, nothing is forced. But isn't this much better than blackmailing instead?" Although Lex claimed he was helping, his actions somewhat embarrassed Sim even more because it was like blatantly admitting that he couldn't get a partner on his own. Sim's prideful nature was causing his anger to bubble. Not only had he been embarrassed in front of a large group of ladies, but also in front of everyone watching this show across the Origin realm. He was on the verge of exploding and disregarding his instinct to avoid clashing with Lex, but Lex acted first. Not only could he easily read Sim's emotions, he could also sense that the bad luck accumulating around him was increasing exponentially. He was losing his patience. Lex let his domination flood out, this time not as something that attracted potential mates, but with the full-fledged might of his presence, completely unfiltered. After years of training atop Pelvelin, absorbing his might while strengthening himself as well, his domination had undergone a massive change. In fact, it could already rival, if not surpass, the dragon's might of a newborn dragon. As soon as Lex entered the immortal realm, it would become even stronger, surpassing the dragon's might of the average dragon within the same realm as him. This was the result of Lex's increased strength, the addition of the resin in his body, his cultivation technique, and a number of other factors that all strengthened him tremendously. Considering that newborn dragons were in the Earth immortal realm, his domination was already an effective deterrent against immortals. If he could add a hint of laws to this domination, it would go from deterrent to direct suppression. As such, when Lex unleashed his aura, it was not just Sim who was affected. All the various ladies who stood behind him were gripped by fear. They saw only his back, but it seemed to become larger than the sky. It dominated their minds, freezing them where they stood. It also affected everyone across the realm who were watching. Even though the aura transmitted through the recording formations around Lover's Island was extremely diluted and could not harm anyone in any way, it stirred the hearts of many as they realized that Dragonsbane was no joke. Lex was challenging them where they were strongest, and it seemed like he was winning. Lex's bounty rose, countless fell in love with him, and even more began to hate him out of jealousy. None of that mattered to Lex. His eyes were locked on to Sim. I believe I've already said this, but I'll say it one more time. I'm just being polite by asking you to sell me the feathers. If you're not interested, fine. I will go back. You won't see me again. But just like I took a dragon and just like I stole a planet, I will just take your entire ranch and you will never see it again. Sim's mind rapidly cooled down under the threat of Lex's aura. He no longer let his pride guide him or his anger control him. Although he had many personality flaws, it was also true that he had real abilities, which is why he was able to nurture and support the notoriously difficult-to-ranch Velvet Goose Kings. Even they were just one among many other animals that he took care of. Finding, raising, and then protecting such rare animals required him to have very real strength. But right now, it was because he was genuinely strong that he knew that going up against Lex was not a good choice. After all, if what he said was true, Lex didn't need to fight him. He just needed to return and steal his ranch. Although he didn't think it would be so easy to commit such a crime on Dunya, not easy did not mean impossible. Fine, it's my mistake. I should not have invited you over to begin with. Let's go back. Lex's aura suddenly vanished, as if it had never been there, and a pleasant smile returned to his face. See, wasn't that easy? Let's go. But first, he turned around and looked at the group of girls behind him. Many of them looked at him with fear, though there were a few strange gazes mixed in between. Lex was not ignorant, so he knew what those fiery gazes meant, but he wasn't the least bit interested. Ladies, it seems like I didn't need your help to persuade Sim anyway. But if you're ever interested, Rancher Sim is a very talented rancher. You can find him up on Dunya if you're ever visiting. Good luck with the rest. Originally, Lex had planned on relying on blackmailing Sim, telling him that if he didn't agree he would continue to deprive him of opportunities. But as he saw his bad luck increasing so quickly, he knew he needed to get off this planet. He was strong, but he knew just how powerful bad luck could be. By the way, does anyone know where the hosts of this show are located? He suddenly asked. He would need their help if he wanted to go back. They're up on the moon, answered Thaliel. Thanks. Oh, and remember, if you can't heal your wings here, you can find me in the Midnight Inn. Well, you can find me there eventually. I'll be a little busy the next few weeks. Without extending the farewell too long, Lex placed his hand on Sim and teleported them into the sky. Of course, there was a barrier preventing them from leaving the planet, but since when had that been an issue for Lex? After dispelling it, Lex directly teleported over to one of the moons around Lover's Island. But that particular moon was uninhabited, so he had to teleport to another before he eventually found the filming crew, who were in the middle of a meeting. Hey, excuse me, don't mean to interrupt, said Lex as he interrupted them. Can anyone point me in the direction of the formation going back to Dunya? I'm in a bit of a rush, thanks. Chapter 1148, A Favor. Chapter 1148, A Favor. The film crew was already lamenting how things were falling apart. It was not just Lex who was causing problems, though he was at the forefront of that list. doing whatever he pleased without any regard for the mental health of the film crew. There were dozens of immensely powerful contestants who were creating problems, and without the security team to keep everything in check, they were struggling to keep the show running. Then Lex appeared right in the middle of their meeting, and nearly gave some of them a heart attack. Of course some, such as the green-headed devil and an intern who had been staring at Lex's performance with dreamy eyes, were rather happy with his sudden appearance. That did not change the fact that when Lex asked to be pointed in the direction of the formation going home, none of them answered. Even the devil didn't want to be the one to give Lex the bad news. After a few moments of silence, Lex coughed, as if clearing his throat, and spoke again. "Hi, I realize that this is an unannounced visit, and that it might not be exactly how you typically run your show, but I would really appreciate it if you guys helped me out." The film crew exchanged looks, debating with their eyes over who would be the one to tell Lex. They dared not even use their spirit sense, for who knew if he could tap into it and listen. Ultimately, they all simultaneously looked towards the intern who had hearts for eyes as she looked at Lex. Lex, too, looked towards her, causing her to both feel excited and panicked at the same time. I can show you the formation, but there's a small, tiny problem with that," she said, realizing the task had been dumped onto her. "You see, Dunya has entered a sort of lockdown right after you guys left. Even our director and many of our show producers are still stuck on the planet. While we can send them transmissions, all teleportation is closed until further notice." Lex frowned while Sim saw a faint glimmer of hope. He didn't want to leave the show prematurely. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. "I think I can find a solution to that," said Lex after a few seconds. "Can you still film me from here, or do I need to return to Lover's Island if I want to appear on the show again? I want to send a small message to someone through the show. I'm sure it'll reach them." The film crew once again exchanged looks, unable to come to a decision. Lex honestly preferred if they shot from here. He had noticed that his accumulating bad luck was linked to the planet, so once he left it, his bad luck disappeared. Technically, it probably wasn't real bad luck, since Lex could not observe his actual luck. But technicality or not, he wanted to avoid it. "We can film from here," the intern eventually responded. "Arlight, excellent. When can you start? The sooner we do this, the sooner we can get it over with." "Just give me a moment," she said, as she pulled out a small device and began fidgeting with it until eventually Lex felt something observing him again. "You're going to be live in 3, 2, 1, go." The countless people across the realm who were disappointed at Lex's departure were suddenly surprised to see that he had returned to the show, though his surroundings looked odd. "Hello, everyone," Lex said, waving at what he assumed was the camera. "There is a small situation. I need to return to Dunya, but due to various reasons I cannot. If someone on that planet can reach out to Fahad or Noor and request a one-way open channel for me to just get back onto that planet, I'd really appreciate it. I'm sure whatever reason you closed the planet for is very important, but if you could help me out, I'd treat it as a personal favor. If not, then I guess I understand. Thanks anyway." If they did not open up Dunya, then he would have to go the long way around of once again sending the tavern there or trying to connect it to the inn. Both would take too much time, which is why he hoped to avoid it. Lex signaled the intern to stop filming, and though she complied, she felt the whole thing was quite underwhelming. Was that it? She expected a lot more threatening and coercing. After all, with such an intimidating name such as... Before she could complete the thought, one of the crew members jumped in the air in shock. "We're receiving a transmission from Dunya. They've granted a one-time teleportation permission. It expires in 2 minutes." Lex nodded, unsurprised. Although it cost him a favor, this was the benefit of knowing powerful and influential people. He just hoped that the favor wouldn't come back to bite him in the behind. "Thanks for the help, everyone. You've got a really interesting show here. Good luck with everything." Lex waved at the rest of the crew as the intern led him, and a disappointed and shocked Sim away. Sim couldn't decide which was more shocking, the fact that Dunya was under lockdown, or that the lockdown had been lifted at Lex's request. Suddenly, it did not feel like a big deal that he was being forced to sell Lex a few feathers. The two quickly arrived at the teleportation formation and stood inside of it. Lex waved at the intern, and then they were teleported away. A few seconds later, Lex and Sim reappeared on Dunya in a teleportation landing formation, with two familiar faces right in front. Fahad and Noor both wore an amused smile as they looked at Lex. "I have to say, I've never been contacted through an intergalactic show before. Next time I'll contact you via carrier pigeon. It's a totally different experience." Fahad snorted, though he could not hide the amusement at the idea. Did an ordinary pigeon dare fly towards him? Although we opened the portal for you once, we won't be able to do it again, so you'll have to spend some time here, said Noor. Chapter 1149, Let's Get Ice Guide. Chapter 1149, Let's Get Ice Guide. Lex was about to respond when suddenly all the hair on his body stood up, and he felt the threat of certain death. It had been a long time since Lex felt so weak in front of a threat, but whatever it was and wherever it was coming from, Lex was not capable of facing it head-on. He saw a pair of lights, but instead of focusing on that, Lex tried to escape. He tried to teleport or run or jump or do anything, but he couldn't move. He was like a deer caught in headlights, frozen still. But if even Lex had been able to sense the oncoming threat, then Fahad and Noor detected it long before him. Noor grabbed both him and Sim and teleported them out of the way just in time to avoid getting hit by a massive truck. "It's targeting the rancher," Noor yelled towards Fahad and actually tossed Lex to the side. "Stay out of the way and it won't target you," she told Lex through her spirit sense. Lex crashed into a nearby wall, but finally out of the way of the headlight, Lex could once again move. He picked himself up just in time to catch a proper glimpse of the truck. Towering in front of Fahad was no ordinary truck. It was a monstrous behemoth of twisted metal and dark malevolence. The truck's body, a grotesque exaggeration of its original form, was an amalgamation of jagged steel and gleaming chrome, reflecting a distorted version of the surrounding world. Its headlights, glowing with an eerie yellow luminescence, pierced through the darkness like the malevolent eyes of a predator. Sharp, jagged fangs of steel jutted from its grille, giving the appearance of a monstrous maw ready to devour anything in its path. The tires, massive and spiked, crushed the ground beneath them with each slow, deliberate movement, leaving deep, claw-like gouges in the earth. The truck's cab loomed high, its windows dark and impenetrable, suggesting a sinister intelligence watching from within. Dark smoke billowed from the exhaust, carrying with it the acrid stench of death and decay. The engine roared like a beast, a deep guttural growl that reverberated through the air. Rusted chains clinked ominously as they swung from its sides, and the remnants of past victims' belongings were gruesomely displayed as macabre trophies. But the scariest thing of all was the small sticker stuck to the windshield of the truck. It simply read, "Let's Get Ice Guide." Lex had seen this truck before. How could he not have? When he was checking his own bounty posters, he went over the posters of all the criminals with bounties higher than him. Among the very top was a poster for this mass-murdering vehicle of chaos and destruction. The worst part was it was immeasurably stronger than Lex. In front of it, he could put up no resistance whatsoever. Considering the fact that even Fahad and Noor were unable to stop it, it was clear that Lex stood no chance. Yet just as abruptly as the fight started, the fight ended. The planet had been under lockdown with all its greatest forces on patrol. As soon as there were any fluctuations, they all came crashing down. A grizzly bear over 20 feet tall, radiating a powerful aura tore through the ceiling, followed by a hummingbird, a wolf, and moose. Each of them were at least as powerful as Fahad, and each of them attacked the truck, yet the attacks never landed. The truck, after giving Sim one last evil look, disappeared as if it was never there. The danger elapsed, but that didn't stop more massive animals from bursting through the walls, though upon discovering that the threat was over, then began to morph back into the druid forms. How did it escape? I felt no spatial ripples. Who knows, but is the threat finally over? Asked Noor. According to its history, after making one attempt on the victim, it leaves. If the victim manages to survive, then that's their luck, though there have been very few survivors. But just because it has done that in the past doesn't mean that it won't change its ways. Does that mean we can lift the lockdown? It will need confirmation. The countless druids, each and every one of them much more powerful than Lex, began to argue amongst each other about what to do, leaving Lex standing there feeling awkward. Sim, who looked thoroughly distraught, walked up to him, trembling. They said that thing was waiting for me to come back. If I hadn't come back with you and there weren't two celestial immortals standing there to protect us, I would have died. You're welcome, said Lex. I accept gratitude in the form of free feathers. The shivering, shocked druid suddenly stopped shivering and looked at Lex with a lame expression. How could he just dismiss such a dangerous near-death experience so easily? Not to mention, he was still obsessed with the feathers. Fine, I'll give them to you as soon as we return to my ranch, though I don't know when that'll be. Everyone here is arguing over whether to keep me under surveillance for another 2 weeks or to just let me go. Lex looked at him, then the arguing druids, then back at him. I'm sorry to tell you this, but they're not arguing because they're worried about you. My best bet is that they're just trying to leverage the situation to get the Henali to pay up for losses they experienced during this period. I could be wrong, but... Lex paused as every other druid in the room simultaneously turned to look at him. It seemed like he had hit the nail on the head. Fahad and Noor suddenly appeared in front of them. "If you'll excuse me, we have a meeting with this friend of ours," Noor said with a polite smile. Everyone in the room grumbled, but even then, Lex felt no danger from them. It was much more like they were annoyed that Lex had spoiled their game. It couldn't be helped. Lex had seen too much of how the various countries in the Midnight Realm treated each other, and learned that all politics, whether between servants, companies, or countries, was all the same. He supposed that extended to immortals too. Chapter 1150 King. Chapter 1150 King. Noor brought Lex and Sim away from the countless others, but as soon as they were far away her expression dimmed. "Do not assume that the danger is gone just because the killer was repelled once," she said, looking at the both of them. "The reason I suggested earlier that he might not make another attempt is because we do not think the killer will strike again when so many people are watching. We sincerely believe that the killer might strike again, but only when it's least expected." Sim's expression dimmed, though Lex was not surprised. Although he did not understand what someone like Truck-kun wanted with a random guy who was good at ranching, it only made sense that he would not be so easily dissuaded. "I am telling you this so that you are not caught unaware, but that does not mean you need to be worried. Now that you have been identified as the target, we will do everything to make sure that you remain safe. Dunya is not a planet where anyone can just do as they please." It was ironic that she was saying that, because Lex literally just had a planet-wide lockdown lifted because he was in a rush to return. But he was smart enough to not mention that at the moment. "Does that mean we're free to do as we please?" Lex asked. Even given the serious situation, he had his priorities straight. Sim rolled his eyes, and as soon as Noor gave him the go-ahead, she herself vanished, leaving the two of them alone. Sim looked at Lex with mixed feelings, and then eventually sighed. "Let's go, I'll take you to get your feathers." Without any more conversation, Sim led Lex back to his ranch. The inside was not really visible from the outside due to very powerful formations, but even so Lex was surprised by what he saw. The countless kids who had previously answered the door when he knocked were actually extremely massive farm animals. There was nothing strange or mystical about them. They were straight-up ordinary farm animals, just much larger. For example, there was the 60-feet-wide pig, the 300-feet-tall ostrich, the 90-feet-long sheep, and so on. Yet despite their massive size, they behaved like little children in front of Sim and swarmed around the comparatively tiny druid. Lex was honestly impressed the guy hadn't been stomped to death yet. The sight of the druid being called Pappy by countless animals many times bigger than himself was also quite comical. But as they ventured deeper into the ranch, Lex spotted the ranch help. There were giants because, of course. The odd thing was that the animals were even larger than the giants, as each giant's height seemed to be capped at around 100 feet. From what Lex knew about them, their height was directly linked to their strength, so maybe if their cultivation grew, they'd finally be bigger than the animals they took care of. But more interesting than the sight of the giants were the Goliaths. The Goliaths were a very new race in the Origin realm, and from what Lex recalled, their existence was closely tied to one of Emperor Jotun's sons. Goliaths were larger and taller than humans, but not quite to the level of giants. They had strong bodies, and their cultivation also revolved around body cultivation, so he supposed they made good ranchers and farmers, where a lot of physical activity was required. Some of the animals also gave off auras much stronger than Sim himself, such as a pair of otters of relatively normal size, being only 20 feet tall. Yet oddly enough, they too were quite subservient towards Sim, which was a dynamic he did not quite understand. Finally, they arrived at a large lake filled with a green liquid that actually smelled quite enticing. This was actually something he had never encountered before, and he could feel that it would be beneficial for his body. But considering the fact that there were a few geese swimming in the lake, Lex resisted the urge to take a sip. Velvet geese are very, very sensitive creatures. They cannot survive the slightest bit of pollution and need an extremely pure place to thrive. Sim spoke as he waved at a particularly large goose and called it to shore. They're also quite weak themselves, while every single piece of their body is extremely nourishing for anyone who consumes it. Basically, this is a species that seems like it is designed to not survive at all. The only thing they have working towards them in the aspect of surviving on their own is their king. A velvet goose king is different from birth, and more than makes up for the weakness of its entire race. They can hold their own against countless mythical creatures in the same realm. As if confirming what Sim had just said, the goose that arrived upon Sim's beckoning radiated a powerful aura that made Lex feel incredibly threatened. This was yet another creature much stronger than Sim, yet it obeyed the rancher's requests without hesitation. Pulling a velvet goose king's feather is not a straightforward task. If it's time for the king to shed, then it becomes easy. But doing so otherwise is a grave task, since the king is naturally prideful. The fact that it has king in its name should tell you that much. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time he saw a creature with king in its name. It sort of reminded him of sovereigns, though king did not have the same sense of grandeur. Perhaps they were a weaker, more common version of sovereigns. Normally I ask for quite a heavy price for each of these feathers, but since you've saved my life, albeit indirectly, I won't ask you for a price. But I can, at most, give you 2 feathers. Lex shook his head. Price is not an issue, but I need more feathers. See if the king likes this. It might be willing to exchange more of its feathers on its own if it does. Lex held out a ceramic bottle blocked off with a cork. Unsure of what made Lex feel so confident, he reached for the bottle. Chapter 1151, Good News. Chapter 1151, Good News. While Lex teleported through Lover's Island, he had kept an eye out for anything valuable he might find. He had great expectations considering that it was a 4-star planet, and to an extent the planet lived up to his expectations. Every piece of dirt was precious, and every blade of grass could be treated like a natural treasure for low-leveled cultivators. A random pebble on the planet had more spirit energy than actual spirit stones from low-level planets. But for all its treasures, it fell short of actually enticing Lex. After all, no matter what he saw, he could find a better version back in the Midnight Realm. It was actually a little crazy to think about the fact that a realm which was limited to the nascent realm had better quality treasures than a planet that could support very high-level cultivators. But to be fair, the Midnight Realm was constantly growing, and all these valuable things would eventually become distributed over a very large area. But for now, he could still benefit from it. That was another reason why it was so important to ensure his guests stay within the confines of the inn. They de-stripped the whole realm of all its treasures if they could. Regardless, he was getting sidetracked. Lex watched as Sim opened up the ceramic bottle and took a sniff, then froze. Is this the sap of a mythical tree?" he asked, shocked. "Maybe, see if the king likes it. If it does, I'm willing to trade for more feathers." The heavenly tree back in the Midnight Realm was thoroughly destroyed, in body and soul. Even its descendants had died, though that was a result of the tree's own actions rather than Lex. But soon after the tree died, another, similar tree seemed to appear out of thin air and began growing quickly. Although it was nowhere near the size of the original heavenly tree, it grew large enough for Lex to notice. But it was not a reincarnation of the heavenly tree. In fact, this tree did not even have a spirit yet. But as far as Lex could tell, the laws of the realm had developed around the existence of a large tree that controlled and regulated the environment of the entire realm. In the absence of one, the realm gave birth to another one on its own. It was not exactly a mythical tree, but considering that it was being nurtured by the laws of the realm, it may as well be. Sim offered the bottle to the king, who showed no great reaction. Lex was not disappointed. He was about to bring out something else, but the Velvet Goose King, in a very regal and composed manner, snatched the bottle from Sim and threw the whole thing in its mouth, leaving them both stunned. "It seems like it's a deal," Lex said. "I'll trade you 1 drop of sap for 1 feather. How does that sound?" That deal was entirely in Lex's favor, since he could basically just get as much sap as he needed. But it was not like Sim knew that, nor did the goose. Negotiations did not take long, since the goose was very impatient for more sap. A few minutes later, a bald, yet still composed and entirely magnificent goose waddled back into the green lake, looking like it had done Lex a huge favor. "Pleasure doing business with you," Lex said to Sim, although truthfully, the experience had been more than just a little vexing for him. But he was focused on other things for now. Without any warning, he decided to return to the Midnight Inn, teleporting directly out of the planet that was still under lockdown, leaving Sim stunned. Once back at the inn, Lex did not rush to return to Moon. Instead, he went to the study in his penthouse and sat there. "Mary, what's the situation with the Temple of Fasting? Have they returned yet?" "Yes, they have, and there's a bit of good news as well, though not as much as we hoped." A gleam flashed through Lex's eyes. "In that case, could you please call them here? Do let them know that this is for a private matter and is not in-related. Sure, though I doubt that'll make a difference, she said. Just a few seconds later, Z teleported into Lex's study. The once skinny and frail teenager had now grown into a towering, muscular. Well, technically speaking, he was still a teenager since he was around 17 years old, whereas before he just looked like a teenager. Z was 6 feet 6 inches, 9 meters, and had forearms thicker than most people's thighs. Yet somehow, either due to his introverted nature or some other mystical reason, even with his great height and strong body, he did not look intimidating or overly powered. He still looked like someone you would find sitting in a gaming den, eating ramen late at night and watching anime. The big brother of the inn had truly grown big, and not just in height. After 15 years, Lex was not the only one who had grown strong and honed his cultivation. Most had reached the nascent realm and then further refined their cultivation. But Z, whether it was due to the special training he got at the Temple of Fasting, or the heritage he received, or due to his natural aptitude, had been on the verge of facing his tribulation to become an Earth immortal for a few years now. So naturally, once the inn reopened back up to the universe, Z and a few others went to the temple. Actually, Luther, Gerard, and Velma had gone there as well, but based on what Velma said, they probably didn't end up facing their tribulations yet. Congratulations on becoming an Earth immortal, Lex said with a soft smile. I guess I should give you a promotion in the gamer's den. Z's expression froze. It seemed like no matter how far he got in life, he could not escape the reach of his boss. Chapter 1152, Kindling Dragonfire. Chapter 1152, Kindling Dragonfire. Z froze and Lex kept smiling at him. For a few moments they maintained this state, until eventually Lex chuckled. I guess you're going to be too busy to be working at the gamer's den from now on, huh? Maybe I should start looking for a replacement. For a moment, Z narrowed his eyes and looked at Lex. Since we're all working for the inn, shouldn't the person with the higher cultivation be running the shop? He asked, feeling Lex's cultivation level. Technically speaking, Z was the first original inn employee to become an immortal. Anita and Cowan didn't count. Oh, you're right, Lex exclaimed, agreeing too quickly. But I think your statement should be amended a bit. It's not the person with the highest cultivation level, but the strongest person who should be the boss. So what do you say? Shall we have a small spar while we wait for the others? Winner gets to become the boss of the gamer's den. Z quickly looked down at the floor while taking a seat. Only a maniac would fight Lex. Z was now much stronger than he used to be, and with his tenets now allowing him to perceive the laws of the world, he could sense just how ridiculously strong Lex was. Instead of binding him and chaining him down, like laws did with literally everything in existence, the laws bent around Lex, as if his existence put a physical burden on something as abstract as the laws that governed reality. What's worse was that Z knew Lex was in this state, because one of his seals was probably broken. Only when all of his seals were in place would he return to appearing like a normal human being. Of course, there was one more reason Z did not even remotely entertain the idea of trying to fight Lex. There's a matter I want to consult you on, Z said. Over the past few years, Z had been very popular at the inn. He had always had a helpful personality and liked being of service to his coworkers as much as he could. It was one of the reasons why he was called the big brother of the inn. But when Z himself needed help, he usually turned to Lex, who had proved himself not only exceptionally powerful, but very knowledgeable. Go ahead, we have some time before the others arrive, so if you have any problems adjusting to your new realm, feel free to ask. It's not my new realm that's causing an issue, it's something else. You know that at the Temple of Fasting I accepted someone's heritage, right? Yes, it's been mentioned once or twice. Well, once I became an immortal, I awoke some of his memories and learned more about him. His name was Zerk, and he was the 11th human ever to exist in this universe. He was a warrior king who conquered an entire realm in the early years of the universe. Sounds impressive, commented Lex. He does seem like it, but there's an issue. The memories did not come from the heritage because the heritage was compiled by his descendants after he already died. The memories, they came from my blood. That caused Lex to pause. This was something he had not expected, but it was not necessarily an issue. So then, why did Z seem troubled? I don't see the problem. If you awakened his memories, then chances are high that he might be one of your ancestors. That seems like a good thing, don't you think? Yes, but I have no parents, no ancestry, Z said, looking troubled. This statement also troubled Lex, because this was the first time one of the inn workers who had been created by the system directly acknowledged the fact that they were not exactly of typical origin. It was almost as if there had been some kind of mental block keeping them from considering such things so far, but becoming an immortal allowed them to overcome that block. Or at least that was the case for Z. Whether this situation occurred again would need to be observed with the other workers. "Is your ambiguous origin causing you distress?" Lex asked. If this was going to be a problem, it would be best to address it directly. Considering that he had hundreds of thousands of workers, coming up with a lie would complicate issues, so it would be best to stick to the truth. The innkeeper had brought them to life to run the inn. Not only was it the truth, but it was the premise upon which they had lived their entire lives so far. "What? No, not that," said Z. "I know that the innkeeper gave me life. How that came to be is not the issue. The issue is that Zerk, based on the few memories I saw, was not exactly the kind of guy to just roll over and die. I'm worried that these awakening memories might be some method Zerk put into place to come back to life through me, by taking over my body and soul." It seemed like they were covering all the big questions today, such as where babies, or rather in workers, came from, and what happened after death. Truthfully, death was actually a topic Lex had looked into as well, for he wanted to know what the consensus for life after death was among cultivators. It turned out that there really was heaven and hell, though that is not where people went to after they died. To enter heaven or hell, the person needed to be very much alive. As for what happens after death, there was no one consensus. Strictly speaking, death was the dissolution of the soul, so how could there be life after the soul ceased to exist? If Lex hadn't spent the past few years getting used to the fact that the rules of the universe were not as straightforward as he always believed, he too would have thought that after the soul stopped existing, there could be nothing. Now, though, he wasn't too sure. For example, ghosts really did exist, and they sometimes did look like people who used to live. But that was only because ghosts were formed from the leftovers of countless souls merging together. Technically speaking, wasn't that a form of life after death? "Can you block the memories?" Lex asked. "Yeah, it's pretty easy, but it requires me to consciously block them, otherwise, as my cultivation grows, they will keep on being unlocked." "That's not a problem," Lex said simply. "You don't need to worry about Zerk or anyone else replacing you. However, I will caution you against viewing the memories. You yourself have only lived a few years. If you end up absorbing memories that span hundreds or even thousands of years, then there's a huge chance that you'll be heavily influenced by them and forget who you are. Take things slowly, and if you do ever want to unlock the memories, do it under supervision. After all, as a warrior king, I'm sure Zerk had a lot of unique experiences which could be beneficial for you to learn about, but only once you've grown up a bit." Z nodded and put the thought behind him. As long as the innkeeper knew about this issue, nothing would happen. But more than that, Z had a feeling that even if a problem arose, just simply Lex would be enough to handle any issue. This new instinct was something he unlocked after he became an immortal and even learned a bit about it. Apparently, instincts were like a hidden sixth sense that the human race had. All humans had them, but they needed to be trained to become effective. According to some of the memories he unlocked, Zerk's instincts were so strong that he could prevent his greatest enemies from ever even being born, by anticipating who they would be born from. Z had learned a few other interesting things from those memories as well, but the most significant thing he learned was how to judge the danger someone represented. That was exactly why he knew that although Lex, sitting in front of him, seemed just as amicable and calm as always, he was dangerously furious underneath. Z sighed. It seemed like some people were going to die. Just as he had that thought, the remaining 3 people they were waiting for finally arrived. Gerard, Velma, and Luther walked in, seemingly in a good mood. Gerard and Velma were chatting amongst themselves, and Luther was also about to make some small talk, but when he looked towards Lex he sensed that something was amiss. Luther, who had thoroughly mastered the unique control his physique allowed over flames, could sense a fire burning inside of Lex, and it felt an awful lot like dragon fire. "Sorry for keeping you waiting," Luther said loudly, cutting the conversation between Gerard and Velma. "It's no trouble. I didn't wait long," said Lex with a smile. "Since you're all here, I'll get right to the point. For the past few years, you've all been training your houses in their respective specializations. I have a small problem, and I think this could be the perfect opportunity to test out the houses of midnight." Chapter 1153, Every Single. Chapter 1153, Every Single One. The houses of midnight started out as an idea that Z had. When Harry changed his last name to Midnight, Z got the idea to take up a last name all the workers could take up, since not everyone might feel like they could do justice to such a name. So he took on the name Starcloak. The name was meant to represent the vast night sky that could encompass countless stars, and was therefore meant for the masses to follow along. To a small degree, that is what happened. But largely, all the inn workers who had strange abilities which could not be categorized easily joined this family. One stellar example of this family was that guy whose ability it was to be forgotten. Although no one knew his first name, at least now they knew his last name. There was also Alfonso, who had weird powers that would change all the time, save for the ability to always have food in his pocket. Countless others had joined the Starkloak family, and took pride in how odd or versatile, depending on who you asked, their abilities were. Inspired by Z, Gerard also founded a family by the name of Umbragard. They were the protectors of the inn, the fighters, the warriors, the soldiers. Naturally, most of the security team and the Midnight Battalion joined this family. Velma decided that none of those suited her, so she formed the Nixhart family. It was supposed to be filled with romantics and gossip lovers, but it grew into something so much more. The most secretive, detailed, and expansive information network was effortlessly conjured up by the Nixhart family, able to dig out even the deepest of secrets that no one wished to share. During the last 15 years, Lex had even tested this out by having them try to gather information from the various countries on Menara, and boy were they good. Last but not least was Luther, who formed the Nightshade family. This was the smallest family, but it was also the most lethal, even more than the Umbragard. The Nightshade family was not protectors, but killers. They were assassins, they were conspirators, they were the ones who would face the enemies of the inn and eliminate them. Their numbers were small, but that did not make them any less significant than the other houses. In fact, even John had decided to join the Nightshade house. Although he had left his assassin days behind him, his instincts were very much honed in on the profession, and the guidance he provided was without equal. Now, for the first time, Lex wanted to use the houses as they were intended when they were made. He'd had many days to think, and had come to a few conclusions. Moon had said that her protection was specifically created by their grandfather, so its failure could also be attributed to him. His action of tying Moon up to the planet, of experimenting on her for years, of drawing blood and tissue samples, and Lord only knew what else, did not seem as straightforward as he made them seem. Maybe Moon believed what he had to say because she had limited experiences, or maybe she believed him because she literally had no other choice. But Lex saw something more. He saw the intricacies behind each action that perhaps even Moon herself did not notice. When his grandfather saw that two of his grandchildren, namely Bella and Liz, both had unique physiques, did he really not have any ulterior motives? The man who was easily able to take kids away from their parents really showed no other intentions towards his son and daughter-in-law, who were not only weaker than him, but had also given birth to two kids with physiques. Since his own father apparently had a special physique, his grandfather should have known how difficult it was for one to occur naturally. Then on top of that, when he got his hands on Moon, who was the most special of them all, he still didn't target his son and daughter-in-law. Even assuming that his dad was capable of unleashing a very powerful attack, since he'd lost all his cultivation, how powerful could it be? Then there were his parents. They just had children with special physiques and decided to keep on having them until trouble came, instead of letting the kids be born and then hiding them the way they did with Lex until they were strong enough. Why couldn't they wait to have kids until they were strong enough to protect them in the first place? Even stupid people knew about using protection to avoid having unwanted children, so his parents, who were cultivators and were capable of achieving something no one else could, somehow lacked this bit of common sense. No, there was much more to this story than it appeared, and Lex would get to the bottom of it. Lex looked at everyone in the room, then began his explanation. Someone targeted my little sister, kidnapping her and then using her for their personal experiments, Lex said, skipping over the meat of the story. Although I have now resuscitated my sister, she is far from safe. In fact, she can't even come to the inn yet. There are still a few things I need to do before I can safely bring her to the inn, but while I do that, I need a bit of your help. I want to find the man responsible, but more importantly, I want to find everyone involved in this, whether they were simple employees working for him or some organization backing him from the shadows. I want to find them all. Recalling the immortals that had come and surrounded Yildirim, Lex did not think his grandfather's background was as simple as he made it out to be. When I go to mete out the punishment for this, I want every single person involved to feel it, every single one. Silence filled the room after Lex spoke, as everyone absorbed the information Lex had just given. Chapter 1154, He is goading me. Chapter 1154, He is goading me. Velma cleared her throat, finally breaking the silence before she asked a question. What can you tell me about this person, and anyone he might be working with? The more we know, the easier it'll be to find out exactly who or what we're looking for. Lex smiled. The man is my grandfather. His name, I believe, is Damien. I have some information, but I am about to get more in a short while. If you have any questions, think of them now. It'll help me find out exactly what I need to ask. In the meantime, let me give you the little information I have and some of my own theories. Lex did not particularly want the details of his life being spread around, but in a matter directly related to his life, it would be hard to avoid details. Even so, Lex stuck to the basics. He mentioned how his sister was taken away at a young age, kept away from everyone, and bonded to a planet to keep her trapped there, surviving only due to her unique ability that Lex strongly suspected his grandfather was coveting. He then mentioned the numerous assassins Moon faced, and how Lex suspected that they also worked for or with his grandfather. At this point, it was not just Lex who was angry. Every single person in the room was fuming. To say that over the past 15 years they had not become close would be a lie. Although they had managed to avoid any major conflicts, spending time together in peace was also a good way to get to know a person, especially since they had seen what he was like in a pinch. More than once had Lex faced danger head-on for them. Now, to learn that this entire time he had a sister who had been suffering, if it were up to Velma, they would have all left immediately. But they didn't. There was a reason why Lex called them even before he got all the details he wanted. It was so that they could summon their family members and begin planning out how they would deploy them. While they made these preparations, Lex would have a meeting with William. The last time Lex met him, William had tried to bring up the topic of his family. The fact that he had tried was the only reason Lex was even willing to meet with him again. William had claimed that he had some misunderstanding with his family, but at that time Lex had been too bitter and too angry to listen. Now, though, things were different. He also wanted to know how complicit William had been during this entire process of kidnapping his siblings, though he highly suspected that this ancestor of his had no information of it when it was happening. He also wanted to learn about Liz and Belle. Moon did not know much, but William probably would. Lex had actually requested a meeting days ago, long before he even went to Dunya. But William had been busy. It was only now that he had sent word that he would be able to come. Considering their original agreement for Lex to help a few of their people undergo enhancements, and the latest happenings, there was much for them to talk about. A few hours later, William finally arrived, though this time he was alone. Not only had Jotun not shown up, but William also looked pale, and as if he was recovering from some injury. Much more importantly, he wore an expression that told Lex the man was in his flow state. He knew it all too well. I take it you have cleared up some of the issues between you and your siblings, William said, his tone completely neutral. Now that Lex had aged a bit, their appearances resembled a lot, though Lex did notice that this time around, as his body grew, his features were slightly different. That's one way of putting it, said Lex. I thought I was the one being kept in the dark, but as it turns out, my siblings were no better than I. Not just you and your siblings, William said, and then exited his flow state. His exhaustion was a lot more apparent without it, which might have been the point. I have something to show you. Why don't we have our discussion after you see it? I take it that you're more amenable to listening to me this time around. Well, I'm definitely listening, though what comes after this is unknown. William nodded and placed a small black bead on the table in front of Lex. The black bead began to glow, and then projected a scene midair in front of Lex. Lex could see a hint of a resemblance between himself and the man in the image. Damien, he said in a low tone, his voice filled with controlled emotion. Indeed, this is not a message or recording. This is a playback of a real interaction Damien had that Jotun was able to pull out of thin air using time reversal, a technique that allows him to view the events that happened in an area in the past. Lex nodded and played the projection. Damien seemed upset at something, and then a monster appeared in front of him out of nowhere. At first he did not react, but as they continued to have their conversation, Lex realized that this must have happened only a few days ago. In fact, it must have happened exactly on the day he rescued Moon. He thought nothing of the name Jeffrey, right up until Damien mentioned rescuing the monster from Earth, and then things began to click in his mind. Was Earth a political prison, or a convenient way for Damien to hide secrets? Jeffrey was the man who had orchestrated many wars and conflicts on Earth, just for his entertainment, and what he had been doing since his departure from Earth had not gone unnoticed. He was near the very top on the list of wanted beings in the Origin realm, and why wouldn't he be? As the foremost terrorist in the entire realm, targeting the entire realm itself, he was an enemy of the entire Henali, and it seemed that he was one of his grandfather's partners. The scene ended right after Damien gave Jeffrey permission to hunt down his family, and disappeared through a portal, but Lex kept gazing at the place where the projection ended. It was not just you and your family he had been tricking. It was all of us. The damage he's done since leaving, he almost single-handedly destroyed the entire Williams family, and that's nothing compared to the damage he's done to the Jotun Empire. He meant for you to find this, Lex said simply. You're acting like a pawn in his hands. He wanted this found, and the reason he specifically mentioned me is because he anticipated you'd show it to me. He's goading me. William seemed surprised at Lex's deduction, but Lex did not seem goaded or angered or even irritated. He seemed perfectly calm. Lex finally looked away from the projection and towards William. "What can you tell me about my other sisters?" he asked. Lex's mind was completely still. The more dire the situation was, the more comfortable he was. He was all too used to thriving in chaos, so by now he no longer let his anger cloud his judgment. His priorities were straight. First, he would rescue his sisters, and then he would kill. Chapter 1155, Anger Issues. Chapter 1155, Anger Issues. The situation regarding your other sisters is not ideal, but it is nowhere near as bad as it is for Moon, William said as he rubbed his head. Lex could easily see that the man was not in good shape at all. He was most likely recovering from injuries and was suffering some kind of spirit energy exhaustion at that. Considering he was an immortal, the inn itself should not have any service that can help him. Having said that, there was always. Lex waved his hand, and a cup of midnight signature brew appeared in front of William. This coffee could be strengthened using MP, and since Lex spent 10 million MP on it, it should somewhat be effective. The coffee did not do much. It just helped clear the mind and reduce fatigue for about an hour. But as soon as William took a sip, his eyes widened. It seemed he liked it. "I'm listening," Lex said, to remind him that he was waiting. Somewhere in his heart, he still disliked William just because they were technically family. The old man hadn't done anything, but something about him just ticked Lex off. Belle's situation was the simplest. She gained a unique bloodline somehow, and has since been trained as a warrior. She fought on behalf of the William family for years, and then directly began working for the Jotun Empire. There was a small incident where she was kidnapped for a short while, but she was returned and even benefited greatly from it. Previously, she was participating in the war efforts against the fiery mammoths, but since the incident with Damien and with the disappearance of Yildirim, she's been too hot-headed to obey orders. She has forcibly claimed the position of family head and rescued many of the remnants of the William family. For years, she's been trying to become the head of the William family. Now she's become it, but, well, she clearly has anger issues, and the situation is not settling well with her. Anger issues. Belle always had anger issues, and she was kind of mean just besides as well. But Lex knew her anger derived from the fact that she was very protective of her siblings. Lex suddenly gained new insight into her personality. He could imagine her as a little girl, seeing her parents being suppressed by her grandfather. Who knew what kind of drivel she had been fed when Damien took her away for training? If she was obsessed with trying to become the family head, maybe it was because as a child she thought that if she could claim that position, she could finally save her family. She could then finally reduce the pressure on her parents. Then, as her siblings were born and she saw how they were being treated, Lex blind of the truth, Liz undergoing God knows what, how could she not be angry? It made sense. If the one thing she cared about most was keeping her family safe, but she constantly knew that they were not safe and were being subject to oppression just for being weak, it would be natural for her to be angry. It would be natural for her to fight. Maybe in her mind, if she were strong enough, then all the suffering would stop. But she had never been strong enough. Lex could not even imagine what she must have gone through when Moon was taken and bound to a planet. Compared to his parents, who seemed to have no real reaction, her unceasing anger and unrelenting drive to plant her fist into anything with a face was a lot more indicative of how badly she took it. Imagine wanting to become the leader of the family responsible for everything bad that happened in her life. He could not, honestly. He also could not imagine how she must have been feeling. As soon as I received word that Yildirim was with you, and so was Moon, I sent her word as well. She has not responded yet. If you want to meet her, I can have it arranged. You can just tell me where she is. I can find her myself when I need to, Lex said calmly, not letting any of his emotions show. Truthfully speaking, he did not think he could have gotten any angrier after learning what happened to Moon. He was wrong. Although he was drawing a lot of assumptions about Belle's experiences, the truth seemed to be in front of him. But before he met Belle, or Liz, there was something he needed to do. Since they had spent a lot of time with Damien, supposedly, he needed to make sure they weren't brainwashed or being manipulated in some way. But these were not things he would share with William or anyone else. Well, for what it's worth, Belle may lack in other things, but she was an absolute combat genius. That, combined with her angelic bloodline, has attracted a lot of attention. She has been invited to Ventura Prime as a student, though she has been holding off joining for unknown reasons. And what about Liz? Liz, young Elizabeth, William sighed as he thought about her. She has not gone through any extraordinary difficulty, or, depending on who you ask, her life has been absolutely chaotic. She has a level of affinity for a cultivation path that had been thought only to be only a legend. A 100% affinity for the Beast Master path is literally unprecedented. When I heard about it, I thought that Damien would have found her an amazing beast to tame and helped her cultivate. Instead, he went for another route. Liz went through a lot of training, learning about cultivation, survival, alchemy, formations, arrays, and many more subjects. But the goal was never to turn her into a good cultivator. The goal was to turn her into the ideal wife. For many years, she had been facing numerous wedding proposals that Damien kept on standby, not only because they were not good enough, but also because he wanted your parents to get on board with this plan. At least, that's what he claimed at the time. Chapter 1156, Sand in the Wind. Chapter 1156, Sand in the Wind. Lex had thought he knew what to expect. He had considered many insidious evils that Damien could enact on his sisters. But of all of them, setting Liz up for marriage was not what he had expected. He wanted to see if she could pass on the affinity, Lex said, accurately guessing his reasoning, or at least his excuse. Yes, for that he was very particular about wanting to find the right match. But at the same time, he really wanted your parents to approve of the marriage as well. The excuse he gave was that he was trying to rebuild bridges and mend their relationship. More realistically speaking, he probably wanted your mother's expertise in ensuring that the offsprings would be geniuses as well. It's good to know that his grandfather was quite dutiful in ticking off all the boxes, in being just an all-round scummy guy. Of his sisters, Liz was the most introverted. He supposed constantly getting wedding proposals would make any person antisocial. But besides receiving various proposals from numerous powerful forces, Liz was relatively unbothered. She continued to receive her classes, but for whatever reason, she never actually ended up taming a beast. The reason for that is unknown as of now, because a few years ago Liz ran away from home. At first everyone thought it was just a temper tantrum on her part, until they realized that no one could actually trace her. She had somehow gotten her hands on a piece of treasure that would hide her from any kind of tracking, and then she had run away. To this date, she has never been found. Besides confirming that she is alive, I can provide you with no other information. So Belle was lording over the remnants of the Williams family, and Liz was on the run from wedding proposals. He really didn't want to ask this question, but whenever he avoided things, it ended up biting him in the butt, so he asked anyway. "Where are my parents in all this?" "I don't know," William said, shrugging. "A few years ago, they showed up and threatened Damien to stay away from you once he learned about you, and then disappeared. I recently tried searching for them after the Yildirim incident, but the feedback I got was that they might not be in the Origin realm, so I couldn't really track them." "Very well. In that case, I'd ask you to compile a file and share any piece of information you have about Damien at all. Also, if you know anything about the Celestial Planets Club, I'd love to hear about it. In exchange, we can begin our cooperation. You can bring up to 10 people, and I will upgrade their bodies for you. I hope you remember that, as per our deal, they cannot know where this upgrade is taking place, or who is the one doing it." William had the urge to ask Lex what his plans regarding Damien were, but he resisted. Compared to their last two meetings, where Lex was entirely emotional and willful, this time he was a lot more composed and clear-headed. That made him seem much more dangerous somehow. Celestial Planets Club I can tell you about right now. It's an exclusive club, and to be a member one must be a celestial immortal. Jotun is a member. Despite its exclusivity and prestige, the club is actually quite loose. It holds no great influence and plays no significant role in realm politics. It is, however, a good place for networking. The essence of the club is that, in the way others compare their cars and spaceships, its members compare planets. Each member selects a planet, and not only do they nurture an extraordinary environment on it, making it into a paradise, they use the whole planet as their vehicle. So basically, it's just a place for members to get together and show off their oversized rides. Lex expected something along those lines, so he wasn't surprised. If anyone had a spatial item that could carry a planet, then the Celestial Planets Club would. Even if they didn't, they sure had items that could speed up or boost the connection between a person and a planet. It seemed like he needed to go back to the Emporium and amend his request. "All right, when will you be bringing in the batch?" Lex asked. The remainder of their meeting was short and straightforward. William had all 10 candidates ready, who had been numbed and blindfolded. They could not even use their spirit sense. They basically didn't even know that they had arrived at the inn. Lex then proceeded to upgrade their bodies and qualifications. Using his physique was far from simple, and Lex had not mastered it completely. But that was fine. The important part was to make it seem incredibly difficult to use, which it was. One by one, Lex touched the candidates on their foreheads, activating his physique. The process was both long and draining on Lex's energy levels, but he eventually completed it. He looked drained, but that was mostly theatrics to drive up the bargain. It was not like he was going to go around announcing that he had secretly elevated the qualifications of every single inn worker in the last few years. Then people would never stop bugging him. Once that was over, William handed over a file containing all the information he had on Damien to Lex, who not only perused it himself, but sent it to Gerard, Velma, Luther, and Z. Each of them read the files, gathered the information they needed, and began their plan. The Midnight Inn was no longer looking just for Damien. They were also looking for Jeffrey and the entire terrorist organization behind them. One by one, countless members of the inn disappeared from the realm, appearing in various planets across the Origin realm. Some appeared in planets that were connected to the inn, while a large number of them exited from the Midnight Tavern while seeming like regular patrons. They dispersed like grains of sand carried by the wind, and for the first time ever, the Midnight Inn actively extended its influence outside of its own borders. Lex, however, teleported back to Moon, and Z joined him. That was a mistake he almost immediately regretted. Chapter 1157, Cute Name. Chapter 1157, Cute Name. When Lex returned, he was relieved to see that Moon was awake. Harry and Nurse Jubilation were keeping her company as they chatted, and he froze. Why were they watching Lover's Island? He recognized the planet on the projection immediately, not to mention that they were following Thaliel, who seemed to be making her way out of a maze of giant mushrooms. Lex coughed to clear his throat. "I'm back, Harry. I got the feathers you needed." The trio turned to look towards him, and Lex could immediately tell, based on those schadenfreude expressions, that they had probably seen everything. That was fine. Lex had experience with such things. As long as he pretended to just not be embarrassed, they couldn't do anything. "Wait a minute." Harry and Jubilation were looking at him, suppressing their giggles, but Moon's gaze was locked slightly to his right. Lex turned and saw that oversized teenager standing right next to him, using his typical neutral expression to hide the fact that he was actually shy. "Oh, this is my friend, Z. He's here to help me out with some stuff." Lex didn't want to go into the details of how Z was going to scour the planet, searching for any hidden formations, trackers, spies, or anything of the sort that might have been left behind by Damien. Of course, he wasn't going to do it himself. He would direct those from the Starcloak family to do it. "Oh, Z, that's a cute name. Is it short for something?" Time slowed down for Lex as he saw Moon tuck her hair behind her ear and flash a smile at Z. "Cute, cute." Lex's titanium will kept his jaw from dropping, but that did not mean he was not shocked. Moon was his little sister. She was like a baby, though technically she was in her early 20s now. But. "Moon, you're older than Z," Lex said to her using his spirit sense. "He's a child, you're both children, calm down." Moon looked down from Z at Lex. She didn't say anything, but the way she had been looking up at Z, and then had to turn her face to look down at Lex, felt like an arrow shot through his heart. "It's not really short for anything," Z said with a warm smile. "It's nice to meet you, Moon, don't mind me. I'm just here to make sure your planet is safe while everyone else does their own thing. I'll head out soon." "How can you head out when you just got here?" she asked, suddenly standing up from her chair. "I'll tell you what, since you want to look at my planet, let me give you a tour. I've spent a lot of time fixing up the place. Let me just go get changed." Moon didn't give Z an opportunity to refuse before running off, though she pulled the nurse along with her for reasons Lex couldn't fathom. "I have pictures of your harem on Lover's Island," Moon said to Lex through her spirit sense. "Every single one of them were hundreds of years older than you." Lex's lip twitched. Was she trying to blackmail him into not saying anything? Since when has she been like this? given that Lex hadn't seen her for the last few years, which were probably the years she might have started developing an interest in boys. Lex glared at Z, but the teenager was absolutely clueless about what was happening, and just stood there waiting with his hands in his pockets. Lex sighed. Z was kind of hopeless in such matters. He'd had a crush on Sandra, the inn worker who had electricity powers, for years, but nothing ever became of it. Sandra had a preference for more wild and energetic guys, and while Z definitely had that side to him, he was mostly that quiet guy who just made sure everyone he cared for was happy and taken care of. When Sandra finally rejected him, he had a dark, depressed phase, which lasted all of 2 weeks. Lex shook his head and then looked towards Harry. "How's her treatment going? I got a lot of feathers, so that should help, right?" "It's going well. I found out why she was sleeping so much, by the way. The food you fed her went a long way to restoring her physical health. She just needed to sleep more to completely absorb it. Not only is she more energetic because of it now, I believe continuously maintaining such a diet can help her speed up her fusion process. I think you literally just gave her physique the energy to function, and that is taking care of the rest." Lex felt relieved, and was about to comment on how they could ensure her diet was excellent, when Moon reappeared. She was wearing a pure white sundress with floral patterns on it, looking quite adorable. And was she wearing lip gloss? Lex was about to say something when he felt the temperature in the room change. It was very mild, and others might not have been able to feel the temperature rise so lightly, but he noticed the abnormality. Moreover, he could hear the breeze pick up speed outside the palace. Was Moon's mood affecting the planet? Before he could come to a conclusion, Moon already began to lead Z away. "So you want to see my planet? I don't mean to brag, I'm kind of considered a saintess here. Let me show this small town nearby. I had the residents train the squirrels to properly garden. It's a lovely sight." "No, I just need to check the planet for any dangerous elements." "Oh, then I should definitely keep you company. If there's something dangerous on my planet, then I should definitely know about it." Without so much as having a single proper exchange with him, his little sister just left. Was it not long ago that she was continuously just poking his face because she couldn't believe he was here? Now she couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge his existence. He turned to look at Harry and the nurse, but the two just shrugged. Chapter 1158, Proposition. Chapter 1158, Proposition. The reason Lex brought Z to the planet was because he was genuinely going to be very busy from now on. Between finding a cure or remedy to Moon's situation, meeting Belle, finding Liz, as well as coordinating the complete and total destruction of his grandfather's entire organization, he was not going to be available. Not only did he want to ensure her security, but he didn't want Moon to be alone anymore. He was planning on slowly introducing her to people from the inn so she got accustomed to them, so that eventually when she went to the inn she wouldn't feel strange. Now, however, he was beginning to doubt his plan. Harry cleared his throat, attracting Lex's attention. "It's really not my place to say this, but I think you should let them be. They're kids, and from what I can tell, it's been a long time since Moon had the opportunity to act like a kid, so..." Lex's lip twitched. Harry had come a long way from being a barber for some rich kids in New York. Look at him, giving advice about kids to Lex. To think Lex had brought him on because he just gave a nice haircut. "If you need anything else for her treatment, let me know. I'll check in from time to time, but if there's a rush, you can just return to the inn and let Mary know. She'll send me word." Harry nodded. Lex hesitated once more. He wanted to go check up on Moon once more, but Z was a responsible kid. They'd be fine, right? It was not like a summer dress, was all it would take to completely distract him. With a troubled expression, Lex teleported away. He knew he should have brought Velma here instead. But Velma was busy, just like all the others. Lex teleported to the Emporium, ready to find out more about the Celestial Planets Club. Meanwhile, Gerard had, for the first time, ventured out into the Origin realm, though he was not alone. A couple of members of Umbragard followed him, though they would be splitting off soon. They teleported first to Tilia, the neutral planet ruled by elves from where Lex found Kenta. Since it was a trade planet, it had teleportation facilities that led to various other places as well. Moreover, considering the neutral nature of the planet, some of the places it was connected to were quite unique. Gerard, as if he had done this a million times, walked into the teleportation facility and bought 3 tickets to a not-so-friendly place. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a large, technologically advanced city, though it had a certain metallic stench to it. Gerard immediately attracted attention, for while everyone else was covered in tattoos or wore extremely loose clothing, or had some kind of cybernetic advancements to their body. He looked remarkably clean and tidy. To be honest, in his fitted suit and the fade that Harry had recently given him, Gerard did not look like a butler or worker at an inn, but rather like a corporate boss, and in such a place, they tended to be more dangerous than the regular folk. The confidence with which Gerard carried himself, walking through the cyberpunk city as if he knew it like the back of his hand, seemed to project that image even more. But everyone still kept their eyes on him, not that he cared. He soon found himself in a common bar and walked up to a staircase that was being blocked by a bouncer. One look at Gerard was all he needed to step aside. The trio nodded at the bouncer before moving up. They knew what it was like working with guests all day. It could be exhausting. After climbing the stairs, Gerard directly walked up to a closed door and knocked. There were many private rooms up here, and many private booths as well, and there should have been no way to know who occupied which from the outside, yet the old man seemed to know exactly who he was looking for. The door cracked open, revealing only darkness. None of the inhabitants were visible. "We didn't order anything," a rough voice barked from inside. "My name is Gerard," he said politely. "I am here for booty." "What?" a shocked voice asked from inside. "I am here to meet Vice-Captain Booty of the Iron Pirates," Gerard repeated himself. "Please let him know Gerard from the Midnight Inn is here to see him. He will want to see me." The door slammed shut, but only a few seconds later opened up again. An entire gang of wary pirates, holding all sorts of weapons, were revealed. "How did you know we're here?" someone asked, but Gerard didn't bother responding. He just stepped into the room. His abrupt behavior startled the pirates, and they began yelling and preparing to fight. But that's what the two followers were for. Shouting and screaming sounded behind him, but Gerard kept an even pace as he walked to the back, where at a table he finally saw Booty, sitting aside an enchanting woman. "Vice-Captain Booty, we meet again," Gerard said with a warm smile, as if he was looking at an old friend. "And you must be Lady Valerie, the true captain of the Iron Heart Pirates. It is a pleasure to meet you." Booty was startled, but Valerie smiled with intrigue. "The pleasure is mine. It's not every day I get such a handsome gentleman caller. I must say, whatever this is, I am quite interested to see where it is headed. I wish, Lady Valerie, that this was a social visit, but I come with a task, so the only place this is headed is towards business. I am in need of your unique services. It's not everyone who can run a human pirate crew as a devil." Booty suddenly frowned and began looking behind Gerard to see if there was anyone else coming. The fact that the Iron Heart Pirates were run by a devil was supposed to be a huge secret. It was not like pirates cared about things like politics between races, but the hatred between humans and devils ran deep. Considering the fact that devils used humans to farm demons, they were not fondly looked upon by other humans. If word got out, then the Iron Heart Pirates would lose many of their connections among their own kind and be targeted by many. My, such a forward man. If I didn't smell the mark of another devil all over you, I'd think you were flirting with me." Without invitation, Gerard pulled himself a seat and sat down with them. "I have a proposition for you," he said calmly. The two other guards who had followed him suddenly appeared at the door and closed it, remaining outside to ensure no one disturbed them. Chapter 1159, An Offer. Chapter 1159, An Offer. While Gerard negotiated a deal with the pirates through guests who had visited the inn before, Velma was off on a small quest of her own. She started off on Vegas Minima, which had flourished over the past few years. It was practically unrecognizable, and the newer generations knew nothing of the zombie apocalypse that had devastated the planet for hundreds of years as a simple story from the history books. The most important thing, however, was that since the planet was far from the main Jotun Empire planet systems and bases to begin with, it had benefited from the investment and guidance of the Empire. But when the Empire was struck by trouble, it was spared. Due to various political realities, and the distance this planet from any of the nearest war zones, it had effectively been spared from even needing to participate in the war. With reduced oversight, the governor of the planet had essentially become a king, though even now he dared not claim that title. After overcoming his Earth-immortal tribulation, now as an immortal, not only was he leading the planet to thrive, but his family was also thriving. Velma felt a mild urge to go find Layla, that little girl who used to play back at the inn with Jimmy and the rest. But Velma had other priorities at the moment. Cirque, the first designated pilot of the inn, escorted her to one of the terminals where he summoned the Silent Knight and waited for her to board. From there they took off, shooting towards one of the uninhabited planets in the star system. Calling it uninhabited was a stretch, since all planets that could not sustain life were being used to source rare and valuable minerals, ores and spirit stones to the 3 Vegas planets. With that in mind, there was technically a colony on all the planets in this system, but that had nothing to do with Velma. With the Silent Knight's speed, it only took a short while before they reached the intended planet, before changing course for one of the moons. This particular moon was not being mined because it held no valuable minerals at all, and so had nothing remarkable about it at all. Or so it seemed, for when the ship began to land, it disappeared from sight. Only Velma and Cirque, who were on the ship, saw that it had not disappeared, but crossed through a very powerful illusion formation, hiding a small home. It was not large nor lavish, but through the use of various formations, it was cozy and livable. Artificial atmosphere surrounded the place. Grass and trees and plants grew as if on a normal planet. A few pet animals lazily walked the backyard or swam in the pool nearby, but the resident of the home was not visible. "I'll wait here," said Cirque to Velma after parking the ship. Since he was not really familiar with the target, he did not want to intrude. Velma only nodded and stepped down. "This is a lovely place you have here, Aslan," she said, looking around. "But you should visit the inn sometime, it's changed a lot." No one replied to her, but that didn't bother her. She casually strolled the place, taking in all the views it had to offer before finally reaching the house itself. The door opened on its own to welcome her in. She made her way in, and though she was not familiar with the place, she eventually found herself in a room where a lone man was kneeling in front of a stone memorial. Lit incense sticks had been placed in front of the memorial, and the man seemed to be meditating in front of it. Velma picked up an incense stick from nearby and also lit it, placing it in front of the memorial. Though instead of meditating, she only bowed to the memorial out of respect, and then began to wait for the man to end his meditation. A short while later the man opened his eyes and looked at the piece of stone in front of him. Instead of calm or peace, his eyes held only a deep sorrow. Something about his posture indicated that he did not want to move, but eventually he got up and looked at Velma. "Miss Velma, you have changed since I last saw you. You look more mature, it suits you." "Thank you, I think so too," she said and flashed a sweet smile. "You haven't changed at all, though. I had hoped time would heal some of your pain." Aslan, the mature man with a head full of white hair, only flashed her a remorseful smile. "Time cannot heal all wounds, Miss Velma. To live is to suffer her absence, and to die is to condemn the memory of her to be lost forever from this universe. I do not know which is worse torture." Velma had a great love for love stories, but not all love stories end happily. The man in front of her was a guest who had come to the inn only once, and though that visit was brief, he had shared with Velma his own love story. Truth be told, they did not have too deep of a connection, but since Velma had been considerate enough to listen to him when he had no one else to speak to, he offered her whatever friendship he could. Since he was a friend, even if a distant one, Velma did not really want to use him, but... "Aslan, I have a situation on my hands that I thought you might be interested in hearing about. Would you spare me a few moments?" "Miss Velma, I have nothing but time on my hands. Please join me in the other room so we may sit comfortably." The man led her to a back room which had a lovely view of the back garden and sat down on cushioned floor mats that were placed in the room. He summoned a teapot and poured her some tea before pouring himself some as well. "Please share with me your troubles." Chapter 1160, An Offer Aye. Chapter 1160, An Offer Aye. Velma took a sip of her tea. Normally she preferred some sugar or honey in it, but felt that it might be awkward to ask for some, so she gently placed the cup back. "I have a friend," she began. "He's a good fellow, loyal and trustworthy, a little odd at times, but who is? Some time ago he came to me and a few others asking for help with a delicate situation. Although right now it seems like the situation is under control, I don't know why when I heard about his problems I couldn't help but think that if this wasn't handled well, that he may end up joining your family." Aslan, who had been smiling softly up until, suddenly frowned. His light and easy demeanor suddenly changed, and a certain heaviness filled the room. "What's the situation?" he asked. "His sisters have been targeted by a terrorist organization. Although for now it seems like one of them has been saved, based on what we know, it is unlikely that the terrorists will leave it at that. They surely have an agenda. My friend thinks that they're baiting him into reacting. The thing is, neither will they leave him alone, and nor will he let the terrorists get away with targeting his family to begin with. A clash is inevitable." Up until now, Velma refrained from mentioning details, because she did not want to use sympathy to get Aslan's help. "I'm not here to ask you for your help," she clarified. I just couldn't help but think when I heard about all this that if you knew about this you wouldn't ignore it. After all, like I said, my friend is a good guy. He has actually walked through fire and fury to aid his friends. If someone like him were to suffer a tragedy, well, you can guess where I'm going with this. Aslan closed his eyes for a moment. He closed his eyes and remembered those dark days when all around him was only hopelessness and desperation. What he wouldn't have given to receive only a hint of help back in those days. A single helping hand, the slightest nudge, a guiding word. No, it wasn't until after he had lost everything that he discovered the death-sworn family, who accepted him as his own. He had taken that oath to fight an impossible enemy unto death, but unlike most who joined his family, he actually came out of his fight alive. He had faced his demons and won, but victory was empty, for there was no meaning left in his life. But if he was going to help, then he first owed a debt to the death-sworn family. He looked towards Velma, a slight guilt in his eyes. Before he could even say anything, she understood what he wanted to say and chuckled. Like I said, Aslan Deathsworn, I'm not here to ask for your help. I just thought you'd like to know. The Midnight families have been crossed, and neither heaven nor hell will be safe until our vengeance is sought. The terrorist organization we are going after are suspected to be affiliated with the Fugan, and are known as Sanguis Pluvia. From what I know, a number of your family members have their death oaths targeting them. If you would like to join us while we get our vengeance, you may. Aslan looked at Velma with a new understanding, for the formerly delicate and dainty little girl was now overflowing with valor and drive. She had not come to ask for help against a great foe that even his family had not been able to topple, but instead to give them an opportunity to join if they wished while her own family fought against them. Deep emotions flashed through Aslan Deathsworn's eyes. Very few knew his name, for he left no legends behind. If any beside his own family knew of him, then it would be from the Midnight Registry, where Aslan had once ranked 5th on top. That is because he had achieved something truly extraordinary. As a human with no backing and no support, he had risen to the rank of heavenly immortal and even reached its peak. But that was not enough to put his name near the top of the registry. Waging a war against an impossible enemy, alone, and coming out the victor had earned him that right, especially when his enemies had been celestials, not the cultivation realm, but one of the dominant races of the universe. Aslan leaned forward and began to discuss a few details with Velma, interested to learn more not only about Lex, but about how they planned to face Sanguis Pluvia. Simultaneously, across countless star systems in the Origin realm, members of the Inn were silently meeting hidden and reclusive cultivators who wielded great power and authority. Unknown and unseen to the forces at large, an invisible thread began to connect powers that should have had no interaction ever. Names that had been forgotten in history, or had never been known to begin with, were quietly called upon by the various forces of the Midnight Inn. The only thing that connected all these forces was that, at one point or another, they had visited the Midnight Inn, and the Midnight Newsroom had collected information about them. Lawful and above-board organizations made deals within lavish meeting rooms. Dark and dingy corners of the most forsaken lands in the realm witnessed an understanding between unlikely allies. Even deities were not spared from the temptations the inn offered, as no place else could so readily provide fruits containing divinity. At the same time, devils, who were known across the universe for their ability to offer a tempting and irresistible deal to their targets, became targets themselves when they were presented with offers they simply could not refuse. Amidst the chaos that the realm was embroiled in, no one noticed the shift taking place. While all of these deals were being struck, allies being contacted, and leads being followed, Luther and John entered a particularly notorious building, the existence of which was famous across the realm. Powell smiled at the two new guests. "How can I help you, gentlemen?" Chapter 1161 Newsroom. Chapter 1161 Newsroom. "I need a few things," said John, who had long heard of the Infinity Emporium but never had the opportunity to use it. "I need all of these ingredients," he said, slipping a piece of paper to Powell. "I also need a recommendation letter to Hell's Diner, and lastly, I need to teleport my friend and I to the planet Fulcrum." Powell took the slip of paper from John and began reading it, and the more he read it, the bigger his smile became. These were all very rare ores and ingredients used in treasure manufacturing. Alone, they may not have cost a significant sum, but this entire list, when considered, was a sizable sum of money. That wasn't even including the other two requests, which were extremely large as well. "Dear guest, your requests are not so easy. It will take a few hours before everything is ready. Would you like to wait here or come back when everything is prepared?" "We'll wait," said Luther, who was not interested in wasting time. Fulcrum was supposed to be a planet that was virtually inaccessible except through very special means. Teleportation could count as one of those means, only under very specific conditions. The Emporium could, of course, fulfill those conditions. The reason why the planet was so hard to reach was natural and unique, but the thing that was truly important was why they were going there. It was the largest, most renowned black market in the realm. What was the point of a black market that everyone knew about? Why go there if they can shop in the Emporium to begin with? What did all of this have to do with Hell's Diner? The answers were simple. It didn't matter if everyone knew about it if no one could stop or affect the black market, which they couldn't. The things they could buy and sell there could not be sold or bought by the Emporium. Lastly, Hell's Diner had nothing to do with either of those things. In fact, it was something they learned about incidentally. What truly mattered was that within that diner, a special kind of flame was sold which would help Luthor tremendously if he absorbed it in his body. Considering what they were about to face, it was best to strengthen themselves as much as possible. "What makes you think we can find information about Sanguis Pluvia there?" Luthor asked John through his spirit sense. "From what I understand, even the Henali have not been able to locate them, and they have quite a few Dao Lords on the hunt." "It's impossible to directly find the information there," explained John in an experienced manner. "I cannot comment on what Dao Lords can or cannot do. However, I can tell you that although we won't find the information there directly, we will certainly find something that will put us on the right track to eventually find a lead to the information. You understand what I'm saying? This is called a fetch quest. Besides, we have one advantage. The Henali cannot find the Sanguis Pluvia because they are taking special care to hide from the Henali. But no one is hiding from the Midnight Inn. After all, didn't you notice that even the name of the terrorist organization was so hard for them to find, but we got the name directly from the newsroom? What they can do, we cannot do. But similarly, the things we can do, no one else can either." While John explained his brilliant plan to Luthor, both of them remained wholly unaware that the reason the newsroom even knew the name of the organization was because of two Rhino Centaurs. Every day they would come in and provide 2 pieces of unique information about current events in the universe at large. What had originally started out as a prison sentence had actually turned out to be a remarkable reward for them. They looked forward to the day they could escape from the inn, until they realized that it was literal paradise, and all they had to do to stay there was provide some random information. That was easy, since they had access to the group chat that spread across the universe. After years of spending time in the inn, they had changed their ways. They no longer wanted to hunt for systems. Just spending more time in the inn was enough to help them raise their cultivation. As such, they had been trying to delay their rescue quest that they had issued, which is why their rescuer had not returned to the inn immediately once it reopened. But while they could delay it, they could not cancel it. Now the two spent each day thinking up plans of how to stay here longer. If their rescuer came and started a huge fight and got them into trouble, they might now be allowed back into the inn. That was an issue they could not live with. But so far, they hadn't been able to come up with a proper answer. While the two continued to think, it was time for their daily check-in with the newsroom, and so they strolled on in peacefully, waving and joking around with the regular guests. The inn really was an amazing place. Finally, once they arrived, one of the Rhino Centaurs went in first and provided his latest piece of news. The Versailles Bank has just acquired a controlling share in the Undead Private Soldiery, or UPS for short. With that piece of information shared, he stepped out and allowed the other to step in. The Celestial Court has rejected the excuse of outstanding debt for a reason to attack one of its members by the Versailles Bank and issued a hearing, but the bank representative never showed. Tensions are rising. With that, the Rhino Centaur stepped out, his mind still on his own problems. But they remained unaware that the 2 pieces of random information they provided were noted down and added by an important member of the newsroom to an extremely complex and extensive information web, connecting countless various seemingly random bits and pieces of information. Roland, the little boy who once collected news and sold newspapers in the city of Babylon, was one of the most prominent members of the Nixhart family now. His eyes gleamed as he focused on a pin tied to a note that read, Versailles Bank. On that pin were tied countless threads, but one of them led all the way back to the Henali. He began to scribble something on a notebook. Chapter 1162, Keep Those Flags Coming. Chapter 1162, Keep Those Flags Coming. Lex finally returned from the Emporium, feeling much better. It turned out that the Celestial Planets Club was exactly who he needed to reach out to. Getting his hands on a spatial treasure that could carry a planet was still out of the question, but he had been looking at the problem all wrong. The celestial immortals who liked carrying their worlds with them clearly didn't put their planets in their pockets, although he suspected that might be possible. Nor did they fly their planets across galaxies. Instead, they tethered the planet to themselves so that when they teleported, the planet traveled with them. It naturally put a burden on the teleportation, but that wasn't a problem for Lex. His system could handle it. Now all he needed was to tether Moon to the planet she was fusing with, which was easier said than done. But that's what the Emporium was good for. Powell worked out a deal and hired someone on his behalf, since he was such a high-value member of the Emporium. Since Lex didn't want any powerful people observing Moon to keep her secret hidden, the hired person would just prepare everything he needed for the tethering, and then Lex would do the rest himself. It would take some time, but that should be fine. But his good mood was ruined as soon as he came back. Z and Moon were sitting on a sofa, eating pizza, and watching an anime about a ninja kid. It was a starter anime, and it was an amazing one. Due to the unique circumstances of her life, Moon might have never seen it. It was nice that she was finally getting the opportunity to enjoy her life. The problem was, where the hell were Harry and Jubilation? Why was it just these two, watching the ninja kid's sad backstory? Z naturally noticed Lex's arrival, so he paused the show and very innocently offered Lex some pizza. Resisting the urge to give the kid 20 more years' worth of work, Lex put on a neutral expression. "Thanks for the offer, but I just came here to give you all an update," Lex said, refusing the pizza. "I've found a solution to Moon's issue with the planet. I cannot cancel your fusion, but at least distance from the planet, and teleporting alongside it won't be a problem much longer. But we will need to wait till the solution is ready." "That's great," said Z, looking serious. "Once Moon can return to the inn safely, I can move on to locating the assassins who came after her." The idiot, stupid, dense little teenager had no idea how the words he said were making Moon's eyes shine even brighter, and it was irritating the hell out of Lex. But then he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Technically speaking, they were both adults. They could do what they wanted. Until then, stay here and keep an eye on things. If any issues arise, don't hesitate to contact me. "Where are you going now?" Moon asked, finally looking at him. Resisting the urge to pass a sarcastic comment, Lex said, "I need to tie up loose ends. I heard that Belle hasn't been doing well since your planet was kidnapped, so I'm going to go find her. If you have any idea where Liz is, it would be great if you could help. Otherwise, I'll try to find her on my own. Liz has been on the run for a while, so I have no idea where she could be. She used to send me postcards from time to time, so I knew she was safe, but that won't be easy anymore. As for Belle, good luck. If possible, make a video of the reunion. I want to see how she reacts to seeing you." Lex's lip twitched. He knew exactly what Moon was thinking, but he would not let his older sister bully him anymore. "Stay safe," said Lex before teleporting away. He returned to the inn, but from there he was about to buy a ticket to the planet that was, for now, being used as the new home for the William family. That is where his sister would be. After meeting her, Lex also had a very good idea how he was going to find Liz. It was the exact same way he intended on finding Damien. Since they were blood relatives, he would use a spiritual technique to locate those closely related to him. He hoped these things wouldn't take too long. Just as Lex bought the ticket and was about to leave once more, he paused. Someone from the newsroom had sent him a message. He opened the slip and read what it had to say. Finally, a hint of a smile returned to his face. He crumpled the paper, then tore the ticket, teleporting to the planet of Pangea. It was an ocean planet with only a single, massive continent. Finding out that this is where Belle was rebuilding the William family wasn't hard at all, even without the Henali portal. Considering that he was rebuilding ties with his sisters, and knowing that the chances of Belle willingly following him to the inn were nil, he decided to just build a connection to this planet instead of teleporting here from the Emporium. That way he could come to Belle whenever he wanted. Of course, this was under the circumstance that his older sister had not been completely brainwashed and wasn't being controlled by his grandfather through some sinister technique. Or barring some other, unforeseen circumstance, because those just never happened to Lex, right? Shaking his head, Lex lamented his inability to avoid raising flags, not that he believed in such things, and spread out his spirit sense. He had teleported over the ocean, so first he had to find the continent and then look for his sister. But as soon as he spread out his spirit sense, the first thing he saw was a mermaid, and she was mesmerizing. Chapter 1163, Unexpected. Chapter 1163 Unexpected. It was not that the mermaid was beautiful, but that she was mesmerizing a group of sailors on a ship, causing them to veer their ship towards them. But instead of jagged rocks and a dangerous island, like Lex had heard in stories back on Earth, the mermaids were attracting them towards a sales booth. They were selling deep-sea items, though the usefulness of those items was questionable. After years of practicing with his glyph that could identify treasures, Lex had developed an innate understanding for the value of random objects, and he could tell that nothing they sold was particularly precious. Lex used a simple illusion technique to alter the appearance of his face before teleporting down to the booth. "Excuse me, ladies," Lex said warmly. "Could you possibly point me towards the continent? I'm a little lost." The mermaids looked at him, then looked down at their booth. The meaning was simple: buy something before asking them any questions. Lex gave the items a cursory glance and picked up the most valuable thing on the table, a necklace with a pearl at the end. "How much for this?" "You have a good eye. That's for 30 superior spirit stones. No bargaining." Superior spirit stones were just a type of spirit stones with a higher concentration of spirit energy. They were very widely used by rich cultivators below the immortal realm. Fortunately, Lex had a few thousand lying around in his spatial bangle. He ordinarily didn't bother with these kinds of spirit stones since he directly dealt with spirit crystals, which is what immortals used for cultivation. But even having that was just as a random form of currency for Lex. He'd always cultivated in energy-rich and dense areas, so he'd never actually used those stones to cultivate. "Can you tell me which way the continent is now?" Lex could have technically asked the sailors as well, but considering the fact that they were drooling over the wares the mermaids were showing, Lex didn't know how cooperative they would be. "It's quite simple. We're very close to land, actually. You need only travel 8,000 miles north, give or take, and you'll find it." "Thanks. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know anything about the William family, would you?" The mermaids once again looked at their wares. Lex just put down a spirit crystal and grabbed everything on the booth, which made the mermaids' eyes gleam. The sailors also glared at Lex, but they simply grumbled and turned back towards their ship. Yes, the William family has been operating on this planet for many years. Even some of the mermaids and mermen have married into their family, though recently a lot more of them have come here. No one knows why, but they're all excited about it. The arrival of such a noble family can only be good for the local economy. The mermaids, besides focusing a lot on money and economy, didn't really stand out in any way. They didn't try to scam him using their charm, nor did they try any funny business. After asking them a few more questions to get a better understanding of the Williams family and their role on this planet, Lex left. It seemed that the locals did not know that the family were down on their luck lately. Finding the continent barely took any time since he directly teleported 8,000 miles north and was able to spot it. Lex finally slowed down upon finding a town, and instead of searching for answers in a rush, walked through the town at a casual pace. With his spirit sense extended, he could easily absorb a lot of information around him. He did not expect that he could just go up and ask to see the head of the family, nor did he want to reveal his identity till he was sure of Belle's state. Soon, he learned of the details of the new city that the Williams family had built, which would function as their base of operations. One teleport later, he found himself in the city. Lex actually felt slightly nervous upon thinking that he was about to meet Belle. From the moment he decided to meet her again, he had been visualizing their reunion. It had to be perfect. Owing to the number of immortals in this city, he could not just flagrantly blare his spirit sense again, so it actually took him some effort to learn where exactly the family head was supposed to be. Lex was already fantasizing about how he would infiltrate into a secure compound, sneak past all the security undetected, and finally discover the truth about his sister, when he learned some news that gave him pause. Just a few hours ago, in fact probably only a couple of hours before Lex arrived on the planet, Belle had declared that she was giving up her position as family head. That news came as a shock to everyone, especially since everyone knew that she had been aiming for that position for so long. Now not only had she finally achieved it, but she claimed it completely through her own merit and ended up saving a lot of lives in the process. No one knew what she was thinking. She just gave up the position, declared the next family head, and left the planet. No one knew where she was going or what her intentions were. The news left Lex dumbfounded. He had even gone as far as to try to build a connection to Pangea to the inn so that his future travel to this planet would be easier, since if Belle was normal, he might want to come here to see her regularly. But she had just gotten up and left. A wave of denial hit Lex. No, how could he give up? This could be just a ruse. He had to sneak into the family mansion like a spy and find out the details. Chapter 1164, Don't Forget. Chapter 1164, Don't Forget. A depressed Lex swirled a drink in his glass aimlessly. He had been sitting in this bar for hours. Last night he had snuck into the William family mansion and seen for himself that the head of the family had changed. That left Lex feeling a wave of disappointment, but for unexpected reasons. He was not as much disappointed about the fact that Belle wasn't here as much as how easy it was to infiltrate the mansion. Even though there were dozens of Earth immortals there, all Lex had to do was hide inside the thoughts of one of the servants, and no one detected him. Moreover, although he saw a bunch of Earth immortals, which was impressive considering that the William family had just suffered a major loss where many of their strongest died, he was disappointed by how weak the family was. Was this it? Was this the powerful and mighty force that had pressured his family? This was the force in name which had kidnapped his sisters and held them against their will. Lex was hoping that they would be stronger, that he would be intimidated by them, that they would present as a formidable challenge that he had to be careful around. But honestly, it was not impressive at all. Lex had every bit of confidence that as soon as he became an immortal, he could take on this entire family himself, excluding William, who was a heavenly immortal. But considering the fact that he hardly took part in family matters, he didn't count. But to be fair, Lex himself was very strong. Logically, he knew it. And logically, he also knew that it wasn't this family who had done everything against him and his siblings, it was his grandfather. But that didn't erase the bitterness. He felt no familial connection to these people, and quite frankly, after testing out cool last names like Dragonsbane and Amore, Lex didn't feel so attached to his own last name either. Maybe one day he'd change it. For now, he just wanted to sulk in this bar. He was hoping Belle would return, but she didn't. Eventually, Lex rented a room for himself and began working on something else. One of the most important parts of his plan for revenge depended on him finding Damien. It was not impossible since they were blood relatives. He could use his own blood to trace him, theoretically. He could do the same to find Belle and Liz, but since he had never used the technique before, it would take him some time to master and comprehend its use properly. Fortunately for him, he had the time to spare. It took 3 more days before the inn finally connected to Pangea, and this time not only did Belle not return, but Lex still could not find the reason for her departure either. It was fine, Lex was ready to move on. But using the technique to find blood relatives could not be used on Pangea, as the other members of the Williams family would attract the attention of his technique. He teleported to the inn, and then to another random planet before he started to use the technique. Finding Liz and Belle would also serve as practice for finding Damien, since the technique was not so easy in the first place. Considering the fact that he was searching for relatives on an intergalactic scale, using the technique was a burden even for Lex. Then using it to find people who were actively hiding somehow, such as Liz and Damien, was even harder. But with some guidance from Pell and his own high comprehension, Lex quickly put the technique to work. This was actually a technique that worked in conjunction with glyphs, as it once again was an ability that dragons highly valued. Dragons, as extremely virile creatures, had many offspring, but not all of them were born as full dragons. Sometimes, it was only later that their offspring evolved into dragons after purifying their bloodline. When such a thing happened, dragons used this technique to locate their ancestors or descendants across realms. As Lex's domination slowly channeled into the glyph, a projection of the galaxy Lex was in slowly appeared around him before it began expanding outwards. Lex's energy reserves began to drop rapidly, but he could sustain this for a few minutes. More galaxies appeared around him, and in those galaxies Lex began to detect various pulls. Anyone who was even remotely related to him began to react to this technique, but considering how large the William family was, he wasn't surprised to find out he was technically related to a lot of people across the galaxies. That didn't matter, as he was only looking for specific people. He would know when he found them due to the strength of the pull he would feel, but his energy kept dwindling without any results. Just as Lex began to feel like this attempt would be a failure, he finally got a significantly strong reaction. He couldn't say for certain who the reaction was from, but for the reaction to be strong enough, the relation also had to be close enough. He was certain it was one of his sisters. Now, as he looked at the projection, he just had to find out what galaxy this was, and what planet within that galaxy. "Lex, I know you're busy. I just thought I'd remind you that the Midnight Games are about to begin soon," said Mary suddenly. "Oh, don't worry, I haven't forgotten," Lex said as he teleported back to the inn. How could he forget? He planned on using every tool available to him to hunt down Damien and everyone involved. The Midnight Games, organized by the Midnight Inn, was one of the hallmarks of the inn. It would be grand, and so naturally he would use it to set up the board for what he was planning and gather as much information as possible. Then Lex went to the Emporium. This time he would teleport directly to the planet he had discovered from there since he didn't want to waste time. He could feel that his revenge could not wait for long. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 1165 Cattle. Chapter 1165 Cattle. "I need to go to this planet," Lex said to Powell, showing him a zoomed-in projection of the galaxy, displaying the planet as well as its nearby star systems. Powell, who was smiling, looked at the projection with a frozen expression and then at Lex, then back at the projection, then at Lex. "You know we're a store, right? Not a teleportation facility," Powell said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Lex shrugged. "Do you at least know the name of the planet?" Lex shrugged again. Powell sighed and then walked to the back room. Lex was certain he'd be able to do it, and he wasn't wrong. Soon enough, he found himself once again teleporting through a number of teleportation facilities, since there was no direct teleportation available. Powell also included a VIP security check free access for Lex, so that he could avoid problems with the TSA. He was hoping that this time Lex would not cause an intergalactic incident, though he didn't say that out loud. Lex was too good of a customer to annoy over something as trivial as disrupting the flow of goods and people across an entire galaxy. There may or may not have been hints of sarcasm mixed in when Powell had that thought. Either way, soon Lex found himself teleported to a planet suffering from an artificial ice age. The dominant race of the planet were called the Yeti, and preferred lower temperatures, and so had to deal with an environment conditioning agency that ensured long periods of ice ages on the planet. Though for the health of the planet, every so often the ice ages would need to end, but that was not coming up anytime soon. The Yeti were tourist-friendly and ran various ice and snow-based resorts for visitors from around the neighboring star systems. At least, that's what the pamphlet he was reading said. After taking note of all the local customs and major attraction points, as well as safety notices which warned which areas of the planet were off-limits for tourists, Lex turned to look north. That was the direction he sensed his blood connection, and that was one of the off-limit zones. Sneaking around on this planet was not as easy as it had been on Pangaea since, to be fair, on Pangaea they had not had time to set up all their defenses yet. This place was different. Not only were there countless Earth immortals patrolling the place, there were formations and various other defenses in place as well. It was such tight security, in fact, that it actually prompted to change into his stealth suit. Getting Lex to don a different suit specifically for the purpose of stealth was a very big. But on a serious note, Lex would not be able to teleport around the planet as his spatial ripples would easily be detected, so he had to do this the old-fashioned way, walking. As Lex blended in with the environment, pulling in all his auras and disappearing from detection even through spirit sense, before walking at the speed of hundreds of miles a step, he began to imagine his reunion with Liz. Compared to Belle, who he had planned out his reunion with in great detail, he had not much considered how he would meet Liz. Her somewhat introverted personality made it so that it was tough to plan things for her. Maybe he should crack a joke about arranged marriages. No, that was too insensitive, which meant he should definitely do it. Due to his slow pace, it took him several hours to reach deep into the restricted portion of the planet. The deeper he went, the more somber his mood became. Although there was no proof that the person he was looking to find was one of siblings, the deep connection he felt meant that the connection had to be someone close to him. His parents were nowhere to be found, so he thought it was unlikely it would be them. So what were either Belle or Liz doing this deep into this planet? The level of security, by now, was something Lex could no longer joke about. Even with his stealth suit, and his many means, not to mention his instincts guiding him, he was nearly caught multiple times. Eventually he reached a mountain, covered in snow with the black stone underneath visible in certain areas where the snow had slipped. His connection was coming from within the mountain. Either there was a very convincing illusion formation, or there was a base inside the mountain. He entered his soul state and slowly approached the mountain and carefully went through it. The fact that he was repelled meant that it wasn't a formation. Carefully, so as to not let his building anxiety rush him, Lex entered the mountain, passing through layers and layers of rock until he eventually reached some kind of hidden facility. Lex had kept his spirit sense contained so that it was not detected, which is why he was not prepared for what he saw when he entered. Master Pell, who had been Lex's silent companion for quite some time, finally spoke. "The sword in your eye is returning." But Lex did not care, because it was not the sword hiding in his soul that was causing his anger to bubble. It was the sight of dozens of glass containers in front of him, each carrying an unconscious, naked clone of Moon, floating in some kind of liquid that was causing the bubbling anger. "Master, do not act rashly," said the former dragon trapped in the ring. "These clones can be beneficial for your sister. She can absorb them to regain strength." But Lex could not hear Pell's words. His gaze was locked onto a particular Yeti who was standing in front of one of the glass containers, taking voice notes about the growth of the clones, talking about them like he was talking about cattle. Chapter 1166, Strong Prey. Chapter 1166, Strong Prey. "We have finally made some significant progress with Clone 117, Joseph talked into his voice recorder. "Although we achieved complete basic physical replication with the very first clone, we have failed to replicate any of the unique properties contained within the blood and tissue samples. But with Clone 117, we finally have some progress." Joseph raised one of his fat, hair fingers with only his black nail uncovered by his white hair. He scratched the air with his sharp nail, slowly dragging it down, and a similar cut in a straight line appeared on the clone's abdomen. Blood leaked out of the body, but only for a few seconds before the wound began to heal. This clone displays limited self-healing ability beyond the norm, similar to that of a high-level cultivator, despite the clone being immortal. Careful attention must be paid to how the clone was nurtured. Worthy of special attention is the fact that this particular clone was replicated using samples from heart tissue, which may be one of the critical reasons why it displays this ability. To confirm, we need to make more clones that underwent the same treatments as 117, but from various other tissue samples. As a final note, the client who approached us recently stated that the original's abilities were not healing, but had more to do with approaching the perfect state, and therefore healing was indirectly a result of that ability. We need to look into this some more. Joseph put the voice recorder away as he watched the cut he placed on the clone's abdomen slowly close. It had been a long time since they had faced a challenge with cloning. Joseph felt something tap on his shoulder, and when he turned around he was stunned. He felt a hand pierce into his body, and beyond it, grabbing onto his very tenets. All the strength in his body suddenly dissipated, preventing him from resisting. He saw brown eyes, though in one he saw a sword, and in the other saw a fiery inferno. One by one, the many protective treasures Joseph had on his body began to activate, and then break. Something deep inside of him panicked, and told him that he immediately needed to activate some kind of panic button, but the thought slipped away from him. His mind began to weaken until he lost the ability to think. Lex infiltrated the Yeti's mind so that he could learn everything there was to learn about this cloning operation. Even though Lex was absolutely boiling with anger, he was in perfect control of all his actions. He did not allow himself to blow up. This could be a lead towards Damien. More importantly, if more clones of Moon were being made, then he wanted to end all of them, and for that he needed information. So peering into the Yeti's mind, stripping away his ability to think or react. The Yeti was not only one in the facility, but he was the only immortal, which is why Lex restrained everyone else with domination while he pulled what he needed from him. What he learned was simultaneously infuriating, disappointing, and shocking. The Yeti, under the guise of running a tourist planet, actually ran a secret cloning facility. They collected DNA samples from countless people and races, continuously increasing the size of their database while completing commissions for others. The project with Moon was one they only started a short time ago, coincidentally right after he rescued Moon herself, and was just one of the commissions they received. That was the infuriating part, especially when he learned that the tissue samples provided to them for cloning included tissue from all her organs, including her brain. They knew nothing about who the samples came from or who gave the commission. To them this was just another job. That was the disappointing part, as they had no idea if other clones were being developed elsewhere. It was especially so since there was no way to track Damien through this cloning facility. But the thing Lex was completely unprepared for, and could not have even conceived in any way, was that among the other cloning commissions that Joseph had, one was completely identical to Fenrir when he first found him. It was not just that the species was the same, or that they contained nearly the same bloodline. They were actual clones of Fenrir. Lex had spent more than enough time with the little pup to know everything about it and could sense its aura. What was extremely coincidental was that the commission relating to Fenrir started a few years ago, coinciding exactly with the time Lex selected Fenrir as a prize for one of his quests. But unlike Damien, who hid his tracks well, there was a lead that could be followed for the person who commissioned clones for. The situation was becoming complicated, but regardless of how complicated it became, it was best to collect as much information as possible so that they could be prepared for any eventuality. Lex summoned Fenrir. Although he was around 2 decades old now, Fenrir's physiology was still that of a pup, which is likely why he could still not speak. But even so, as soon as the pup arrived in this facility, he woke from his slumber with a start. It was not the teleportation that shocked him, but the connection he felt from his blood. Some feelings and sensations that had overwhelmed him when he was born came back with a fury, and Fenrir was suddenly reminded of the fact that he had a sister. It was something the pup had felt at birth, but because it was too weak, it had forgotten. Perhaps forgetting had been a defense mechanism back then, but right now he was no longer weak. Just as Fenrir began to growl and was about to unleash his power, Lex gently laid a hand on his head and calmed him down. "Go look at the situation first," Lex said, his voice completely serene, as if he wasn't furious. "Remember, for strong prey, we cannot let them know we are coming. It is only weak prey that we play with." Fenrir resisted its urge to kill everything within 1,000 miles, and began to follow the blood connection it was feeling coming from within the facility. Meanwhile, Lex turned back to look at Joseph. Indeed, the reason he did not make a mess of this place was because he didn't want anyone to catch on yet. "Pell, you once told me about karma techniques. Can you tell me a little more about karma once more?" Indeed, the reason he did not make a mess of this place was because he didn't want anyone to catch on yet. Chapter 1167, Bad Taste. Chapter 1167, Bad Taste. Like I said, karma is one of the most mild laws because it touches everything in existence, yet at the same time it is devastatingly overbearing. Everyone can influence karma, since anything you do carries karma. Yet to forcefully influence existing karma, or to prevent it from forming or influence it into forming prematurely carries a devastating heavy burden. Even as strong as you are, trying to tamper with karma on your own right now will be very dangerous for you. At the very least, you will need a very powerful treasure or formation to carry the burden for you. Lex pursed his lips. He had naturally been looking into the matter of laws, consulting not only Pell but various guests as well. Through this, he finally began to understand some of what things such as destiny and karma really represented. Even among laws there was a hierarchy, and at the moment Lex was only fit to touch the lower or more common laws. "I am already here and have sowed karma. How can I thoroughly erase all my traces from here? I mean completely erase, not hide, so that naturally includes karma. Laws are complicated things, and interact with one another in mysterious and unpredictable ways. One way to hide all your traces is to wash this place with divine energy. Divine energy, capable of raising deities to amazing heights through only worship, naturally has many unique traits. Although doing so will make it obvious that someone has hidden all traces here, it will naturally wash over any karma you have with this place. After all, regardless of how strong you are, your cultivation is still low." Lex nodded, and then looked from the Yeti to the floating clones of his sister. Each of the clones was of a different age, ranging from toddler all the way to a late teenager. After going through Joseph's memories, Lex knew well the kinds of experiments that they had in store for these clones, and even thinking about them set his blood on fire. But at the same time, it gave him a new perspective. He always touted the inn as a place to get away from the worries of the universe, but he himself had never faced these worries, so how could he understand what they were? The inn was not just a place with pure energy and exquisite sights. More importantly, it was a safe space, or at least that's what it was supposed to be. He no longer paid attention to such minor things anymore, but just a few hours ago some remote civilization that knew nothing of the origin realm or greater powers got their hands on some golden keys. Upon coming to the inn, having limited experience and thinking themselves all-powerful, they naturally tried to take it for themselves. They were naturally dealt with. It barely took a few minutes, and no one from the inn was hurt, but it just went to show that the universe was not a friendly place. Lex, keeping Joseph contained and everyone in the lab suppressed, walked up to the computers and began to pull all the records and data they had saved up. After gathering anything that he felt like might be even remotely useful, he took out his butter knife. It used divine energy to grow stronger, so naturally it also contained divine energy. He was ready to destroy this place, but first he collected all of Moon's clones, gently wrapping them in blankets. As it turned out, they were just bodies without a soul or consciousness of any kind. He went to see what Fenrir did with the clones, and was momentarily stunned to see that it had killed them all, though its eyes were filled with a look of pity. His clones, all of the ones here at least, were finally put out of their misery, but that still left hundreds of other clones belonging to other beings. Lex intended to destroy them all. After sending Fenrir away, Lex pointed the butter knife towards the ground and began to channel his energy. Divine energy began to leak out of the knife and took the shape of a much larger butter knife. Although a butter knife was not the same as a sword, it was close enough. Lex unleashed his sword intent, coating the divine energy with it, and slashed. The planet trembled, though at first no one realized what that meant. Most assumed it was an ordinary earthquake, but the trembling slowly got worse, not better, and storm clouds began to gather around the planet. Many immortals realized that something was amiss and swiftly ran towards the epicenter, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. The mountain that had once stood there proudly was gone entirely, leaving behind only a deep slash that seemed to cut deep into the planet. "Quickly stop it!" one of the immortal Yetis screamed once he realized what was about to happen, but it was already too late. The slash cut deep into the ground, leaving behind a dark, empty hole. Yet it did not remain dark for long, as an orange and yellow light suddenly emerged in it. The immortal tried to suppress it, to close the slash and prevent the disaster that was coming, but it was impossible. Divine energy filled the cut, maintaining, eroding any attempts to tamper with the hole. With time, the divine energy could have been eroded, but time was one thing that they did not have. There was a thunderous roar, and a pillar of molten lava shot into the air like a geyser. The mountain range began to crumble, collapsing in on itself as more and more pits began to open up, resulting in more and more volcanic eruptions. Someone or something had used that slash to tamper with the core of the planet. The resulting chaos was not enough to destroy the planet, but the repercussions were still inescapable. Countless dormant volcanoes around the planet suddenly began to erupt, and new ones formed as the tectonic plates moved under the immense pressure that was being released from within the planet's core. The countless cultivators worked tirelessly to rescue all the tourists and locals, and due to the large number of immortals, the casualties were brought to a minimum. But in a way, the planet itself had become a casualty. For an untold number of years, the planet had been existing in a perpetual ice age, and within the span of a single day it had been covered in vast lakes of lava. Moreover, there was some power at work, keeping the lava hot even when it should have cooled after meeting the ice. Where previously the planet had glaciers the size of entire continents, it now had pools of lava the size of oceans. The Yetis had not become homeless, for there were other planets they could migrate to, but in a single day they had at least lost one of their homes, but no one could figure out why. Oracles failed to determine the reason, and when more powerful cultivators came and tried to peer into what happened, all they could see was a blade of divine energy cutting through all causality. Lex, who had returned to the Midnight Inn, cared not a speck for what was going on with the Yeti. He was, instead, thinking of how he would explain this to Moon. It was not like she was a child. She was technically an adult by Earth standards, already in her early 20s. But in his eyes, he would forever be that tiny little girl who used to ride on his shoulders and pull his hair. So how would he tell that little girl? How would he explain these clones to her? "Hey, system," Lex said as he sat in his room, his elbows resting on his knees and his fingers interlocked in front of his face, hiding his eyes. "I don't think I've ever probably asked you this, but where do you get all the inn workers from? All these hundreds of thousands of workers I have summoned. Did you just create them, or are they clones of someone?" Lex waited for a response, but the system did not respond. It did not even pass a funny or criticizing remark. Just as the silence seemed like it would go on forever, Mary appeared in front of him, a look of deep concern on her face. "The inner workings of the system cannot be revealed to you," she said hesitantly. "This is not even a matter of authority, it just can't. But each worker is a genetically modified clone of people who once existed. The genetic modifications refer to the bloodlines you select for them, or the traits you want them to be genetically predisposed towards. But although they are clones, the people they are clones of are all long dead, and do not even have any living members of their lineage either." Lex responded without saying any more. It was not like he would suddenly blame the system for being evil for doing this. He always knew what he was doing. But this cloning business, it suddenly left a bad taste in his mouth. Lex sighed and then extended his spirit sense to all the clones. then teleported away to Yildirim. Chapter 11, 68 Tears. Chapter 11, 68 Tears. When Lex appeared on Yildirim, Moon was jumping on the sofa, screaming and pulling her hair, and Z was just laughing. The same anime from last time was still playing on the television, but now the main character had made an appearance just in time to keep his love interest from dying to a bad guy. On top of that, the main character was coming in from a training arc, so everyone was super excited to see how strong he was. Lex smiled. He remembered when he saw this fight himself. It could only be described as the ultimate hype. Watching Moon lose her mind over it was quite amusing. But Moon, still holding her hair, suddenly turned to look towards Lex with confusion in her eyes. She could feel something but couldn't understand what it was. It confused her. "Can I see you for a moment?" Lex said. "Alone." Z paused the show and excused himself. Although he could not sense the clones, nor did he extend his spirit sense outwards to check what Lex had brought, he could feel that the mood wasn't right. That left Moon and Lex in the room, awkwardly looking at each other. "What is that?" she asked when Lex didn't speak. "I can feel a strange connection to it." Lex sighed, thinking of various polite or delicate ways in which he could phrase this. But sometimes, a thing did not need to be polite or delicate. Leaving it as cruel or disturbing was what it deserved. "I used a technique to track down my blood relatives to find Liz. I ended up on a snow planet with Yetis, but instead of Liz I found this." Lex removed the blanket, revealing the faces of the various clones. He waited for a moment to see if Moon had any reaction, but all she showed was a confused expression. Then, suddenly, something clicked in her mind, and she showed an expression of realization. "So that's what all of those samples were for," she murmured, though even now she didn't look upset, which for some reason upset Lex even more. He had read Joseph's memories before he killed him, and everyone else there. He knew where these tissue samples came from. Even though he himself could revive after taking a ridiculous amount of damage, most people weren't like that. Most people, even cultivators all the way up to the nascent realm, could not just brush away having a part of their brain removed or having a chunk of their heart cut out. But the nonchalance with which she treated it meant that, much like him, she had been through a lot of pain, to the point where it didn't bother him anymore. Lex thought back to that moment he was being burned by dragonfire and was treating the pain like a joke. For some reason, the thought of his sister doing something like that hurt him. "My pet dragon told me that you could absorb them. They will help your body regain strength. One of the reasons why you are probably so weak is because your physique probably had to work overtime to continuously heal you from your injuries." "Pet dragon?" Moon asked with shock and excitement, showing a lot more expression at that than at seeing her own clones. Lex smiled, removed his ring and tossed it to Moon. "Well, part dragon, he's a treasure spirit now. His name is Pell. You can hang out with him if you want. He'll teach you how to absorb the clones." Whether or not Moon heard anything he saw was completely unknown, because she put the ring on and was staring at it with gleaming eyes. No doubt Pell was talking to her. "Hey Moon," he said, distracting her from her brand new toy. "Yeah," she asked without looking up. "From now on, no one is going to be able to hurt you. I'll make sure of it." She said softly, but didn't say anything else. Though she did not say it, how could Lex, who could read others' emotions so easily, be unable to see through her? This was something she was not ready to talk about yet. To avoid an awkward silence, Lex said his farewell. "Don't leave them out too long. Hurry up and absorb them. I'm going to continue looking for Liz." Lex teleported away, giving Moon the space she wanted. But it was almost as if she was too entranced by the ring to notice anything else as she kept playing with it. Almost, since the tears she had been holding back finally began to flow. The reason she didn't look up was because she didn't want Lex to see her crying. Back at the Midnight Inn, Lex's soft expression turned neutral. There was no point in showing his anger now. Those who needed to see his anger would definitely see it. Until then, he kept his emotions in check. "Lex, the president of New Earth is asking to see you," said Mary, standing there in a secretary outfit, holding a clipboard. "Tell him yes, he can participate in the Midnight Games. If he wants anything else, I'm busy." But Mary was not deterred by Lex's obvious bad mood. She knew he probably wanted nothing more than to go out hunting. She'd already seen how Fenrir was gathering his new pack to go hunt some back guys, as the pup put it, but she also knew that the inn needed overseeing. A bad mood was no excuse for mismanagement. Lex would thank her for it later. The spaceship has finally agreed to exposure therapy and has started flying over 20 feet in the air. Unfortunately, that means he's constantly blocking light from reaching the plants below him, and the gardeners are complaining. Lex sighed and rubbed his eyes. What kind of spaceship was afraid of heights? Tell him he can go to outer space where there is no gravity. That should help. But no matter how Lex tried to get out of managing, Mary would not let him. There was only so much work he could delegate to others. Eventually, several hours later, Lex finally got time to himself again. He returned to his meditation room and once again employed the technique to search for blood relatives. He was either going to find his sisters, or he was going to find their clones. This was not something he was just about to give up on. But the technique was not easy to use and required a lot of energy, which slowed down his progress. A few days later, Lex left the inn once more. By now, Powell was prepared to help him teleport wherever he wanted, though it didn't help that this time his target was an asteroid belt in the middle of nowhere, far away from any star systems. Since it didn't have a specific teleportation formation on it, they had to get creative, but it wasn't like the vacuum of space bothered Lex by now. Even if they failed, he wouldn't really be hurt. A few days later, he once again showed up on Yildirim and dropped off a few more clones. The days started to roll by, and the starting date for the champion's tourney kept closing in. After a couple more weeks, Lex finally got his delivery from the Celestial Planets Club and began the tethering process for the planet and moon, who was looking just a little healthier these days. But due to her low cultivation level, the tethering process was slowed down drastically. To speed things up, Lex brought dozens or entire spirit stone veins from random, uninhabited planets from nearby star systems over to Yildirim, and had a planetscaping specialist as well as a feng shui master on consultancy for how to speed up the development of the planet itself. He would also, from time to time, bring the corpses of immortal-level beings and bury them in random places on the planet as fertilizer. He even brought a special breed of earthworm over from the Midnight Inn to help speed up the fertilization process. Like that, time slowly passed by, with the spirit energy on Yildirim becoming more abundant and Moon slowly becoming stronger. Since the tethering process was taking much longer than anticipated, Lex also started sending in more workers on the planet so that they would get to know Moon. As for why he didn't bother setting up any protection for the planet, it was because no protection he could buy would be on the same scale as the World Eater, who was lately becoming more and more protective of Yildirim. Lex wasn't exactly sure, but he was starting to think that the World Eater treated Yildirim like a pet. During all this time, Lex never stopped looking for his siblings, but unfortunately never found them, though he found countless Moon clones. That was why Lex felt incredibly reluctant when he had to stop his excursions. But it couldn't be helped. The Midnight Games were about to begin, and next week he would be leaving for the tourney. Chapter 1169, Monsieur Beast. Chapter 1169, Monsieur Beast. There was one more reason Lex stopped going after clones. In his last 2 excursions, the security had been amped up a lot. It was not that Lex was afraid of them, but that with the tourney so close, he didn't want to risk anything. Just a little more time and he could face his tribulation, and then there would be nothing that could stop him. But until that happened, Lex had to put a stop to his hunting. Speaking of hunting, Lex looked towards Fenrir and Little Blue. The cute little whale had grown up and somehow become even cuter. Now it just looked like an oversized baby whale with angel wings. Although Kun Pengs, which is what Little Blue was evolving into, were legendary beings of absolute and unquestionable power, that did not exclude them from being cute. That made it hard for Lex to believe that Kun Pengs were apparently so strong that they were the primary hunters of dragons, at least until Fenrir brought Little Blue out with it to hunt. Fenrir had formed its own pack, even though none of its pack members were wolves and had power over them. So whenever Lex encountered clones of Fenrir, the pup would summon its pack. Little Blue and Zen, the small patch of sentient grass that was also an earth immortal, were both in his pack, alongside a rainbow-colored peacock, a Magikarpet that evolved differently from the rest of its group, a bunny and a butterfly. The pack was quite comedic in his opinion. But he was proved wrong when he saw Little Blue's power. Honestly, it put Fenrir, the pack leader, to shame. If Dragon's Might was a representation of a dragon's pride, then the force which erupted from its body when it spread its wings with powerful intent was a representation of its magnificence. Suffice to say, the little guy could take care of himself now. It was so much so that Lex included Fenrir and his pack in his plans for Sanguis Pluvia. "Lex, the president of New Earth, is here again," Mary said, causing Lex to sigh. This guy was so persistent. The most annoying thing was that he actually wasn't interested in meeting the innkeeper and specifically wanted to meet Lex. "All right, fine, I'll go see him," Lex grumbled before teleporting away. There was a very specific reason Lex had been avoiding him. The guy was too nice and thoughtful. Being around him made Lex feel guilty, as if he wasn't doing enough to help others. But he really was. It was just that no sane person could match that beast. Lex teleported over to find the president of New Earth, sitting and laughing with a group of his friends. The man was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Nothing about him or his demeanor indicated that he was the leader of the refugees from Earth, or that he had rebuilt society into something so much better. "Mr. President, I hear you've been wanting to see me for a while," Lex said formally, attracting the man's attention. "Oh, come on, Lex, don't be so formal," he said with a fond smile as he got to meet him. "Shall I call you Monsieur Beast, then?" "Oh, no need to bring up that old name. My online days are behind me," the man said. "I can help people in other, more direct ways now, and please call me James, I insist." "All right, James, how can I help you?" "Ah, but you see, this is not about me. The reason I've been wanting to meet you is so that I can help you." Lex raised an eyebrow. That one, honestly speaking, he hadn't seen coming. More than anything, that was an indicator of how mysterious James was, that even Lex's instincts could not predict his actions. Over the past few years, New Earth has really flourished. After we overcome the loss we all endured, we could finally focus on building the future. With the arrival of our newer generations, who have never even seen Earth, building up the future became even more important, so that it would be a good one. I think it's not too vain of me to admit that we've done a good job, and though a lot of that has to do with us, I think a lot of that has to do with you as well. "Me?" Lex asked, surprised. "Yes, of course. The Innkeeper and the Midnight Inn offered us a place to live and survive, but Earth is not the only planet that has suffered such tremendous loss, but it is the only one that has received overt help the way we did. Everyone realized it, and after a while everyone came to realize that it had to be because of you. Who else could influence the Innkeeper enough to get him to offer us help? We've talked to Harry. He's from Earth and he's a nice guy, but even he knows he does not have that kind of influence." "So what are you proposing?" Lex asked after a while. "Well, to be entirely honest, we're not sure how we can help. But recently more and more of our people have been trying to get a job at the Midnight Inn. Although we've had little success so far with the inn reopening, I think it will start hiring again. After all, not so long ago the inn took in those elves. All I want you to know is that if they start getting hired, the people of Earth stand behind you. We've heard rumors that you haven't joined any of the houses of Midnight. Well, if you want to start your own house, then we will support you." Lex said nothing and studied James' face for a moment. The man had imagined so much drama on his own, but then again, maybe from an outsider's view, this is what it seemed like. Lex could no longer deny that he was one of the most well-known members of the inn, especially after everyone started to guess that the name on top of the guest registry was his. That naturally bred speculation, and now accompanied his newfound infamy as a wanted man, as well as fame for being the most wanted husband among angels. It made sense that people would speculate about him. Once Lex left a trail of breadcrumbs for people to follow to explain why he spent so much time at the inn. Now it seemed like he would need to start another trail of breadcrumbs for why he was so influential at the inn. "Thanks for your support," said Lex. "Now you should really focus on the midnight games. They're about to kick off." With those final words, Lex disappeared. Chapter 1170 Negotiations. Chapter 1170 Negotiations. Lex reappeared inside a small conference room within the inn, where two humans, an orc, a devil, and an angel were sitting, chatting amongst themselves. Originally, he hadn't planned on having a meeting with all of them at the same time, but time constraints and a few logistical issues made it so that all of them ended up arriving close to one another. "Sorry for being late," Lex said politely as he grabbed a seat. "I hope you all had a pleasant chat." The orc looked at Lex and very blatantly probed him with his spirit sense. From what Lex knew, they were a very warlike race and lacked subtlety, which is why one needed a certain level of strength to have a discussion with them. Otherwise, they would not deem you worthy of even having a conversation. Lex was not bothered and only revealed a hint of his domination. Right now, all Lex needed to do was show him that he was not weak. He did not need to show him the extent of his power. The orc grunted with approval before saying, "It is not often I see devils and angels sitting together on the same table. You are a bold one." "Not at all," Lex said casually. "I just believe that we can all benefit from working with one another." "Before we begin," said one of the humans, "I must inform you of some of our rules. Before agreeing to the task, the parameters need to be clearly defined. If you want us to do anything extra, then that will require additional payment. Moreover, the Reaving Dread is a very popular mercenary group, which means that there is a chance that your opponent may have also hired some of our people. just know that the Reaving Dread mercenary group will never fight its own people. If both sides have members of the group, then instead of a direct clash, the orders will need to be changed. The two humans and the orc were from the Reaving Dread mercenary group, the very group that often provided security to the inn for its events. But this time, Lex was hiring them directly, which is why for the first time he was actually having a meeting with them. "You will have very specific orders," Lex stated. "There is no chance of you facing others from your group." "If I may," said the devil, rubbing his stubbled chin, "I have a proposal as well." "You have a proposal even though you don't even know what this meeting is for?" Lex asked, intrigued. "Well, I can venture a guess. After all, each of us here has a certain reputation. We're not exactly farmers and flower pickers. Each of us represents a formidable fighting force, so I can foresee a fight. Now requiring all three of us, well, that must mean the fight coming up is big. If that's the case, hiring everyone will be expensive. Which is why I have a proposal for you. It's for your own interest, really, to make this whole endeavor more affordable for you. Depending on the strength of our enemies, if you agree to hand over all the prisoners to me afterwards, based on the number of prisoners, I can reduce the fee for our cooperation." Lex shook his head disapprovingly. "There will be no prisoners left alive. This is a redundant offer. Let's get on to the actual discussion. Just know that, throughout this whole deal, you won't be informed of the specifics until it's time for you to act." The orc and the humans didn't care about that, but the devil and angel were perturbed. "How can I agree to anything unless I know the details? What if you want us to attack our allies, or there is some conflict of interest?" "This is our first time cooperating, so of course there is a deficit of trust," Lex said very calmly. "I can share the details with you, but for that we would have to go to the Chamber of Secrets. You can decide then if you find it agreeable, but then the details will be wiped from your memory when you leave. You will only remember whether you chose to agree or not. I believe this is a lot more secure than other conventional ways of sharing secrets." Indeed, simply wiping memories was much simpler than making soul oaths, or being bound to contracts, which would result in devastating damage or repercussions if the agreement was breached. They contemplated for a moment, but saw no drawbacks to the suggestion. The orc and humans, though, once again, did not care. It was pretty much determined that they would be hired as long as their stipulations were kept in mind. The group then ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, and Lex began to reveal some of the basics of what their agreement would entail. Even with the chamber in play, Lex kept most of his plan a secret, but he did divulge who and what they would be targeting and what would be expected from them. Of course, Lex also detailed what benefits they gained to stand by agreeing to work with him. The angel was very good at masking her emotions, showing nothing of what she actually thought, though Lex could still read her. The devil, on the other hand, was visibly excited. The more Lex talked, the wider his smile became, and it was almost like he couldn't restrain himself. That wasn't really a good thing, for him at least, because when it came to negotiating his pay, Lex knew he could push hard. The angel, on the other hand, presented a much tougher front when it came to negotiations. Of course, that was only what she thought. Lex could read her like an open book. It also helped that he knew exactly what the angels wanted from him. They could have gotten treatment for their wings from the inn anyway, but Lex didn't mind upselling his treatments in exchange for more of their favor. Chapter 1171, Getting More Workers. Chapter 1171, Getting More Workers. The meeting went just about as Lex expected. The mercenary group was, as they stated, quite a popular one, even if they were expensive. As long as they were paid, they would do as asked. Lex was extremely wealthy, with all the resources of the Midnight Realm at his disposal, but that didn't mean he would be wasteful with it. By handing over looting rights, he could reduce the cost of hiring them, and besides that he intended to recoup all his investments by taking from his enemies. The devil and angel were, by comparison, not the most influential nor the most powerful among their race. But according to Velma's research, they were the ones that Lex could most easily come to an agreement with. With all the homework done for him, it was fairly simple to land the deal. Lex was now beginning to consider that instead of a programmer, he should have been a salesman. There were more things to do. There were so many things to do. But at this point, Lex had to stop doing everything himself and relegate the rest to the other inn workers. His focus had to be on kicking off the Midnight Games and making sure it was progressing smoothly before he himself entered the tourney. There was a reason why Lex was not concerned about the timing of the tourney and the Midnight Games overlapping, and it was because the format of both was different, as well as the scale. Despite the fact that the Midnight Games would be much larger than last time, and would probably include multiple galaxies, it was not on the level of the tourney. Lex had purposefully made sure that the games did not become too big, and that the marketing for it was extremely specific. This was because even though the inn would not be the venue for the games, it would attract a lot of attention. Though they had grown, the Midnight Inn was not ready for billions if not trillions of guests. The last few hours passed by in a blur as Lex prepared everything. Even though the inn was not ready for the masses, there were already over 600 million guests inside the inn at that moment. Besides his few main cities, Lex built 50 more cities, spending 900 million MP just on infrastructure alone. But though this seemed like immense work, the inn-level division made it much easier. This basically meant that, other than a few common areas, most places inside the inn were divided based on the cultivation level they were focused towards. Based on that, the cost of the living facilities and services cost different MP. Obviously, then, the performance was also scaled to that level. This did not create hard divides segregating the various groups. Anyone could enter any other level if they wanted. But to go from one level to a level higher than one's own cultivation level required a small MP cost. It was not a significant cost, but it was enough to deter excessive mixing and discourage roaming. This cost also scaled based on the level one was trying to enter. There was no cost to go into a lower level, but the fact that each level had a significantly different spirit energy concentration in the environment made it naturally less comfortable than the level they were supposed to be in. These were simple tricks, but it was enough to keep the levels divided effectively, since no one was really missing out. Each level was designed to perfectly cater to the guests of that area and included all main services. As a result, even though Lex had 600 million guests, a little over 500 million of them were in the Golden Core and under, and so did not require as much manpower. Of course, hundreds of millions of guests still did require workers. Fortunately, Lex had come up with an organic way to get more workers than just simply getting more from the system. The first was the most obvious, which was to accept interested guests as workers. But for that, Lex would be very selective. Although the system itself filtered all the applicants, selecting only those worthy, Lex was not sure what the system's criteria was, or if it fit his own. So far, despite having countless workers, he'd avoided internal conflict. That was because most workers were bought directly from the system and usually had amenable personalities. But as more people joined, conflicts were inevitable. As such, he was very careful in who he selected. One such example was the tribe of elves who worshipped technology. They had spent years inside the inn as a tribe, the entire time just wanting to be able to work with the large spaceship. Considering it was an entire tribe, and that he had studied their behavior over a large period of time, he allowed the tribe to apply for a job. Similarly, guests who frequented the inn and had somewhat of a reputation were allowed to apply to be workers. But the majority of the workers came from the local populace of the realm, and the Midnight Portal was a huge help in sifting through them and finding those worthy of the opportunity. Even after 15 years, most living in the realm did not know where the Midnight Inn was, and the memory of the innkeeper's words had already begun to fade. That is why the Midnight Portal, or as most knew of it as only the online portal, appeared. Most did not connect the two. They simply marveled at its amazing capabilities, allowing them not only to communicate and trade across the realm, but send deliveries as well. Though, admittedly, the deliveries were being managed by certain users of the platform rather than Lex. But hey, if the Shadow Talons found a useful and productive way to use their ability to travel the entire realm in secret, then who was he to stop them? What truly mattered was that over the past few years, Lex had experimented with various social media platforms and online tournaments, which is how he formed the outline of what he wanted the Midnight Games to be like. Most importantly, by delivering privacy to all the users, Lex allowed them to behave as they wished online, which allowed him to study who they were and what they were like, picking out only the best to deliver an opportunity for becoming a worker at the inn. After years of this, the population of workers at the inn had grown by the millions, though of course all the training and management of the new staff was still managed by the older, more experienced workers. Chapter 1172 Rise. Chapter 1172 Rise. Lex sat in the innkeeper's office, looking out at the inn, though he didn't really need to do that. As long as he didn't block it out, he was always aware of what was happening in the inn. He could feel the subtle excitement in the air. Most people didn't even know what to expect from the upcoming event. Even the awards from last time had only been briefly mentioned. Lex felt like there was a very subtle desperation that each of the guests carried. Life had been very tough recently, and they all wanted something to celebrate. Lex closed his eyes and stretched his fingers, as if he was getting ready to play the piano or write a long report on the computer. When he closed his fingers, Naraka's handle was there waiting for him. The sword still had not tasted its first blood, but it could feel the coming war. It was ready. Damien had been very bold in his goading of Lex. Did he know Lex's background when he did that, or was he targeting something else? Maybe he was trying to understand why his parents had hidden Lex and no one else, and was only trying to lure him out. Maybe working with a terrorist no one could find or catch boosted his confidence. In that case, Lex wondered how he would react now that he was finally about to properly respond. Lex opened the event panel and spent 21 midnight tokens. That meant he spent the 21 trillion midnight points he had accumulated in the past 15 years from the Midnight Realm, almost wiping his entire accumulation. He only had about 200 billion MP left. But such wild expenditure was necessary. After all, the venue for the Midnight Games this time around was the Origin Realm itself. The participants were more, the venue was larger, the stakes were greater, and so naturally the prizes also had to be that much grander. Suddenly all activity inside the Midnight Inn stopped. In the Origin Realm, all activity on the countless planets that had signed up for games seemed to come to a halt. More importantly, anyone and everyone who had a golden key in their possession felt a tingling feeling coming from it, and when they grabbed the key, they could see a vision in their minds. It was the same vision that filled the sky of the Midnight Inn and covered the skies of all the planets that were taking part. In the vision, there was an ant carrying a piece of meat in its mandibles, crawling through a field of pebbles. Power. It was a single word, itself filled with power, and it reverberated through the realm, through space, through time, through the very minds and souls of all who bore witness to the grand visions, and it gave them goosebumps. They could feel something hidden deep within them, maybe in their bodies, in their souls, in their memories. With the voice, something awoke, and even though they did not know what it was, they felt that it was important. But while all the guests were entranced by the vision and the word, the workers, those who had been at the inn for a while, were filled with uncontrollable and unsuppressible excitement. That was the voice of the one and only innkeeper. Everything in existence has power, and at the same time is ruled by it. Another insect, a larger, more fearsome one, appeared in front of the ant, causing it to stop in its tracks. There are those with more power than others, and they use it as they please. The insect attacked the ant, flinging across the pebbles and injuring it. Yet, tenacious as it was, the ant did not let go of its prize. It scrambled back onto its legs, ready to face the charging insect. Yet they forget that they are not the only ones with it. There is also strength in numbers. Just as the larger insect was about to smash into the ant once more, a larger guard ant appeared in its path, blocking its way. Then another and another. Before the insect even realized it, there were ants crawling on its back, and other ants pulling its legs right from underneath it, until it was swarmed. There are the weak, the strong, the winners and the losers, the fighters and those who just give up. Sometimes fate makes a mockery of them all. Just before the ants could win the fight, a big metal boot stepped on the rock and then went away, leaving behind nothing. In the hands of those unbeatable, unfathomable forces, whether it's destiny or fate, a deity or an immortal, your life can seem just like a game. More boots stepped on the pebbles, and the vision zoomed out over an ever-growing army, all garbed in full-body armor, carrying their swords and shields with them, ready to go to war. Not knowing that even their lives are game in the hands of another. The scene zoomed out even more, and it became apparent that not only were the soldiers going to war, they were coming from one as well. Beat and battered, some of them had broken armor while others had broken swords. As the scene kept zooming out, it became impossible to see the finer details of each soldier, but at that point different things came into view. The soldiers were marching away from a conquered castle, its walls broken, its armies slayed, its king dead. For long they have been spreading chaos, they have been spreading havoc, they have been playing with the lives of others all for their amusement, but they have forgotten that they are not the only ones who can play this game. The army passed by villages and towns. They passed by cheering crowds of women and children. The army grew bigger as farmhands and laborers joined them, as blacksmiths melted down metal gates and ornaments to make armor and shields, as merchants and lords gathered their coins to buy them food. They will put you down, so today I am here to tell you, rise. A wall appeared in front of the army. Void creatures and monsters ill-suited for the world of the living lined the wall, and behind it stood a tide of death and corruption in the form of countless hellions. They hide behind a veil of fear and lies, so today I am here to remind you, even monsters can die. A flaming stone, thrown from a catapult, slammed into the wall, breaking off a piece of it and killing countless monsters. The battle began, and the vision seemed to constantly go through various scenes of battle. At one moment, a team of humans were fighting against a monster. A sword slash covered the image and revealed beasts, elves, devils, and angels fighting against monsters made from a cloud of darkness. The ground tore open and the hells were revealed, opening the gates to endless horrors. Yet they had barely crawled out of their hole when a beam of light shot down from the sky, eviscerating them all. The clouds spread apart as the light tore through them, revealing countless spaceships fighting in the skies. Green and red lasers filled the air. Winged creatures and insects alike attacked, roaring with bloodthirsty cries. But magic shimmered in the air. Fairies zoomed through the air, their glittering fairy dust eroding all the corruption. Wizards and witches flew on brooms, shooting through wants. Space troopers garbed in white body armor shot their blasters. Today I am here to remind you, even in the face of death. Above the planet, consumed by a raging war, hung a lonely moon, clearly visible. Yet the moon suddenly started to shatter, and large chunks from it flew out, revealing a skeletal claw. The war momentarily stopped as everyone looked up at the dying moon. More chunks of it were torn free, until the moon suddenly exploded, revealing an undead dragon. Wearing black armor, the dragon roared, its black flames threatening to burn all of reality and its roar extinguishing the souls of the living. The light dimmed and darkness spread as the dragon looked towards the planet with its green, flaming eyes deep within its skeletal face. A soldier dropped a sword to the ground. The dragon spread its wings, its mighty aura encompassing the planet, and then took flight towards the planet itself. The game can suddenly change. In the vision, a single figure came into focus. As the whole world was losing hope, a single, defiant figure stood in the air with his arms folded, looking up at the sky. The figure was wearing not armor but a black suit. The undead dragon closed in, and just as it opened its maw to drown that lone figure in its black flames, a space tear opened in front of him, and from it dove out an even mightier Kun Peng and clashed against the dragon. The damned and the wicked aren't the only ones who can play games, so can you? I hereby announce the start of the Midnight Games. So rise to the occasion. Rise against the tyranny and fear that has gripped countless worlds. Rise and build your own legend. An overwhelming surge of courage, pride, and ambition burst in the hearts of 1 trillion beings. The tiny, small thing they had felt wake within them was hope, and passion, and more importantly, the fantasy that life could be worth living. Across the Origin Realm, it was not the rich worlds that had been targeted by the Midnight Games, nor was it the powerful ones. Instead, it was the ones scarred by war, by tyranny, by greed. It was the planets that had known suffering and pain. It was the planets that had suffered at the hands of terrorists. It was the planets ready to evolve into something more that had heard the call of the Midnight Games. Thus it was that long-forgotten, forsaken worlds felt the might of the Innkeeper, as portals opened, leading to other worlds in dire need. Since they had all registered for the Midnight Games, they knew that this was not an individual competition, but rather one of worlds. How many worlds could they save? How many terrorists could they foil? How many heroes would they give rise to? As they felt the Innkeeper's words resonate within them, their armies roared as they rushed through the portals. When they needed help the most, there was no one to hear it. But now that they had heard a call for aid, they would not leave it unanswered. The second ever Midnight Games started off with a war that spread across many galaxies. As it happened, each army landed on a planet being invaded by insects. Lex's eyes gleamed and Naraka in his hands trembled. Soon it would be their turn to act as well. Chapter 1173, Unexpected Help. Chapter 1173, Unexpected Help. Lex kept sitting in his seat as he watched the numerous screens which showed all the competing participants. This was not his original plan of what to do with the Midnight Games, but it worked out well enough. Having the event take place outside the actual inn made it much more difficult to control the specifics, and that in turn made it much more expensive as well. But by registering themselves as a whole, the planets linked themselves to the inn as participants. Then came the much harder and more difficult task of finding the appropriate planets to have the fights on. It was impossible to just pick every planet he wanted randomly, but that is where having such a large workforce came in handy. His workers spread out across the galaxies, collecting information. Since they knew exactly what to look for, it was simple enough. Even without the Henali portal linking the entire realm, every significant force had its own information channels, and Velma had her own ways of tapping into them. With the participants registering themselves, and the target locations picked out one by one, he just needed to find a way to connect them so that the participants could go to the targeted planets. That, as it turned out, wasn't as tricky as Lex originally imagined. The only difficult part was sending a worker to each of those planets being consumed by terrorist attacks and the plague of insects. Once there, he just needed to find a local with enough authority and have them register their planet inside the Midnight Games as well. But they were just registering as targets that need to be saved, instead of participants taking part in the game. Still, despite finding loopholes, the process was expensive and convoluted. In fact, the 21 MT that he had spent would not even last the entire duration of the games. It was just enough to fuel the starting teleportations, as well as prizes. That was the cost of operating outside the inn. But considering the countless guests inside the inn, and the countless more who would watch the games and choose to participate in some way, Lex was more than confident of funding the entire event easily. After all, what was more popular in the universe than watching a live war? And even among wars, this one was like no other. The prizes for the victors, decided at the end, would be delivered then. But even now, each and every participant was earning their individual prizes. For killing enough enemies, saving enough people, or committing some heroic act that contributed to the war in some way, such as procuring critical intel or spotting enemy leaders, they would get points. Each and every individual could then use those points to redeem individual prizes. One critical piece of information was that, whether it was the participants fighting or the planets being rescued, none contained Earth immortals. As such, with all participants being in the nascent realm and below, coming up with a way to boost their cultivation, or providing them with rare and valuable treasures was a simple task for Lex. Any random blade of grass in the Midnight Realm could replace a treasured herb for a Foundation Realm cultivator, and the dew that appeared on the grass in the morning could cleanse their body of all impurities. A random pebble was a valuable treasure containing Earth properties, and a random piece of bark contained enough vitality to bring a dying person back to life. So providing prizes for the participants, allowing them to have breakthroughs in their cultivation and grow stronger than they could have ever on their own, was the easiest part of things for Lex. Even then, he didn't directly strip the inn of its bountiful harvest. He still relied on the system to generate the items given as prizes, but because they were common materials inside the inn, their total cost remained low. Like that, Lex set the stage not only for a war that would specifically target his own enemies, but he created a prolonged source of entertainment. Audience members could follow along their favorite warriors, following them on their incredible journeys to save lives and grow stronger in the meantime. If during that time, they decided that they liked someone and wanted to help him overcome a particular hurdle, they could also choose to pay up. Their payments would cover the MP cost of the prizes their favorite warriors would receive, allowing them to bypass the need to raise points in a critical moment. Of course, since this was an inn event, the Reaving Dread mercenaries were hired as well. Not only did they patrol the inn, keeping everyone here safe, but they stayed close to each planet where a fight was taking place. If any immortals showed up, it would be the mercenaries' job to ensure none of the participants were hurt or targeted by them. Mere minutes had passed since the game started, and the inn's income was already shooting through the roof. Each planet had a scoreboard listing the strongest warriors, the warriors with the most kills, the most saves, anything and everything that could be ranked was being done so. Through the Midnight Portal, he could see that someone had already compiled a Midnight Games top beauty list, listing out the most beautiful warriors from across the planets, regardless of their race. This was made up by one of the viewers, and the list was entirely based on votes. There was another used-made list comparing the strongest moves used by the warriors, and another one comparing those who had the strongest defense. By allowing the viewers to make and popularize these lists, Lex increased the viewers' attachment to watching the games as well as those participating in them. The more they were attached, the more they would spend. The more they spent, the stronger the warriors became. The stronger they became, the more of those terrorist scum they killed. It created a perfect loop. Of course, what no one knew was that there was a lot going on behind the scenes as well. Not everything was shown on screen, since not everything was a part of the games. By interfering with the terrorists' plans and attracting their attention this way, he created a distraction for a much larger and much more powerful force to move silently and undetected, positioning themselves for the critical moment. After all, as long as the fight was limited to just below the immortal realm, then that was equivalent to not really hurting them at all. A force that had the guts to take on the Henali directly would never be limited to just those below the immortal realm. But all big things begin small. This was merely the first step. Lex continued to watch, making adjustments where they were needed and quickly addressing any issues. Since the games had only just begun, this is when they would most likely have the most issues, which is why Lex gave it his undivided attention. Whether it was with the games themselves, or with the guests at the inn, or those viewing from the Origin realm, he did not expect such a large move to go without obstruction, so he was watching for any problems that arose. Fortunately, while there were problems, they were not too big so far. But of the many things Lex had expected, the thing he had not expected was that there were outside forces, completely uninvolved with his plan, that not only did not create problems for him, but ended up helping him as well. A number of teenagers and young adults suddenly teleported on one of the planets that was participating in the games. "Is everyone clear on the rules of this trial?" one of the adults asked. Yes. We just need to enter the top 100 on the most kills list and stay there for a week to pass the trial." "Good, remember this is an individual trial, so we cannot help each other. If you do well and pass, then maybe we'll see each other when we get promoted to Ventura Bronze." "A little too confident, aren't you, Horace?" said one of the teenagers with a laugh, but his comment wasn't malicious. "Are you so ready to leave Ventura Brown behind?" "Not just brown, but bronze as well. This is just the start of my journey. If you're lucky, maybe you can tag along and witness my legend yourself." Everyone laughed. They were all in a good mood. Why wouldn't they be? The students of Ventura were all powerful, so they were all confident in passing this sudden trial that would allow them to graduate to a higher-level Ventura campus. Horace looked out at the portal, but his thoughts ventured elsewhere. He had discovered the Midnight Inn years ago and used to rendezvous with his girlfriend, Isha, there long ago. But it had been so many years since they lost contact, once she stopped showing up at the inn. One of his greatest motivations in entering a higher level was so that he could get more freedom and track her down. Like them, on various planets, many students from Ventura suddenly appeared, taking part in this sudden trial. Their sudden arrival went unnoticed by everyone, but it would not be long before their actions began to attract attention. Chapter 1174 must be someone else. Chapter 1174 must be someone else. The midnight games had begun, countless guests were inside the inn, but for some odd reason, the most popular inn workers seemed to be absent. Many of the regular guests began to wonder where Z or Velma were, and those who saw Lilith but not Gerard wondered if something was amiss. In fact, quite a few faces seemed to be missing from the inn, yet no one paid it too much mind. After all, while the midnight games were happening, due to the large influx of guests, the inn still needed to prepare other forms of entertainment. As such, the inn finally saw the much-anticipated return of the machines of torture, or roller coasters as some folks called it. Theme parks returned, cultural fairs were organized, and there were even a number of local fights between guests who could challenge each other in the ring. Of course, those fights never became nearly as popular as the main fights of the games, but it still attracted some attention. The Mountain Man, who had been sleeping for years and years, and had essentially become a tourist attraction, finally showed signs of waking up when another Mountain Man, or rather Mountain Woman, appeared at the inn as well. At the same time, Lex was swamped. There were only so many things he could delegate to others, but now that most of his integral staff was outside the inn, he could delegate even less. Moreover, now that the system was much more active, with a little over 40% of its functionality returned, if Lex spent too much time away from the inn, it gave him stupid quests with extreme punishments for failing. Furthermore, in certain circumstances, it insisted that Lex himself handle the situation. With so many guests at the inn, and more coming every day, there were obviously others who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. They did not cause trouble, no. Instead, they wanted to host their own events simultaneously and take advantage of the massive crowd at the inn. Lex had to accept or reject all such applications himself. As such, soon there was a circus set up near one of the new cities, run entirely by gnomes. In another place, someone set up a fishing competition, trying to catch the Magikarpets, while in another someone wanted to host a butterfly catching competition. But they were unfamiliar with the nuisances that were the butterflies in the inn. Their wings were razor-sharp, and they cut through the nets and then began kidnapping those who tried to catch them. Lex refused to lend any aid to those who had been kidnapped by the butterflies. Before he approved the event, he also gave a disclaimer. It was not his fault no one listened. The fishing well also once again became popular. The well was now connected to 3 realms, namely the Midnight Realm, the Origin Realm, and the Crystal Realm, so the randomness of what one could pull out had increased even more. But by far the most popular thing in the inn, almost even surpassing the actual Midnight Games, causing Lex to seriously reassess what he wanted for the future of the inn, was the daycare. Those who left their kids in the inn daycare were more than satisfied, as not only was it safe, it kept the kids satisfied and occupied without causing a scene. Over the years, the daycare in the inn had evolved tremendously. Once Lex created a massive daycare area filled with toys and rides and places to ignore. While that place still existed, as the inn grew larger, that area became too small to handle all the kids. It was relegated to being a side or small daycare. Then, for a while, the massive spaceship served as the daycare. The many automatic functions of the ship, as well as its ability to keep everyone safe and happy, were what mattered most. In fact, if the ship hadn't come to life and become prone to crying, Lex would have continued using it. But since he couldn't, he needed to come up with another idea. In truth, Lex had many things he could do, but he liked being innovative. So he turned the new 2D realm law that he replicated and turned the entire daycare 2D. Kids, when they entered, were so extremely fascinated by the platformer life that they forgot about everything else. Lex had developed an extensive yet safe world using those 2D laws, as well as copies of old Marlowe's Brothers video games. That did not mean he copied them in any way, but he may have figured out that in a 2D world, no one needed to breathe, and so there were underwater levels. Of course, the daycare was still run by the bunnies, who were actually quite enjoying the 2D world as well. Their hopping ability really came to shine when they were required to hop from one level to another. But at least for now, Lex had no time to consider expanding this into something else. He saw immense potential here, but he wasn't quite ready to launch the Midnight Daycare properly. Space. On the once frozen planet of the Yetis, a number of figures gathered. Their shapes were illusory, so that no one could identify who they were or which force they represented. But they maintained a blurry outline so as to ensure that the others who were gathering all knew that someone was here. "Can you tell who did it?" one of the figures asked another, looking down at a bubbling lava lake. There was a new law operating on this planet that kept the lava from cooling down. The function of the law was not nearly as impressive as the fact that someone literally dropped a new law on this planet like they were dropping a diss track against the Yetis. This was far beyond the capabilities of even common Earth immortals. Whoever did this was making a statement. They just couldn't figure out what that statement was or who it was targeting. After all, the number of forces using the Yeti's cloning facilities was not few. "I can't tell anything. This place has been washed in divine energy. Whoever did this was very blatant in their efforts. Normally, when erasing their footprints, culprits are subtle. This is the first time I've seen someone employ such drastic yet effective measures. Even if they use divine energy to hide their trail, there has to be some way of finding the culprit." "Naturally there is," another figure answered. "Divine energy works to hide your trail from low-level cultivators, but in front of a celestial it is mere child's play to resolve the issue." One of the figures exerted a strange power, and everyone could sense that the trace of divine energy was slowly vanishing. That wouldn't automatically reveal other clues, so they waited to see what this person intended to do by erasing the energy traces. After all, they had already tried, but could not trace the source of the divine energy. Once all the energy was gone, one of the figures extended something out, as if they were holding a wand. "Now watch this," the person said with a hint of pride. He definitely did something, because a second later the man screamed out in horror, and then blew up. Everyone was stunned, and then retreated in case they got caught up in whatever had happened. Yet nothing more happened. They also didn't have answers for why that person had suddenly blown up, until another figure, that was invisible up until now, revealed themselves, if only marginally. "The aura of divine energy was a trap," the figure said. "It was baiting someone to look behind it, but hiding behind is the aura of a Tao Lord. This matter seems to have become very big." All the figures who were standing in the air, lording over the sword cut that reached into the center of the planet, suddenly pulled in their necks. A Tao Lord, they did not want to get involved. Who the hell did this? Why would someone with the backing of a Tao Lord go around committing petty theft like this? Yet if any of them had an answer, none of them revealed it. Most of the figures at that point retreated. They wanted nothing to do with this anymore. But 2 figures remained. "You think someone is targeting you?" one of the figures asked. "Maybe, but if it were the Henali tracking us down, they wouldn't be hiding their tracks. I can't think of who could be responsible." "Forget about it and focus on the games. Since a Tao Lord's aura has been revealed, then let the Tao Lords on our side handle this matter." "Very well." Both the figures disappeared at that point, leaving the once thriving, now barren land behind. Could it be him? One of the figures wondered, thinking of his grandson who was increasingly popular these days. But that didn't make sense. How could he get in contact with a Tao Lord? It must be someone else. Chapter 11, 75 billions. Chapter 11, 75 billions. In the first few hours of the Midnight Games, its influence was already massive, overturning countless battles in the realm. But as more time passed, its influence grew only larger. Such a precise, coordinated assault was one that even the Henali had failed to make against the terrorists. After all, while they had countless resources, being able to effortlessly transport entire armies across entire galaxies, at a moment's notice without the use of formations, it was utterly beyond them. It was not an exaggeration to say that it would literally require one or more Tao Lords to personally act, using their own powers, to make such a change happen. But it was not as if the Henali Tao Lords were sitting around, lounging and doing nothing. If there was a war going on between those at lower realms, then there was one at the higher levels as well. It was just that the battles of a higher caliber happened out of sight, and away from where the common people could detect them. After all, if the Fugan, or even Sanguis Pluvia didn't have the confidence to occupy their Tao Lords, why would they waste their time with the small fry? That was not to say that the Henali never responded to such threats, but just that their responses took hours or sometimes days, whereas the Midnight Games teleported entire armies in mere moments. As hours turned into days, the Midnight Inn once again came into the limelight, and the population at the inn exploded. The number of guests went from 600 million to over 10 billion in just a few days. But this boom did not take Lex by surprise. In fact, he was well prepared to accommodate even more guests. MT rolled in, and Lex spent it nearly as soon as it arrived. A few midnight tokens, MT, was more than enough to accommodate 1 billion guests, including infrastructure, temporary staff, protection and security, as well as miscellaneous expenses. What Lex was really focused on was maintaining guest satisfaction levels, which are hovering around 81%. If the ratings dropped by even a single percentage, his expenses would increase exponentially, which is why Lex had to do his best to ensure that the inn was operating as best as it possibly could. At the same time, he could not cater to every whim, since the inn had to maintain his prestige. So when a spoiled prince from a rich planet demanded that all commoner filth be removed from his sight, instead of inconveniencing other guests, the prince was teleported to the peak of the Midnight Mountain. When he complained further, he would be given a warning, as the inn would not tolerate threatening his other guests. When he acted out. But while Lex expected this rise in guests, he was also anticipating that the numbers would eventually go down as well. After all, the inn was not cheap, and not everyone was so rich that they could stay at the inn forever. Even most people who could afford it could only afford to be there once in a while. So after the initial craze of the inn went by, which for now had only just begun, Lex expected the numbers to go down. Of course, they would go down only compared to the peak, and that down might actually end up being more than the current 10 billion. But that didn't change the fact that Lex was dealing with a hell lot of people, beasts, monsters, and races he had never even imagined. Yet oddly enough, dealing with 10 billion people was no harder than dealing with 600 million. Yes, it required more resources, but the problems were more or less the same, just greater in number. But Lex could not afford to get cocky. For once he had a very important mission to focus on, so he took every moment of managing the inn very seriously. He oversaw every issue, from the smallest to the greatest, repeatedly refining his system for handling issues. Remarkably, the results were evident to all. Even the guests could feel that as the days went by, the staff at the inn was getting more and more experienced at catering to guests and handling situations. What they especially loved, most of everything else in fact, was when some random person dared to attack someone at the inn. That was their favorite, oddly enough. With billions of guests, finding someone who was incapable of controlling themselves was pretty easy. That's when they knew there would be a show. Whether it was vines ripping out from the ground itself, restraining the attacker, or staff members teleporting in and beating the attacker, or a flying whale showing up and slapping people with its wings, or a battalion of highly trained, extremely lethal peacock-mounted guards. All of it was very entertaining to watch. Then the few times when someone went too far, thoroughly offending the inn, beyond the point where even banishment would do, there was the hearth. Offenders of that scale were killed, plain and simple, and their souls would be added to the hearth, where red-hot coals would burn their souls until the souls eventually vanished. The hearth was put in place as a warning to everyone not to commit heinous crimes, but a lot of people just liked watching criminals burn. It was kind of twisted, but it worked to a degree to deter people. It also helped that at a certain point, a number of Celestials came to the inn, all strongly advocating for the inn and publicly voicing that anyone who offended the inn would be their enemies. Lex literally had no idea where they came from or why they did that. Most of them were from races that he hadn't ever met before. Ordinarily, he might have considered meeting with some of them to get to the bottom of things, but for now he didn't want to stir the pot. He strongly suspected they were sent by the Henali, especially since he was technically helping them by killing terrorists. As the week finally came to a close, with the inn hosting more than 50 billion guests, Lex was immensely grateful that the realm was big enough. Otherwise, he didn't know where he would put so many guests. But as the event had stabilized, Lex looked at his system panel. The system, now more than ever, wanted to keep him busy managing the inn. But it was impossible to constantly stay at the inn all the time since he might have other tasks to do, such as with the tourney that he was about to enter. So for that, the system had introduced a new feature. He could purchase time off with MP. He looked at his current balance of 73 MT and spent 20 of it to buy time off. This bought him an entire year free from the miscellaneous quests that popped up every day, ensuring he handled the day-to-day functions of the inn. He then spent 52 MT ensuring that the event kept running. Fortunately, as expected, he was earning just as fast as he needed to spend. With that taken care of, Lex sent a message to Hera, Jimmy's mother. She was the first non-native worker of the inn he trusted enough to oversee things. Over the past few years, she had worked extremely hard in any task he assigned her, and had proved herself worthy of his trust. So as he left the inn, and most of his other most trusted workers were out doing other tasks, he handed her the reins. He could naturally ensure that she did not mess up or do anything suspicious, so it was not a huge risk letting her take charge. But the thing that Lex worried about was lowering the guest satisfaction rating. He felt like she could handle it for now. If she performed well, who knew, maybe he could groom her to be his new assistant. Having one assistant was clearly not enough to manage the inn. Lex realized he was lingering, so without any more procrastination, he teleported out of the inn. Although he could use the innkeeper's recommendation to directly enter the tourney, it would interfere with his plans, so instead, he summoned the coupon the strange ghost Bacterius gave him so long ago. He then channeled his spirit energy into the coupon and felt it activate. The coupon dissolved into a liquid and entered Lex's hand, turning into a silver tattoo in the shape of a circle. Or maybe it was a zero. He wasn't sure. A few moments later, he felt his tattoo warm up and detected the familiar signs of a long-range teleportation about to activate. For a brief moment, Lex wondered if he wanted to hide his identity. Should he wait until a critical moment and reveal himself to the world, or appear as the notorious world kidnapping Lex right from the get-go? A second later, he was teleported away. Chapter 1176, Temple of Frozen Dawn Eye. Chapter 1176, Temple of Frozen Dawn Eye. When Lex reappeared, he was surprised to find that he was actually inside what looked like a hotel room with no one else there. This was most likely his waiting room. He already knew what to expect once he was invited out. The actual tourney itself would start soon, but it would not be such a straightforward competition. There were, in fact, several concurrent streams through which the tourney would take place, all happening in various places across the realm. Similarly, the preliminary tournament he had entered had several streams as well. The purpose of the preliminary tournament was to pick out any worthy candidates for the Champions Tourney that were not a part of any major organization, and hence missed the opportunity to be nominated. After all, the objective of the tourney was to complete a few challenges or objectives, not to promote their own people. As such, the Henali wanted anyone capable to get a chance. At the same time, there were likely many hidden reasons, but that did not concern Lex. In his years controlling the tavern, Lex had gathered enough information about the events. His ultimate goal was a place called Trial of Eternity. Contrary to its name, the destination did not include any actual trials. In fact, in the history of the Origin realm, at least the bits of it which were known, it was quite a popular place. Yet it could not be reached so easily. It was not on any planet, or even in any galaxy for that matter. Within the Origin Realm there were certain places that were unique, similar to minor realms, but at the same time, not quite. The details eluded Lex, but what mattered was the fact that they could not be entered normally, nor could Lex get any items or artifacts from those places. But those places were the exact venue for the tourney. So what he needed to do was, in the preliminary tournament, follow the stream that would ultimately lead him to the trial of eternity. That is where he would undergo his tribulation, which was the first and most important step in getting his revenge. Lex walked up to the exit and tried to leave, but as expected the door was locked. He shrugged and strolled over to the bed to take a nap. He had been working non-stop all of last week, so he might as well get some rest. He woke up a couple hours later when he sensed a small but significant change in his room. The door had been unlocked. Lex took one look at himself in the mirror before he stepped out. There was also one more very significant difference between the preliminary tournament and the champion's tourney. Most people did not actually know about the tourney, nor were they qualified to learn about it. Only the very top powers of the realm would be aware of it. Yet the preliminary tournament would be streamed across the realm. So as soon as he stepped out, Lex expected to be seen across the entire realm, or at least, be capable of being spotted from anywhere. He doubted many people would pay too much attention to him from the start. He left his room and found himself in a hotel hallway. That was anticlimactic. To his left was a werewolf who also looked surprised by where they were. "Hey, do you know where to go?" the werewolf asked, looking at Lex. Lex shrugged. "Do you think that the preliminary tournament has already begun? What if we're in a test? The hotel could be in A." "Attention, please," a loud announcement interrupted the werewolf. "All tournament participants are requested to arrive at the hotel lobby for registration." The werewolf's shoulders slumped. He had already become invested in his own thoughts about how the tournament had already begun. Finding the lobby was pretty easy, though since teleportation was somehow banned here, Lex had to walk along with the werewolf who began to spin a new story about the treacherous traps that might await them in the lobby. Instead, what waited for them was a pamphlet that briefly stated what the 9 different streams for the preliminary tournament were, their difficulty on a scale from 1 to 5, and the passing conditions for each stream. Lex skimmed them all until he found the one that would lead to the trial of eternity upon passing. It was the hardest of all the streams and had a 100% chance of death unless successfully resolved, unlike the others, and was called Temple of the Frozen Dawn. Lex walked up to the receptionist and told her his choice. "Please sign here, and here to declare that you understand the risks you are undertaking, and will not hold anyone responsible in case of your timely or untimely demise." After a surprising amount of paperwork, Lex walked through one more door and suddenly felt his environment change. He was still in the Origin Realm, he knew that much. He could feel that this was the Origin Realm, but at the same time, the energy in the atmosphere reminded him of the Midnight Realm. It was rich and vibrant in a way that reminded him of a newborn realm, still figuring out its laws. Lex activated his left eye to get a look at the laws in this place, and his jaw dropped. The laws in this place were incomplete. It really was like a newborn realm. But that was not enough to shock Lex. No, what shocked Lex was something much greater. He had come to understand that one of the immutable truths of the universe, if not the only immutable thing about the universe, was time. Although some realms had a faster or slower flow of time, that did not change the fact that time existed everywhere. Even in the void, where space did not exist, time was present. Not only that, but to mess with time was perhaps one of the most dangerous and difficult things to do, though it was still technically possible. For example, the flow of time in certain regions could be altered to flow faster or slower. But that was the extent of what could happen with time. It could not be stopped, as far as Lex knew, and it especially could not be turned back. He got that piece of information from the mouth of the super mysterious guy who just showed up at his in one day. Yet if Lex interpreted what he was seeing correctly, then the laws of this place had somehow eroded, or perhaps messed with the law dictating time itself. Chapter 1177, Temple of Frozen Dawn II. Chapter 1177, Temple of Frozen Dawn II. "All contestants, welcome to the Temple of Frozen Dawn," a voice echoed through the rainforest that Lex seemed to find himself in. "You are in a segment of the Origin Realm that has been cut off from the rest of it for billions of years. How or why it was cut off, nobody knows. All we can tell is that something very significant happened here long ago. The temple has opened up naturally and on its own, and based on our calculations, in exactly 721 hours, whatever event happened billions of years ago will happen once more. When that happens, time in this small piece of space will freeze for another few billion years. Just to be clear, without a clear, consistent flow of time, your soul will not survive. So in a few billion years, when time resumes in this place, your body will be perfectly intact, but your soul will be gone. The condition to pass this stream of the tournament is to identify the anomaly that took place and stop it. If in 721 hours the anomaly does not happen, this piece of space will be automatically assimilated by the rest of the origin, and everyone in this space will pass. If it does happen, then everyone in this space will die. There is no way to exit this space without preventing the anomaly. Good luck. Lex had only just raised his eyebrow, unable to even complete a thought, when a familiar sound rang in his ear. Only this time the notification sound that the system made was deafening and reeked of urgency. New emergency quest, prevent the destruction of the system. Quest time limit, 721 hours. Quest reward, the system won't die. Remarks, what the hell are you doing? That's not promising, said Lex out loud and tried to connect to the Midnight Realm. But the connection was cut off. He was isolated from the outside. Hey Mary, can you hear me? Lex asked. Yes, she answered in an extremely low voice. I take it this is not good, he said very casually as he began to spread out his spirit sense. It was strange. The surrounding plants were technically alive, but they lacked soul. No, Lex, this is not good. This is phenomenal. Mary appeared in front of him, her entire figure exuding a sense of excitement. You're in a time bubble. Lex, the rarest, most valuable resources in the entire universe exist in time bubbles. The 721 hours is not just the time limit to stop the anomaly, but it's also your countdown for how many valuable things you can get your hands on. Once the time bubble is resolved, those treasures will also disappear. The system doesn't seem to share your excitement, Lex commented. Of course not, it's scared. Even Dao Lords can die in time bubbles, let alone a system. In that case, why don't we try to identify the anomaly before we go looking for treasures, huh? Truth be told, Lex might have panicked as well if his instincts were not so clearly telling him where to go. It was as if every fiber of his being had forsaken every other function, other than to direct Lex to move in a certain direction. It was as if even his body sensed the extreme threat that this place posed on him. Isn't there an easy loophole for stuff like this? Lex asked. After all, someone could just send a clone in here. If it died, their main body outside the time bubble could still survive. You wish, Mary said, scoffing. You think time is a joke. There is a reason why no one alive, regardless of their cultivation realm, tries to do anything funny with time. Its destruction is absolute. In fact, there are some people who say death was born in an attempt to mimic the destruction wrought by time. Death was born, what does that mean? Mary was silent for a moment before she hesitantly said, I'm not exactly sure. It's just something I've heard. You better not focus too much on it. If you ever become a Dao Lord, you can begin looking into it. Lex got the distinct feeling that Mary was not revealing everything she knew, but this was not exactly the best time to get distracted. Within the range of his spirit sense, Lex discovered thousands of other contestants, all below the Earth Immortal realm. It seemed like there was a cultivation level limit to enter the Temple of Frozen Dawn. Lex flew into the sky to get a good look at his surroundings and saw an expansive forest that seemed to extend to eternity. He focused in on the direction his instincts were guiding him and saw a distant hill, too far to make out the details. Lex tried to see if he could teleport, but his spatial abilities weren't working, so he began flying at full speed in that direction. Lex, to be entirely honest, although time bubbles are very dangerous, they're not necessarily difficult to resolve. Just be sure to avoid time fractures and you'll be fine. But if you see any treasures radiating an aura of time, any treasures at all, don't hesitate to grab them. I guarantee that these are not things you will ever find outside of a time bubble. You have to absorb them on the spot. Let me guess, you want me to grab some for you as well. Mary smiled sheepishly. Look, if you come across some, and you're unable to absorb all of it in time, and decide to spare some for me, I'd be eternally grateful. Mary looked at him lovingly, and Lex was reminded of the fact that her current appearance was selected because he used to have a crush on this character as a child. This was unfair emotional blackmail, not that Lex knew of any kind of fair emotional blackmail, but still. We'll see what happens. For now, let's focus on the anomaly. If everything in here is dead, I don't expect to face any kind of danger. As soon as he said that, Mary facepalmed. Even she knew by now what flags were, and of Lex's consistent habit of raising the wrong ones. Chapter 1178, A Daring Idea. Chapter 1178, A Daring Idea. Mary, considering how nonchalantly you're acting, does that mean that resolving time bubbles is easy? Lex asked, as he flew towards the distant hill, various thoughts running through his head. Traditionally, resolving a time bubble is actually very easy, Mary said. Her projection, tiny as ever, was sitting on Lex's shoulder with one leg crossed and one dangling down. She looked like she was out on vacation. Consider it this way, the law governing time is the strongest in existence. Although sometimes it might encounter issues, it is the inclination of the law to automatically return to its most stable state. The law itself will do most of the work for you. You just need to give it a gentle push. Of course, that does not mean that it is not dangerous. Remember, there is nothing in the universe that time cannot eradicate, so the tiniest bit of carelessness can result in your death. Also, just because it's generally easy doesn't mean there isn't a chance you may end up encountering an incredibly tough situation. That makes sense, Lex said calmly. With my luck, I already expect to face something ridiculously tough. That's why even though I've been flying for a few minutes, that hill isn't any closer. Lex stopped flying forward and came to a standstill. Not to mention, with my eyesight, how far would that hill have to be for me to only vaguely see it? There's something obstructing me from reaching it, and I am completely incapable of sensing what it is. Mary, however, was not alarmed by this statement. They were in a time bubble. Although she said it was easy and simple, that was based on her perception. She was born a celestial. The universe was her cradle, her oyster, her everything. To top all of that off, she had a system with her when she was alive, so her perception of things was skewed. Can you really not perceive it? She asked casually. Lex frowned, then spread out his spirit sense and activated the abilities in both his eyes. He used every glyph he knew and listened to his body. There was nothing. Then he checked his latest quest. The time limit read 720 hours, 59 minutes and 57 seconds. How had only 3 seconds passed? Lex had literally been flying for at least a few minutes. The flow of time is messed up? No, that doesn't make sense. My perception of time is messed up. No, that still doesn't make sense. Lex had spread his spirit sense as wide as he could, and so it encompassed many participants in this same trial. At first he was not paying attention to them, but eventually he picked up an anomaly. Those who were moving in the same direction as him, meaning towards the hill, were moving at the same speed as him. Those going literally anywhere else were moving faster. Is everyone being affected by different flows of time? He mused. Mary still didn't answer, not that he was expecting her to. She was limited by the system, which meant that although she seemed like she was sitting on his shoulder, what she could perceive was dictated by the system. That meant she could only offer guesses, not provide him accurate answers. Lex closed every other sense he had, and focused only on his left eye, which could perceive laws, then turned his back to the hill and walked away from it. He studied how he was being affected by the laws, and how everyone else was being affected by it. The more he studied the odd behavior of the laws, the more solemn his expression became. Eventually, Lex did something he hadn't done in a long time. He entered the state of flow. He needed to maintain an absolutely rational state of mind. For while only a few seconds had passed for him, he could tell then dozens of hours had already passed for some people down below. Each and every single one of them was experiencing a different flow of time, and that flow depended on whether or not they were trying to approach that hill. It was as if this very place was conspiring against all of them. Lex had a suspicion that as soon as a single one of the participants experienced 721 hours, the anomaly would occur. It would slow down the flow of time for anyone trying to approach the epicenter of the anomaly, thereby preventing them from reaching it in time, and speed up time for anyone going away from it. That way, the time limit would be reached long before anyone could ever reach the point of the anomaly. Suddenly, Lex had a sneaking suspicion that there was more to this palace that met the eye. That much should have been obvious to begin with, but what he was referring to was the Henali's intention in trying to resolve the time bubble in this place. He felt like someone had hidden something from them in this place, forever keeping it out of reach, or at least delaying them by billions of years. Considering this place could even kill Dao Lords, even the Henali did not dare venture in here, which is why they used the contestants from the tourney. Lex suddenly became interested in the various other streams. He wondered what else they were having others help them achieve under the guise of holding a tournament. Considering that he was doing the exact same thing with the Midnight Games, he could not really judge them. In fact, he felt like he should be taking notes. This was the perfect capitalist mentality. It was like a company organizing a hackathon and using genuine problems the company needed to resolve as the theme of the competition, gaining a solution for free from the winners. Mary, you said that I can find treasures radiating the aura of time here. You think I could find something that would help me alter the flow of time for myself? Of course. A very, very daring idea began to develop in Lex's mind. Chapter 1179, A Dumb Idea. Chapter 1179, A Dumb Idea. The more dire the situation became, the more calm Lex had to be. Realizing that he was, very literally, running out of time, Lex had to reassess how to go about this challenge, or he would soon die. For him, the threat of death this time was no greater than any other time he had faced death. For example, being crushed to death by the aura of a dragon might feel different than being erased from time, but both objectively ended up with the same result. That is why, although the danger was from a much more powerful source than Lex usually faced, the pressure he faced was actually the same. Not only had Lex learned to tolerate that pressure, he somewhat enjoyed it as well. Now that he was, more or less, on the path to becoming the strongest being in existence, not that he had decided to pursue that goal yet, he would constantly be faced with death, so there was no reason to be so apprehensive about it. With his back still turned towards the hill, Lex activated his treasure-searching glyph. There were few who could compete with dragons in searching for treasure, and Lex was quickly becoming one of them. As a man who had his body absorb Tao-level ingredients, he was not afraid of eating time-related ingredients as well. Who knew, he might even develop an affinity for it. That thought was nearly enough to throw Lex out of his state of flow. Time was the most dangerous thing in the universe. Mary had said it straightforwardly, if Lex could develop an affinity for it. He dared not even imagine what he could do, mostly because he himself didn't know, but he could find out. Under the guidance of his glyph, Lex identified something extremely attractive, and like a flash of lightning, disappeared from where he stood. Those standing below him literally gawked, for he had disappeared so fast they could not perceive his movement at all. This was partially due to Lex's speed, and also due to the fact that he was purposefully moving away from the hill. His flow of time surpassed everyone else, and so, through the strange twist created by multiple flows of time existing simultaneously, from the point of view of others, Lex had moved several times faster than the speed of light. Mary, what do you think would happen if a sovereign came to a time bubble? Lex asked randomly. He was genuinely curious. Between the most dangerous thing in existence and the darlings of the universe itself, who would come out on top? It's not like there are no sovereigns who haven't died, she answered. So they definitely can die, but as for what would happen in such a situation, I don't think anyone can give a proper answer to that. Lex nodded. It was just a random, fleeting thought he had while he directly approached the strongest aura he could detect. In this entire rainforest, despite its vast size, Lex only sensed 4 or 5 powerful treasure aura, and even of them he directly went for the one that attracted him most, arriving quickly to the mouth of a cave at the base of a tree. Lex looked at the time remaining for his quest and realized that it was already 600 hours. Not willing to dilly-dally any longer, he stepped into the cave and saw something extraordinary. Most trees have their fruits hanging high up in their branches, but not this one. No, in a hollowed-out region directly underneath the trunk of the tree, a single, thin root was dangling down, and from its end grew out the tree's fruit. He didn't know why he knew that what he was looking at was a fruit, and not something else. It was as if the information directly entered his brain. So the fact that the fruit had the appearance of a hardcover book, with ominous characters drawn that he could read solely because of his system, was not creepy at all. The title of the book, or fruit, was The Fable of Time. Minutes ticked by like seconds, but Lex didn't approach the fruit book. He was searching for danger. He was looking for the trap, or the guardian monster, or void creature, or time creature, or something that would make taking this clearly magnificent treasure a huge risk, but he couldn't find it. Usually in life, when a thing was too good to be true, there was a nasty surprise waiting around the corner. I'm not crazy, right? This is too easy, right? Lex asked Mary, and even she looked around confused. I mean, do you have any other choice? Lex looked at his quest time limit and realized that it had reached 500 hours. He really didn't have the time to be messing around. He stepped forward and carefully grabbed the book fruit before pulling it off the root. Nothing untoward happened, so Lex carefully retreated from the cave to a safe distance. I'm totally about to get cursed, he said as he looked at the creepy characters on the cover of the book. He realized at that moment that those characters were array characters. He had literally discovered the array character for time. Unsure if he should take a bite out of the fruit or open the book, Lex did the only sensible thing and opened it. After all, some fruits needed to be peeled first. What if opening the book was the same as peeling it? Somewhere else, out in the universe, Jack the Fairy suddenly felt the connection between himself and Lex disappear. That was not the same as dying, for he would have felt that in his soul. He just felt the connection disappear altogether. Jack paused and recalled the last thing he remembered. Since he and Lex were the same, they shared each other's memories. But for some reason, he could not remember what Lex had been doing. All he remembered was that he entered the preliminary tournament. Chapter 11, 80 Eternity in a Few Minutes. Chapter 11, 80 Eternity in a Few Minutes. At any given moment, even when he was alone, there were a number of beings keeping an eye on Lex. Since his system had a soul, it could somewhat be considered a being, and since it was inside Lex's soul, it was more or less paying attention. Mary, too, had a permanent connection to Lex, and so could connect to him whenever she wanted. There was that mysterious being from the primary realm who just decided to pop into the inn one day. It was unlikely he ever consciously paid attention to Lex, but a being of his caliber would always be aware of anyone he had ever paid attention to. Moreover, not only could he see Lex, he could foresee exactly how his entire life would play out from a single glance. It was not prophecy that he would use, just probability and prediction. The scale upon which such a being operated was outside the realm of understanding of mere mortals' life. Lex. Then he was also connected to two sovereigns, who knew if they could peer through space and time and find him whenever they wished. There was the sword inside of his soul, and although it was not a living entity, who could tell if it could serve as a conduit for a powerful being to peek into his soul? There could be any number of more powerful beings spying on him at any given moment. The more Lex comprehended the abstract powers wielded by immortals, the more he understood that he was a genuine ant in front of the powerful and mighty. Although he could now duke it out with some earth immortals, he was likely an insignificant ant in front of heavenly immortals or celestial immortals, not to mention Tao lords. There were also deities, whose powers were entirely unique. Divine energy was much too versatile in what it could achieve. He could not say for certain that there wasn't someone out in the universe capable of spying on him using it. Yet in the moment that Lex opened the fable of time, every single entity connected to him in any way whatsoever lost sight of him. Not only that, they were not even cognizant of this change, or capable of perceiving that anything had happened at all. Only and only Jack sensed something amiss, and that too was because Jack was actually still just Lex. Depending on the perspective, such a period did not last long, or lasted an eternity. When Lex reappeared in the cognizance of the universe, only a few minutes had passed on his quest timer. He looked at the book in his hand, dumbfounded as it faded away. Lex had lost a few minutes of his time, and he had no recollection of what had happened in those few minutes. But unlike everyone else, even Mary, who had been sitting on his shoulder the entire time but still failed to be aware of him, he knew distinctly why he had no memory of those few minutes. In his brain, he sensed a seal. More importantly, it was a self-administered seal. It was not even that powerful, and all Lex would require was a simple thought to undo it. After all, the only thing the seal contained were his memories from those few minutes. Yet Lex knew that he could not, or rather, should not ever undo that seal. A feeling of overwhelming dread filled him at the thought of undoing that seal, a kind that he had never felt before. What kind of superpower had he not seen before? What kind of powerful entity had he not encountered? All they could do was kill him, and he had long become accustomed to such pressure. But the feeling he got from his own seal of his own memories outweighed the threat of death infinitely. Lex sighed. Yet another, overpowered, earth-shatter, probably universal-level secret was hiding in his body. It was like he was some kind of collector. Lex diverted his attention away from the seal in his mind, because there was one more seal that had been added to his body, once again by his own hand. Yet while the seal on his memories was simple, the seal in his body was the very peak of what he could achieve, or perhaps even beyond what he could ordinarily achieve. This new seal was even stronger than the ones that were sealing his cultivation level. But oddly enough, the seal had not come into effect yet. He could feel that it would need about one exact day to activate, so until then he still had access to the thing it was supposed to lock away. Of course, the thing that was going to soon be sealed away was his newly gained affinity for time. He had no idea how he had gained it, because he could distinctly feel that he had not used his cultivation technique recently. Such a thing would leave traces within his body and his energy. So he had, somehow, mysteriously gained a time affinity, and then for reasons unknown decided to seal it, giving himself only enough time to perhaps overcome the obstacle in front of him. "Thanks, Lex," Mary said sweetly as a wonderful smile bloomed on her face. "I don't know how you did it, but I can feel you've given me a wonderful treasure related to time. I promise you won't regret it." "Yeah, no problem," Lex said, as he activated his own affinity and began feeling the flow of time around him. It was harder than it seemed, because he felt no different at all. His perception of time was exactly the same as before. Moreover, he did not feel like he had any influence on time at all, so he basically couldn't do anything with this affinity. But he would not give up so easily. This required some testing, so Lex turned to look towards the hill and tried moving towards it. Maybe he'd be able to sense the difference in the flow of time then. Chapter 1181, Mesmerizing Glow. Chapter 1181, Mesmerizing Glow. Lex took one step and paused. That was odd. He sensed his affinity act on its own and do something. He had no idea what it did, but he could tell that it was merely responding according to changes in his body. It seemed like, besides just putting a seal on his affinity, he had used some kind of technique that would automatically use his affinity, since grasping it currently seemed outside his realm of understanding. But if it was outside his realm of understanding, how had he used this technique to begin with? His attention was once again reverted to the seal in his mind, but the dread that accompanied it once again took hold of him. It was so strong that he could physically feel the emotion of dread. Lex groaned and turned his attention back to the matter at hand. It seemed like, for whatever reason, he had found a solution to his problem. At least that's what it seemed like. Lex leaped forward, and his affinity began to act on its own once more. Lex kept an eye on his quest time limit, as well the hill in the distance at the same time. As he confirmed that the flow of time was steady, and that he could actually get closer to the hill, a trace of relief filled him. Lex then began to fly at his fastest speed. He had no idea how much time had passed by for others. While he still had hundreds of hours left on his quest time limit, who knew if others only had dozens of hours left? It had been a long time since Lex had to travel a long distance without using his spatial abilities, but fortunately, he hadn't neglected any aspect of his training. It took him 10 hours to approach the hill, though oddly enough, he could not tell how much distance he had traversed. It only felt like he had traveled 10 hours, as if time itself was the distance that needed to be covered. The hill, as it turned out, was actually a pyramid that reminded Lex a lot of Mayan pyramids. The stone blocks were colossal, perfectly aligned, and strangely untouched by the encroaching vegetation of the forest, as if an invisible barrier divided them. No vines marred its surface, no moss clinged to its edges. It stood as a testament to an era long gone, defying the relentless advance of the jungle around it. Lex's eyes traced the pyramid's steep sides, leading up to its peak where a solitary temple sits, shrouded in mystery. He did not need to be a genius to guess that this was the Temple of Frozen Dawn. The temple was a relic of unimaginable age, its walls adorned with intricate carvings that depicted scenes from a forgotten civilization. The glyphs and symbols, though weathered, told stories of deities and heroes, of rituals and sacrifices, frozen in time. His eyes eventually fell to a chamber with open doors, though the darkness within is impenetrable, save for a faint, otherworldly silver glow that seems to emanate from deep inside. From that glow, casting strange shadows and filling the air with a sense of profound, ancient power, Lex sensed something oddly familiar, though he could not place it. Yet what he could see was that the glow was fighting against the oppressive darkness, trying to lift its veil. At that moment, Lex suddenly understood the significance of this place. This was not just a relic of a bygone era, but a monument to a time when the very fabric of reality was different. The temple contained the energy from when the origin realm was still in its nascent stages, barely beginning to form. Cut off from time itself, the untouched pyramid and its temple were a sanctuary of the past, preserved within the time bubble. If the anomaly of this place was resolved, this sanctuary would re-enter the origin realm, and whatever secret it held would become available to the Henali. If Lex weren't a walking collection of ancient secrets, powers, and treasures himself, he might have been interested in uncovering what secret this temple held. If such great pains were taken to hide it, and the Henali were trying their best to get in touch with it, the treasure would be remarkable. Heck, if Lex didn't have a mission he had to focus on, he might still be tempted to explore and uncover the secrets of this temple. But as it was, he could not afford to be distracted. Even if a great treasure was hidden here, getting his hands on it would not be worth being distracted from his revenge. He would leave this prize for the Henali or anyone else who wanted to get it. Lex just wanted to end the anomaly. He stepped into the dark room where his instincts were guiding him, and immediately he felt the darkness try to swallow him. In fact, Lex had entirely underestimated the danger this darkness presented, and actually stumbled. But that was it. The weight of this darkness could only cause him to stumble at best. Yet to fight back against this darkness, Lex needed a light. He instinctively knew that, for his domination or aura or any other ability would not work. So Lex held out a finger in front of his mouth, and blew a small, thin streak of dragon fire that collected above his finger like a small candlelight. Within the darkness there were now two sources of light, one tiny, flickering dragon fire and an ethereal silver glow. The darkness was pushed back, and it was suddenly as if two lights were working together against the darkness. Lex walked deeper into the hall, approaching the silver glow until he was only a few feet from it where he was forced to stop. For the second time today, Lex was stunned by what he saw. Of all the things he could have guessed to be the source of that strangely familiar light, what he did not expect was to see a ballerina. The darkness was her stage, and her graceful yet delicate dance, mesmerizing to behold, was literally lighting up the room. Chapter 1182 Other Intentions. Chapter 1182 Other Intentions. Giselle, Lex said to himself as he recalled the name of the enchanting dancer in front of her. Last time he saw her was on Polbitvi, right before the planet got stolen by Jeffrey. They had fought off hordes of alien insects together, and Lex had to admit that she was a pretty good fighter. But either because he was too distracted by the war, or because she was very good at hiding it, Lex never sensed anything too extraordinary from her. She was just a passionate young lady who was an excellent dancer and fighter. Yet now, where here she was, in the Temple of Frozen Dawn even before him. Lex knew just how absurdly difficult it was to approach this temple, so he could not imagine how just a simple dancer had made it till here. That's when he noticed a peculiar aura from her, one he knew all too well. It was a seal, and the thing that had been sealed was her cultivation. Based on appearances, she was a peak nascent soul cultivator right now. That was believable progress from when Lex had seen her a few years ago. But if there was a seal, that meant she was an Earth immortal. Such rapid progress was quite amazing. Combined with the fact that she was in this region, fighting against the darkness, then it was likely that she was far from as simple as she appeared. As much as Lex would have enjoyed to just watch her dance, they were short on time, so he decided to help her. Through her dance, or rather through a carefully orchestrated sequence of movements, she allowed her body to glow with a light that pushed away the dark. Lex, fortunately, did not need to dance to do the same. It was clear that ordinary light would not work against this formidable darkness, but what aspect of dragonfire was ordinary? The flame on his finger grew bigger and began to push away more of the darkness, and it was only then that he felt its weight properly. Yet he was not one to give up easily, so he pushed harder. Conversely, the weight that Giselle felt began to reduce quickly. Since her eyes were closed, she did not know what was happening. She could only attribute it to her dancing working, so she tried even harder. Eventually the hall began to reveal itself to Lex. He saw pillars, carved with pictures of animals worshipping a deity, though the deity's picture seemed smudged. He was empires, planets, even galaxies all surrounding that smudged galaxy, and then in the next pillar it seemed as if the deity suddenly vanished, abandoning everyone. It made sense that this temple, which had passed through time, should belong to some deity, yet he felt no divine energy from the building. Maybe it had already been eroded by time. More and more of the hall was revealed, showing colorful walls, decorated by marble and jade of all kinds. More hidden secrets saw the light of day, and many key details were smudged. Lex took them in but did not focus on them. Finally, with the darkness almost completely retreating, he could see that it had been originating from a chandelier right in the middle of the room. Instead of illuminating the palace, it was covering it in darkness. Yet as the darkness was pushed back, it could take no more. It shattered, and the sound of it breaking suddenly filled the room. Giselle was suddenly free of her burden and opened her eyes, feeling glee at her success. She thought it would be much harder. What she had not expected was to see Lex standing there in front of her, holding a massive ball of fire. It was obvious that the ball of fire had played a stronger role in eliminating the darkness. "Giselle, we meet again. I never thought I'd run into you here of all places," he said softly, as one would to a former acquaintance or old friend. "Likewise, I thought you'd still be on Lover's Island. Did you take a break for the tournament, or were you kicked out? Last I saw, a lot of people were mad at you for starting a harem." Lex froze and swore to every deity in existence that he would kill that accursed rancher the next time he saw him. No, I was just there to find one of the contestants, Lex tried to explain. Yes, that's usually how these dating shows work, Giselle said. You look for a compatible contestant. No, that's not what I mean to say is. Look, I'm not interested in your dating life, she explained, as if indicating that she was not the judgmental type. I don't know if you know anything about this place, but we don't have a lot of time left to resolve the anomaly. Lex sighed in defeat. That was it. His reputation was ruined. He'd never be able to explain himself, though this truly wasn't the time to be lamenting such a thing. That did not, however, ease the pain in his heart. Lex looked towards the end of the hall where a broken throne lay. In front of it was a small hole, torn directly into the ground, leading down into the pyramid. The source of the anomaly is there, he said, pointing in the hole. I am exactly here to resolve that anomaly. We can work together if you wish. The last time we cooperated, our teamwork wasn't so bad. Giselle nodded. That sounds good, but before that, do you know what this place is, what it holds? Nope and nope, Lex said. Quite frankly, I suspect that whatever it does hold will give me attention I don't want. I can't afford such distractions right now, so my only intention here is to clear the anomaly and move on to the next round. Giselle looked at him skeptically. He didn't want the ancient treasure hidden in the time bubble. That sounded too good to be true. She narrowed her eyes. Did he have other intentions? Chapter 1183 Eden Watch. Chapter 1183 Eden Watch. Lex immediately realized the problem. His lack of interest in the treasure made her think he was lying. Do you know the flow of time is flowing differently for everyone? Lex asked. The anomaly could go off at any moment. We really should hurry. Yes, I know, she said. Let's hurry down then. She did not wait for Lex and instead jumped down the hole first. Going down first was dangerous, as it was unknown what kind of dangers she would be facing, but she was confident. Did you ever manage to find those kids? Lex asked as he jumped down the hole behind her. The last time he saw Giselle was on Polbitvy. They had split because she was trying to find some kids under her protection, while he was trying to get the entire army to retreat to the inn so that there weren't any unnecessary casualties. After all, not only was there a war going on with alien insects, but everyone had been poisoned with such a potent poison, it was almost impossible to heal. Yes, I got them out in time, Giselle answered, showing a brief moment of softness. But too many other kids died on Polbitvy. I couldn't do anything for them. It's impossible to save everyone. That is the nature of the universe itself. I know, she responded with a hint of sadness. Lex shut up after that, and began to wonder if he was really as good a conversationalist as he thought. As Lex expected, the internal structure of the pyramid constituted various hallways, corridors, and halls, arranged in a way to form a maze, laden with traps. The traps themselves were largely inconsequential, not only for Lex, but for Giselle as well. What was dangerous was something Mary had brought up before: time fractures. Certain halls and rooms suddenly dissolved into nothingness, and the dangerous thing about that was that nothing was literally imperceptible. The first time fracture they stumbled upon was right in their way, ending the pathway abruptly. There was no darkness replacing where the path formerly existed, no end to the road, no cut or fracture to indicate that any part was missing. It was literally nothing, and even looking at it, Lex could neither see it, nor sense it in any way. His brain was incapable of processing it, so it replaced that nothing with what it expected to see, which was the continuing path. It was only when they almost touched the nothing that they finally sensed something amiss. Even then, all Lex felt was an abnormal reaction from his time affinity. He could not understand what it was. Giselle, on the other hand, did not sense itself. Instead, a watch she was wearing set off an alarm. Lex, who was about to step into the nothing, paused and looked towards the watch. He had missed it earlier. He had neither seen it nor sensed it. How was that possible? Take a step back, Giselle said quickly, jumping back herself, the color draining from her face. There's a time fracture there. Lex did not hesitate to take a step back. Even if he hadn't sensed something from his own affinity, just the fact that Giselle had taken this matter so seriously would have been enough for him to retreat. In any other circumstances, Lex would have been willing to test out his defense. But when it came to time, he wanted to take no risks at all. What's a time fracture? He asked as he looked back at the corridor. He could sense nothing. But as Giselle explained, Lex's expression became more solemn. Time supports the existence of everything, so where there is a fracture in time, nothing can exist. Since our brains cannot conceive nothing, it automatically fills in the blanks. Lex studied the hall in front of him, and even used his left eye's ability to study laws, and used various glyphs, but could get no feedback at all. "That's a pretty handy watch," Lex said finally. "It's an Eden watch. They're very expensive, so they have a lot of features." Giselle did exactly lie, but it was obvious that she wasn't exactly being completely forthcoming. Not that Lex blamed her, since he in fact knew, or at least suspected he knew, the origin of that watch. As a result of two very cooperative captives, over the past 15 years, he had learned a lot about the universe at large. While the Origin realm was still a developing realm, there were many realms that had already reached full maturity. It was extremely rare for a completely mature realm to be owned entirely by one entity or power, and instead the norm was for mature realms to be controlled by a group of cooperative powers. Eden Corporation was one such power that shared control over a completely mature realm. Since it was a corporation, it wasn't a surprise that they had products, and that they would be phenomenal ones. What was surprising was that Giselle got her hands on such a product. After all, based on his understanding of the Henali, they would not easily allow any other powerful forces to enter into the Origin realm. It was their ambition to claim complete control over this realm. It was easy to invite others in, but not so easy to invite them out. Whatever the case, Lex realized that Giselle was definitely not as simple as she appeared. But that was not the problem. The problem was that his instincts were telling him to go down this corridor, since they could not detect the time fracture. That meant he could no longer allow his instincts to guide him. "I can sense that the anomaly is directly in that direction. Do you think you can figure out a way to bypass the fracture?" Lex asked. This time it was Giselle's turn to be stunned. He could sense the anomaly, even her Eden watch couldn't do that. "I mean, it's pretty simple," she said, and punched a hole in the wall before walking through it. "The fracture shouldn't be too big. We can probably walk around it." Chapter 1184 Mop. Chapter 1184 Mop. Lex followed Giselle without hesitation. After all, now he knew what the strange feeling he got from his innate ability was. If he ran into any more time fractures, he could identify them himself even if her watch failed to detect it. The room that they had broken into looked like a storeroom, as odd as that seemed. It just felt a little mundane for an ancient temple hiding a secret, powerful treasure to have a room filled with dusting cloths and mops, among other things. In fact, Lex grabbed a broom and observed it closely. You'd think they would use arrays or formations to keep things clean in this place. What's the point of keeping a mop? Giselle, who was walking past the mops, paused and turned to look at him oddly. "Weren't you the one who was telling me we don't have time to waste?" "Oh yeah, sorry," Lex said as he placed the mop back. "I'm too used to doing these kinds of things alone. With another person around, I couldn't help but voice my random thoughts." "You visit time bubbles often?" "Time bubbles? No, this is my first time. But explore underground tunnels and caverns hiding a power that can easily kill me. It's almost a hobby." They didn't speak much after that. The inside of the pyramid, as it turned out, was not too dangerous in and of itself. This was most likely because, a few billion years ago, whenever this temple was from, the cultivation standards of the realm were probably low. The traps would have been dangerous for mundane, nascent soul cultivators. But that standard was so low that Lex expected every single participant in this temple of frozen dawn stream to be able to surpass it. There were a few formations, but they were so immature even Lex could resolve them without having to use brute force. The only real danger were the time fractures, but fortunately they were few and far between. But while the traps were not dangerous to them, as they proceeded deeper into the pyramid, the paradigm of the traps began to change drastically. Lex and Giselle found themselves standing in front of a door with two handles, one white and one black. Each handle was radiating a powerful and potent energy. More importantly, the wall in which the door was placed was covered by a barrier that was most ingenious. Breaking it by force would not be impossible, but exceedingly difficult owing to the two unique energies in the handles, which also served as a power source. Of course, there was a much easier way to get through, which was to simply open the door, but doing that would require turning both handles. "This is divine energy, that much is obvious," Lex said, looking at the white handle, "but I'm not familiar with this one." The energy radiating from the dark handle was, predictably, sinister and malevolent in nature. Lex felt like even touching it would cause his skin to melt. This was a very good defense mechanism, because the key lay in these two high-level energies. This was no longer a matter of cultivation, realm, and power, but rather the ability to handle these specific energies. It's called profane energy, Giselle said. If divine energy is used by deities, then profane energy is used by defilers, which are the exact opposite of deities. The exact opposite of deities, so they get their power from people not believing in them. What? No, that's not the important thing, is that profane energy, while not as widely known as divine energy, is equally as potent and has unique destructive properties. Do you think we need to get the two energies to cancel each other out? Lex asked. Although he had no affinity for profane energy yet, he was sure he could tolerate it. He wondered what would happen if he grabbed both handles at once. Unlikely. The energies, while perceived as opposites, do not cancel each other out. Most likely they just both have to be drained. Giselle looked at her watch and then frowned. We have less than 100 hours left. This is bad. I can deal with the profane energy, but the divine one is going to be time-consuming. Lex raised an eyebrow and then placed a finger on the handle containing divine energy. He just absorbed it all into his body and then diverted it towards his butter knife. Giselle looked at Lex once more, but this time she thoroughly observed him. She had gotten the sense that he was far from ordinary, but the ability to absorb divine energy was beyond just simply extraordinary. Only two beings were known to be able to do that, deities and angels, and Lex was clearly neither of them. But then again, she was not exactly in a position to judge. She grabbed the dark handle, and the profane energy quickly gushed into her body as if it was greedy to enter her body, rather than her pulling it in herself. Yet what Lex found most curious was that, while the name of the energy and its associated being, profane energy and defiler, projected very strong visualization of the nature of this energy, not to mention the creepy vibes it naturally gave off. As Giselle absorbed the energy, her body gave off an aura of profound purity and clarity. It was even purer than divine energy, and reminded Lex of the strange ethereal feeling she gave off whenever she danced. He was curious, but he did not ask any questions. She had been respectful enough not to ask how he absorbed the divine energy, so he could only reciprocate. The door opened, revealing the final staircase leading to the heart of the pyramid. The two quickly descended and entered a hallway that continued towards two opposite halls. His instincts were guiding him left, but before he could say anything, Giselle's watch beeped and pointed towards the right. It seemed the time had come for them to split up again. Lex didn't mind. It was nice having some company on one of his adventures, for once company that was not residing inside his body or equipment, but now they had more important things to do. Chapter 1185 Problematic / Chapter 1185 Problematic. I can feel the anomaly on the left. I will go resolve it. You can go on the right if you wish. Based on my understanding, as soon as the anomaly is resolved, this entire place will be reabsorbed into the origin realm. At that time, it might not be so simple for you to keep any treasures you find, since I'm pretty sure the Hanali are also interested in it. Giselle looked at him oddly. Was he being odd on purpose, or did he not realize he was being odd? His extremely casual attitude in the face of almost uncertain death, focusing on completely trivial things such as mops, as well as the sheer disregard for ancient and powerful treasures that are being searched for by massive organizations, were far from normal. Perhaps a very clear-minded and level-headed person could avoid the temptation of such a treasure. But even then, he would at least show some reluctance on giving up treasures, so that he could avoid getting involved in matters that would end up getting him killed. But he did not seem to care at all. Giselle was very clear at reading people's intentions, which is why she knew for a fact that he was genuinely telling her to be careful, and that he genuinely wasn't interested. But that confused her even more. We've had a pleasant cooperation, which is why I hate to do this, Giselle said, but I require an oath of secrecy from you to keep my presence here secret. In truth, she should be just killing him. After all, going after a treasure so powerful and valuable it had to be hidden inside a time bubble meant that she should not be taking any risks. Leaving Lex alive was a huge gamble. But she trusted her instincts, which were telling her that Lex was trustworthy, as strange as it was. More importantly, given their huge time constraints and the remarkable abilities he had shown, she did not think she could do anything to him before the time was over, so she had to compromise. How do you want me to make an oath? Lex asked, actually feeling amused. Giselle held out an oval, seemingly ordinary jade stone, and handed it to him. Channel your energy into the stone and take an oath keeping my presence here secret, and it will automatically take effect. Even if you want to, you won't be able to break the oath. I'm sorry I have to put you through this, but it's terribly important that no one learns about my presence here. Lex grabbed the stone and made the oath. He wasn't particularly bothered by it, and he understood her caution considering that they technically didn't know each other. Besides, as the oath took hold inside of his soul, Lex could feel that it was just a simple knot inside his soul, using his soul. Others might find it hard to undo without harming his soul, but it was a simple thing for him. Lex looked at Giselle with schadenfreude. He wondered how she would feel if she found out her oath wasn't that effective at all. Can I ask you a question if you don't mind? Giselle paused before leaving. She was just too curious. Go ahead. Are you really not interested in what's hidden here, even though you know how valuable it might be? Not really, Lex answered with a shrug. Why? Lex didn't answer immediately but looked at her for a moment. How should he phrase this? If you had to choose between saving those 2 kids on Polbitvi and taking this treasure, what would you choose? He asked, eventually. The question stumped her. She had not been expecting that kind of response. Lex turned away, looking towards where his instincts were guiding him, mostly to hide his expression as it became grim. I'm sure that whatever is hidden there is great, but I also know things like this bring hidden troubles, and right now, I don't want any distractions. Once again, Giselle could feel the sincerity in his words as he walked away, but more importantly, she was still stunned by the question he had asked. On Polbitvi, she had been protecting 2 kids she took under her care. She did not know them personally, but felt like they were too pitiful and wanted to save them. It was not the first time she had done such a thing, nor would it be the last. After all, she spent her whole life helping lost kids. But how many people could just ignore a life-changing opportunity to save a couple of kids? She didn't think that the situation Lex was referring to was necessarily exactly the same as back then. His point was that he needed to save someone, and the troubles associated with treasure hunting might prevent him from doing that, so he just didn't want to bother with it. Even so, it was not an easy thing. For once, she looked at Lex seriously. Right now, the solemn aura he was radiating was quite pure and filled with incredible focus and drive. No wonder he got himself a harem. She could see how other girls might find that attractive. Then Giselle turned away. Even if Lex said he would end the anomaly, she was not in the habit of relying on others. She would get the treasure in time to end the anomaly herself. After all, whether Lex could achieve what he stated was still unknown. Lex walked into a huge hall in the center of which 2 figures stood, frozen in time, clashing with one another. Yet Lex could not see them. After all, the 2 figures were surrounded by time fractures in every corner. Lex entered the hall, and when he detected the time fractures, he moved aside. But no matter how he went around them, his instincts were always pointing in the middle. The anomaly hid behind a wall of time fractures that had surrounded it completely. This might be problematic. Chapter 1186 that day. Chapter 1186 that day. Mary, I have a small, tiny, almost inconsequential problem, Lex said as he looked at the empty space in front of him. He was not aware of what existed within, but his instincts were clearly guiding him towards this, and urgently. It was almost as if he was running out of time. What's up? Mary asked, as she appeared on his shoulder, this time dressed up as a cowgirl. Or well, a very Hollywood version of a cowgirl. She even had the tiny silver pistols and everything. Nothing too serious. Just that the anomaly that we have to deal with that will end this time bubble before time freezes for billions of years, killing us all, is hidden behind a bunch of time fractures. He pointed at the bunch of nothing right in front of him, as if that was what he was talking about. Mary unholstered her gun and pointed it towards the nothing, as if threatening it. For a few seconds she stayed like that, until she twirled the gun with her finger and put it back in the holster. I have good news and I have bad news. What do you want to hear first? She asked. The bad news, Lex said. He didn't trust the good news. Good news was just bad news in disguise. The bad news is that you will have to navigate a maze without ever touching the walls or risk death and destruction. Ahan, and the good news. The good news is that time fractures are not complete barriers and actually consist of cracks. That basically means you can slip right through the cracks. Just be careful not to actually touch any of the cracks. Ah yes, excellent news. He knew good news was just bad news in disguise. Is there any additional news, such as how I can avoid touching the cracks, or sense where they are? Well, I recommend you become as small as you possibly can be. I recall you learned a lot of techniques to shape-shift back when you still looked like a baby. That will drastically reduce your chances of running into cracks. At the same time, if you have managed to get yourself any time-related treasures, use those. If not, I strongly recommend you go back to that girl with the smart watch. Lex looked at her skeptically. Mary, is it just me, or has your mood been especially chipper since we came into this time bubble? It's like you're not worried at all about absolute death. You mean the way you're cowering? Lex gave her a bland look. He regularly faced deadly situations, but it was rare for even the system to be threatened by them. But while the system itself was panicking, Mary almost seemed jovial. He hadn't seen her in this good a mood probably ever. He knew she wasn't being completely upfront, but it's not like he was interrogating her. Lex sighed, and then began to shrink in size to the smallest he could become. Coincidentally, Lex shrunk to the same size as his fairy body, which also happened to be the same size Mary was now. Good luck, she yelled before disappearing. In truth, Lex had caught on to Mary exactly. Her mood was the best it had been since she attached her soul to the system because, in the time bubble, the system was glitching and pretty hard. Lex had not noticed only because he was disconnected from the inn at the moment. The inn itself was operating fine, but he would have noticed the countless small anomalies indicating how poorly it was operating. Even when the system was completely drained of energy and required Lex to repair its functionality, it still was operating in a better condition than it was now. The reason this put her in a good mood was because Mary understood systems better than anyone else she had ever met. She had hijacked a system to save her soul from being destroyed. Now that the system was malfunctioning, she could use this opportunity to do a lot of things she had planned. It was made especially easy for her since Lex refused to absorb the system into his soul. This kept a disconnect between himself and the system that anyone with the right knowledge could use against him. A powerful immortal could steal Lex's karma and destiny, and through that directly hijack control over the Midnight Inn from Lex, and he would never know. These were things Mary had hid not because she had bad intentions against Lex, but because the system never allowed her to reveal the system's flaws directly. While Mary worked on and made a few subtle changes that neither Lex nor the system itself would notice, she paused. Technically speaking, she could do Lex a lot of harm as well. She was in the perfect position to steal the system from him. It couldn't be done now, but she could work her way towards it. With the system at her command, once more she could. Mary closed her eyes and clenched her fists. Lex had trusted her, listened to her requests even though he had no reason to. She could not betray him like that. She opened her eyes once more and began working on the system with renewed vigor. Only, this time she was not making arrangements for her new body. Instead, she was closing some of the loopholes through which Lex could be threatened. What even Mary did not know, as she suddenly decided to help Lex instead of take advantage of him, was the subtle change Lex had undergone when he saw naked clones of his sister that day. He did not want to think about the atrocities that could have been committed. Most certainly were being committed, and all of that because his parents had been too weak and too trusting. That day, a part of Lex stopped trusting everyone and everything just a little bit less than before. That naturally included Mary as well. Although he never showed it, because in front of the world Lex still liked to show his happy, goofy self, inside his heart he had begun to take many precautions. If at that moment Mary really had thought about harming Lex, the system might not have realized it, but Lex certainly would have. After all, one more reason he was able to remain so calm in the face of deadly situations was because of the extent of his preparations. Chapter 1187 Marble. Chapter 1187 Marble. In truth, Lex did not need anything to detect time fractures. His affinity for time, which still had not been sealed yet, reacted perfectly to time fractures in a way that let him know where they were. Lex also had absolutely perfect control over his entire body, down to every single hair, so he was absolutely certain he wouldn't accidentally touch the cracks. But considering the seriousness of the matter, he still took a few moments to compose himself. Or a few hours. Honestly, by now, he had no idea what rate time was flowing at. His personal quest from the system still showed over 300 hours left, but according to Giselle the time they had left was much less. He had no idea how her watch was able to calculate the remaining time for whomever time was flowing the fastest in this entire bubble, and now wasn't the right time to ask either. Lex closed his eyes and retracted his spirit sense. He even withdrew his sense of touch. Right now, he only needed 3 things to occupy his mind. The first was a total awareness of his body, the second was his instincts guiding him, and the third was his time affinity to warn him. Lex walked towards the time fractures literally blind, maintaining his utmost composure. His affinity reacted, and from more than one direction. There were cracks in front of him to his left and his right. But there was nothing above him, so he began to fly inch by inch, rising higher until the path forward was clear. If Lex had his eyes open, then in a few moments, where his line of sight wasn't interrupted by the cracks, he would have seen the two figures. For billions of years, their postures hadn't changed, unaware that their fight had literally ceased the flow of time. One of the figures was a black minotaur, rising 16 feet tall with taut muscles, larger than a normal man's entire body. He was wielding a golden hammer that in itself was 10 feet tall, and smashing against the silver sword of his foe, a banshee made of purple flames, her ethereal form blazing with an eerie light. Their weapons, a testament to their might, were interlocked in a perfect stalemate, and the raw, unyielding force of their clashes warped time itself, encasing them in an immortal moment. The chamber, a silent witness to their relentless fury, suffered countless cracks in time. The very hall itself felt charged, as if the vibrations of their clash, the echoes of their unresolved battle, still hung in the very air itself, waiting for time to flow once more so that they could be unleashed. Amidst that unresolved tension, Lex navigated the invisible, deadly maze, hoping to find a path through. He did not let his thoughts stray to those who were waiting for him. He did not think of those who he still needed to save, nor those who he needed to kill. In those moments, his focus was unprecedented, and his mind completely clear of all distractions. A drawback of such pure focus was an unusually clear perception of the flow of time. It felt an eternity was passing in each moment, and the closer he came to his target, the longer each moment felt. He was certain he was coming close just by how strangely time felt to him, but the more it was like this, the more careful he had to be. This continued until suddenly there were no more cracks in front of him. Still, as a precaution, he continued forward slowly and steadily, but still he felt no cracks. Instead, he eventually felt something touching his body. Lex unsealed his senses and saw that he had crashed into the hoof on the Minotaur. The sight stunned him. Even though the two were frozen in time, he could feel their power. Both of them were mere nascent realm cultivators, yet the strength they wielded was a lot more. Lex was pretty confident in himself as a nascent cultivator, but even he did not think he could use his physical body to demonstrate the kind of power they were wielding. How was that possible? For a moment he was confused. Then he quickly came to an answer. This was not the natural strength of these two, but an augmentation of their gear. The gear they were, from their clothes to their bangles, earrings, belts, weapons, everything and anything, they all were treasures of the highest quality and order, and they all strengthened them physically. Even Lex, who cared little for treasures usually, felt a little tempted by such a grand display of wealth. He was admiring their magnificent figures when he noticed something. In the middle of their clash, caught between the hammer and the sword, was a tiny green marble. Neither the sword nor the hammer were actually touching each other. Instead, they were both connected via the tiny marble, and his instincts were guiding him to remove that marble from between the two weapons. In fact, for a while now, his instincts had been absolutely screaming at him to hurry up, but to maintain his focus and avoid any mistakes, he was forced to ignore it. Now, finally, he flicked a finger, and a small pulse of energy traveled out and hit the marble. There was no freaking way Lex was going to touch that marble with his body. He had learned his lesson by now. No touching mysterious objects that could alter reality. Instead, he popped the marble free from a distance, completely unaware that he removed the marble just in time. Less than a single second remained for the time to elapse. But whether it was a fraction of a second or an hour, what mattered was that Lex propped the marble loose in time. In fact, as soon as the marble escaped the reach of the two weapons, it disappeared completely, and the flow of time resumed. The hammer and the sword clashed, resulting in a shockwave that launched Lex's tiny body across the room. Chapter 1188 Profanite. Chapter 1188 Profanite. Dysel paused as she entered the chamber and laid eyes on exactly what she had been searching for. The chamber lay in shadow, a sanctum untouched by time, its very air laden with the whispers of ancient secrets. She stepped inside and felt a shiver of awe and trepidation, her breath catching in her throat as she finally saw what she was searching for. Before her, suspended in the gloom, was the secret treasure of legend, the sands of time. It was a small loop, delicate and mesmerizing, formed by a few grains of sand that seemed to defy gravity, eternally cascading in a hypnotic fall. The grains glowed with a soft, golden light, creating an aura both surreal and mythic. The power emanating from the sands was palpable, an immeasurable force that tugged at the very fabric of reality, promising the unattainable, the incomprehensible. Actually, she had no idea what the sands did. Standing here now, she could even count how many grains there were, trapped in the eternal loop. There were a mere 13 grains, yet for these 13 grains, someone had gone through great efforts, carefully orchestrating events billions of years apart. The fact that someone wanted them hidden so badly told of how gravely powerful they were. It also explained why she had to go through so much effort to get it. Her heart raced, a blend of exhilaration and dread as she took a step closer, the pull of the sands almost irresistible. She was almost there. As soon as she took the sands, she could go back and end this time bubble herself. But she paused, and her eyes drifted from the sand to a dark corner of the room. A tall, lean figure emerged from the shadows at the edge of the hall, his presence as stark and cold as death itself. His skin was so pale it seemed translucent, a ghostly white that contrasted sharply with the abyssal black of his eyes that bore no reflection, no hint of life. He was a wraith in human form, his intent unmistakable. He was there solely to stop her. "Prophanite scum," she said as she looked at one of the dedicated followers of a defiler. While deities had religious followers who worshipped a deity and became a source of power for them, prophanites were those who had been defiled by a defiler. A defiler was the source of power for his prophanites, which meant that each of them wielded profane energy. They were similar, in a sense, to religious zealots who had been granted power by their deities. Now, that is no way for a lady to speak," the prophanite said and smiled, revealing his ebony teeth. "What are you doing here?" she asked, though she knew the answer. They both circled around the sands of time, maintaining a distance from one another. "Why, Giselle, I am here to stop you from doing anything stupid, such as taking the sands away from here. This time bubble is about to end. My partner is ending it as we speak. The sands won't be hidden much longer either way." "Oh dear, Giselle, you don't fool me," the prophanate said, chuckling. "Who would partner with you? Really, you should come up with a better lie." Giselle kept her gaze locked on the prophanite. Well, it was too much to hope that he would just leave as soon as he learned that the sands would be leaving here one way or another. But that meant she might not get enough time to fight him off and go and end the time bubble. She'd have to trust Lex with that. For a moment, she considered if she could actually trust him with that. If he failed, then she would die, and all of this would be for nothing. Then she recalled his resolve as he talked about those he needed to save. If nothing else, she could trust that was real. It was foolish, extremely foolish, but she decided to take a gamble. Even if the sands escaped the time bubble, they wouldn't end up with her, which meant she'd have to risk everything to get her hands on it now. She summoned a sword, the sight of which caused the prophanite to grin, and suddenly the battle began. "If you don't escape now, when the time elapses, you'll die," she said. "One way or another, I am going to die anyway," the prophanite said with overflowing glee. "I might as well do it while completing the Lord's task." Giselle clicked her teeth and gave up talking. Prophanite or not, using profane energy or not, it was not so easy to stand in her way. Even a fight of life and death seemed like an intricate dance when she did it. With her nimble maneuvers and quick strikes, she avoided taking a single hit while slowly wearing down the prophanite, his black blood staining the otherwise immaculate hall. The more she wounded him, the more frustrated the prophanite became. The most frustrated he was, the more aggressive he became. The more aggressive he became, the easier it was for her to dodge his attacks. It became nothing more than a matter of time until the prophanite, for all his sacrilegious powers, was brought to his knees. Giselle wasted no time in decapitating him, and then grabbed the sands, putting them in an appropriate container she had long prepared. Then she ran. There were precious few minutes left for the time bubble, and if Lex hadn't succeeded yet, then he might have run into a problem. At worst, there might have been a prophanite standing guard to block him. Yet the flow of time was quick and incessant, and before she could reach the hall she felt it slipping away. Just as she felt all hope was lost and time was about to stand still, a mighty boom reverberated through the pyramid, its shockwave knocking her back. Before she could get up and understand what had happened, the entire world began to shake. Chapter 1189, More Problem Solving. Chapter 1189, More Problem Solving. "Oh crap," Lex exclaimed as his body was lunged across the room. He tried to resist the force of the shockwave, but it came too quickly and without warning. For a moment, Lex felt his heart drop. There were time fractures right behind him, and he couldn't afford to touch them. He turned his hands into claws and dug them into the air, grabbing onto space itself. Even if he could not teleport, that did not mean his space affinity was useless. After all, he was still surrounded by space. Using pure physical strength, Lex resisted a shockwave he suspected was more powerful than the one produced by nuclear bombs. Fortunately, it did not last long. In truth, this was not enough to hurt him, and if he hadn't been caught unprepared, he would not even have been blown away. But he had been taken by surprise. Nevertheless, he had saved himself. Yet when he turned back to look, he realized that the time fractures might no longer be there. This was because he could see the impact of the shockwave traveling across the room, whereas if the time fractures were there, the shockwave would have been destroyed upon touching them, like everything else. A loud thud sound attracted Lex's attention, and that's when he turned to see that the Minotaur had fallen over, while the flames that made up the Banshee whittled out. No matter who they were so long ago or why they were fighting, after suffering the ravages of time, they were both dead now. A flicker of interest passed through Lex's eyes. Even if they were both dead, their treasures were still as good as new, and they were quite impressive. Lex wouldn't mind adding them to the museum in his penthouse. Lex grabbed the 10-feet-long golden hammer and instantly learned that he could control its size. Shrinking it down to a more reasonable 4 feet, he stored it away, while doing the same with the silver sword and every other piece of gear they were wearing. It was funny. He gave up the more valuable treasure that was hidden here, but was now looting these small things. A familiar notification sound tinged in his ear, and Lex gave a cursory glance at the system notification, informing him he had completed the quest. The reward was, as expected, keeping the system alive. Lex wondered if Giselle got the treasure she was after. He was about to go look for her when he felt a change occur throughout space. Something gripped him, covering him in a protective shield, as the pyramid unraveled around him. He saw the walls dissolve as if they were nothing, and the body of the Minotaur also turned to ash. Everything around him was undergoing a change, though that allowed him to briefly catch a glimpse of a hidden basement underneath the floor where he was, as well as a sarcophagus. Unfortunately, whatever secrets were hidden in the basement would remain a mystery. As the pyramid finally disappeared from around him, Lex caught sight of the first ray of sunlight peeking over the horizon. The dawn was no longer frozen, and as the distant sun came into view, the world around them completely dissolved. Throughout it all, Lex never caught sight of Giselle again, so he could only hope she was fine and got whatever she wanted. For a few minutes, Lex was surrounded by darkness and nothing else. But then, like a rubber band returning to its normal shape, he snapped back into the world and found himself in a familiar lobby. It was exactly the place he had entered the Temple of Frozen Dawn from. Countless others appeared around him as well, all of them contestants in the same stream as him. None of them even know how close they all came to dying. They also just passed purely on luck, but that luck would not follow them forever. "Congratulations, Mr. Lex, on passing this ground," said the receptionist standing in front of him. "There is a 20-hour break during which you can feel free to rest and rehabilitate yourself. After 20 hours, you will be eligible to move on to the next round of the preliminaries." "Next round? I thought after this I can move on to the Trial of Eternity." "Yes, it's through this stream that you can eventually end up there," she said, smiling politely. "But there are still 2 more rounds for the preliminary tournament for you to experience first." Lex groaned and left. There was no point in arguing with the receptionist, so he returned to his room and then returned to the inn. He wanted to check and make sure everything was fine and operational during the time bubble, but there didn't seem to be any issues. The only thing worth noting was that he had been gone for 30 days, or roughly 721 hours. That was good and bad. It was good because he had accumulated a lot of MT, and it was bad because the Midnight Games almost stopped because of it. He was continuously spending the MT he earned to keep the games running, and after 30 days the MT he had spent to keep it functional was almost used up. But that was easily fixed. Lex spent a majority of his income, which would keep the Midnight Games running for easily 3 months now, and observed a little. It was funny because his first Midnight Games had attracted the attention of a Dao Lord, but this time around nothing like that happened. Maybe it was because the innkeeper already had a bit of a reputation by now, or maybe they were just busy with other things. Either way, fortunately, he did not end up attracting any troublesome attention, which was not to say everything was going smoothly either. With a sigh, Lex sat down in his chair and began addressing the many issues cropping up. The first of which was not even a Midnight issue. Instead, he had to address the large number of applications that had been sent in to join Lex's harem. Every time this came up, Lex swore in his heart he would make that stupid rancher pay. Chapter 11, 90 Midnight Games Update. Chapter 11, 90 Midnight Games Update. Havel Elyon roared triumphantly into the night sky, the corpses of an entire legion of insects all around his long, serpentine body. He was the ruler of the Jade Sea, the king of serpents, but most of all, he was a warrior who had built his odyssey over the corpses of his enemies. Years ago, when he had been invited to the first Midnight Games, he had not imagined how much of a boon it would be, and how much of a burden. As Nibiru thrived under the influence of the Innkeeper's rewards, so too did Chaos thrive. The world was brought to war with itself, as new contenders rose every day and challenged him for power. Many of his peers had fallen, many other kinds were replaced. New beasts grew to replace them and begin their own journeys. But any who sought to challenge him met the same gruesome end. He was still king, and he was stronger than ever. Which is why this time, when news of the games arrived, Havel was ready. This time he let his ambitions guide him, and he was no longer afraid to dream the impossible dream, and it was exactly as he expected. The Innkeeper did not disappoint him. The Innkeeper gave him war, gave him combat, but more important than anything, gave him a means to grow stronger. Havel looked around, and after ensuring that no living insects remained, swiped its claw in midair and summoned an interface that showed the number of people he had saved, the number of insects he had killed, the amount of points he had earned, and how many points he had been donated. There were also a few gifts many generous patrons had sent him, alongside a side tab filled with quests that viewers had assigned him. If he accepted and completed those quests, he would get even more amazing rewards and prizes, all sponsored by the viewers. But Havel was interested in no gifts, nor did he care for quests lest they earned him more points. He navigated to the shop tab of the interface, and then went to his shopping cart where he had an item waiting for him. Without hesitation he bought it, and a moment later a Mana Stone of Humility appeared in his hand. This unparalleled treasure of epic proportions could achieve the one single feat that Havel had dreamed about his entire life. Without hesitation he ate the rock, and felt its power spread through his body, strengthening the lost traces of a bloodline until only the smallest fraction of it became noticeable. Yet even that tiny change caused a massive metamorphosis in Havel's body, causing him to begin shedding his skin prematurely. From beneath the shed skin, scales began to appear, and the Serpent King suddenly took on a dragonoid appearance. He roared once more, but this time his roar carried a hint of dragon's might. It was just a tiny, nearly imperceptible hint, but it was enough to show that the Mana Stone of Humility had purified his bloodline and brought him closer to his stronger ancestor. With enough points, he could continue to buy this mythic treasure and refine his bloodline until he became a full-fledged dragon. Only the Innkeeper could bring him such a reward. Only the Midnight Inn wielded such awesome power. Feeling a surge of energy, the dragonoid serpent leaped forward in the hunt for more insects. It was impossible for him to know that the treasure he was so desperately seeking was a random pebble found in the Midnight Realm. Guests who stayed at the inn could literally pick up a pebble, eat it, and it would purify their bloodlines. But most guests never thought to look at the pebbles they were walking over as treasures. More importantly, as the inn was divided into levels, which level actually contained such pebbles was also something that needed to be looked at. Finally, the most important measure Lex took to prevent the inn from being strip-mined in case any guest ever realized how truly valuable everything in the inn was to keep only a certain threshold of things from the inn they could randomly take before they'd get charged for it. For example, if a guest booked a room at the inn, there was only a certain number of rocks or grass or anything else they could randomly eat before they'd get a prompt that eating any more would cause them to be charged for it. It sounded mean, but the inn was, well, an inn and not an all-you-can-eat buffet. On another planet, Pramod, the heart demon that led the zombie horde in the first Midnight Games, was once again leading an army of zombies against the insects. Every once in a while, he would buy Radiant Mire, which not only increased the toughness of his skin, making it more durable, but it also removed freckles and pimples and made his skin fairer. Another name for Radiant Mire inside the inn was mud. It was the common roadside mud. On another planet, the former pontiff of Bunny Nation on Nibiru, Falufa, was using a pair of nunchucks to completely dominate the battlefield. His every strike would break the earth and shatter tectonic plates. Time and time again, he would get warning to restrain himself lest he get disqualified, but the bunny knew only how to exert itself, not hold back. When it gained enough points, it bought for itself a wilting dream, eating which would bring it one step closer to the next realm. What realm was that? It did not know. It had no concepts of realms. It was only a bunny. Falufa would settle for whatever realm brought its brethren peace. Unfortunately, as it had not visited the inn in a while, it did not know that its brethren were very much at peace, excluding the kids harassing them. It also did not know that it was just eating dead flowers. Like that, millions and millions of humans, beasts, monsters, and creatures of other kinds slowly became stronger using only the mulch from the Midnight Inn. And every time they grew stronger, Sangui's pluvia grew weaker. Chapter 1191 All from the Same Planet. Chapter 1191 All from the Same Planet. "Pass the popcorn, dear," said Nu, looking at her lovely little granddaughter. Layla, who was slightly distracted, handed her grandmother an empty bucket. Everyone in the room looked at each other. They all knew why she was distracted, but it couldn't be helped. This was the first time that they, as a family, were taking a vacation together. Previously, even the thought of taking a vacation was inconceivable. Their world was at war against zombies, and the most likely scenario was that they would die fighting. Then the change happened, and the Farron family was caught up in rebuilding their world, so they sent Layla away so that she might have a semblance of a childhood. Indeed, a childhood she did have, and as expected from her, she became a leader of countless children. Yet her ever-growing close association with a commoner with no future was worrying, so they pulled her back to Vegas Minima, where she resumed her cultivation path. Indeed, she was a genius, far surpassing even her parents. Her growth was rapid, and she executed near perfection in every technique she learned. In a mere 5 years, despite beginning cultivation prematurely, her foundation had grown so solid that despite their best efforts to prevent her realm from growing, she became a foundation realm cultivator. Yet while her cultivation grew, her personality diminished. She became quieter by the day until she only spoke when spoken to, and even then her responses were minimal. She became the perfect, obedient child, and in the process lost all her individuality. When the Farron family learned that another Midnight Games were about to launch, they obviously knew they had to partake. That's when they learnt the phenomenal news that the flow of time in the inn was 3 times that of the Origin realm. That meant while 5 years had passed for them, 15 years had passed inside the inn. That means that all the children she used to play with were adults, and any attachment they may have had would be long gone. They brought her back to the inn, in hopes that it would rekindle some of her passions. After all, it was not like the Farron family abused her or were strict beyond measure. All they did was distance her from some people who would, in the long run, have a negative influence on her future. But it wasn't working. She seemed even more glum than in the past. It also didn't help that all the workers she was familiar with were out doing other tasks, so returning to the place she was most familiar with made her feel more lonely than ever. The only redeeming factor was that there was a specific peacock that still remembered her, and came up and nestled beside her wherever she went. "Oh, there's another live event being streamed," Layla's father suddenly said, pulling up another screen in front of them all. As a result of the time difference between realms, watching the Midnight Games was a little complicated. They could watch everything live, but that would show the combat in slow motion. On the plus side, that gave viewers enough time to buy aid for their favorite fighters in a critical moment. But the drawback was that watching live was very slow, so most people were watching playbacks of fights that were already over. But while this was happening, the inn suddenly introduced another tournament being streamed inside the Origin realm, and this one wasn't being run by the Midnight Inn. Furthermore, the stream wasn't live, and instead was available for full streaming right away, so those in the inn could watch it at normal speed. Layla gave the screen a cursory glance, but was surprised to discover that she actually saw someone vaguely familiar. Before the stream officially began, there was a narrator giving some information on some of the more popular contestants. The one she recognized was a young man with 6 swords floating behind him. There was a yellow force field around him, making him look like an anime character. His name was Alexander. The narrator then skipped to another person dressed entirely in black, wearing a mask and holding a scythe. It went through a few more different contestants, and Layla was surprised to find that she had actually seen many of them around the inn at one point or another. For example, there was that Guy Marlowe. He used to be very popular at the inn because he was always causing some problems. But now, after 5 years, he looked a lot bigger, as if he had put on a lot of muscle. She saw that Anakin Indiana McLean guy, who always looked like he wanted to cause trouble. From what she recalled, he had a group of friends as well. Before she could even complete the thought, she saw the rest of them. There was that samurai guy who always carried a katana with him. Then there was Larry, who would always drool whenever he looked at the spaceship. Heck, she even saw that weirdo who always accused everyone of lying. Then she frowned for a minute. From what she recalled, weren't they all from the same planet? Wasn't that a lot of representatives from the same place? Before she could complete the thought, the narrator finally presented the most popular contestant, and the one to keep an eye on during the stream, Lex Dragonsbane. He looked familiar, too. Before she could recall where she had seen him, the sound of shouting and screaming distracted her. She looked outside her window of their private booth and saw countless people who were watching shouting as Lex came on screen. Even the workers were shouting. Quickly, the news spread. Apparently, Lex was a very popular worker at the inn, and if rumors were true, a very strong one at that. He also went by another name, Leo. Suddenly, a spark of interest flashed in her eyes as she looked towards the screen. The stream finally began, and the venue was shown. It was a graveyard for giants. Chapter 1192, Creatures Aflame. Chapter 1192, Creatures Aflame. After taking care of his problems and returning to the hotel lobby, Lex was sent to the next round. He had also taken this break period to look into how long exactly these rounds would last. All of his plans were more or less coming together, but there was a catch. The longer he took to execute his plan, the more variables that came in, which meant there was a greater chance of something going wrong. In fact, Roland had already passed him certain news about Bank Versailles, which made the situation slightly complicated. He did not know the exact relationship between the Henali and the bank, but apparently the bank had sent someone over to mend the situation with the AI. Obviously, that had nothing to do with Lex, but it had much to do with the Fugan, who were closely connected to the very people he was targeting. For now, this was not a bad thing, but the more time went by, the greater the chances that something could go amiss. So Lex felt the need to rush. But these things were not in his control. He needed to be calm when there was nothing he could do, but act decisively when he felt he could make a change. This was especially when he found out that the champion's tourney would be at least 10 years long, and the preliminary tournament was also expected to last a year. As he was teleported to his next trial, Lex almost resigned himself to the fact that this would take some time. That was fine. He would, in this time, help Moon build a connection to her planet and help her move to the inn. The search for Liz and Belle would be slowed down, but maybe being streamed live across the realm would help them find him instead. Yet that thought changed as soon as he was sent to the giant's graveyard. To pass this trial, all he needed to do was cleanse this graveyard of all abominations born as a result of accumulating yin energy, a type of energy that was abundantly found in dark and cold places, but as well as in places where a lot of death had occurred. Besides Lex, thousands of others were sent to the graveyard as well, this time including Earth Immortals. All those who managed to stay alive by the end and killed at least 100 abominations would move on to the next round. Based on the number of contestants, the size of the graveyard, and the estimated number of abominations, it was guessed that it would take around 5 months for the trial to be completed. If the completion of this trial was dependent on the elimination of abominations, could he end it quicker if he cleared it quicker? Did that mean the next trial would start sooner? Did that mean that the preliminary tournament, as well as the champion's tourney, were not on a fixed timeline, but rather they just had estimated time frames? He could not answer these questions, but he could definitely test his hypothesis. Lex looked out at the dark, endless plain covered in corpses in front of him. There was no sunlight or moonlight, for a thick layer of clouds hung high above in the air, and though the sound of thunder occasionally rumbled in the clouds, he never saw lightning. But such a darkness was fitting, for as far as the eye could see, the only thing visible was corpses. There were no hills, just mounds of dead bodies. There was no dirt, just more corpses underneath the ones on top. The wind that blew did not whisper, but wailed and cried like that of a billion suffering souls. It was almost like he had come to the underworld, a place not to damn the souls of the evil, but to welcome each and every one of the dead. The sight was unnerving for many, though Lex only wondered if he was going to encounter more zombies. He looked, and around him he saw countless other contestants, most of them courageously looking out at the horizon for their enemies. Some of them looked concerned. A very few looked excited. Lex cracked his neck and began to walk forward. He did not need to spread his spirit sense out to see that in the darkness, the abominations had already begun to rise. They hid in the shadows or bodies, and in corners and in pits and holes. They traveled through the wind, unseen and unheard, and attacked like assassins in the night. They were formless and shapeless, yet they were absolutely lethal. Fear and horror were their strengths, and they had no weaknesses in this place, or at least they did not until now. Slowly, a powerful aura began to spread from Lex's body, attracting the attention of not only all the abominations, but all the contestants as well. Everyone had been waiting for the first move. They wanted to see what the abominations could do. Since they would be here for months, they would first get a sense for the strength of their enemies, and then they would make their plans. Of course, if the others wanted to probe the abominations first, they would happily sit back and watch. But Lex had no intentions of probing. His right eye glowed with a red light as he used his new eye technique. But this time, he was not using his eye to search for things. Instead, he was using a unique combination of glyphs and arrays to use his vision to control flames. Then he opened his mouth and let loose dragon fire. Thick and roiling flames, or yellow and orange, suddenly illuminated the darkness, revealing all the hidden abominations for a split second before they burned to ash. The flames, under the control of his eye, began to take shape, and mythical creatures born of flames appeared before him. The aura his body gave off became stronger. Domination was no longer just the simple theft of dragon's might. It had been fueled and elevated using his own convictions, and it carried a weight like no other. Just like that, Lex started his massacre. Chapter 1193, His Limit. Chapter 1193, His Limit. Far, far away from the preliminary tournament, and the champion's tourney, and even the known realm, there was a white dwarf. White dwarfs, basically, were just dead stars that hadn't blown up after their fires burned out, and instead cooled down. White dwarfs were not all that uncommon, and this one too would be nothing more than another lifeless piece of rock, no different from any other in the Origin realm. Except that the 99 planets that orbited this white dwarf were all on fire, as if there were 99 stars orbiting a planet. The countless burning planets all around the white dwarf made it so that it experienced perpetual daylight, and experienced incredibly high temperatures, without actually being lit on fire. The unique circumstances around this dead star had been artificially created to serve a very particular purpose. It was an incubation planet, where dragons came and left their eggs, the ones from which they had particularly high expectations. It was also a kind of nursery for newborn dragons, where they would be trained in the absolute basics before being sent out into the Origin realm to fend for themselves. Yet on this day, this particular white dwarf was visited by someone other than a dragon. A devil appeared, not in her mundane humanoid form, but in her fully displayed devil form. Her purple skin was smooth and lustrous, and carried a certain charm that could entice the hearts of whoever laid eyes on it. Her 2 large wings were fully open behind her back, as if she needed them to fly, and her long, slender tail swung gently behind her, like a dancing snake. "You are trespassing on dragon territory, devil?" A voice boomed even in the vacuum of space, as a formerly invisible dragon revealed herself. Her scales were dark like space itself, and seemed to bend light around it, helping her camouflage herself. The effectiveness of her scales was remarkable, considering the size of her body was so massive that it hugged the entirety of the white dwarf. "1,000 pardon, mighty dragon," the devil said politely, a mischievous smile painting her enchanting face. "I have no ulterior motives. My name is Valerie, and I came here to claim a certain bounty. I have knowledge about where Dragonsbane will be soon." The dark devil let out a deafening roar that threatened the integrity of space itself within the region. In fact, Valerie strongly suspected that if there weren't formations protecting this place, then that roar might have destroyed the entire star system that the dragons had carefully developed. Clearly, she was not a fan of the name Dragonsbane. "In the champion's tourney, he will make an appearance in the Trials of Eternity," she said, before promptly disappearing from the area. But even after she had disappeared, her voice lingered. "I'll be waiting for my bounty once you've confirmed my intel. Please have someone prepare it beforehand." Space. The contestants were stunned. The abominations were stunned. Everyone was stunned save Lex, who just kept walking forward. With each step he took, his flames formed into various creatures around him. The first, naturally, was a dragon. His dragon's fire took on the form of a dragon, and it looked completely identical to Pelvelin. The flaming dragon did not need to bellow, for the raging flames that made up its body were in a constant state of roaring. It spread its magnificent wings, scorching earth and air together, cremating the corpses it stood on before taking to the skies. Up above them, the heavy curtain of clouds was actually an illusion. There were no clouds, only an endless legion of flying abominations, and now amidst them a flaming dragon. The next creature to be born of flames was a wolf, and it looked much like Fenrir. Yet while Fenrir could disappear from view, this wolf demanded to be seen. It raced into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of fiery footprints that slowly grew into a blazing inferno. Next came peacocks, and when they spread their feathers, each one was formed from a different colored flame. It was like a living work of art meant to kill, and that's exactly what it did. Rabbits, butterflies, and pigeons came next, each of different sizes and shapes. The only thing they had in common was that they were made of fire, and that they each fought alongside Lex. Then another figure began to form. It had not even taken shape yet, but those who viewed it felt a different kind of fear just from its silhouette. It was a beast, nay a monster, meant specifically for war. But before it could form completely, Lex dismissed it and placed a hand on his seals. This was his limit right now. If he tried to do more than this then, he risked undoing his seals. Then Lex summoned his sword and looked at Naraka. A piece of him yearned to let loose, but then reluctantly he put the sword away. Finding a worthy foe for his sword had turned out to be more of a hassle than he imagined. But if there was ever a place he found a worthy enemy, it would be at the tourney. Instead, he summoned his recently acquired hammer. It was a pretty big, double-sided hammer that looked like it belonged to monsters of legend. Considering it had been used by an oversized minotaur, that actually ended up being true. What was more important, however, was that it granted Lex a boost in physical strength. Lex looked out in front and noticed that his little warm-up had garnered a strong reaction from the abominations. Like a tide of darkness, they were coming to smash down on him. Instead, wielding the hammer, Lex smashed down on the corpse in front of him. Yet the hammer never touched the corpse. Instead, space cracked under his mighty blow, and the cracks spread far and wide, before they began to quickly heal. Yet why would he let them heal? There was nothing in the description of this trial that said he couldn't destroy the whole graveyard itself, and that seemed like a much quicker way of killing all the abominations than killing them one by one. The tide of darkness crashed down, trying to stop him, but the flaming monsters came in their way. There was no darkness that could survive the light of dragonfire. Someone in the Discord said that the previous cliffhanger was criminal, so I took that as a challenge XD. Chapter 1194 One-Man Army Eye. Chapter 1194 One-Man Army Eye. Bang! Lex used the hammer to smash down on space itself right before him, causing it to crack. Yet the cracks also began to heal the very moment they were formed. This place was not like BGY 987, the planet where the Midnight Battalion had waited for him. There the fabric of space had been frail and fragile, breaking easily. That was both a boon and a curse, for it made using destructive space techniques easier, and a curse because if he was not careful he would end up destroying a lot more than just space. But here the laws of space were whole and healthy, and so as Lex tried to break space, space itself tried to resist and heal. Technically speaking, if Lex wanted to just create a small fracture in space, he would not need to take such extreme measures. But his aim was far larger than a small fracture, which is why he was doing things in a much simpler and brutish fashion. He was forcing space to shatter over a large area. Bang! He smashed again, and as his hammer bore down, it was not just space that felt the tremors caused by his heavy blows. It was not even limited to the floor of corpses upon which he stood. No, the tremors of his blows spread to the hearts of all the other contestants who were around him, watching. They spread to the hearts of the abomination, who felt a lethal threat from his actions. The tremors shook the hearts and minds of all those who were streaming this fight, and even of those who were supposed to be overseeing things. Should we stop him? A worried, disembodied voice asked. No, the karma of this place needs to be resolved naturally. By bringing everyone here, we are already pushing the limits of what that allows. Even if he destroys the very graveyard itself, that is also a resolution to the karma. Keep your eyes on the greater goal. Do not fret these small losses. Bang! The sound of Lex's hammer punctuated the end of their conversation. Space. Giselle was extremely concerned about verifying Lex's survival, but she was soon kicked out of the Temple of Frozen Dawn before she could. Moreover, she was certain he was not staying in the same hotel as her. So she could not put the matter aside and focus on her training. When the next trial started and she arrived in the graveyard, she no longer needed to keep her cultivation suppressed. She undid her seal, revealing her natural cultivation as a third-stage Earth Immortal. Unlike the previous realms, which were divided into beginner, late, and peak stages, the Immortal stages were each divided into 9 stages, and going from one stage to the next required passing a minor tribulation. Moving from one large realm to another, such as Earth Immortal to Heavenly Immortal, required overcoming a large tribulation. The fact that she was already a third-stage Earth Immortal meant that her progress speed was exceptionally abnormal. Yet that was entirely arbitrary, since her cultivation realm was not a good reflection of her power. After all, she had always been stronger than her realm suggested. In the darkness of the graveyard, she prepared herself to unleash her power. Her every move, every breath, every blink of her eye already overflowed with grace and elegance, yet it suddenly took on another, more ethereal charm. Her every movement had a certain sense of flow in it, as if she was one with nature around her. Gravity worked with her, not against her. The wind blew in support of her, erasing any resistance. The world bent itself to accommodate her. She was free and unshackled. Anyone observing her would feel like they would see grains of sand flowing in the breeze. Just as she was about to unleash her newfound power, ready to test it, a bright yellow light cut through the darkness, and a dragon made of flames unveiled itself in the distance. More and more mythical creatures appeared, and standing amidst them was a young man with a focused expression. Bang! She felt it. It was not his savage might, nor the cracking of space, nor the absurdity of the situation of a single man taking on the entire trial by himself that she felt. No, what she felt was the severity of his will. A thought flickered through her mind. She wondered who exactly was unfortunate enough to piss off Lex so much. Of course she recognized him. The distance meant nothing to her eyes or her other senses. She was an immortal after all. But besides just his burning intensity, there was one more thing that intrigued her. Right now, he looked so much different from that guy in the temple asking questions about mops. There were no jokes filling the silence right now. There was only the drive to eliminate the obstacle between himself and his mission. But Giselle had her own mission in this graveyard, so she stopped looking at Lex and began her own slaughter. Oddly enough, even though she was incredibly lethal and did a significant amount of damage to the abominations, no one noticed her. It was as if her moves were timeless. Space. The Midnight Tavern was fuller than usual, considering that it had experienced a recent upgrade. The tavern owner had recently decided to triple the size of his building. Of course, he didn't add any more floors, but just took over the neighboring buildings, tore them down, and expanded the tavern. No one minded, since the tavern was super popular anyway. "Hey, little huntress," the tavern keeper said to the little girl covered in blood, despite looking quite pale herself. She had recently suffered a grave wound, and if it hadn't been for timely treatment administered by the tavern owner, she might have become a cripple. "I heard you're in need of money lately," he continued, ignoring the blatantly obvious anger in her eyes. Someone had targeted her and caused her to lose out a lot. He knew. How could he not know? He even knew what she wanted that money for, though he would never tell her. "Yeah, so what? You accepting new kinds of beasts? It'll take me a couple of days to recover, but I can start hunting as soon as I can walk without limping." "No, you silly girl. Hunters need to use their brains as well sometimes. Use the opportunity that is presented before you." "What do you mean?" She looked at him oddly. The tavern keeper only smiled and pointed to the massive projection screen in the middle of the tavern bar. "You have to figure that out for yourself. By the way, completely unrelated, but the tavern is accepting bets for who is going to win this tournament. I myself have placed my bets on that guy with the hammer." The huntress gave him an odd look. "If the tavern is the one accepting bets, why are you placing bets?" "Hey, the tavern is the tavern, and I'm me. Anyway, you do what you want. Good luck with your money crisis." Chapter 1195, One-Man Army II. Chapter 1195, One-Man Army II. A literal tide of darkness, formed from countless abominations shapelessly coming together to pool their strengths, crashed down on Lex. Yet the light of his furious fires kept the darkness at bay. It was an epic battle between light and darkness, a symphony of good and evil, a contest of power that transcended typical conventions, and in the middle of it all, a man working single-mindedly on his task. The steady rhythm with which he was smashing down his hammer gave the impression that he was nothing more than a blacksmith, forging something of mythic power as he harnessed the abstract chaos around him. The abominations had no shape or form to which they adhered. They were darkness, and within it they could be megalithic monsters or an army of infinite individuals. Their very nature caused weakness and fear to spread, their body a poison that could kill mind and soul alike. Being in the very presence of an abomination diminished the strength and stature of those who could not handle it. Yet clearly, if it was not for their abundance, they would be worth nothing more than a minor irritation to Lex. It was not like his actions said that Dragonfire was weak. It was more like saying that if they could not even overcome his Dragonfire, why did they deserve any more attention from him? Instead, Lex focused on the task at hand and continued to smash down on the space before him until there was finally a change. There were countless cracks right in front of him, and though they spread out far and wide, they all originated from this point. The concentration of cracks continued to rise until eventually a small piece of space chipped, revealing the void underneath. Lex's eyes gleamed. Among the most powerful space attacks he learned, space warp and space unraveling were still the strongest. Space warp basically allowed Lex to manipulate space to cause fluctuations in gravity, while space unraveling literally undid space, and instead turned it into a highly concentrated, incredibly dangerous form of energy that even he could not tolerate even still. But the fact that the energy was so dangerous it could harm even him made it the perfect weapon. Moreover, Lex's control over the space unraveling technique itself had grown tremendously since he last used it. Lex extended his hand and held the chipped piece of space in the center of his hand, never actually touching his skin as he began unraveling it. Yet before it completely unraveled, he flung it out in front of him into the dark tide. The chip, which was not even as large as a fingernail, completely dissolved, releasing an overwhelming eruption of energy. Compared to BGY 987, where space was weak, and hence contained only trace amounts of energy, the space here was strong. So when it unraveled, the amount of energy it released was also massive. It was as if Lex had set off some kind of vaporizing attack, as an entire large segment of the dark tide just suddenly vanished as the tide of energy ate away at everything it touched. But the energy did not last long, dispersing into thin air. In truth, this was a very powerful attack, but it was not unstoppable. After all, immortals attacked with laws, and even if an immortal did not control the law of space, they could use other laws to counter it. But he would deal with the abominations who could defend against his attacks later. First, he would reduce their numbers drastically. By now, the other contestants had also begun their battles, though not a single one of them came close to Lex, and that suited him fine. Lex kept shattering bits of space and then throwing them out like frisbees, having them unravel along the way, eradicating massive chunks of the abomination tide. His strategy was effective. In fact, it was so effective that he alone had done more damage than all the other contestants combined together. But after a few hours, Lex stopped as a frown painted his face. Despite killing so many abominations, there hardly seemed to be a dent in their endless numbers. No wonder this was expected to take months. He needed to come up with a faster way to kill all of them. For a moment, he paused and rubbed his chin as he thought about his options. He could give up his control over Dragonfire and let it spread unchecked. That's exactly what happened when he used Dragonfire for the first time, which was against the Tree of Heaven. But even if he assumed no immortals would put out his flames, it would still be too slow. What he needed to do was identify the abomination's greatest weakness, and then think of a way to create one or a number of overwhelming attacks that could influence the entire graveyard. He spent some time planning and came up with a feasible idea. Ironically, the fastest way to clear this whole place of abominations required a long preparation time. Lex used his left eye to study the laws attached to the abominations. Specifically, he looked for their weaknesses. Conveniently, it seemed like their greatest weakness was Yang energy, which was abundant in Dragonfire. Oddly enough, Yang energy would also allow abominations to grow stronger, as the Yang would nourish and strengthen them somehow. But the nature of how they received the energy is what would determine if they were annihilated or nourished. Lex immediately got to work. Although Lex had learned a lot about formations recently, he still preferred arrays. Especially after he learned to augment the results of arrays using glyphs, he managed to overcome that invisible threshold of power that he seemed to reach with his arrays. Not that it mattered right now. The array Lex began to design was not an attacking array to begin with, so the threshold of power didn't matter. Instead, the array would only facilitate the result he wanted, not cause it. Chapter 1196 Purgatory. Chapter 1196 Purgatory. Lex's spirit sense spread out around the graveyard, over the abominations, and into the literal endless pile of corpses. His spirit sense traveled until it eventually reached the ground, which had hardened like one continuous piece of rock, and then went deeper. It also rose into the air, through the cloud of abominations and above it, searching for the actual sky. His left eye, especially, was activated far beyond what it had been in a long time as he studied the laws governing every aspect of this graveyard. He could see traces of what once was. He could see the decaying laws that usually accompanied a thriving populace and large nations. He could see how they had been eroded over time and eventually replaced by a dark desolation. Protected by his army of Dragonfire creatures, Lex completely changed his focus to his surroundings, gaining a thorough and nuanced understanding of the graveyard that was out of reach at a simple glance. His purpose was simple: Lex had experienced many things and encountered unfathomable powers, but maintained a firm belief that the forces of nature were of the strongest in existence. Natural disasters could literally change the topography of continents. If viewed on a broader, more universal scale, natural disasters could destroy planets and cause stars to explode. Natural disasters could give birth to black holes, which were at the apex of destructive power. So to kill all the abominations here, he wanted to give rise to the necessary circumstances for a natural disaster to occur. Due to his natural affinity for volcanoes, Lex naturally considered that first. But as his spirit sense reached deep into the ground, to the very limits of his spirit sense, he could find no lava. Despite the massive weight and pressure that the deep underground of this place must experience, it was not able to turn into lava due to the deep infiltration of yin energy. In fact, the deeper he went, the colder it seemed. It was tragic, but it was not the end. He could use the abundance of the yin energy in this place to give birth to a new kind of natural disaster. Although, by definition, instigating the disaster himself made it an artificial disaster, the point of the matter was to use the abundant resources available here to power the disaster instead of doing it himself. Since yang energy could nourish yin, then under the right circumstances, the reverse could also be true. He just had to set the stage for that to happen naturally and organically himself. After gaining a deep and thorough understanding of the patterns of the graveyard, it was pretty easy. It was like setting off a forest fire. If the weather was dry and there was enough kindling and the wind was blowing just right, a single half-extinguished match could be the start of catastrophic devastation. Heavy winds began to blast through the graveyard as Lex's body started to rise, and suddenly the aura of danger his body gave off increased drastically. In fact, it wasn't just the abominations who felt it, the contestants did too. Yet the strange thing was he had long since ceased attacking. Instead, he was building an array. The array wasn't even massive, oddly enough. The characters were painted on almost a microscopic level, so that he could safely build the array around him, yet even so thin lines of spirit energy became visible around him, forming what looked like an endless maze. Yet the lines of that maze were the characters themselves. It was interesting, because despite the size of the array, it only had one purpose, which was to force the yin to nourish the yang in his dragonfire instead of fighting it. But the complexity of the array surpassed any array he had ever built before. The greatest problem was that Lex felt he lacked vocabulary as far as array characters were concerned. After the original few he learned initially, as well as the few he identified himself the past few years, he knew no other characters. He needed to supplement his knowledge, but there was no readily available source that didn't overlap with his existing knowledge base, so he had to make do with more complicated arrays. But Lex had radical ideas about arrays, ideas which, if panned out, could drastically improve his strength. But to even begin testing them out, he would need to become an immortal. Once that happens, and he gained enough self-confidence in surviving truly cataclysmic disasters, Lex wanted to go observe supernovae and black holes to see if he could find any characters in or around them. Eventually, Lex's body floated to the very middle of the ground and the black curtain of abominations in the sky, and the array around him continued to grow stronger. Anyone with strong instincts or self-protective abilities began to sense that something was terribly wrong, as Lex began to radiate an aura similar to fatal danger. The abominations sensed it too, and began attacking him from every side. Even immortal abominations, which had been holding back so far, attacked with full ferocity. For the first time, the dragonfire monsters were pushed back. They changed their tactic from attacking abominations to simply protecting Lex, but even then the radius of the circle they formed around Lex continued to get smaller. But with each passing second, more and more abominations attacked, so much so that the other contestants ran out of opponents to fight. They all looked towards Lex, who was attracting every single abomination within range. In fact, a few moments later, Lex was no longer even visible. A massive black orb began to float in the air as the abominations encircled him perfectly, and continued to squeeze tighter on his defenses. Dragonfire was formidable, but the sheer force of abominations throwing themselves at the flames began to eventually snuff them out. They kept closing in until eventually the shape of the dragonfire changed from creatures into a sphere that simply surrounded Lex. Seconds turned to minutes, which turned into hours. He was getting closer to being exposed. Yet instead of triumph, the abominations oozed a greater aura of desperation. Everyone looked around feeling confusion and apprehension. Some even considered joining in with the abominations, for the aura from within that sphere was too dangerous. But it was too late. They took too long to come to a decision. The aura from within the sphere peaked, and then Lex opened his closed right eye. There was a single glyph painted over his pupil, and comparatively speaking, it was a fairly simple one. It was one of dragonfire. The array around him hummed as it suddenly reached completion, and energy from the universe around it surged in to fill the array, like air rushing in to fill an exposed vacuum. The array suddenly vanished, and turned into a gold aura that surrounded Lex. He immediately extinguished the dragonfire around him, briefly exposing himself to the tide of abominations. Then a beam of red fire shot out of his eye, coated perfectly by the gold aura. The abominations threw themselves at the flames, ready to douse it as they had done with the others. But as their bodies touched the gold aura, they paused. When they finally touched the flames, instead of extinguishing it like a rainstorm putting out a puny bonfire, they fed it, as if someone had thrown fuel into an open flame. In a fraction of a second, too quick for even Lex to follow, the flame spread across every abomination in the sphere around him. Lex suddenly activated his Heaven's Furnace technique, shutting himself in. The timing was opportune, for the sphere suddenly exploded with such awesome might that it completely transcended Lex's own realm of power. Where previously Lex had struggled to barely crack space, now cracks spread for hundreds of miles around him. Where previously a black curtain of abomination covered the entire region, now a curtain of dragonfire, coated in an aura of golden, burned above the graveyard. Each and every contestant cursed together, and all of them started to retreat and run away, but where could they run? A rain of liquid golden dragonfire burst from the clouds in the sky, turning the graveyard into the largest crematorium to have ever existed. All hope was lost. The contestants could not escape. Just as the first of the dragonfire was about to fall onto the first of them, it suddenly changed direction and fell beside them. From a massive hole in space leading to the void, where the original sphere surrounding had been, Lex emerged, not so much as an extra wrinkle or crease on his clothes. He kept his right eye active, consciously keeping all the contestants safe. From his left eye, he observed the newborn disaster that was quickly spreading across the entire graveyard. In case it ran into any unexpected problems, he would need to act. But there was nothing that could prevent this spreading fire. It was almost funny. When Lex came here, his first impression of the graveyard had been of hell, so he lit the whole place on fire and turned it into purgatory. Did that make him the devil? Chapter 1197 keeps changing. Chapter 1197 keeps changing. The other contestants were stunned. Those two figures secretly watching over the graveyard were stunned. The viewers who were streaming the contest were stunned, though admittedly by the time they watched the show everything was already over. Everyone was stunned. Yet Lex quietly stood there, mid-air, and watched the fire rain down with a neutral expression. The graveyard was truly massive, to the point where he could not see its end. That was why the expected clearing time was months and months, yet now it might be cleared before the day even ended. The sky was on fire, raining down liquid fire, causing the corpses on the ground to burn as well, finally finding some kind of release from all the abominations. Giselle, who was standing alone in the fire, unprotected by Lex since even he had not spotted her, looked up at him with a hint of annoyance. She had things she had planned to do here. It was hard to come across a place with such pure yin energy, which was the perfect place to nurture a few specific profane treasures. Yet now that was impossible. She sighed and sat down, rethinking all her future plans. It was very likely that Lex's interference would be strong in all of them, so if she wanted to accomplish all the goals she had set out, she would need to put in extra effort. Everyone, all the other contestants who had entered the preliminary tournament feeling an abundance of confidence, looked up at Lex with a hint of fear and wondered what was going through his head. What they didn't know was Lex was evaluating his escape plan that he had used to avoid the majority of the impact from the blast. Just because an explosion was strong did not mean it could rip a hole through space. Otherwise, all supernovae would do just that, not to mention all the attacks from stronger Earth immortals and above. Instead, only attacks specifically targeting space itself would cause any damage at all. By trapping himself in the Heaven's Furnace and coating himself in a layer of space, he made it so that the might of the explosion literally ripped the chunk of space surrounding him away, causing the hole. By being thrown into the void, he avoided the brunt of the explosive force. The Heaven's Furnace then protected him from the pressure of the void until he came back. Although for now it was just something he used to avoid too much pressure on his seals, it was a nice escape plan for the future if he ever needed it. A loud shriek distracted Lex, coming from far in the distance. A tremor traveled through the ground and even the cover of fire in the air, but it lasted just a second. The next thing Lex knew, he was being pulled back through space. He reappeared in the lobby, and so did everyone else. But even before Lex could talk to the receptionist, everyone around him took a few steps back. Lex looked around, shrugged, and then returned to his room. The next trial would start in 20 hours and would be the last one he had to attend. Meanwhile, word of what happened spread, even among the other contestants. In another stream, a war was taking place in the middle of a desert. Blood soaked the pure white sands and corpses fell to the ground, only to become sand as well. Tens of thousands warriors fought ferociously against a never-ending tide of slender, white monsters made of sandstone. Yet despite their pure color, the monsters reeked of pure evil and were driven by a malevolent will to turn all of reality into sand. In fact, everything they ripped with their sharp claws would somehow turn to sand as well. On a dune overlooking the battlefield stood two men. Both were humans, and one looked the part while the other looked like a walking sack of muscles. Marlowe had, through years of training, regained his former gargantuan size much to his wife's chagrin. "What do you think, Rafa?" Marlowe asked, overlooking the fight. Even though the warriors were stronger than the stone monsters, the number of monsters was just too many. "Yup, that looks like certain death to me," Raphael said. Unlike his abnormal father, Raphael's expertise was in commanding troops. His natural acumen for large-scale combat strategy was astounding, allowing him to make the impossible possible. But that was just a saying. That did not mean he would literally do something as stupid as go up against an infinite number of enemies with only a handful of soldiers. Unfortunately, that was the very position his father put them in. "It can't be helped. My cultivation path has changed. I can no longer cultivate like normal," Marlowe said. "Only by facing death can I become stronger. That is the way of the Prime." Just because a fortune cookie sounds smart does not mean you take it too seriously. These oracles are untrustworthy. You're going to kill both of us listening to them. No one can predict the future. Marlowe looked at his son and snorted. He had not missed how his son was able to randomly predict things that hadn't happened yet. His lame excuses and explanations didn't fool anyone. Which means if the oracle who told Marlowe his path forward had truly been lying, Raphael would have found a way to stop him. "I just got news," Marlowe said as cracked his knuckles and activated his nanotalismans. A single contestant in the nascent realm finished an entire trial by himself in less than a day. "Impossible," Raphael scoffed. Yet they both knew it was not impossible, it was a fact. "The guy who did it is an old student of mine," Marlowe said, as a powerful aura began to envelop him. "I can't let my students overtake me." Before Raphael could say something, Marlowe leaped forward, crash landing directly in the middle of the stone monsters. "Dragonsbane?" Raphael murmured, and wondered why the timeline was changing once more. What was the point of seeing the future if the future kept changing? Not that he understood his ability all that much. He had figured out that he would randomly see his whole life play out and remember it clearly. When he'd wake up from the vision, the future would play out mostly as he had seen. But each time, something extremely critical seemed to change. Even now, changes were already happening before the tourney even began, and he couldn't afford that. They had to become as strong as possible if they were to survive what was to come. That's why he had a hint dropped for how his father could progress his cultivation. The path of the Primes, it was too difficult, but it was also their only hope. Raphael sighed, and then jumped down as well. Chapter 1198, a little tough. Chapter 1198, a little tough. "Is he usually like that? Is he really so strong?" Moon asked as she looked up at the screen and ate a burrito. Much like the two had watched Lex in Lover's Island, they were watching him partake in the tournament, although Moon had to admit that the impression he gave off was vastly different this time around. The way he stood there, high up in the air, looking down upon a burning world like a sovereign, Lex was almost completely unrecognizable. She could hardly believe this was the same Lex she knew. After all, during their childhood, Lex was not much of a fighter. "Don't let him fool you," Z said with a knowing tone that only an employee could have towards their boss. "He's actually probably much stronger. He just likes to look cool while he does anything. One moment you'll think he'll be at the end of his rope, fighting to barely hold on, yet if a stronger enemy would show up, he would still defeat them, and somehow make it look just as difficult, as if he was truly at the end of his rope this time. I've never actually seen him lose a fight. I'm completely convinced that he's secretly a much higher cultivation realm, and just pretending to be weak." Moon marveled as she looked up at her brother, and her understanding of him changed once more. "Space. You do not need to worry at all," Lex said very calmly to the figures sitting in front of him. The very reason we had this meeting inside the inn was because of the security and protection it affords. Nobody can divine our meeting. Nobody will know of our agreement until it is too late. Very well, that is reassuring to hear. Just so that I know at the critical time will the innkeeper be making a move as well. Lex's expression did not change, nor did he suffer any fluctuations when asked this question. It was one he had answered many times already by now. If the innkeeper were making a move, then all of this external aid would not be required. The innkeeper has urged me to rely on myself instead of him to resolve my personal issues. Very well, one of the figures responded before leaving the inn. Lex sighed. There were many things that the inn did that he took for granted, he knew, but the ability to sit face to face with someone with a much higher cultivation level without feeling any suppression was absolutely broken. He looked at the time, then teleported back to the hotel from where he was participating in the tournament. Yet as he walked out this time, the hotel was much emptier than last time. It was because most people were still finishing their previous trials. "This is the last one, right?" Lex asked the receptionist. He looked at the time, then teleported back to the hotel from where he was participating in the tournament. Yet as he walked out this time, the hotel was much emptier than last time. It was because most people were still finishing their previous trials. "This is the last one, right?" Lex asked the receptionist. "Indeed, it is. It's divided into 2 parts. You will be sent to the boundary of a vast maze. You must make your way through the maze towards the center. That's the first part of the trial. The second part begins once you reach the center of the maze, where you will find a tall tower. You merely need to enter the tower and pass the first floor of it to complete the trial, although your ranking in the preliminary tournament will be based on what level of the tower you reach." Lex narrowed his eyes. Once again a tower, with levels he needed to clear. The Tower of Providence was powerful and mysterious, and did not require him to clear levels, but each time he would enter he needed to complete a quest. Having said that, within the inn, inside a minor realm, there was a tower that the Jotun Empire was protecting as a training ground for the human race. He himself had only visited it once, but the benefits it offered were genuine. More importantly, apparently Emperor Jotun himself had once gained a great harvest from such a tower. There was too much of a theme going on for it to be a coincidence, yet Lex had no idea what the truth behind this could be. It might really just end up being a genuine coincidence, considering a tower was not exactly an abstract shape, and perfectly fit the requisite of having many levels. He didn't say anything, and just walked through the door that brought him to a jungle. He looked around and found nothing similar to a maze, so he momentarily considered that this might be a different kind of maze using some kind of esoteric laws or techniques. But almost immediately he noticed the anomaly. He rose up into the sky and saw, many thousands of miles away on 2 of his sides, walls that seemed to rise beyond his ability to see or comprehend. Moreover, there was no space up above him. The sky seemed to extend for eternity alongside the walls. Lex spread his spirit sense apart to its absolute limit, but was not even able to touch the walls. Moreover, when he looked down the corridor on both sides, he could not see where they led. The size of this maze was, Lex tried not to think about it. He tried using his spatial laws and was relieved to discover that they worked. At least he'd be able to traverse large distances easily. The only problem was that the space here felt oddly different, as if he was no longer inside the origin realm. Moreover, there were clearly defined borders to what he could sense. He began teleporting towards the wall, which wasn't too hard. The problem arose when he came close to the wall. Not only could he not teleport beyond the wall, as it blocked his ability to sense or control space, he almost couldn't use his powers near it at all. The closer he came to the wall, the more he was deprived of energy until all that was left was the physical power in his body. Lex sighed. It was going to be a little tough to speed through this one. Chapter 1199, Not Going to Work. Chapter 1199, Not Going to Work. Lex knocked on the light brown walls that rose to eternity, and they were pretty solid as expected. When he tried to look at the laws associated with it, all he saw was an endless abyss, and felt an incredible strain on his eye, causing him to close it. This place was obviously far from normal, but then again, it would have never been a part of the tournament if it were ordinary. In fact, considering how unique this place was, Lex could not even imagine what had been left in store for the main tourney. Of course he had learned some details, but that did not mean he knew everything. Lex looked in both open directions, trying to determine which way he should go. His instincts weren't guiding him specifically anywhere, which meant that there was no underlying threat or danger to him in the area. But he didn't need there to be such a thing for his instinct to act. He focused on the thought of a tower in the middle and tried to get his instincts to focus on that. Yet, unexpectedly, it failed. Unsure if the walls were interfering with his instincts, he put some distance between himself and the wall, yet it still did not react in any way. But when he tried focusing his instincts towards something else, for example food, it worked just fine. With literally no hint towards how to solve the maze, Lex cautiously started to teleport in one direction. He kept his spirit sense spread, searching for other contestants or any sentient native beings. But all he found were numerous beasts and wildlife, none of them even remotely threatening. The strongest of them was in the Golden Core realm. But that did not mean he thought for even a moment that this place was safe. If it were, it wouldn't have been saved for the tournament that included the Origin Realm's best. Yet as Lex continued to teleport, randomly picking a direction whenever he came across an intersection, minutes blurred into hours without him not only not encountering any danger, but anyone else either. "This is not working out," he finally said, after he had spent 6 hours teleporting continuously. He could not tell if he was making any progress at all as there were no markers or distinct features. The only way he even knew that he was not just running in a circle was because the ground of the maze was filled with various different landscapes. He started out in a forest, but had already crossed deserts, oceans, islands, plains, mountains, and many more. It was as if the ground of the maze was one endless world, almost entirely populated by beasts. After a moment of consideration, Lex decided to do something different. He tried using his instincts as well, but this time, instead of searching for the tower or for food, he was searching for other contestants. The results were immediate. His instincts immediately began pointing him towards dozens of other people, though they were all incredibly far away. Yet instead of being relieved, Lex was troubled. Dozens seemed too few a number. In each of his previous trials, there were thousands. Lex tried again, but instead of searching for other contestants, he searched for one in particular, Giselle. He was not looking for her because he wanted another chance to create a good impression on her, or some such nonsense. Instead, he recalled how she had gotten to the pyramid before him back in the Temple of Frozen Dawn. She also had that mysterious watch which he hadn't been able to detect. Clearly, she was extremely well prepared and knew certain things about the trials. If he could work with her once more, then the chances that he could expedite the end of this trial would be much greater than they were. As soon as he visualized her in his mind, the guidance from his instincts faded, leaving him feeling disappointed. She would have been a good ally to work with. Yet just as he was about to search for the nearest contestant, he realized that the guidance from his instincts had faded, but not completely disappeared. It was as if there was something blocking her from being sensed, but it wasn't completely effective. Not only did Lex not find that odd, he was reassured by it. Clearly, Giselle was not simple, and the fact that she could nearly block his instincts from acting only supported that premise. With a clear direction to head towards, Lex stopped holding back and increased the distance he would teleport to. The odd influence of the walls, which sucked away all abilities, actually greatly diminished Lex's teleportation range at every intersection. But other than that, he could move around freely. As Lex watched the various landscapes underneath him change, he thought it was a bit of a waste. He would have loved to explore this maze properly, but he had no time. He swore to himself that once he was strong enough not to worry about things, he would take his time and explore everything that the universe had to offer. After all, the whole point of being strong was so that he could do the things he wanted. If he didn't have a whole list of things he was being prevented from doing because he was too weak, what would be the point in getting stronger? Surprisingly enough, even with Lex teleporting with the greatest distances that he could manage, it still took him hours before he approached Giselle, which only spoke about the vast range that this place offered. Yet once he arrived at the location his instincts were guiding him towards, they stopped working. It was as if she was in the vicinity, but his instincts couldn't find her. Beneath him was a vast green plain covered in tall grass, shrubbery, and a few clusters of trees here and there. There was nothing specifically interesting about this place where he could start looking, so he began sweeping the general area with his spirit sense. He even stayed floating up in the air so that he was visible from afar, so that Giselle could spot him. Yet his strategy was bound to fail, since Giselle was not in the plains, but in a ruins hidden underneath them. Chapter 1200 Treasure Hunt. Chapter 1200 Treasure Hunt. Lex sat atop a tree stump as he looked out at the plains in front of him. He had searched for Giselle for 20 minutes, but hadn't been able to find her. Considering his searching speed, 20 minutes was a large amount of time, yet it yielded nothing. But his instincts seemed to insist that Giselle was in this general area. He rubbed his chin as he thought of multiple ideas of how to proceed. Since he couldn't find her, and she hadn't contacted him, that meant that either she hadn't seen him or was avoiding him. Considering their prior fruitful partnership, he didn't see why she might be avoiding him, so the chances of her being unable to spot him were highest. Lex considered any number of possibilities, from sealed domains to trapping formations and many more. All of that basically only meant one thing, that he had to search even more thoroughly. Lex closed his eyes and used one of the cloning techniques he had mastered. The reason why he didn't use it more often was because it was highly limited. The fighting strength of each clone was basically non-existent, though they could use his techniques and abilities. They also could not be too far from him, which limited their effectiveness range. But they also had their uses. For example, while he sat on the stump, 50 other Lex spread out and began searching. More than 10 of them entered the soul state and went underground while the others spread out, searching for hidden areas. With the power of 50 Lexes, nothing could be hidden. Immediately 50 different streams of information began flowing into his mind, and he paid equal attention to all of them. He began to understand the fauna and flora of this plane and gained an in-depth comprehension of this ecosystem. He learned about the weather and strange wind patterns caused by the presence of the walls. He learned how the landscapes experienced change over the years. His clones deep underground studied the soil structures and noticed the various layers. He could guess how old each layer was. He could. A fist punched out of the soil in front of him, stunning him. Although it was just a fist, he recognized that hand, especially since he could now see the watch on it. But the absurd thing was that even while looking at it, he could not sense the hand. The hand pressed against the ground and pushed against it, allowing Giselle to come out of the ground. Yet she had only half emerged with her legs still underground when she spotted Lex and froze. The two locked eyes and Lex waved at her. "Hi," he said, all the eloquence and charisma he so easily wielded against immortals and powers of the universe suddenly drained out of him. What was he supposed to say in this situation? Usually he was the one digging himself out from the ground. "Need a hand?" he offered. "No, I'm good, thanks," she said, pushing herself out of the ground and dusting herself off. "What are you doing here? If you're here for the underground ruins, then I'm sorry to tell you that they've collapsed, and all their secrets have gone with them." Ruins underground? That genuinely took Lex by surprise because not only had he himself scanned the ground, but he had also sent 10 clones down there, yet none of them discovered it. As expected, anything Giselle set her sights on was far from simple. "No, I am not here for the ruins, don't worry," Lex said as he dismissed his clones and stood up. "I am here to strike a deal with you." Giselle looked at him curiously, while constantly scanning her own body for some kind of tracker, yet there was none. She couldn't understand how Lex found her since she was using her newfound power to obscure herself from view. "I'm listening," she said simply, not revealing even a hint of her true thoughts. "Based on our past cooperation, I guessed that there was a very good chance that you might know how to reach the center of this maze. Am I right?" "Let's imagine you are," she said slowly. "What then?" "I would like your aid in reaching the middle as fast as possible. In exchange, I can pay you or help you out with something you need." Giselle studied Lex for a moment, considering his proposal before shaking her head. "I'm sorry I can't be of help to you. If I were heading towards the middle, I would take you, but I have a number of goals I need to accomplish along the way." Lex was not disappointed, for he had not expected Giselle to comply so easily either. "If you don't mind me asking, do your goals involve a bit of treasure hunting?" he asked. "Because if it is, I think we can come to an arrangement. I think you will find that there is no better partner when it comes to treasure hunting than I. Not only can I help you teleport long distances towards your next goal, but I can also help you find the treasures much quicker. If I help you speed up your treasure hunts until they're done, then can you lead me to the center?" Giselle's gaze on Lex became more intense, yet Lex wasn't bothered. Based on what happened at the temple, he could guess that she was a treasure hunter of sorts, with inside knowledge. He supposed it made sense, for when looking for treasures, one needed to be armed with the most detailed knowledge. If he could help her fulfill her goals, she could then help him get through the maze. It would still end up being quicker than trying to resolve the maze himself. Of course, in case she said no or was unable to help, Lex had one last thing he could try, which was prophecy. But his own ability to look into the future was not the best, or more specifically, the most detail-oriented. He was not sure if he could use it to find his way. "Even if that were my intention, which I'm not saying it is, why would I bring you? Don't take this the wrong way, but bringing people along on a treasure hunt is usually the best way to get stabbed in the back. Lex smiled. The fact that she hadn't said no directly meant that there was a chance this could work.